You are listening to Supreme Magus by Legion 20. Chapter 2001, Alone Together, Part 1. Chapter 2001, Alone Together, Part 1. Because the amplification process will take place only after we fuse the partial cores into the complete power core, Solus replied. At that point, we'll be capable of keeping it stable thanks to our collective focus and willpower. Don't be ridiculous, Quilla attempted a scoff that almost made her puke. After being amplified, the energy of the power core will be much greater than the single pieces put together. How can we manage to control it if we can't even handle our respective partial core? Thanks to an array that I have stored inside the heart of the tower, Solus shrugged. After retrieving the mouth and listening to Salark's explanation about how it works, I found a way to switch forgemastering arrays during a crafting process. I can't replicate the effects of elemental flow, but I can still prepare a different magical circle for each crucial step we encounter. Why the heck didn't you tell us? Even Protector was angry and outraged. Ever since he had come to the desert, he had worked hard to refine his skills, yet the task had overwhelmed him, making the Skull feel dispirited. He was still bright blue and had no clue about how to reach the violet. Lith was way younger than him, yet was already one step away from Falul. To make matters worse, Quilla had surpassed him as well, and aside from Tista, everyone else had already reached his level. Because that wasn't your task, that's the reason I only wrote the specifics of the first Forgemastery array you have used for your practice. Solus' reply was welcomed by several middle fingers. I would strangle you on the spot, but I'm too tired even for that, Tista said. I'll see you tomorrow in the morning. I've used invigoration too many times in this fool's errand to continue. No need to wait for that long, Lith said. You only need 8 hours to recover, 4 if you stay in the tower. We'll resume after lunch. We can all use a bit of rest, Falul replied. It would give us the time to catch up with each other and enjoy the desert a bit instead of the usual boot camp. Hey, if this fails, we'll have to do it again. Lith moved in front of Tista to stop her. If the royals summon me before we are done, my survival chances without the golems are pretty low. Do you think I can face an entire immortal army alone? No, see you after lunch then. Tista sighed, and soon everyone warped to their respective room, leaving Lith and Solus alone. How do you feel? He asked. What do you mean? It's the first time since you got your human body back that we are going to craft something with the help of others, like your mother did. I'm worried that combining the use of the fury, the hands, and the mouth might be hard on you, Lith said. Don't worry, if another piece of my memory returns in the middle of the forgemastering process, I'll repress it. I know how important to you is finishing the golems, and I'm not worried about that, silly. Lith cupped her face, forcing Solus to look him in the eyes. Worst-case scenario, Grandma will reset the materials and will make an even better job. It's you I'm worried about. There's nothing to worry about. I'm fine. Solus pushed his hands away, only for Lith to grab her shoulders. No, you are not. First the revelation about what really happened to you and your mother. Then the fury, the trip to Verendi, and now this. Lith took the mouth of Menadian out of his pocket dimension and handed it to her. Ever since Vaster's wedding, you are the one who had it the hardest between us. You had to face your past while also taking care of me. The marriage made me feel better, but it also put a wedge in our relationship right when you needed me the most. I can make those golems from scratch in a few days, whereas it took you months to get out of the rabbit's hole that Baitra's confession sent you into. Now look me in the eyes and tell me that you are okay with the person who killed your mother stealing another piece of your legacy. Lith handed her the mouth and an apology letter from the Reiju that Vaster had entrusted Lith in the case. He decided to return the artifact to Elfin Menadian. Solus could barely stand touching the mouth. Knowing that all of its secrets had been violated, that the bond of trust between Rifa and her apprentices had once again backfired, made her want to puke. On the contrary, she had read the note often, crumpling and stomping on it every time she reached the last line. The paper had become so worn out that seemed decades old, even though the letter had arrived just 1 day ago. Dear Elfin, I know that no matter what I say, my apologies will sound like empty words to you. Yet I have nothing else to offer you but my sincerest apologies. I want you to know that I did everything I could to have the mouth returned to you, and that I didn't take any part in studying it. Alas, my refusal to cooperate was pointless. Back when I still thought you were dead, I had shared with my brethren everything I knew about Rifa's techniques and her fury. Even without my help, they were familiar enough with your mother's workings to learn everything about the mouth. If it's of any consolation, while my father wanted to gift it to Lith, I was adamant about returning it to you and Zor backed me. Also, if you are reading this, know that what we learned while studying the mouth has become part of my legacy, and it's yours to take. Just say the word and I'll come to you. In faith, Baitra. Even though Solus knew that the Reiju had done her best to not wrong Menadian's heir again, it didn't make her feel any better. First her life, then her partner, and now even one of the last heirlooms of her mother now belonged to someone else. Solus felt as if Magur reveled in the sick pleasure of giving her hope just to take it away right when she was about to reach the object of her desire. No, I'm not okay with any of this. Solus slouched her shoulders, ceasing her struggle. But what choice do I have? I can't ask you to wait for me, not when we don't even know how long you have left to live. I can't storm the organization to retrieve the data about the mouth, and even if I killed Baitra, it would solve nothing. She did everything she could. If not for Baitra, the mouth would still be in the hands of the Verendi Council, and sooner or later they would have uncovered its secrets as well. You are right, you can't change what's already happened, but you do have a choice about how to face the consequences, Lith said. Instead of turtling up and putting on a stoic mask, you can come to me. Chapter 2002, Alone Together, Part 2. Chapter 2002, Alone Together, Part 2. We are in this together, and I want you to understand that I'll always be there for you. Cry on my shoulder, ask me to cook your favorite dishes, or to be your sparring partner if you need to kick some ass. Anything is better than you giving me the silent treatment and forcing me to see you suffer from a distance. Lith embraced Solus, making her feel through his actions and emotions that there was no distance between them. Some things had changed, but the depth of their bond and feelings was still the same. Anything, she asked. Anything, he nodded. Then I want to take a long hot bath to get rid of the sweat, and then take a nap together like old times. Solus buried her face in Lith's chest, ignoring the pungent smell he emitted. No problem, but for the bath part I have to ask Kami's permission. I don't need company for that, smartass. Solus blushed, then she considered the possibility and then blushed harder. By the way, how come everyone is dead tired while you are fine? There wasn't much to do at Salark's beach home, Lith shrugged. Whenever we got bored, we worked on my stamina. But Kami's a hum. Solus flushed up to her ears and warped to her room. Space. Lith arrived last at lunch. Camilla had insisted to join them, and being between two beautiful women had made it hard for him to fall asleep. To make matters worse, he couldn't get up until 4 hours had passed. After the meal, he met with the others in the forge and showed them the golems. Aside from the empty space in their chest, the preparatory phase was over. There's no memory crystal yet, Falol said after checking the complex rune patterns and appreciating Lith's use of elemental crystals to fuel the golem's abilities. That will come last, he replied. A power core can exist on its own as long as it has a vessel to contain it and mana pathways to keep it stable. A memory crystal, instead, needs to have both a vessel and a power source. Without the former, the stored data can't be utilized, while without the latter it soon reverts into a regular crystal. What about those that my mother used against Meln? Floria conjured a hologram of Gianni's crystal cards, emphasizing the cube etched at their center. The cube holds a complex power core without which the spells stored inside the crystals would fade, Lith replied. I've guessed that much. I meant, what about the vessel? I don't see one. Gianni herself is the vessel. The proto-cubes are just weapons, Lith said. Now get ready. It's time to work on the power core. Solus took out the Fury, giving one of its copies to each of her friends. Falol wore the hands of Menadian, Tista the Mouth, while Solus wore both in their still incomplete form. Much to everyone's surprise, the artifact had shapeshifted to match its new master. The mask had turned from pristine white into bright red, and the gems were now aligned vertically instead of horizontally, looking like a row of fangs instead of lips. Yet even in its new form, the mouth's power was unchanged, emitting an aura that blinded the Awaken's life vision. Where does that come from? Freya pointed at Tista in surprise. It was Vaster's marriage present, Lith said. We decided to give it to Tista to make up for her lack of body casting until she gets her violet core. Also, she's the weakest among us and her Forgemastery skills can use a boost. I'm not questioning your choice, just saying that's one heck of a gift, the Hydra said. Yeah, why didn't you tell us earlier? Protector asked. When exactly? The ceremony was yesterday and the celebrations didn't end until late at night. Did you expect me to barge into your rooms just to gloat? Lith replied. Congratulations, Tista, everyone said with half joy and half envy. Thanks, I promise you that I'll make the best of the mouth. I'll gladly lend it to any of you guys whenever you need it. She replied with a huge smile that matched the artifact's. How did Xenagrosh persuade the master to give up such a powerful tool? Falul looked at the mouth in suspicion, using her Forgemastery spells to make sure that it was the real deal and that there was no foreign device. The two pieces of Menadian's set started to resonate on contact, their energy signatures fused for a split second, becoming greater than the sum of the single parts. Then, the phenomenon stopped as quickly as it had started, leaving everyone flabbergasted. She didn't. Solus touched the two artifacts with their tower counterparts, trying to understand what had just happened. Unluckily for her, the tower didn't react to their presence. Whatever the effect she had just witnessed was, either it was exclusive to Menadian's set, or the tower had yet to recover such ability. What do you mean? Tista wore the mouth again before borrowing the hands from Falul, but once again nothing happened. They took turns trying to clear the mystery, and only after they gave up on it did Lith hand them the greeting card that he had found with the mouth. Shit, Falul said. You can say that? Lith nodded. There's no telling how much stronger the organization has become nor if their version of the mouth will dwarf the original. The master returned the mouth to me solely as a sign of goodwill and because it's old ass. He knows that he can't update it while Grandma can. Do you think she would if I asked her to? Tista asked. If you bend the knee, sure. Otherwise you'll have to butter her up a lot, Solus replied. She fixed my fury only because she had already promised Mom to do it. Yeah, I asked Salark to update my hands yesterday, and she laughed in my face, Falul sighed. I wouldn't bet on her being more lenient with you just because you are family. I know, Tista nodded. She didn't craft anything for Lith either, not even as a wedding present. Enough chatting, Lith clapped his hands to get their attention. Is everyone ready? Not yet. Solus updated the documents in the library so that everyone knew what array would be used for each step of the process. At the same time, Lith handed Falul and Freya respectively a piece of Sirok's heart and a chunk of the black dragon's lungs. They were the only people besides himself that Lith could entrust with such a powerful ingredient. Quilla had a more powerful core, but Freya had started studying Forgemastery right after joining Lith in his apprenticeship. She was the only one in the group who had had an expert Forgemaster as a mentor, and her skills were top-notch compared to a self-taught like Lith. Orion had taught his daughters only the basics. Neither Quilla nor Floria would receive the Urna's legacy unless they swore their allegiance to the family and contributed to its development. The pieces of the black dragon that Lith had given to the Hydra and her apprentice were necessary to craft their partial core for the first golem. They would start with Raptor and then move to Trouble. Chapter 2003 Partial Cores Part 1 Chapter 2003 Partial Cores Part 1 Lith planned on tapping into the full potential of the corpses, and based on what he had learned from Xenagrosh during his trip in Verendi, the Balor should have been a better vessel for his powers. After all, my 7 eyes come from my evolved human side and Balors are a fallen race of evolved humans, Lith thought while holding a chunk of Sirok's pupil. Even though it's a faint connection, our common origin might allow Trouble's golem to channel at least 3 of my elemental masteries, if not even domination. The mana organ that fueled the dragon eyes, bloodline ability had disappeared with the Sirok's death, but the physical organ was still a powerful medium to focus eye-related bloodline abilities. After each one of the 8 awakened had taken their position and conjured their respective forge, they received their copy of the Fury from Solus. During the first part of the crafting process, the Forgemastering tools would be used as energy sources, converting the world energy into mana. Floria and Quilla had borrowed a block of purified adamant from Orion, while Falul had provided Freya and Protector with their own. Thank you, Lith. You have no idea how much this means to me, Solus said via their mind link while giving him a loving smile from behind the mouth. Her forge was smaller than the others, but also way more powerful. Falul wasn't the only one who had gifted him Davros for his wedding. Sinmara and Surtur had contributed with a couple of ingots each. Tyrus hadn't been invited to the wedding, but she still had sent him 2 more Davros ingots as a thank you for helping her son, Dalgus. Lith had purified the gifts with his origin flames and added them to the Davros he already had, fusing the ingots into a small anvil that Solus was about to use as her forge. No, thank you, Solus, he replied. You have dedicated your whole life to me, following me at every step of my journey, no matter the sacrifices and pain it brought you. Even after recovering your human body, you always put me first, worrying more about my life than about making one of your own. As I told you yesterday, we are in this together. That Davros is as much mine as yours. The anvil greatly increased both soulless, magical, and mental strength. The purified adamant forges that the other members of the group used drew and focused the flow of the surrounding world energy, creating a mass of energy similar to a mana core. Only Solus and Falul had one made of purified Davros, and its effects went beyond Lith's wildest expectations. The metal drew, focused, and amplified the flow of world energy, sucking in more until the Davros shone like a star even to the naked eye. Unlike the adamant, the Davros was also capable of splitting the world energy into its 7 components, making it easy even for a beginner Forgemaster to amplify the effects of a specific element during their crafts. Many Forgemasters had studied the phenomenon, drawing comparisons between the purified Davros and the elemental crystals, but only a few had understood its link with the white core. What made the magical metal so outstanding was not only its nigh-zero mana resistance, but also its ability to switch between matter and energy, just like an awakened needed to do in order to achieve the white core. Solus hammered the anvil, producing a silvery sound that resembled more the tinkling of crystal glasses than the clash between hard metals. The delicate clang was music to Solus' ears. It triggered countless memories of the time she had spent with her mother, Riffa Menadian. They were just shards, single images frozen in time without context. In some of them, the first ruler of the flames had a stern expression, probably while explaining a forgemastering technique to her daughter. In others, Riffa seemed happy, while in a few she was furious. Solus had no idea what any of those images meant, yet she loved them all, even those where Elfin and Riffa seemed ready to jump at each other's throat. No matter what happened back then, now this is the only way I have to see my mother's face, Solus thought while small tears streamed down her eyes. I can see how she looked like when she was happy, sad, or angry. I can see how similar yet different we were. Most of all, I can remember how much she loved and cared for me. At the same time, Solus, mana flowed inside the Davros that amplified it tenfold, making up for her weak core. Thanks to the combined effect of the anvil, the tower, the pieces of Menadian set that she had recovered, Solus' magical prowess reached a level between the bright blue and the deep violet. Once everyone's forge and fury were nearly overloaded, Solus activated the first forgemastering circle she had prepared. It channeled the power of the mana geyser below the tower, focusing on Raptor's adamant body as much world energy as it could handle and sending the rest into the forges. Lith, Freya, and Falul each refined their respective ingredient before weaving their portion of the power core. They flooded the piece of the black dragon's body with their mana, reigniting and amplifying its magical properties. The chunks of flesh quickly turned into ash that was carefully collected, while their mystical essence coalesced into a pseudo-core that the Forgemaster would use as a scaffold for the outer layers of runes. The key phase to creating a complex power core required the mage to remove specific runes from every pseudo-core, so that the incomplete cores would fill each other's empty spots akin to the pieces of a puzzle. Sharing the same runes created a bond between the otherwise incompatible pseudo-cores, and allowed their energy to become highly compressed, stabilizing the resulting partial core. The final product would still have several missing runes, otherwise assembling the partial cores into a power core would have been impossible. Lith and those who had learned awakened forgemastery from him used his necro-forge technique. It consisted in crafting one whole pseudo-core at a time, and then removing the runes needed to create the bond with the next pseudo-core. It was quite a complex procedure because it required the mage to break down the sphere of mana into runes, destabilize it on purpose, conjure another pseudo-core, rinse and repeat. Keeping the partial core stable became increasingly harder the more layers it had. The bond between pseudo-cores created by the shared runes only reduced the repulsive effect between the different kinds of energy, while the still empty slots were like holes in a dam. With each pseudo-core they added, the internal pressure built up, forcing the Forgemasters to increase the external pressure with their mana in order to keep the partial core from falling apart. Solus, instead, due to her weak core, preferred to use Lith's Bloom Forge technique. She had weaved her partial core whole in one go instead of one pseudo-core at a time. To do that, Solus had focused solely on the number and position of runes that each pseudo-core needed in order to merge with the others. Chapter 2004, Partial Cores, Part 2. Chapter 2004, Partial Cores, Part 2. It was something that she could achieve only thanks to her eidetic memory and her mastery over controlling several different spells at the same time. On the other hand, her creation was far from finished. To keep the partial core stable despite the interferences between the single pseudo-cores, the partial core she had created had been imbued with as little energy as possible. Solus now had to slowly pour mana into the partial core, making sure that it was distributed evenly between the single pseudo-cores, while also keeping the increasing repulsive effects between them in check as well. Necroforge was simpler to use, but could only be used by a powerful Forgemaster. Bloomforge, instead, relied on finesse and precision to achieve the same results, but with twice the effort. What the fuck? Solus allowed herself a moment of distraction to point at Lith what was happening on the other side of the room. Falul knew about the Eyes of Menadian and had no intention of sharing with Lith and Solus the techniques of her bloodline legacy. Yet even without them, her ability as a Forgemaster left them in awe. The Hydra weaved the pseudo-cores in the form of string of runes as if they were simple spells, removing what she didn't need during the final step. By keeping the pseudo-cores in such a form, their energy was spread thin, and the repulsive effects between them kept to a minimum. Freya used a similar approach, but compared to Falul her movements were clumsy, and more than one string of runes faded due to a single moment of distraction, forcing her to waste time and mana to weave them again from scratch. The method required less focus compared to Bloomforge and less power than Necroforge, but it also required surgical precision and great spatial awareness. The runes had to be kept in a delicate balance that Falul adjusted every time she added a new pseudo-core. The position of every single rune in the 3 dimensions had to be kept in line with those of the pseudo-core it belonged to, and with those it would become a part of. Her method looked simple at first, but after a few minutes the air above Falul's head was filled with so many runes that even Solus had trouble recognizing the single strings and visualizing how they needed to be folded to become pseudo-cores. If not for Freya performing it as well, I would think this technique is something exclusive to the 7 heads of the Hydras. Lith thought. Any chance you can record it with the Eyes to study it later? Way ahead of you, Solus replied. The problem is that it's not even a technique, it's something you already achieved the day Falul explained us the secret of awakened Forgemastery. Yet dismantling and rearranging one single core like you did is a cakewalk. Doing it with so many cores at the same time while also destabilizing them on purpose gives me a headache just thinking about it. They would have loved to keep admiring the Hydra at work, but even those brief moments of distraction had slowed down their own work and compromised the integrity of their respective partial cores. My eyes are down here, Falul said with a chuckle after noticing their gaze. A final wave of her hand made the multiple strings of runes form a golden sphere. Each enchantment departed from the runes it had in common with the others, so that while forming their respective pseudo-core, the different strings would naturally rearrange themselves to minimize the repulsive effects. That's amazing, Lith thought. She used Necroforge in a way that allowed her final product to find the same perfect disposition of the runes that Solus will obtain with Bloomforge. Less gawking, more working, Solus warned him as his partial core started to crumble. Lith inwardly cursed at his stupidity and hurried to fix the mess he had made. Once he was done, he could afford to look at how the others were faring. Floria and Quilla had almost completed their part as well. Tista had stored inside the mouth the spells that formed her pseudo-cores and had used the artifact to weave them in her place. This way, she had been able to focus solely on merging them and keeping them stable. As for Protector, he was the oldest of Falul's disciples and had Lith's memories, yet he was also the one with less experience with power cores, so he was lagging behind the others. He carefully weaved every single layer of runes, making sure that the partial core was stable before moving on to the next. The Erna's girls had helped their father to enchant every piece of the War series and were familiar with the process instead. Are you ready for Phase 2? Solus asked once all the partial cores were done and stable. Give me a second. Tista conjured a small array that kept the fruit of her work in stasis while she changed the spells recorded inside the mouth. Falul, how come you didn't use the hands to cast arrays and make your job easier like Salark suggested? Quilla asked. For the same reason Solus didn't either, the Hydra replied. The hands can conjure arrays on their own, but only those attuned to one specific element. The mouth, instead, can conjure any kind of array, but it drains the mana of its wielder. Yeah, if I use the mouth, I would have lacked the mana to craft my partial core and keep the Forgemastering circle we are all using active at the same time. Solus pointed at the magical formation around them. It compressed huge amounts of world energy for each one of them in order to boost their abilities and create boundaries that kept the different partial cores from clashing with each other. Without it, 8 mages conjuring such powerful and unstable spells inside a confined place would have had disastrous consequences. "Okay, I'm done," Tista said, using invigoration to regain her strength. The members of the group picked up their respective fury, using its most basic enchantment to replace their energy signature with Lith's again. Once their mana flow matched, Solus put the partial cores in stasis. Then she removed the boundary array and brought the partial cores close to each other before activating the confinement formation. "Phase 2 is a go," she said as she dispelled the stasis fields. The new array gave Lith full awareness of the position of every rune of every partial core, as if he had crafted them all himself. Also, it allowed him to manipulate them freely and kept them stable while he made any change that he saw fit. Once he was sure that everything was in order and no other correction was needed, Lith had the partial cores converge into a single spot. First, he arranged them so that their matching pieces would fit together like a puzzle, and then he merged them into the power core. Even with the synergy between the partial cores, the repulsive effect between them was still overwhelming, and their collective energy mass dwarfed Lith's core. It would have been an impossible situation, if not for the mouth of Menadian, that Solus used to switch the confinement formation with the light cocoon array. Chapter 2005 Memory Crystals, Part 1. Chapter 2005 Memory Crystals, Part 1. The second array stored inside Solus, Mouth of Menadian acted as an external circuit that sapped the excess energy of the partial cores. The temporarily weakened fragments managed to match with the others, forming a perfect sphere. While Solus and Lith worked on the power core, the others used Menadian's mana well technique to strengthen the light cocoon array. With each blow of the hammer, their mana passed from the fury into their forge, which stored and amplified the mana by mixing it with the flow of world energy that the magical metal constantly drew in. A second strike of the hammer would recover the amplified energy and change its signature into Lith's. Once a fury was close to being overloaded, its wielder imbued the accumulated mana inside the cocoon, bringing the power core one step closer to completion. The partial cores slowly fused into a single energy mass, where countless strings of runes completed each other and flowed in unison, like musicians who played different instruments to form the same melody. Once the power core became stable, the light cocoon array returned the stolen energy, making the sphere grow to the size of a bull. Yet it was too big even for the Vagrash's corpse to contain, so they had to compress the power core until it was reduced to the size of a bowling ball. "I don't know about you guys, but I've already used invigoration several times," Quilla said amid pants. "Can we take a break?" "I wish," Lith replied. "That array and my focus are the only things that keep the power core together. Even if you rest, Solus and I can't afford it. Holding so many enchantments in place drains me by the second. I can't wait hours." "What about putting it in stasis like we did before?" Protector asked. "Doesn't work like that." Falul shook her head. "The partial cores were stable enough to be controlled by just willpower. If we put the power core in a stasis array, once it's dispelled, the residual energy would mess with the light cocoon array and boom." "Out of curiosity, how does Orion manage to craft pieces like war without invigoration?" the Hydra asked. "He always uses pseudo-cores, not power cores for that," Fluria replied. "When I helped him craft something with a power core, however, I noticed that he uses 3 arrays at a time. One to fill the vessel with world energy, one to keep the power core stable, and another of which I failed to understand the purpose." "Couldn't you study them?" Lith clicked his tongue in disapproval. "First, Dad never lets me get near anything but the basic Forgemastering circle. Second, I'm too busy pumping the world energy he needs to pay it attention. Third, I'm not going to steal from my father." Her tone didn't leave space for arguing, so Lith raised his hands in apology. "Okay, use invigoration one more time and then we'll move on to the final phase," Solus said. Once everyone signaled her to be ready, Solus dispelled the light cocoon array, redirecting the world energy that had been fueling it into the golem. Then, she and Tista combined their mouths to conjure a series of concentric arrays. In its broken state, the tower couldn't handle the full power of the mana geyser. The arrays gathered the excess energy around the Forgemasters, boosting their recovery abilities. All of those present had reached at least the bright blue core, developing vortexes in their bodies. The thick layer of world energy that the mouths had conjured would be quickly absorbed during the rest of the Forge Mastering procedure, and reduce the frequency with which they would need to use invigoration. On top of that, Solus and Falul used the hands to channel part of the excess world energy into the forges, always keeping them filled to the brim in order to accelerate their mana amplification ability. "I'm not going to lie, I'm happy that the master got his hands on the mouth," Falul said with a tinge of envy in her voice. "If we ever fight one of his goons, I call dibs of the first mouth we retrieve." Even a hydra with 7 heads couldn't achieve what Solus and Tista had done with the mouth of Menadian. "I make no promises, now less yammering and more hammering," Lith said while he started to use the mana well technique as well. With each strike of the Fury, the power core seeped a bit inside the adamant-coated corpse of the Vagrash. The 2 bundles of energy clashed, creating bumps and indentures in the power core. Usually, Lith would have been forced to stop and fix it, but this time he could share his twin forge technique with 7 powerful mages. The Forge Mastering method combined a mind link, the schematics of the core shared by the tower's library, and the fact that they all had the same energy signature to create a hive mind. It allowed the 8 awakened to assist each other and combine their strength when necessary. The moment an imperfection appeared in the power core, Twin Forge would highlight it to the nearest person, splitting the work evenly. Each member of the group knew what they had to focus on and ignored the rest. By working in unison, the time needed to restore the shape of the power core before dealing the next hit was reduced to barely more than 1 second. On top of that, the mind link allowed them to coordinate their movements, waiting for the moment when all the copies of the Fury were almost overloaded, and pouring their mana against the Forge Mastering circle at the same moment. The mystical runes covering the golem and the mana circulatory system facilitated the process, allowing the mana from the power core and the world energy from the corpse to freely flow into each other. It also caused an amplification effect that made the power core grow in size and power, making it harder to both fix the newly formed imperfections and to further the merging process. Yet thanks to Twin Forge, the 8 awakened worked as one, and after being amplified by the mana well technique, the collective might of their mana cores outclassed the power cores by a wide margin. "The merging has reached the point of no return," Solus warned the others as half of the power core had disappeared under the adamant. "Time for Phase 4. The arrays changed again. Now instead of pushing the core inside the artifact, the magical formation slowed the process. Now that the power core had bonded with the mana circulatory system, the resistance it encountered had almost disappeared. On the other hand, however, imperfections would still continue to form until the end of the process, but now the Forgemasters couldn't see the part of the power core hidden inside the golem. The magic Lith had imbued the construct with blinded their mystical senses, and using invigoration would have required physical contact. Too bad that stepping inside the Forgemastering circle would have dispelled its energy in the form of a massive explosion. The only solution was to rotate the power core so as to leave exposed 1/2 at a time, and fix them both before continuing the merging process. Chapter 2006 Memory Crystals, Part 2. Chapter 2006 Memory Crystals, Part 2. Without the new array, the mana circulatory system would have drawn the power core inside the golem faster than the awakened could fix it. Best case scenario, the golem would work just fine, but the residual imperfections in the core would slow down the activation of its spells. Worst case scenario, one or more of the enchantments wouldn't work at all, and those that did would be defective. Every time the group hammered at the Forgemastering circle surrounding Raptor, it produced a blinding flash of white light, and the power core seeped a bit more into the adamant. Soon there was just a little bit of the sphere still visible from the outside, and fixing the mistakes took longer while the energy reserves of the members of the group were nearing the bottom. The silver lining was that at that point the energy signatures of the power core and the golem were nigh identical. It reduced both the number of clashes between them and the number of imperfections they caused. Once the power core completely merged with the adamant, the runes comprising the Forgemastering circle left the ground, closing in to Raptor. The residual world energy the runes contained was compressed into a blue sphere that enveloped the power core. It created the mana pathways that would keep the core's energy from dispersing and brought it exactly at the center of the mana circulatory system. Lith had placed it exactly where the mana core of the Vagrash once had been, hoping that it would enhance the performance of the golem. "Is it done?" Tista asked, using a wave of the hand to remove the sweat from her eyes. "Almost," Lith half panted and half said. "There's still the final step." He took a few deep breaths with demon grasp to return to his peak condition, but after using it so many times, he recovered barely 60% of his mana. "Damn it, I might have overestimated our forces," Lith thought. "Raptor is supposed to be the easy one, yet we are already spent." "It was our first attempt at using the mouth and the fury with the others. Cut ourselves some slack," Solus replied. "Stop doing that, it's creepy," Protector said after noticing Solus, eyes going black and Lith's going golden. "Sorry, but I can't afford to keep you guys in the loop with a mind link. I need all the energy I can muster, or everything we have just done will be for naught." Lith took a white crystal the size of a coconut out of his pocket dimension. "Luckily, spirit crystals are the easiest to make." His words were welcomed by a choir of booing. Spirit crystals were actually the hardest to make, just not for him. Lith had developed Demon Grasp by learning how to remove Maugur's life force from the world energy and replace it with his own. It was something that only he could do thanks to his spirit eye. By using the same method, he could also transform a white crystal into a spirit crystal. A normal awakened, instead, had to inject their own spirit magic inside a crystal until every bit of world energy was replaced by their mana. It was a long and tedious process that usually required days, since white crystals were the purest form of coalesced world energy. Their mana capacity was above that of a violet core of the same size. While people like Falul needed a stasis field just to afford a bathroom break, Lith left the elemental energy inside of the crystal, replacing solely the spark of Maugur's essence with his own in less than half an hour. "Now comes the hard part, turning a spirit crystal into a memory crystal. Wish me luck," he said. "How does that work exactly?" Falul asked. "Sorry, secret of the trade," Lith shrugged. "I promised the other archmages of Gianni's research group that I wouldn't share it." "Not even with me," Tista said. "I'm your first apprentice and your older sister." "Of course I'll share it with you, Tista," he replied, making a huge grin appear on her face. "As soon as you either develop your spirit eye or become a forgemaster good enough to make one." Her smile disappeared, replaced by a deep frown and the flip of the bird. "Wait a second," Floria said. "Valoran's spell-hoarding cube doesn't have a spirit crystal." "Yep," Lith nodded. "I need this to be both a spirit and a memory crystal, because otherwise the golems can't use my bloodline abilities." "Then what's the connection between your spirit eye and the memory crystal?" "That I use my eye to cheat my way to success," he replied with a wink. "I'm sorry, but I can't tell you more without disclosing the secret of the technique." Lith sat cross-legged on the floor, breathing slowly to keep Demon Grasp active while his mana mixed with the elemental energy in the crystal. A spirit crystal was simply a mana gemstone that carried enough life essence of a mage to reproduce skills that required life force, be they spirit spells or bloodline abilities. A memory crystal, instead, was capable of storing not only the mana, but also the willpower of its user. They could be used to preserve a mage's legacy, to allow other people to use their spells like Gianni's cards, or to share memories. The principle was simple, at least in theory. All mana crystals above the bright yellow tier could be recharged either by the world energy or by a mage's mana, if one was in a rush. Every mage capable of using Tier 5 spells knew how to imbue their willpower in their mana, but only a few of them were capable of doing the same while recharging a crystal and turning it into a memory crystal. The crystals belonging to orc shamans naturally turned into memory crystals over time simply because their fallen race had the bloodline ability to dominate the crystals, using them as a source of power for their spells instead of their mana core. To do that, an orc shaman had to imbue the world energy inside the crystal with their willpower. Over time, the process would leave behind a faint imprint in the crystal that another shaman could recover if they were skilled and powerful enough. Yet the method that orcs used was highly inefficient. It wasn't something they did on purpose or with method, just a lucky side effect. It took years for a shaman to store even a single spell in the crystal, and few among them lived that long. To make matters worse, their imprint would carry more of their personality than their knowledge. Because of this, when another orc shaman managed to tap into the portion of the gemstone that had been turned into a memory crystal, to access the magical knowledge they had to fight a battle of willpower first. It was the reason many orc shamans became crazy after discovering the hidden power of their crystal. Tapping into many memories also meant clashing with several personalities at the same time. What was left of the previous shamans' minds wasn't enough to replace the current shaman's personality, but it was enough to leave them mentally scarred and fuel their superstition. Chapter 2007 Memory Crystal Part 3 Chapter 2007 Memory Crystal Part 3 Back when Balker had developed memory crystals to guide his thralls, he hadn't had to deal with conflicting willpowers, since what he imbued them with was his own personality. The limit of his memory crystal was that they couldn't be used by other people, and that the knowledge stored inside of them didn't last for long. Balker's method consisted of storing the crystals inside a powerful array that insulated them from the world energy. The gemstones were left with nothing to feed on but the magical formation which was fueled by Balker's mana. The world energy stored inside the crystals would be slowly replaced by his spell that was imbued with his willpower, grudge, and anger, turning them into memory crystals. The problem with this method was that once the crystals were removed from the arrays, the natural flow of world energy would be restored, flushing the mana out. It was the reason Balker's attacks on the kingdom, and his undead couldn't last more than 3 days. It was still a perfect method to craft a powerful and loyal undead army, but pointless to anyone but him. People like Gianni would have been unable to trigger his mana, and even if they did, they would have been flooded by Balker's stored emotions, ending up brainwashed or dead. Lith had found the solution to both problems by studying of the Origin Flames flasks and the Orc Shaman's crystal-bearing Vaster's device. From the former, the research team had learned how to create an enchantment capable of storing 2 imprints in parallel. The method allowed the willpower of the maker of the Origin Flames to be retained without interfering with that of the buyer. To achieve this effect, solely the inner half of the crystal flask had to be imbued with willpower from the caster, leaving the other half free to host the willpower of the buyer thanks to a special insulant placed in between the layers. Much to no one's surprise, the insulant required was Darwin. Placing the Darwin's gel in the flask was easy since each flask actually consisted of 2 opportunely shaped crystals fused together. Using such a method to reproduce the spell Hoarding Cube was impossible, though. To hold both spells and willpower, the crystal needed all of its power, and cutting a gemstone into 2 would also have its effectiveness. It was the cube's role to bear the layer of Darwin and allow the willpower of its wielder and that of the spells casters to interact safely. Yet it would still be useless if not for the Orc Shaman's crystal that Lith had stolen during his boot camp. Thanks to Vaster's device and the notes left from the late Manohar, the Archmages had discovered the secret to crafting a perfect memory crystal. By tracking the mana imbued by the shamans over the centuries, the device had allowed the Archmages to find anomalies in the crystals, and only after a careful study had they understood the significance of the phenomenon. Injecting willpower into a crystal like the shamans did, or using both mana and willpower like Balker were both highly inefficient methods due to the dynamic equilibrium that the world energy inside the crystal reached with the external one. Without constant injections of mana and willpower, it took years for a crystal to retain even a shred of its user's personality, simply because their essence would be scattered throughout the crystal, and the stored mana would last for a short time. To make the effect permanent, the mana imbued with willpower had to become an integral part of the crystal's structure. After all, mana crystals were world energy that had taken physical form after being subjected to high pressure for a long time. Aside from the fact that mana held the life force of its owner, instead of Magus, the 2 forms of energy were identical. Vaster's device had shown the Archmages how to recognize the areas of a crystals that were still sensible to growth after being mined, and that could accept their mana. Once it crystallized, the mana would retain the willpower and spells of its owner without being affected by the constant flow of world energy through the gemstone. On top of that, once the stored spell was spent, the memory crystal would be capable of storing a new spell from a different person, since the crystallized mana formation would have lost its initial imprint. The only thing that the research group had failed to uncover was how Tyrus had managed to have the same crystal hold multiple spells from different people at the same time. For his spirit memory, Crystal Lith had no use for the Darwin since spirit crystals wouldn't answer to anyone but their maker, but he still had to permanently add his mana to the crystal's lattice. After turning the world energy inside the gemstone into his own mana thanks to his spirit eye, the task was even easier. He only had to fight the pressure of the world energy coming from the outside and make sure that it didn't seep inside the crystal before he was done. The spirit magic that painted the crystal emerald answered his will like an extension of his body, helping demons grasp to find the areas of the crystals with enough natural imperfections. It was there that Lith would increase the density of his mana until it crystallized, filling the holes and reshaping the lattice into a perfect form. This way he would not only be capable of indefinitely storing his personality and spells, but he would also improve the crystal's quality. Solus joined him, using their mind link, and the fact that their energy signature was the same to pour her mana as well inside the right areas of the gemstone, increasing the pressure and accelerating the crystallization process. Yet it still took them several hours. It took a mana geyser centuries to condense the world energy into a crystal, but luckily, they didn't have to create one from scratch. They just had to use the already existing crystal lattice as a scaffold and fill the blanks. The process required unrelenting focus rather than raw power. The mana had to be focused on the imperfections, and Lith and Solus had to keep the pressure high enough to make it slowly condense. The alterations they caused were so small that they were invisible to the naked eye, and even to a breathing technique. Without Vaster's device, they would have never discovered the anomalies in the Orc's crystal, and without Bulker's knowledge of memory crystals, they would have never understood their significance. After staring at Lith and Solus with life vision for a while, and failing to understand what was happening, the others got bored. They walked out of the forge, leaving a note where they asked Lith to call them before he completed the golem. Watching a couple of mages grunting and staring at a crystal was as interesting as watching the paint dry. If the process to create a spirit memory crystal is so long, and you had no intention to share the details with us from the beginning, why didn't you do it before the forge-mastering process? Protector asked, once Lith had recalled them to the forge. I would have loved to, but sadly a spirit crystal has to be attached to an artifact right after it's crafted. Chapter 2008, Memory Crystal, Part 4. Chapter 2008, Memory Crystal, Part 4. I already tried storing a spirit crystal inside my pocket dimension and using it at a later time. The moment you take the spirit crystal out, the sudden flood of world energy turns it back into a white crystal, ruining your work. Lith replied. What? The Skull said in amazement. He's right, Falul said. To create a spirit crystal, you have to use your mana to perfectly insulate it from the world energy. The power of our cores is abysmal compared to the world energy surrounding us. While a spirit crystal is inside a dimensional amulet, the void keeps it stable, but once outside, the world energy enters it faster than you can insulate it. Why not create the spirit crystal, turn it into a memory crystal, store it, and then imbue it with spirit magic again? Tista asked. With your spirit eye it wouldn't take you long and you could rest. Because I've learned from experience that if the energy of the spirit crystal is the same used to imbue it with spells, the final result is much better, Lith replied. It creates a synergy that allows the spirit magic to recharge the spells without my help. I think it depends on the fact that the willpower currently in the spirit crystal is aware of the nature of the magic I stored and knows how it works. Lucky bastard, Falul grumbled. I bet that you would have never discovered all this without Salark's creation magic. You bet, Lith nodded. I could afford countless experiments on the complexity of the power cores for my golems and how they interacted with memory crystals crafted with different methods, solely thanks to Grandma's help. Otherwise, I would have run out of materials before discovering anything worthwhile, and it would have taken me years to achieve so much. Even the tower takes a long time to turn violet crystals into white. Lith put the spirit memory crystal in the cavity in the Vagrash's abdomen where once his mana core had been. The metal closed itself around the crystal, letting their respective energy mix and flow into each other. Lith's insulating layer was broken, but thanks to the imprint, Raptor turned the world energy it absorbed into his mana. Lith kept checking on the gemstone with demon grasp until he was sure that its spirit magic wouldn't dissipate, and that the knowledge stored inside the crystal was spreading throughout the mana circulatory system. Oh shit! Suddenly, the massive figure of the golem lost its balance, collapsing to the ground and forcing Lith to dodge. The limbs of the construct moved in a frenzy, lacking coordination. The head turned left and right, opening its maw at unnatural angles while producing a screeching metal sound that resembled a cry of agony. I thought you said this was different from creating life. Tista felt her heart tighten at the sight of the creature's distress. I can assure you that it's not alive, Lith said. Then why is it in so much pain and wiggles around like a toppled insect? Protector asked, as the scene reminded him of his prey right before he dealt them the killing blow. "Are you sure this isn't forbidden magic and you just got yourself a child?" "Oh gods," Lith sighed in frustration. "Think about this rationally. The crystal holds part of my memories and habits. I have little experience walking on all fours and I've never inhabited a metal body. You can consider the crystal as a brain that has been transplanted into a new body and is getting accustomed to it. As simple as that." After a few seconds, the Vagrash stopped shaking on its back and turned on its side. Then, it put the 4 legs on the floor, trying and failing to keep its balance several times. The golem behaved like a baby learning how to crawl, but its learning rate was much faster. It took it less than a minute to stand up properly, and just a bit more to move around without faltering. "What's your name?" Lith asked, and the golem turned toward him, opening its mouth to answer. Yet no sound came out but a metallic growl. Following its master's habits, the creature had attempted to modulate the air through the vocal cords, but the Emperor Beast's body lacked the ability to form words. Ra, the emerald energy of the memory crystal, spread throughout the adamant body, triggering the white crystals etched on its surface in order to weave a Tier 0 air magic spell. "Ra, Rop," the golem stuttered, his voice going from loud to a whisper as it learned how to both produce sounds and regulate the output. "Raptor, my name is Raptor," it said while looking at Lith and ignoring everyone else. "What are my orders?" "Get accustomed to this body. You need to learn how to run, fly, and use every single enchantment I've imbued you with," Lith said, and the golem nodded. "Go to the training grounds and make sure you hurt no one. Return to your recharge pod the moment your energy reaches 10%. Once you are fully charged, resume training until you gain full mastery over your abilities." "Acknowledged." Raptor flexed its tail on the way out, its movements more lithe and less awkward with each step it took. "Is it me or is that thing creepy as fuck?" Floria said. "It shows no expression and no emotion, even its voice is flat." "It's intentional," Lith said. "This way it's clear that Raptor is no living being and arises no sympathy. That might work if you only plan on using them on the battlefield, but if you keep the golems at home, they will scare the children to death. We know what a construct is, whereas Aaron and Lyria will only see a huge kitty," Tista said. "We'll think about that later," Solus replied. "I'm exhausted and tomorrow we have to work on Trouble. We'd better go get some rest." The group groaned, but with the War of the Griffins ongoing, time was of the essence. Also, even though Lith hadn't disclosed all the details of his procedure, had Falul still learned a few things by watching him work. Her hope was to find a way to do with her heads what Lith did with his eyes. As for the others, they had never even dreamed of such a high-level forge-mastering procedure. What Lith had shared with them would strengthen their magical foundations in the months to come. On top of that, the invigorating effects of the tower coupled with the practice of crafting partial cores had allowed them to put their skills to the test and discover their current limits. The procedure required them to keep a constant, powerful output of mana and a fine control over the runes while never losing their focus. Those were the 3 key aspects of magic that people with a bright blue core needed to master in order to reach the violet. They already knew about body casting, but they had no idea how to perform it. The forge-mastering process held no clue about the secret of the violet core, but it stressed out the branches of magic they were lacking in. Chapter 2009 Red Sun, Part 1. Chapter 2009 Red Sun, Part 1. "See you tomorrow," Freya sighed. "If Raptor is supposed the easy one, I don't want even to imagine what you have in mind for Trouble." "Lith, do you mind coming with Kami to the tower to rest?" Solus asked. "If I take one step outside, I'll fade away and I don't feel like staying alone today." "Sure, be right back." Lith could sense and see how worn out she was. Solus had used the hands, eyes, and mouth of Menadian during the whole procedure, and was now paying the price for it. Even with the power coming from the mana geyser, both the tower and her core were still too weak to bear the burden of conjuring the 3 artifacts at the same time, but she had done it for him nonetheless. The moment Lith warped out of the forge, even though he had used his own mana, the distance between them was enough to weaken Solus so much that her body crumbled, and she was forced to turn into her wisp form. "Shit, let's hope that by tomorrow morning I'll be all right. Lith sacrificed part of his honeymoon for me, and I don't want to be a burden for him anymore." While she waited, Solus felt the tower trembling from the strain. She let the wisp fade into nothingness in order to save as much strength as she could until Lith's return. Just until a few years ago, being without a body had been perfectly normal for her. For over 10 years, she had been forced to be just a stone ring on Lith's finger and had considered it everything that life had to offer her. After staying in the desert for so long, always keeping her human form except for short intervals, even the thought of going back to such a condition made every second of wait feel like hours. Space. Gorgon Empire, Red Emperor Academy. After the first term's exams were over, Kelia Sunbury walked through the stone hallways of the academy with her head high, proud of her achievement. Even though she had enrolled a few weeks later compared to the other students, and was 1 year older than them, she had caught up with the rest of the class in less than a month and come on top of them all. It had taken her to sacrifice her social life and study 24/7, using invigoration to make up for the lack of sleep, and resetting its effects solely when her focus started to slip. She had practiced magic for just a few months, but her grades at the academy were so good that her professors had already proposed to her to skip to the second year. She had aced both the written and practical tests, ranking first in all disciplines. People pointed at Kelia as she walked, either gawking at her score or dying of envy because of her record. It was the first time in the history of the academy that a commoner had achieved the S rank from the first year. She replied to the scorn of the nobles with a huge grin, waving the middle finger to them in greeting. "Enjoy it while you can, Sunbury," Velma Rauner said. "This is just the first trimester and lots of things can happen until the end of the year." She belonged to one of the most important magical bloodlines of the Empire. The Rauner household had never lost its fief thanks to the family always having at least one powerful mage per generation. It was a feat that in the Empire, where noble titles didn't exist anymore and political power couldn't be passed down unless the heir of the household possessed enough magical prowess as well, was considered a myth. "Can you speak up? I can't hear you from up here. How's the weather down at the A rank?" Kelia didn't even bother turning around, nor did she stop walking. "Laugh all you want, jackass. It doesn't change the fact that you are alone and no one likes you. You'd better watch your back," Velma said, her face red in embarrassment. Her family had high hopes for her. Even though she was over 12 years old, her eyes already shone with bright cyan light. She had worked hard to master the basics of chore magic, and everyone thought she might be the next magic empress. Yet her reign as the first of her year had lasted a bit more than a month. Velma had studied magic since she was 6 years old, but no matter how much she practiced or how expensive the tutors her family provided her with were, the gap with Kelia only grew larger by the day. Dusk had the wisdom of centuries, and the subjects of the first year were so simple to him that he didn't hesitate to give Kelia all the pointers she needed during class. Then, once they were back into her room, he would explain the lessons again from an awakened perspective, teaching her how to convert fake spells into true magic and vice versa. Thanks to their mind link, explanations that would require hours of listening and demonstrations took merely a few minutes. The Red Sun would just share with her his memories, giving Kelia the opportunity to experience firsthand how she should make her mana flow. When even that wasn't enough, she just had to give him control of her body for a while and let Dusk cast the spells for her. On top of that, even though most of the other students had a much stronger core than her, they still needed to rest, losing hours that Kelia spent practicing. "I can't believe that the academy is so easy," Kelia inwardly gloated. "If it keeps like this, the next year we might skip to the third if not straight to the fourth year." Thanks to the time they spent together and the master-disciple relationship that they had established, Kelia had long forgotten about Dusk's deception to force her to bond with him. Just like Lith with Solus, she considered now the Red Sun an integral part of her and had a hard time using I instead of we whenever she spoke. "I can't believe that you are acting this dumb despite my warnings," Dusk replied. "What Valeria said is true. We are alone here and every other student is gunning for us. First, her name is Velma. I'm beginning to think that bonding to a lick might have long-term side effects since you can't remember a name for your life. Second, so what? You don't need to sleep and can watch my back 24/7. They can't catch me by surprise. End of the story." "That's true, but aside from that there's not much I can do to protect you while my power's still sealed," he replied. "This is still the first year and your ranking is temporary. Students can target you. Professors can try and ruin your score. On top of that, there's always the possibility that by showing so much talent, you might draw the wrong kind of attention." "What do you mean?" Kelia asked. "A nameless commoner admitted with an S rank off the bat, who also aces all of her exams, is bound to arise suspicion." Chapter 2010 Red Sun, Part 2. Chapter 2010 Red Sun, Part 2. If a good diagnostician takes a look at us, they might discover my existence. It's the reason I wanted you to keep a low profile and rank no higher than A. The Red Sun couldn't help but worry. All the all-nighters in the world couldn't help Kellia's core refinement. She was now on the verge of green, but even to achieve the deep cyan it would take her at least a year, and that without considering the many impurities that were still left. She had barely survived the transition to the green core and needed time to strengthen her body enough to withstand the next breakthrough. To make matters worse, even if dusk helped her to reach quickly the deep cyan, her physical strength wouldn't change much. A hit to the head, a well-placed spell, or even a powerful poison would have been more than she could handle, forcing the horseman to reveal his presence to save her life. Yet what worried him the most wasn't to blow his cover, but imprisonment. If their bond was discovered and Kayla captured, they would live the rest of her life in captivity. Best-case scenario, people would force her to become their puppet. Worst-case scenario, they would extort the secret of awakening from her with any means necessary. The regenerative abilities that Dusk bestowed upon Kellia would turn from a blessing into a curse, allowing her captors to be as creative as they could in their interrogation methods. "Stop being a sourpuss," Kellia inwardly laughed at his worries. "I crawled in the dirt all my life. Now that I have power, real power, I can't stand hiding in the shadows like a rat. On top of that, once I skip to the second year, my rank will become official, and the Empire will take good care of me. You know the law, harming an S-rank mage in any way is high treason. We just need to study a bit more, and then I can have those stuck-up brats flogged whenever I feel like it." Kayla could already picture herself being crowned as the Red Emperor of the first year, the Empire's equivalent of the pins that Lith had received as a student of the White Griffin. The title would not only grant her the highest honors, but also turn her into a living national treasure that would be treated no different from a princess. "A bit of study my ass," Dusk replied. "You are overworking yourself. You are progressing too fast, and with the little rest that you allow yourself, your body is always bordering on exhaustion. You don't have the energy to fight in the case something happens." "Nothing will happen. This is an academy, one of the safest places in the Empire," Kellia said. "As for my body, I promise to take a nap from time to time. You do the rest." They spent the rest of the evening and night studying. Kellia took breaks solely to eat, bathe, and use the bathroom. After suffering from malnutrition for most of her life, she treated the Academy's canteen like a temple. She always ate slowly, savoring every single mouthful and trying all kinds of food. If she liked one, she asked for seconds, otherwise she tried another, but only after cleaning her plate. Even if it didn't suit her taste, the Academy's food was still a bliss compared to the scraps she was used to collecting from the dumpsters. The idea of wasting a hot meal was unbearable to her, even now that Kellia could eat to her heart's content. Sometimes she even cried when finding a particularly tasty dish. It garnered endless mockery from her peers and compassion from the kitchen staff. They would take note of her liking and make sure to prepare those dishes during the weekend. Most of the students left the academy to return to their families, but Kellia had none. With the canteen almost empty, the cooks made sure to take care of her the only way they could. Kellia had also discovered her love for cleanliness and hot water. She was too proud to admit it, but for someone who had grown alone, a bath was the closest thing to a warm embrace that she had ever received. During those times, she allowed herself to dream about being the heir of a powerful magical bloodline who had been kidnapped as a child. That somewhere, her parents were still looking out for her, never giving up on their beloved daughter. In those dreams, one day her parents would hear about her achievements, and she would finally be reunited with them. Then, the bath ended and Kellia shrugged it off as a childish delusion. The next morning, after racking 100 points in a single lesson, Kellia was summoned to the headmaster's office. "I wonder what Pylika wants," Kellia thought. "I already told her that I'm willing to skip a year and I've been in no fights this week. We have nothing to talk about." "Maybe you should have kept your mouth shut and been content with 50 points, Dusk scolded her. "The greater expectations people have on you, the greater your burden. They think you are a genius when you are anything but. If they pressure you into taking the exam for the second year now, you are done for. If you pass it, to catch up with your new classes, you won't have the time to practice accumulation and your core will stagnate. With a deep green core, not only is Tier 3 magic your limit, but you are also much weaker than the other students of the first year, let alone the second. With so little magical power, even if you use invigoration, you'll barely reach the B rank. If you don't pass the exam instead, your S rank will be reevaluated. Either way, everything you have worked hard on until now will be lost. Swallow your pride for once and bide your time, kid. Kelia usually ignored the Red Son's unsolicited advice and mocked him for his paranoia, but this time there was no quip or bravado that made his points any less accurate. Her throat was parched and her back covered in a cold sweat when she knocked on the headmaster's door. "Come on in." For the first time since Kelia had enrolled in the Red Emperor Academy, the friendly voice of Pylika Ashreen didn't bring her any joy. She walked through the door, her feet as heavy as her heart, reaching the headmaster's desk that was covered with orderly piles of paperwork as usual. "Good morning, Miss Sunbury." Ashreen gave the youth a warm smile that brought out the green of her eyes and the dimples on her cheeks. "Once again, you've made our academy proud." It was unusual for an archmage to greet a student first, but being an S rank, Kelia enjoyed a special treatment. "Thanks, headmaster, but please call me Kelia," she replied while giving the older woman a deep bow. "Only if you call me Pylika." Ashreen stood up and shook Kelia's hand. The young girl forgot all about her worries and returned the smile from the bottom of her heart. The red-haired archmage had been in Kelia's corner since the admission test and was the closest thing to a motherly figure she had ever had. Chapter 2011 Red Sun, Part 3. Chapter 2011 Red Sun, Part 3. "Okay, Pylika," Kelia said while Dusk checked the room with life vision. Every time they had come to the headmaster's office, he had noticed that its magical aura increased by leaps and bounds. There were several incomplete forgemastering arrays that had no reason to be there and whose purpose he failed to understand. The most peculiar thing about them was that their energy seeped into the adjacent rooms over time, and soon would have reached the other floors as well. "Whatever this is, it requires a power core bigger than I've ever seen. It's like a beating heart that branches into veins and arteries," the horseman thought. To what end, though? He was unaware that after witnessing the true power of the Griffin Kingdom's academies during Nalar's attack, the Empress had relentlessly worked to recreate them in the Empire. "To what do I owe the pleasure of your summon?" his host asked. "Oh dear, stop being so modest," the headmaster chuckled. "With your admission score, the first exam rank, and all the points that you have been hoarding, it was only a matter of time before you caught the eye of our beloved Empress." She expected her student to brim with joy and enthusiasm, but instead Kelia turned pale and froze, as if she had just been notified a death in her family. "The Empress," she echoed. "Yes, of course. I brought you to her attention every time I wrote a report, and now she's eager to meet you." "Calm down," Dusk said via their mind link. "Nothing is lost yet. We have the time to prepare a cloaking device that will hide my presence." "Why didn't we craft that before my enrollment?" She managed to telepathically curse and thank him at the same time. "Are you kidding me? You are not supposed to know Tier 3 magic, let alone forgemastering. How could we have possibly explained the presence of an artifact with a mana crystal? If anyone noticed it, you would have raised all kinds of red flags. Now, however, we have no choice but to risk it. I told you countless times to not push your luck, but you always refused to listen." "This is wonderful news. When is the Magic Empress going to bless us with her presence?" Kelia felt the sting of his words and regained her composure. "Right now," a second voice said from behind. The warp gate of the academy opened, and Milia Jennings came out of it. Her bright violet aura alone was enough to freeze a lesser mage, but that day the Empress wore her formal attire. The white armor changed its color every time the power of an element surged and dwarfed the others. The white sword hung on her hip was a masterpiece of magic that seemed to cut the air in its wake even while it was still sheathed. The crown on Milia's head was made in pure Davros and bore 6 elemental crystals. According to the legends, the artifact symbolized the power of the Emperor over both people and magic, but Dusk knew it was actually a tool to learn domination. A secret that even he had failed to grasp and coveted dearly. Yet his greed was dwarfed by his worst fear coming true. "Change of plans?" The horseman gritted Kelia's teeth in frustration. "Don't let her touch you, she's an awakened." "It's an honor to meet you." Kayla took a step back and fell onto her right knee, putting as much distance from Milia as she could and not giving her any pretext to get close. "At ease, child," the Empress said while looking at her inquisitively. "Headmaster, did you add etiquette classes to the first year?" "No, my liege, why do you ask?" Ashreen said. "Then how does a commoner know the formal greeting of the Imperial Palace?" Milia pointed at the youth kneeling, while the headmaster had simply given the Empress a bow to keep the meeting friendly. "I learned it from a book," Kelia rushed to say. "Really?" Milia sounded amused. With all the amazing things you have achieved in a few months, you even had the time to waste reading books about the imperial court on the off chance we met. Either you are a monster, or the academy has become too easy. Unlike Lith, Kelia had no noble friend like Lark who could have taught her good manner or lent her tomes before her enrollment. She had no plausible excuse for her perfect manners. It's not easy at all, Kelia bid her time while Dusk racked his brain. I've always dreamed to meet you, so I prepared accordingly. How very convenient, Kelia Sunbury, or should I say Kelia from Gima? A wave of the Empress' hand conjured a series of powerful arrays that surrounded the youth, locking her in place. Kelia fell on all fours due to a gravity field that made it hard for her even to breathe, barely mustering the strength to raise her head and look at the Empress in surprise. My liege, why are you doing that to our precious student? Ashrin was outraged, but she didn't dare move against the Empress. Technically, she's not a student of the Red Emperor Academy, Milia replied. Kelia Sunbury doesn't exist. She enrolled under a false name, and everything this girl ever told you is a lie, assuming she is even a girl. A flick of her finger and the light from the innermost array seeped inside Kelia's body. It entered in the space right above her navel, where the mana core was. From there, it spread throughout her body, following and revealing her mana flow. I knew it. Only an awakened could achieve so much in. Milia's voice died in her throat when the light reached Kayla's chest. The power from the array accumulated around Dusk's crystal, making it visible to the naked eye. The spell was supposed to trap and identify an awakened without the need to touch them by revealing their mana flow. Yet in Kelia's case, it also exposed her bond with the horseman. What a cunning woman, Dusk said in amazement. She unwittingly developed a method that recognizes awakened, horsemen, and even our chosen. Who cares? How do we get out of here? Kelia quickly fell into a panic. I have no clue. I warned you not to draw so much attention. I'm sorry, Dusk, I should have listened to you. I promise that from now on I'll always follow your advice. Just save me. Don't worry, kid. I'll find a way. The horseman was actually much less confident than he sounded. The Empress was a violet cord, awakened of unknown power, while he was still sealed. Sunbury, you must be the host of the Red Sun, then. Milia pensively tormented her own lower lip. Night is in Thrud's hands, and the last time I checked, Dawn was bonded to a ranger. A horseman snuck inside my academy, the headmaster said in outrage. The disgusted gaze she threw at Kelia, and the many spells that formed around her hands, made the young girl lose hope. Even if Dusk saves me, my career as a mage is over, and so is my comfortable life in the academy. Chapter 2012 Red Sun, Part 4. Chapter 2012 Red Sun, Part 4. I'll become a wanted criminal, and I'll be forced to hide in the wilds until I reach the violet. No more food, no more relaxing baths. I'll spend the next decade on the run like an animal. Gods, I'm so stupid. I ruined everything, Kelia thought. Dusk had no time to console her. He had already taken over her body and was weaving a spirit warp, hoping Kelia's mana would suffice. Her bathing naps weren't enough to reset invigoration's effects, and she hadn't slept in nearly a month. Even if we make the warp, she'll faint from mana abuse. With my energy, I can at most make her float. If the Empress has a way to follow us, A sealed space spell crushed his plans. Not so fast. Milia had devised her true vision array to have similar effects to her breathing technique without the need for physical contact. The moment the horseman had started weaving his spirit spell, she had recognized and countered it. It's not dragon eyes, but it's a start, she thought. Calm down, Dusk, the Empress said after the young girl had stopped struggling. With Thrud at my borders and Night by her side, I can't afford to make an enemy of Baba Yaga. I came here hoping to find a fellow awakened, but I could use your help just as well. Let's have a talk. A talk? The headmaster looked at Milia as if she had gone crazy. You don't bargain with cursed artifacts. They are monsters born of forbidden magic whose only aim is to conquer or destroy anything that lives. If that thing really is Dusk, we must destroy it. I'm not a thing, nor am I Dusk, Kayla yelled in outrage. I mean, I share my body with him, but I'm not his slave. I'm his partner. True sight revealed Milia that the girl was telling the truth. For some reason, the horseman was diminished, and he was no threat to her. Even better, the Empress nodded. Headmaster Ashrin, everything you've seen and heard so far is a state secret. Divulging any of it will be considered an act of high treason. Am I clear? Yes, Your Majesty. Pylika had no idea what was happening, but her loyalty to the Empire superseded her doubts. Meanwhile, Dusk tried and failed to contact Baba Yaga. The sealed space cut him off even from the bond that the Red Mother shared with all of her firstborns. The bad news is that we are on our own, kid. The good news is that the sealed space works in our favor. As long as we are trapped in here, the Empress can't conjure more power against us. I can get us free anytime you want, he said via their mind link. Free to go where? Kelia replied with a dejected voice. Even without the sealed space, we have no chance to beat the Empress. Let's hear her out first. I've made a lot of research about you, Kelia. Milia took some folders out of her dimensional pocket, handing one to the headmaster and another to the trapped girl. You were born a little more than 13 years ago. Father unknown and your mother sold you to her dealer in exchange for a dose. Little did she know that it was one of our undercover agents. You were born in withdrawal, and it cost the Empire a pretty coin to heal you up. The headmaster gasped, reading the horror story that Kayla's life had been after being sent to the orphanage for the not magically gifted. As for the girl, the gravity was gone, but she still couldn't muster the strength to get up. Discovering the truth about her origins shattered what little dreams she had left, and learning how many people knew about what was going on in the orphanage, without moving a finger to stop it, made her want to puke. After your escape, you've been living on the street for years as a street urchin. I can't even start to imagine how bad your life must have been, nor how you must feel knowing that you are going to spend the rest of your life in captivity. A snap of her fingers released the sealed space, and the other erased but the true vision. I'd rather die than live like an animal again. Mad with grief and fury, Kayla conjured both her Davros armor, Scorpion, and her twin blades, Firebrand. Every single piece of her equipment was blood red, bearing the enchantments that Baba Yaga had weaved for her. Magnificent! Milia opened her eyes wide in surprise and clapped her hands as true vision gave her a deep scan of the artifacts. Those are not the weapons that Dusk favors, and your childish threat proves that you really are in control of your body. If he really has changed his ways, then all the more reasons to have you by my side. Wait, what? Dusk and Kelia said in unison, giving the headmaster the creeps. You heard me? Milia nodded. After all, I came here for an awakened, and I found one. I have nothing to gain by killing you, and you have nothing to lose by listening to my offer. I'd say it's a win-win situation. What do you want from me? Kelia let Dusk in one more time, letting him use her core to weave the best spells he could use. If I have to die, I'll go down fighting, she thought. Many things, starting with you completing your education, Milia said, making the headmaster plunge on her chair and Kelia fall on her ass, if not for the red sun being in control. Do you want me to keep a cursed object here? Ashrine's voice was hoarse from disbelief. It's not a request, it's an order, the Empress replied, her aura crushing the headmaster with the same ease it had done the same to the young girl. And it's not a cursed object, but a girl we are talking about. A girl who has access to the wisdom, the knowledge, and even the equipment of one of the legendary horsemen of Baba Yaga. Would you really turn down the opportunity to nurture someone like her into an archmage? Ashrine remained silent as she considered how great the power of the Red Sun was and what the Empire would achieve by having an immortal warrior in its ranks. When the War of the Griffins had started, the Empress had believed to have the opportunity to expand her territories. Her arch-generals had agreed with her and launched a full-scale invasion of the Griffin Kingdom. Alas, they had been wrong. The combined power of the Mad Queen and the corpse had killed thousands of their mages and cost them countless artifacts. The Empire's borders had never been so weak in centuries, and the only reason the kingdom had yet to launch a counterattack was that the war with Thrude consumed all of their available resources. The truce the royals had established with the Mad Queen applied solely when the kingdom was in danger. Now, however, Thrude's army had gained over 30 awakened divine beasts never seen before, and with their help, she was close to conquering the north. Chapter 2013, The Price of Change, Part 1. Chapter 2013, The Price of Change, Part 1. Once Belias fell into Thrude's hands, the Empire would have to deal with the divine beasts on a daily basis. The Mad Queen had made no mystery of her intention to restore the kingdom's borders to the position they had been after Valoran. In other words, she meant to invade the Empire, and once she got past the natural barrier of the mountain range, nothing would stand in the way of her troops. The Empress was trying to recruit as many fays and beasts as possible, offering equal rights for their kind, but very few had answered her call. Thrude's deal was better since she also offered them awakening and full disclosure of the secret of the Violet Core. The only reason they had yet to join her army, and the Mad Queen still lacked the numbers to start another campaign against the Gorgon Empire, was that awakened creatures didn't trust her. The royals had spread the news of the unwavering loyalty array far and wide, so there was no telling if those who fought under Thrud's banner did it out of their free will. Awakened feared the possibility that going to the Golden Griffin to accept her offer and gain the knowledge they sought would also mean being doomed to a lifetime of slavery. The Awakened of the Empire, unaffiliated with the Council, preferred to bide their time and keep an eye on the situation while using their peers of the kingdom as guinea pigs. If the war ended in Thrud's favor, they planned to sneak past the borders and check whether her followers had truly regained their freedom or not. If she lost, instead, it would mean that what she had to offer didn't amount to much, after all. The kingdom has gained a lot by bringing Verhin into their fold, Milia thought. He became an archmage at 18 and single-handedly destroyed 2 lost cities, something unprecedented. Taking one of them down usually requires decades of preparation and the intervention of the council or a guardian. I checked Ligain's records about Menadian's desperation, and his relationship with Solus is no different from that between a horseman and their host. If Dusk really cares about this girl, then with his help Kelia can reach even greater heights. While Solus's worth lay on the tower's slow recovery, Dusk's current limits actually play in my favor. Even without his steed, the Red Sun holds more knowledge than an entire academy, but to make use of it he needs the proper facilities, something that only I can provide him. I'll make Verhin regret refusing to join the Empire after he ran away from the kingdom. He said that I'm too weak to guarantee him the safety he requires for his family, and sadly, he's right. The Empire has no guardian-crafted relics of the caliber of the royal fortress armor, but with Kelia's help and Dusk's masteries of 3 of the strongest bloodline abilities, things will change. The Empire would indeed gain a lot if we were to become an archmage at your service. Dusk spoke from Kelia's mouth since he was still in control. Yet survival in exchange for our servitude is not worth it. Why should we accept your deal? There's nothing in it for us. Don't put words in my mouth, horseman. Milia shook her head. I never mentioned servitude. If you become my ally, Kelia, you'll simply be on probation for the duration of your studies at the Red Emperor Academy. You'll experience how the Empire will treat you were you to become an official, and I'll make sure that you are not just Dusk's puppet. Once you reach the 4th year, I'll start to assign you field missions to evaluate your skills and let you gain practical experience. If by the end of the academy we are both satisfied, we'll renegotiate the terms of your service. If not, we'll simply part ways. I don't plan on killing you just because of Dusk's crimes or out of fear of what you might do. You have my word. Kelia and Dusk pondered her words, seeing how the deal actually benefited them both. Let me get this straight. Kelia pushed the horseman back enough to speak for herself. If everything goes well, you get yourself an archmage and a horseman while all I get is to stay in the academy. Of course not, Milia said with a chuckle. To develop your mind and body to their full potential, you need a position, status, and safety. It's the only way to avoid harassment and give you a taste of what I have to offer. If you say yes, I'm going to adopt you. You what? Kelia and Dusk said in unison. Think about it. You are a genius student with no family, and I still have no heir. It only makes sense that I look after such a promising youth. My name alone will ensure that the rest of your stay in the academy will be uneventful. It will also give me the excuse to summon you to the Imperial Palace when I need to assign you missions, and also provide you with a plausible explanation for your abilities. With me by your side, you'll never need to hold back or hide in the shadows. Once you grow up, you won't become my servant but my right hand. Your authority will be second only to mine, and in time, you might as well take my place as Magic Empress. Our country is in dire need of Awakened if we want to survive the incoming storm. Alone, I stand no chance against it, just like you are nothing if left to fend for yourself in a world filled with people who only want to use you. We need each other. Milia offered Kelia her hand and waited. The young woman discussed her options with Dusk for a while before shaking it. Space. Griffin Kingdom, city of Valoran, right after the meeting with the royals. With the War of the Griffins taking a turn for the worse and Thrud having almost conquered half the kingdom, the royals wasted no time. As soon as they got back from their meeting with Lith, the internal negotiations for his return started even though it was still the dead of the night. The Mage Association drooled not only at Lith's offer to teach them how to switch elements, but also at his blueprint for the amulets network that already was called the Web. Great and small academies would greatly benefit just from not having to print hundreds of textbooks every year, and have those in their libraries changed every time there was a major breakthrough. Libraries needed to purchase multiple copies of the same book, but they were never enough. Students would often have to wait their turn to borrow the most useful tomes, and it would always raise the tension among youths, especially during the exams period. Thanks to Lith's web, instead, textbooks and library books would be converted into a digital format. The students would be capable of accessing them at any time without waiting for a tome to be returned. The web would allow the academies to save hundreds of gold coins every year and invest them into their research departments or teaching equipment. Chapter 2014 The Price of Change, Part 2. Chapter 2014 The Price of Change, Part 2. The Royal Army, instead, was in love with the whole package. Switching spells meant doubling the offensive and defensive power of their troops. If the same principle could be applied to alchemical tools, even the prowess of regular soldiers would greatly increase. The web had for the army the same allure it had for the association. It would save the army the money for the paper and would be a great teaching tool. Yet what really captured their interest were the trains. Public transportation is great, but what if we created something smaller and better armored with the same power core that's supposed to fuel a train? General Burian said. Regular soldiers would be able to soar the skies and rain death upon our enemies. We'd be the first country on Magus with an aerial fleet, and ever since the advent of magic, those who control the sky control the ground as well. Unless the other countries develop a similar technology on their own, we'd be unstoppable. Yet the enthusiasm of every single faction was doused by the sour notes that Lith's demands were. Public apologies for what had happened to Raz, the protection of his family, equal rights for all intelligent creatures in the eyes of the law, and Camilla's reinstatement as a royal constable were the hardest to swallow. The royals did many things, but they never apologized. It would have set a dangerous precedent. Protecting Lith's family would now take a lot of resources. People were still scared at the idea of having beasts as their neighbors, and everyone knew that Lith was Tiamat. Every member of his family was likely to be harassed, and their family's business boycotted out of prejudice. Writing a law and putting it into practice every day were two completely different things. Lith had demanded equal rights for fays and emperor beasts, because he knew that it was only a matter of time before someone understood that Tista was the Red Demon. Then it might be Aaron's, Lyria's, or even his little sister's turn to awaken. Instead of making each one of them an exception, it was much better to make them the rule so that even Protector S. and Marth's kids would be safe. Last, but not least, no one wanted an oath-breaker upholding the law. Even saying it out loud sounded ridiculous, hypocritical, and foolish. Any decent lawyer only had to remind the court of Camilla's past to make whatever evidence she presented irrelevant. Are we sure that we want our children to grow up with monsters in disguise as their playmates? Archmage Lemma, headmaster of the Fire Griffin, said. What will we tell to a parent after their child dies of a playful bite? I have nothing against the other races, but beasts are much stronger than us, while plants have regenerative abilities we lack. If they start living in human cities, people are bound to be afraid. We should create special residential districts and schools for them. This is the greatest load of bullshit I've ever heard. Marth jumped on his feet in outrage. I married a dryad and she's never hurt me. Back when I was a student of the White Griffin, I befriended emperor beasts and plants like all of my peers. The same happens in the 6 great academies since their foundation. If you had bothered to check the statistics, the number of incidents per year is abysmal. On top of that, most of the conflicts happen because the students provoke the inhabitants of the forest by treating them, as you proposed, as monsters. Headmaster Marth, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I think your perspective is skewed by your personal choices. General Setha said, Your spouse is not human and your child is a half-breed. You won't refer to children like animals in my presence. The queen slammed her fist on the table, cutting her short. I mean a hybrid, Setha continued. Headmaster Marth's heart is in a good place, but he isn't seeing the bigger picture. Headmaster Lemma's proposal is the most reasonable, if not the only choice we have. I'm not saying we should keep the other races restricted forever, just until people get used to them and they learn how to follow the rules of human society. Are you saying that you want to treat the other races as the mages were before Valoran? The king's voice was neutral, but his words struck like a hammer nonetheless. In the past, having magical talent meant to be either worshipped or persecuted. People were afraid of the mages, power, and blamed them for everything bad that happened. The nobles had exploited that fear to deny mages any political career and keep them at the fringes of society. If not for Valoran enlisting them in his army and promising them equal rights, the Griffin Kingdom would have never been born. Garland would still be like Verendi, and archmages would carry empty titles with no right to own land. I agree with Marth, Marchioness de Star said. The idea of special districts and schools is idiotic. The people of the desert coexist with magical beasts and plant folk for centuries. The awakened council thrived right under our noses for millennia thanks to their differences, not despite them. We can't ask someone to risk their lives for us if they have to beware friendly fire as much as the enemy. It would just be a temporary solution, Archmage Lemma said. Slow and steady wins the race. And loses the war, Archon Ernest said with a scoff. It took Thrud, 2 years to assemble an army comprised of members from all races, months to conquer half the kingdom and the hearts of its inhabitants, be they humans or not. Yet here we are, wasting time with proposals of keeping our allies in dignified prisons and of treating them as second-class citizens. If we want to beat Thrud, we must be like her. Efficient, organized, and rewarding solely on merit. Verhin is a divine beast, yet until Meln ratted him out, we all would have thrown our daughters at him. Marth's wife is a regular presence at the court, and she's never been a source of embarrassment, unlike some entitled human brats like my own son, Chilean. We need to stop being afraid of our potential allies and worry about what would happen if they join Thrud's side, because they realize that we are offering them nothing. I agree with Archon Ernest, King Meron said. We have stalled the reform of the academy system for decades, and what have we got to show for that? Countless mages deserted the kingdom, and Balker killed thousands of innocents for his revenge. I'm not going to repeat the mistake of my predecessor. I say we take our chances and grant civil rights to the other races. What about Constable Yavel? General Setha asked. She's a Verhin now, so she'll get a full pardon as well, Silpha said, her glare nipping in the bud any objection those present had. Archon Ernest has already agreed to take Constable Yavel under her wing. Archon Ernest will control the information that passes through Yavel's hands and make sure that her work is above all suspicion. The idea of Camilla becoming a constable in name only quelled the fears of nobles and mages alike. Chapter 2015 Switching Roles, Part 1. Chapter 2015 Switching Roles, Part 1. Worst-case scenario, Gianni would take the fall for Camilla's failure as a constable, and the other noble households would use it to undermine the Erna's authority. All in favor to accept the deal with Verhin, the king said while raising his hand. The motion was unanimously approved. A future where beasts lived next door was scary for most of the members of the royal court, and so was the idea of allowing oathbreakers to join one of the highest institutions of the country. Yet a hypothetical scary future was nothing compared to their dreadful present. If the Mad Queen won the war, their fiefs would be reduced to the few meters their bodies would take after being buried. If something remained of them, of course. Space. Blood Desert, Heavenly Plume Palace, a few days later. The deal had been approved in the space of a few hours, but writing down its terms so that neither side could find loopholes required a bit more time. Lith received a long parchment almost a week after his wedding and brought it to Salark immediately. He had plenty of law books in Saluspedia, but he lacked the finesse and expertise to spot hidden traps. Life vision was useless against the constant references to clauses and legal precedents, while Solus, eidetic memory, didn't help her decipher the convoluted jargon. They stored the parchment in the tower's library, so that Camilla and the Overlord could also instantly read the contents of the treaty. By the Great Mother, this does it? Salark literally flared up in anger, emitting a burst of white flames from her hands that would have turned her desk, and the mountain of paperwork on it ablaze if not for the magical protections. The Guardian of War was a creature of action, and her temper had ruined hours of her hard work one time too many to use a regular desk. Gods, how can the royals be so stupid? Lith said with a snarl. They should have known that I would ask for your help before agreeing to anything, yet they dared to try and screw with me. I'm sorry, babe. Maybe if we call Gianni. That's not the problem, Salark cut Camilla short. Everything is in order. The treaty is a confused, messed-up jungle of words, but there's everything they promised you. Nothing more and nothing less. Remember my words, Featherling. The more corrupt a country is, the more numerous the laws. That's why in the desert you can list them all on a single piece of paper. Then what pissed you off, Grandma? Camilla asked. She felt awkward calling like that a woman that looked like her younger sister. But the last time she had called the Guardian by one of her titles, Salark had pretended to not hear one word she said. The library did. I just went through almost 100 pages in the blink of an eye. If I had something similar, I would need minutes to administer my country instead of hours. With that scream, I meant that I've finally made up my mind. I'm going to make myself a damn tower. Then, her eyes fell on the pile of documents she still had to revise, and the new ones that were being carried by her attendants by the second. The simple justice system of the desert worked thanks to Salark reading the mind of the suspects to discover whether they were actually guilty or not. It saved the constables a lot of time and took a lot of her own. If and when I have the time, Salark added with a sigh. Don't worry, Grandma. As long as we are here, you can use ours. A snap of Solus' fingers stored the mountain of paperwork in the library, giving Salark relief and Lith and Solus a massive headache. Thanks, Pumpkin. The Guardian patted Solus' head while using chore water magic to write dozens of documents at the same time. Lith signed the treaty, and after giving the Overlord, his thanks went to return the document to the royal valet that was still waiting in front of the warp gate. One more thing. Salark stopped them right before they closed the door. Lith, you can stay here until they summon you via the council amulet, but Camilla is going back to work in 2 days. No way. Lith dismissed the matter with a wave of his hand. She's not going anywhere until I return as well. I'm not trusting the royals with my wife after the massive screw-up with Morn. Your wife is actually here and would like to make her own decision. Camilla cut him off by putting her hand on his mouth. Stop talking about me like I'm not in the room. I'm not a child, and it's demeaning. But Kami, I'm only thinking about your safety. If the royals get their hands on you, they might use you as a leash to keep me in line. I can't risk losing you again. It'd kill me, Lith said. Nothing is going to happen to me, my love. She took his face between her hands, caressing it gently before giving him a short kiss. If I thought my job might ruin our happiness, I would never. Stop giving me diabetes and interrupting my work. Salark warped them to their living quarters, where they could continue their discussion without distracting her. She was no gossip lover, but even watching paint dry was better than dealing with paperwork. Why am I still here? Solus asked after noticing to having been left behind. I was about to ask you the same thing. Another flick of Salark's hand and the door slammed shut, leaving Solus even more flabbergasted. Are you seriously thinking of going back to the Griffin Kingdom without me? Lith asked, without bothering to hide how hurt and worried he was. Now that they were alone, he could allow himself to be weak. Yes, she nodded, because I love you. What do you mean? I know that the royals or someone in the court might try something funny, but that's all more the reason for me to play along. Once your whole family goes back to the Lucia, there's no telling if with the excuse of protecting them the members of the Queen's court don't actually keep them hostages, Camilla replied. On top of that, even if the crown upholds its word, the citizens of the kingdom might react badly to our presence. You are still considered an oath breaker and a monster who controls the dead. People will assume that your parents and siblings are the same. I still remember vividly how your fellow citizens of Lucia, people who owe you everything they have, reacted to your display of power. Imagine how those who only know you by name and rumors might react when Alina walks along the streets, when Renaa works in her shop, or when Aaron plays with the other kids. No matter how powerful you are, you can't follow everyone at the same time. Your family is big, and once your baby sister is born, it's going to grow even bigger. This way, we are putting only one person in danger, me. Chapter 2016 Switching Roles, Part 2. Chapter 2016 Switching Roles, Part 2. We can use this as an opportunity to test the waters before moving back to Lucia. I'm as weak as your mother, but at least I'll have Gianni with me. If push comes to shove, you'll only have to rescue me, Camilla said. Her plan was perfect. It would test the goodwill of the royals, check if there were traitors among the nobles, and even worked as a test run for the hazing that the Verhins should be expecting upon their return. It was the kind of plan that Lith would have devised if he didn't care one bit about Camilla, turning her into a bait. I'm not going to use you like a disposable tool. Lith closed into her, hugging her tightly. His wings popped out of his back, wrapping around her in an attempt to protect Camilla from the rest of Magur. You are my light in the darkness, my beating heart. I'm not going to lie, you gave me the strength to overcome one of my darkest moments and the wall that kept me from reaching the violet, but you are weak. I can afford to go back to the kingdom on my own because I'm strong. Between my nature as a divine beast and my magic, it takes a lot to harm me, let alone capture me. You instead can easily die even by the hand of a human. I appreciate your thoughtfulness, but the answer is no. I won't let you out of my sight at least until after I receive the title of Magus. After the ceremony, I'll already have a good grasp of the situation, and we can decide if it's safe enough for you as well. I wasn't asking for your permission, I was only sharing my decision with you. Camilla pushed him away, taking a step back as anger flushed her cheeks. I know that I'm weak compared to you, but that's the exact reason I must go first. If it's you, they'll prepare something terrible. Something that might kill you in the case capturing you should prove to be impossible. I have no value as a corpse. If there's a traitor among the army or if the royals are planning to double-cross you, they'll have to take me alive. It will both give you the time to prepare instead of falling into a trap and to rescue me. I may be taking a big risk, but you going to war is no cakewalk either. I'll face weak enemies because I'm weak just like you'll face divine beasts, immortal awakened, and the gods know what else. How is it any less dangerous? She stared him in the eyes, her gaze as cold as her voice. It's not, but I can take care of myself. And so do I, Camilla yelled. Even after we broke up, I kept working as a constable and faced the worst scum of Magur. When the war started, I visited the front and kept doing my job even without the protection of the almighty Archmage Verhin, and guess what? I'm still alive. Neither Meln's undead nor Thrud's goon managed to get past the kingdom's security. Why should this be any different? Because now you are not just my ex, you are my wife. Lith's voice rose as well in anger, his violet aura spreading throughout the room. On top of that, back then you had someone you could trust. The kingdom had your back, whereas now everyone is our enemy. Why is everything always about you, and who do you think you are to make decisions for me? The aura didn't bother Camilla as she glared at him without taking a single step back. Because I'm the one they want, and I'm playing this game from the day I was born, Lith replied in anger. You have no idea of how stupid all this conversation sounds. Then what's the point of you asking the royals to give me back my job? She poked at his chest. I understand that you are scared and just want to protect me, but this is too much. I'm not a damn pet that you can keep under your wing or locked inside your tower out of fear. I'm a grown-ass woman, and I deserve to live my life however I want. If you don't understand this, it's your problem, not mine. I asked them to make you a constable again because I know how much your career matters to you and how hard you worked for it. Yet the plan was for you to get reinstated after the end of the war, not now. Lith replied. Also, I'm not doing it out of fear. It's just a precaution. I'm only asking you to wait until we understand how much we can trust the royals. Let me get this straight. You know better, you are the only one who is allowed to risk his life, and my opinion doesn't matter at all. Her rage simmered into scorn. The fact that I'm not an awakened doesn't make me your puppet. How can you say that? Lith felt his rationality slipping. I've always valued your opinions and sought your advice before making an important decision. Kami has never been so stubborn. Why does she refuse to see the truth? He thought in annoyance. If you value my opinion only when I agree with you, then you don't value it at all, she replied. I refuse to stay cooped up in the desert while you risk your life. We're in this together, and I'm going to pull my weight, whether you like it or not. Lith has always been stubborn, but this borders on idiocy. How can he not see that I'm just trying to help? She thought. Well, if this is what you think of me, then our marriage has been a huge mistake, he said in anger. I don't need another liability. At those words, Camilla blinked several times, taking a step back as if he had just slapped her. It took her a few seconds to regain her balance and use the pain to further fuel her anger. Calling this a mistake is an understatement. I can't believe I threw my life in the gutter for a pompous, ungrateful asshole. You know what? You are right. I should have never come to the desert. You are not worth it. Her rage was cold as his was hot, but no less cruel. Lith faltered, his eyes wide open. If I'm such a disgusting being, then you should leave. Once again, you are right. I should. Too bad that because of you I have nowhere left to go. The kingdom took away everything I had, and I won't stand you robbing me of my freedom. A long silence befell the room while they both planned their next move, trying to find the words that would hurt the other the most. Yet they never spoke them. You are right, and I'm sorry. Lith sighed deeply, sitting on a chair before his strength left him. Meln taking you hostage, the Balker card Zinnia received, everything you and your family went through was because of me. I wish we never met. You'd probably be living a normal, happy life. Chapter 2017 Voidfeather Armor, Part 1. Chapter 2017 Voidfeather Armor, Part 1. Don't you dare say that. Camilla's rage disappeared like snow under the summer sun. Without you, Zinnia would still be blind. She would have never met Zager, and by now Falmug would have beaten her to death while all I could do was grieve her loss. I would still be a low-level bureaucrat with no life, no family, and plenty of regrets. You've done more than putting me into danger, Lith Verhin. You have given me hope, purpose, and a place where I belong. I don't regret for one moment coming to the desert and proposing to you. I'm sorry for what I said. She sat in front of him, taking his face into her hands. And I'm sorry for questioning our marriage first. That was a dick move. Lith took her hands between his, kissing her palms. You can say that, Camilla sighed. Now that we have both calmed down, can you please tell me why you don't trust me? What do you mean? He asked in bewilderment. Lith, I've lost count of the times that you asked me to wait for you while you went risking your life somewhere far away from me. Of the days I spent keeping my communicator close, praying that nothing happened to you. The one time that our roles are reversed, you try to put a leash on my neck and treat me like an idiot. How else am I supposed to explain your behavior if not as a lack of trust in my judgment and capabilities? She asked. That's not true. I shared with you every one of my secrets. I revealed my hybrid nature to you before I told my parents. I literally trusted you with my life until now, and I still do, he replied. Then why can't you trust me with my own? Camilla said, leaving Lith speechless. Because I'm afraid of losing you, he said after a while. And I you, she drew him closer in a tender embrace. Yet I've never let my fear keep you from doing what I know is right. I'm only asking you to do the same. Do I have any chance to convince you to wait until after the Magus ceremony? Lith's shoulders slouched in resignation as he returned the embrace. Nope, Camilla replied, giving him a make-up kiss. Fine, then I guess I have even more work to do. Lith exhaled sharply while extending his hand. I can't let you go alone behind the enemy lines with that old junk you wear. Camilla still used the Scalewalker armor that Lith had gifted her back when he was just her boyfriend. It was made out of orichalcum and grafted with blue mana crystals. It offered better protection than the regular constable uniform, but it was nothing compared to the Voidwalker armor. Lith had developed them after they had broken up, so she had never had the opportunity to receive the upgraded version. Wow, smooth move, Mr. Forgemaster, she chuckled. But it's not enough to get me undressed after such an ugly fight. You need to put way more effort than that and be romantic. Only then did Lith remember that if Camilla took her armor off, she would be stark naked. That's not what I meant, he chuckled as well. Besides, it's too late for angry sex and I'm not in the mood for cuddles. I just want to get you geared up as soon as I can. Oh, really? Camilla replied, making the armor slip off of her body and onto the ground in an orderly pile of metal. I think this is the perfect time for cuddles instead. Otherwise, those mean words will be stuck in our heads for days. She enjoyed seeing his reaction as she sat on his lap. The eyes wide open, his gaze fixed on the lower part of her body, and the amazed expression as if it was their first time. What is that? Lith pointed at the armor laying on the floor. Only then did Camilla notice that the metal was shinier than she remembered it, that the mana crystal had turned into a pristine white, and that her husband's attention had never been focused on her in the first place. Lith Tiamat Verhin, are you telling me that you are more interested in a piece of metal of unknown origin than in me? The coldness had returned to her voice, and her eyes held the promise of an ice age in the case he gave the wrong answer. Shit, Kami uses my full name only when she's pissed off big time. If she added my beast form akin to a second name, I'm in deep trouble. He thought, and he was right. Absolutely not, honey. You know how paranoid I am. I was just worried about your safety. He replied, warping them both to their bedroom and discovering that he had spoken too soon. It wasn't too late. It was still angry sex o'clock. Space. A couple of hours later, Lith recovered Camilla's armor and examined it with invigoration. What the fuck? The design isn't that of a Scalewalker armor, the metal is purified adamant, and the white crystals are the purest I've ever seen, he thought. His regular senses proved to be much more useful than the mystical ones. Due to the unknown cloaking runes of the armor, Lith failed to learn anything about it. Even after calling Solace, he didn't discover much. Her mana sense failed to see past the magical protections, and the eyes of Menadian didn't fare any better. I don't get it, Solace said. How could neither of you notice the disappearance of the Scalewalker armor until now, and where the heck does this thing come from? Kami always wore it in the form of clothes, Lith shrugged. Even when she takes it off, she never had a reason to revert it to its original appearance. As for your second question, I think I know the answer. Since Camilla was still sleeping off her anger, Lith left the armor to Solace for studying it while he went to confirm his suspicions. A steps brought him in front of the door of Salark's office. Knowing how busy the Overlord was, he knocked and waited for a reply. Come on in. Lith walked through the door, finding the Guardian sitting on her chair, while dozens of sheets of paper and streams of ink floated in midair. Salark was using the library to study the documents before signing them, amending those she found lacking, and rewriting from scratch those she didn't like. "What can I do for you, my featherling?" she asked while ordering her attendant to bring her a hearty mid-morning snack. "Did you give Camilla's armor an upgrade?" Lith remembered well how during the day of the first wedding Salark had used rejuvenation on his wife and creation magic on her lucky clothes to make them look brand new. Until that moment, he had never considered that being the clothes stored in the armor, Salark had to have modified it as well. "Yes," she nodded, inviting Lith to join her at the table. "Do you like my void feather armor?" "I find it amazing, but that's beside the point," Lith replied. Chapter 2018 Void Feather Armor, Part 2. Chapter 2018 Void Feather Armor, Part 2. "What I meant was, why did you do that?" It was too early for roasted lamb and potatoes, so Lith only took a cup of tea. "Did you really think that I would officiate your wedding, give your wife the desert citizenship, and yet make the two of you no gift?" Salark said with a scoff, her voice oozing sarcasm. "I thought that letting us stay in your beach house for the honeymoon was the gift, that and the communication amulets you made for us," Lith replied. "Please, I just lent you my house, I didn't give it away. As for the amulets, those were the bare necessary to allow you guys to keep in contact between yourselves and with your friends," the Guardian said. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Because back then you already had too much on your mind," she shrugged. "I wanted you to enjoy our stay as my guest, not to worry about how you could repay me or spend your time studying a trinket. That's why I poured my entire gift into Camilla's armor. This way, even on the off chance something happened, she would have been safe until my arrival, and you would have been able to focus on the threat at hand. I knew how much you care for her, and that sooner or later Camilla would have to leave your side. I gave her the Void Feather armor because I know that by protecting her, I'm also protecting you." "Thank you, Grandma." Lith stood up just to give her a deep bow. "If there's anything I can do for you, just ask." "Silly child." Salark interrupted her meal to warp in front of him and force Lith to stand tall. "That's exactly what I wanted to avoid. You have already blessed me with your trust and your family. Even if that weren't already enough, you have also allowed me to study Menadian's tower and to use its library to fight my most dreaded enemy. Paperwork. We are more than even." "Bullshit," Lith embraced her, being careful about her swollen belly. "We are not even. If you told me earlier, Kami and I wouldn't have gotten this close to getting divorced. You owe me." "Cheeky brat," she chuckled. "It's not my fault if you are a control freak. Try to enjoy these 2 days instead of working yourself to the bone. Once you go back to the kingdom as well, there's no telling when you two will have the opportunity to spend some time together again." Space. Lith followed Salark's advice and returned to the beach house. Camilla and he could use some privacy to give each other a proper goodbye. Unlike during the honeymoon, however, he used invigoration to keep working whenever she was asleep. It was also the only time he and Solus had to study the Void Feather armor with the eyes. "This is odd. I don't remember Kami having the habit to sleep naked," Solus pondered. "She doesn't. She only takes it off because she knows that the more I learn about it, the less I worry about her safety. It's part of our deal. She lets me arm her to the teeth and I don't nag at her," Lith replied. Solus could feel that he was quite on edge. The armor was great, but just like the Fury, it was a Guardian-crafted artifact, not a Guardian-tier artifact. Salark had simply improved the Scalewalker design and upgraded its materials. It would do wonders against non-mages, but it would only buy Camilla time against a truly powerful opponent. Space. "The day has finally come. Are you ready?" Camilla asked. "No," Lith replied. "You don't say?" She laughed at how tense he was about her departure. "I understood you were nervous when you started to sort your socks drawer in chromatic order." "There's anything I can say to change your mind," he said, blushing in embarrassment. "No, you can only wish me good luck." She was now wearing her brand-new constable uniform, standing on her tiptoes to give him a goodbye kiss. "Good luck and call me at the first break you get." "Do you realize that because of the time difference it's probably going to be in the middle of the night?" Camilla asked. "Do you realize that I'm not going to sleep until you get back?" Lith replied. "I don't care if I have to screw up my sleep schedule. I'm willing to live as if I was in the kingdom as well if it means I get to hear from you and welcome you back every day." "Thank you." She gave him a dazzling smile and stepped through the warp gate of the Heavenly Plume Palace. In a single step, she crossed the thousands of kilometers that separated the capital of the desert from that of the kingdom. Archon Gianni Ernest was on the other side, wearing the deep violet uniform that identified her as the highest officer in the room. "Constable Yavel, it's nice to have you back." Her tone was friendly, and her smile warm, whereas the cold glare of the royal guards who stood by either side of the gate seemed to bore holes through Camilla's back. "By the way, is it Constable Verhin now, Yavel Verhin, or what? I never asked you if you decided to take Lith's family name, keep your own, or use them both." "Actually, I decided to use them both." Camilla looked around, noticing that from the valets passing through the corridors to her fellow constables, no one seemed happy to have her back. "The name Yavel might be just something I bought, but it means a lot to me. I'm not going to be just Lith's wife, but also my own person." Those with a high degree of self-control grimaced at her words. "Bullshit," one of the assistants tried and failed to cover her remark with a coughing fit. Camilla and Gianni stiffened at the lack of respect from a subordinate, while the others seemed to find it hilarious. Even the edges of the royal fortress armors were curled up in a smile. "Is anything wrong, Constable Vilka?" Gianni turned around to look the woman in the eyes, her tone still friendly and her smile warm. "No, ma'am," she stood on attention. "Thanks for your concern. It must be the cold that's been going around. I'll see a healer at the end of the shift." Vilka kept a straight face, but the other constables had a hard time suppressing a peal of laughter, sounding like they were choking on something. "It seems it's spreading," Gianni nodded. "You better get rid of that cough by today, because if it happens again tomorrow, I'll have to reassign you all to the front lines." The hilarity disappeared, only to be replaced by renewed spite. Vilka and the other constables glared at Camilla, inwardly cursing her for the unfair treatment that had been bestowed upon her. "My eyes are down here." Gianni snapped her fingers to draw their attention. "I understand that some of you might not be pleased with their current situation, but I have to remind you that Constable Yavel has received a full pardon. She has the right to be here as much as anybody else." Chapter 2019 Triple Threat, Part 1. Chapter 2019 Triple Threat, Part 1. If you are incapable of separating your personal opinion from the law, then you are unfit to be a constable. The next time any of you crosses that line, I'll have your badges. "But Archon Ernest," Vilka said in outrage. "She's an oath breaker. She deserted our country and relinquished her duty when we needed her the most, and for what? To satisfy her lust towards a filthy animal. Someone incapable of controlling their base urges doesn't deserve to be here. A traitor wearing a badge is an insult to all those who sacrificed their lives in order to uphold the law." "Interesting point." Gianni steepled her fingers, drumming them against each other. "You have managed to insult with a single phrase the forefather of the kingdom, Valoran, Archmage Marth, and my own daughter." She used the same tone for the three names, but her brows furrowed when she spoke the last, emphasizing her annoyance. "Valoran, too, betrayed his country to create his own and ended up marrying a griffin. I never realized that he was just a traitorous degenerate. I should probably share this revelation with the royal family who still carries their blood." Gianni's voice oozed sarcasm. "Marth, too, doesn't fare much better since, based on what you say, he likes humping a rose bush." "That's not what I meant." The young constable turned pale and tried to explain her reasons, but Gianni ignored her. "Even if everything you said was true, it doesn't change the fact that Camilla Yavel is here due to a deal bearing the signature of our king and queen. Your open violation of its terms is an act of high treason. If you have any objections to how the crown operates, you are free to bring out the matter during your trial for insubordination." Gianni pointed her middle and forefinger at Vilka, prompting the royal guards to arrest her. They moved in the blink of an eye, locking her arms behind her back and forcing her to kneel as they took away all the magical tools in her possession. The Archon stripped Vilka of her insignia and took her badge before requesting a new aid. The news spread like wildfire, ensuring Gianni that the rest of the officers would keep their eyes low and their mouths shut. During her first day back on the job, Camilla spent most of her time in the office, but her day was far from uneventful and quite unpleasant. Her colleagues moved their desks away from hers and refused to speak with Camilla unless they had to. Even when they did, their voice was filled with spite and they looked at her like someone who should be behind bars. Every time she left her desk, she would find a dead rat in one of its drawers. The first time it happened, she freaked out. The second time, she got angry because no one seemed to have seen anything. After the fourth time, however, sadness and hopelessness replaced rage. When at the end of her shift she walked through the gate of the Heavenly Plume tribe, she found Lith waiting for her as promised. Camilla ran into his arms, falling apart the moment the dimensional passage closed, and she was certain that no one would witness how hurt she was. I knew that only in fairy tales do people gloss over the consequences of what the main characters do out of love, but I still didn't expect the situation to be so bad, she said amid sobs. I dreamed for so long to go back to my job, only to find an alien place filled with people who don't want me to be there. I'm so sorry, babe. Lith held her tight, caressing her shoulders. What do you want to do about it? The only thing I can. I'll do my job. After venting her frustration, she had calmed down. I don't care if they refuse to understand my reasons, that's still my place. I just need to prove to them my worth and that what I did doesn't make me any less good a constable. As long as I work with Gianni, the situation is bearable. They can't even look at me sideways in her presence. She took solace knowing that at least there was still someone on her side. I told you that it was better to wait until the Magus ceremony, Lith sighed. Your colleagues are picking on you because they still consider me a criminal and think that I got away with it. The only reason they hate you is that you chose to stand by my side instead of theirs. Once I get back to the kingdom and take part in the war, however, every one of my successes will smother their rage. The ceremony will also sway the public opinion and make your life easier. I don't think it's so simple, Camilla shook her head. They consider me a freak for marrying a divine beast, and no ceremony can change that. Indeed, but war can, Lith replied. To fight Thrud's army of awakened beasts, the royals are calling to arms all of their allies. Once people meet Falul, once those like me save their skins and houses, they will change their mind. What does Falul has to do with this? She asked. Falul isn't just an emperor beast. She belongs to one of the 4 founding pillars of the kingdom and will join the human frontlines. I wouldn't be surprised if her mother Firwal takes part in the war as well. I'm eager to see if your colleagues will dare badmouth even one of Valoran's teammates. Space. Lith waited for the royal summon, but the Magus ceremony kept to be delayed. Thrud's forces had advanced deep into the kingdom's territory and were now threatening its beating heart. The capital was still safe, but the same couldn't be said about cities like Belias, Vesta, and Prode. Their strategical value was even superior to that of the city of Valoran, and losing even one of them might have sealed the outcome of the war. For the first time since it had been founded, Belias was actually the one of least importance. Its conquest would have left the border of the kingdom exposed to an attack from the Empire, but at least it would be Thrud to have to deal with it. On the other hand, however, reconquering the city would be nigh impossible. On top of that, while people could be evacuated, Belias held countless resources that couldn't be relocated, and that would make the army of the Mad Queen even stronger. Prode was the granary of the kingdom, the city where the food reserves were stockpiled all year round and ready to be sent where needed. Between the famine of the previous year and the fertile land that Thrud had occupied with her opening move, grain had become more valuable than gold. The royals could always pay the troops and for new weapons by accessing the royal treasury, but without food, their armies would starve. Most of the remaining food supplies were in Prode, and if the city fell, the war would end in a matter of days. The only silver lining was that Thrud faced the same issue. Chapter 2020 Triple Threat, Part 2. Chapter 2020 Triple Threat, Part 2. Emperor and divine beasts needed to eat as well, since the unwavering loyalty array granted them nigh immortality, but was helpless against hunger. Both sides knew that the first to strike the food reserves of the others would also be the winner of the war. Vesta, instead, was the main hub of the dimensional gate system, holding the database of the coordinates and passwords for every city gate. Without it, transportation between the cities would be much slower because mages would have to input everything by hand each time. Also, without Vesta, royal override codes would become meaningless, and Thrud would gain full access to the gate network. Even without the passwords, she would be capable of finding the secret bases of the army and the association just by consulting the database of the dimensional coordinates. Back when the horsemen targeted the 3 cities, the royals sent Manohar, Vaster, and the corpse to protect them. Lith thought, with Manohar dead, they'll need me to take his place. He spent his days practicing Demon Grasp to strengthen his mana core, awakening his newly formed vortexes into auxiliary cores, and training together with his demons. Even if one of them managed to grasp the secrets of blade magic, it would have a huge impact on the battlefield. Locrias and Valia couldn't wait for the call to action, whereas Tryon liked living in the desert. There he could spend his free time with his parents and siblings, trying to make up for the many bad things he had said and done. He and Raz were trying to learn chess, playing against each other with so little skill that Solus cringed every time she looked at the board, when Lith felt his consciousness drawn to his communicator. A quick hush spell ensured him that no one would eavesdrop nor disturb the call. Archmage Verhin. King Meron gave him a polite nod with his head. We have upheld our side of the bargain. Your wife is safe and back to her job. Now it's your turn. What can I do for the kingdom, my liege? Now that he was back being a subordinate of the crown, Lith bowed to the king until he gave him permission to stand up. The Mad Queen is knocking at our door, and we need to send her off with extreme prejudice. Meron replied. Are you up to date with the war's development? Yes, my liege. Then there isn't much to say. Thrud is staging a three-pronged attack to force us to spread our resources thin and ensure her army gains a solid foothold in our territories. You are to go to Belias as soon as possible and to coordinate your forces with General Berian. If the city falls, Thrud will gain a bridgehead in the north, and the entire Keller region will quickly follow. If Vesta falls as well, conquering the entire north will be child's play and will lose any chance we have left to win this war, Meron said. Wouldn't it be better to send me to Vesta then? Lith asked. With all due respect, at the moment Belias is of little strategic importance, and the north is but a constant drain for our food supplies. Losing it would leave the nearby territories exposed, but it would also force Thrud to split her attention between the Empire and us. On top of that, until the harvest comes, having more people to feed will weaken her army. You have more than one point, but you are wrong. Meron shook his head. Our intel says that Thrud has already made a deal with the Empire's black market. If she conquers Belias, spirit warps will ensure her a steady supply chain since the smugglers would only have to pass the Empire's defenses. As for splitting her attention, it would mean violating our truce. If we abandon our people just because we lose the city, the morale of the troops will plummet. Thrud always defended our borders, even when Belias was in our hand and we can't be outdone. It would show the citizens who really cares for them and that the current royals cannot be trusted. We would lose our face and the people's trust, something that cannot be easily regained. Last but not least, leaving one of the three cities unprotected would mean allowing Thrud to increase the number of divine beasts assigned to the invading force of the other two. Right now, she has sent about 10 of them to each target, and we want to keep things that way. 10 divine beasts, Lith said in incredulity, suddenly weighing his options. Yes, Meron nodded. It's both a threat and an opportunity. With her generals away, we'll launch a counterattack to the most exposed areas of her territory and reconquest as much fertile land as we can. Wait, I'm strong, but not that much. I can't take on so many enemies alone. That's why you won't be alone, Meron replied. In a battle between Awakened, our regular army would be just a hindrance. You'll have the help of the Mage Association and of a few mercenary beasts who have agreed to join our cause. I'll be honest with you. I sent Vaster to Prode and the corpse to Vesta because my hope was that after spending so much time in Belias, you'd consider it your home and would fight tooth and nail for it. It's disheartening hearing you talk about it merely in terms of numbers. I consider Belias my home, but if its citizens are going to treat me like the colleagues of my wife are treating her, I find it hard giving a damn about them, Lith replied. Ever since Camilla had resumed her work as a constable, her smile was gone, and the rare times it appeared was faint. She rarely spoke about her day and would often space out. Due to the time zones, by the time she arrived everyone was already asleep, and she would leave again before they woke up. Lith and Solus did everything they could to keep her company, but the feeling of isolation she experienced at home as well only made matters worse. I'm aware of Constable Yavel's situation, but there's nothing that can be done about it, the king shrugged. I'm afraid the same might happen to you. It's the reason I want you to take care of Belias. Your reputation as a hero of the North will protect you and allow you to coordinate your actions with the rest of our troops. Anywhere else you are still considered a traitor, and I'm afraid that not even my direct order might be enough once the battle starts. People blame Yavel because of you, and you because of the crimes Meln perpetrated against the kingdom. Belias is your best chance of redemption, Archmage Verhin. If you lose, it will be very hard to clear your name and ensure your family a peaceful life after the war ends. King Meron out. Lith stared at his amulet in disdain, pondering if returning to the kingdom was really a good idea. What do you think, Solus? Even with the hush spell active, she had followed the entire conversation via their mind link. That we have to win this battle, she replied while sitting beside him. Chapter 2021, A Place Called Home, Part 1. Chapter 2021, A Place Called Home, Part 1. I don't have many fond memories of Belias, but you do. Also, Thrude must be stopped. If she learns from Knight Steed how to forge-master portable towers, there will be no place on Magus safe from her. Sure, Grandma can easily slay Thrude and her generals even if they get a tower. But there's only one of her, whereas the troops of the Mad Queen are immortal. They only need one good shot to kill people like Sinmara, and once Grandma will start losing her nest, it would be only a matter of time before the desert starts falling apart. I have already lost my home once. I don't want it to happen ever again. Solus waved at the kids playing nearby the dunes. Then at Tryon and Roz playing their chess game so badly that she was starting to believe that they would screw up even checkers. Lastly, at the tower standing in plain sight without anyone giving a damn about it. Lucia may be your home, but the desert is my birthplace, Solus said. Not only because it's here that I regained my human body, but also because it's the only place where I can freely move around without worrying about my identity. Here I'm not seen as Menadian's heir or a priceless artifact to steal, only as a gorgeous girl. Wow, ego much? Lith chuckled as she swept her hair with a dramatic gesture, and the sunlight reflected on it, creating sparkles of 7 colors. Because I'm worth it, she chuckled as well as the hologram of shampoo appeared on the palm of her hand. Jokes aside, I don't want the war to reach this place no matter the cost. On top of that, we have yet to pay Meln back for everything he did to our friends. By fighting Thrude's forces, we might find a way to infiltrate the Golden Griffin. Once inside, we just have to kill Meln with Baba Yaga's spell to take the threat of more towers off the table. 2 birds with 1 stone. Yeah, it would also be the perfect opportunity to get back in the headmaster's office and study the Academy's power core, Lith said. Without the Golden Griffin, defeating Thrude would be much easier. Don't forget about Dad, Solus pointed at Roz. He needs to get back home or he will never recover. Remember that we are not just fighting for a bunch of assholes. By protecting Belias, we are going to protect everyone we love. Thanks, Solus. I needed to hear it from someone. You are welcome. She leaned her head against his shoulder, enjoying that rare moment of intimacy they were sharing outside the walls of their labs. Space. Since Lith always wore his Voidwalker armor and brought everything he needed inside his pocket dimension, he had no need to prepare for his departure. He spent the time before his summon with Solus and his family. Are you sure you don't want us to go back to Lucia with you? Alina asked. This way we could share with you and Camilla the free time you have and support the 2 of you to the best of our abilities. I wish it was possible, Mom, Lith sighed. Things are being ugly for Kami and there's no telling if Lucia would treat us any better. It's not a problem, I know how to defend myself, she shook her head. I'm sure of it, but what about Dad? What about the baby? Both Alina and Lith instinctively touched her womb, making sure that everything was all right. The stress would do either of them no good, especially Dad. If he witnesses any form of violence, even in self-defense, he might go back into the rabbit hole for the gods know how long. You are right, she said after a brief pause. Your father struggled too much with his recovery to allow some rude jerk to send him back to square one. We'll wait for you here. Please, you two, be careful. Alina held his face between her hands, looking at Lith for a while as the images of the child he had been, the man that he was, and the one she hoped he would become overlapped in her mind. She let him go after a brief embrace, and then Alina caressed Solus' face as well. I don't care about the deal with the royals, she said. If things get ugly, just run away. I've already lost 2 children and I can't bear the thought of losing 2 more. Why are you telling her me? Lith and Solus asked in unison. Because unlike him, you are wise enough to know when everything is lost, and you are strong enough to knock him out if you need to. Alina said with a chuckle, but her words didn't sound like a joke. Will do. Solus hugged her tightly before shape-shifting into her ring form and slipping on Lith's finger. He walked through the warp gate, reaching Belias in 1 instant. Despite what Lith had said to Meron just a few hours earlier, the sight of the gray stones that comprised every building of the city, the cold air of the north, and its familiar smells made his heart clench with nostalgia. Even though Lith hadn't come there since after Manohar's death, Belias was still the place where he had lived for 3 years during his tour as Army Ranger first, and then as a civilian. He had lots of memories there, both good and bad. Just like those he had for the room he had appeared in, and for the man that he found waiting for him. Lith had expected to come out from the main gate of the army base. Instead, he was in the very same room where 3 years ago the king, the late General Morn, and Tyrus had made him a great mage as a reward for the destruction of the Black Star, and the lost city of Kajuria. In front of Lith stood Burian, his old commanding officer, who now wore a single gold star on his shoulder board that identified him as a brigadier general. In the past, Burian had often watched Lith's back during his service in the army, protecting him from the influence of nobles and Morn. On the other hand, however, he had also messed more than once with Lith's personal life and family in order to further his political agenda. "Major Verhan, it's nice to meet you again. You look good," Burian said while extending his hand and studying Lith as if it was the first time they met. His pitch-black eyes ran up and down Lith's body, almost expecting to see a tail or wings popping out of his back at any moment. With his 1.8 meters, 511 of height, the general was almost as tall as Lith. "You too, I just wish this happened in better circumstances." Lith noticed that the handshake had lasted a bit too long. Burian's iron grip was meant to show the Tiamat both his physical prowess and that he wasn't afraid. "What are we doing here?" Lith asked. "I wanted to speak with you man to man, and also to avoid the mess that your presence here is bound to cause." Burian's tone was neutral, but the uneasiness of his gaze and the absence of his security detail told Lith that something was wrong. Chapter 2022, A Place Called Home, Part 2. Chapter 2022, A Place Called Home, Part 2. Is discipline really lacking so much these days? Lith furrowed his brows in disbelief. "No, but ever since we have started losing the war, people have a low tolerance for beasts, and there are already a few here." The general shook his head. "The soldiers are wound up like a drum, and the arrival of a beast who is also a wanted criminal might be the last straw." "I'm not a criminal anymore. The crown pardoned me," Lith replied with a shrug. "A piece of paper can't erase the memory of what the people of the entire kingdom saw you do while fighting Meln in Lucia," Burian sighed. "Now enough with the pleasantries and let's get down to business." A snap of his fingers conjured a holographic 3D map of Belias, surroundings above a nearby table. The kingdom's forces were shown in the form of blue dots, while Thrude's were red. Much to Lith's surprise, the plan for the incoming battle required most of the troops to be outside the city walls and to fight in the plains right in front of the city. "It actually makes sense," Solus pondered. "If this was a regular battle against fake mages, we would have employed siege tactics as you expected. The city arrays would block flight and dimensional magic while the city walls would provide us with cover. Against an awakened army, however, such tactics are useless due to spirit magic. If we let them get close, the divine beasts will simply blink through the city until they reach the warp gate. Once they arrive there, their overwhelming power and mass will allow them to hold back the kingdom's army long enough to seize the gate. At that point, Belias would fall. The limited space inside the city makes quality much more important than quantity, since the human mages can't swarm the divine beasts, losing their only advantage. Our only hope is to stop Thrude's army from getting close to the city walls. If that fails, all human mages can do is delay the inevitable." "Great thinking," Lith nodded. He and Solus had used a similar strategy in the past, but they always played the invader role and acted alone. This time, they would play on defense and Thrude would send more than one divine beast. "What do you think?" Burian asked. Lith repeated to him Solus' words, finding only one weak point in the general's strategy. "Why are you covering only the front side of the city? What if Thrude's army splits its forces and executes a two-pronged attack from the back as well?" "Excellent question. Do you see those towers?" Burian pointed at the buildings lined along the mountain range that acted as a natural border between the kingdom and the empire. Lith remembered well their effect. The towers worked as both amplifiers and relay points of the city arrays, allowing them to cover a wide area all around Belias. He had seen more than one mage trying to cross the borders by flight just to get chased and shot down by a mana storm. "Yes," he nodded for Burian to continue. "We left them unguarded on purpose. If Thrude tries to come at us from the back, she'll discover that the towers can focus the power of the arrays with surgical precision. We have already run several tests. Even a divine beast will get killed in an instant if caught by surprise," the general said. "Since when are the magical formations of Belias this powerful?" Lith asked in surprise. As far as he remembered, the arrays served solely the purpose to neutralize the magic of their target and keep them prisoner. It was up to the mages stationed in the towers to deal the finishing blow. "Since never," Burian said with a smirk on his face. "We didn't have the time to upgrade such a huge magical field in the little time we had at our disposal. Even if we did, Thrud's spies would have noticed and ruined our trap. What we could do instead was to reach a truce with the Empire. The moment someone comes close to the towers, the arrays will lock them in place, as per usual. The difference will be that both our artillery and that of the Empire will combine their firepower to shoot our enemies down. That's brilliant, Lith said. You have stationed only a few soldiers there to lull the Mad Queen into a false sense of security. Exactly, the general nodded. Diplomacy can do a lot of damage if done in secret. The Empire prefers to deal with us than with Thrud and doesn't want Belias to fall into her hands. One more thing, Lith said. Why are most of the troops assembled into a strategical formation while the vanguard units are so distanced between them? Because those aren't our troops, but the Emperor and divine beasts that have joined our ranks, Burian replied. Creatures as tall and big as you possess the same destructive power of a battalion, and once they engage the enemy, there's not much we can do. If we get too close, we'll just get in the way of our allies and risk getting stomped. The best we can do is provide them with healing and barrier arrays. Any offensive spell big enough to hurt one of Thrud's generals would hurt them as well. Makes sense. Which one of these blue dots am I? Lith pointed at the valley in front of the city, where most of the troops were arranged a few hundred of meters from the walls. Near enough to be within range of cover fire, and far away enough to make Blink useless at the same time. This one? Burian threw Lith an awkward look as he tapped on the map with his finger, making a new blue dot appear in an isolated position over 1 kilometer away from Belias. What does that mean? Since you are going to risk your life for us, I'm not going to mince words. You alone are going to be our vanguard. The kingdom has no idea of how many demons you can conjure or how powerful they are. With this battle, we want to evaluate the prowess of your personal army, so that we can use it to its fullest while planning our future strategies that will involve your presence. More like you're putting me against a wall so that I'm forced to go all out without holding back anything that I might later use against you, Lith said with a scoff. So much for not mincing words. Major, even if we were friends and we are not, my duty to the kingdom comes first. I've been tasked with assessing the threat level you pose and how valuable you are as an asset, and that's what I'm going to do, Burian replied. What if I can't stop their advance and get swarmed? I'm not ordering you to hold your ground there and die. You are free to retreat or call for reinforcements. All I'm asking you to do is to slow their advance and give us the time to gauge their strength. The more of their offensive strategies they are forced to reveal against you, the better we can adjust our defenses. According to our intel, Belias is going to be attacked first, so everything we learn can be used to protect Vesta and Prode as well, the general said. Chapter 2023, Cranky Mood, Part 1. Chapter 2023, Cranky Mood, Part 1. Lith studied the map for a while, calculating how long would it take him to get to safety, and running several simulations in his head with Solus' help. This might not be as bad as it seems, he thought. From this distance, the army won't get the opportunity to study my techniques. If I employ the golems and you give me a hand, Solus, the first wave of enemies will have a nasty surprise. Do you want me to just conjure the hands and mouth and use them in your stead, or do you want me to take part in the battle in my human form to support you? She asked. Let's save your strength for emergencies. Start with the hands and mouth, we'll play the rest by ear, he replied. I'm sorry, but you couldn't possibly expect to be fully pardoned without giving proof of your goodwill first. Burian misunderstood the prolonged silence for hesitation. If it's of any consolation, the council has sent its troops here. You can agree on a strategy with them, or just spend the time before the battle with your kin if you want. Maybe you didn't read the memo, General. I'm part human and work for the kingdom. You are part of my kin just like everybody else, Lith said, not liking the implications of Burian's words one bit. If someone who actually knew and respected him considered him a monster, what point could it possibly have risking his life for the kingdom? I read it all right, Major, the general said with a shrug. Part human, part undead, and part divine beast, correct. Lith nodded, and Burian continued. I'll admit that I have no idea what you are, but I'm pretty sure about what you're not. Humans aren't covered in scales, don't have more than 2 eyes, and most certainly aren't 25 meters, 82, tall. That's what everybody knows about you, and there's no scientific jargon that can change it. Running to the desert and coming back only after taking your sweet time while people died every single day sure didn't help. Getting yourself a deal to bury your past misdeeds was just the icing on the cake. I don't hate you, Verhin. I understand what you did and why, yet that doesn't mean that I have to like it. Those who don't, however, are terrified. If you want to change my mind and that of the rest of the kingdom, you'll need more than nice words and the fancy title of Magus. Actions speak the loudest. Remember that when you are on the battlefield. Burian has a point, Lith, Solus said. From the kingdom perspective, the only difference between you and Thrude is that you can be reasoned with. If you take a walk, there's no telling how regular people might react. The general didn't mean to offend you. He was simply suggesting you avoid useless conflicts. Where can I find the members of the council? Lith asked while inwardly nodding. They are all in this building. When they introduced themselves in their human form, they triggered quite some panic. You can't distinguish an emperor beast from a human, no matter how carefully you look at them. It made our soldiers nervous as heck, but it was nothing compared to what happened with those who refused to shapeshift. The people here are getting so paranoid that if Thrude doesn't come here quickly, we'll soon jump at each other's throat. Dismissed. Lith and Burian exchanged their respective communication runes so that the Tiamat could reach his battle position the moment the enemy was spotted. Then, he left the room and walked into the hallway. Even though he wore the uniform of an army major and the deep blue robe of an archmage, those he met didn't show him any respect for his rank. They would yelp and flinch at his appearance, running away without even giving him the salute. The few who managed to keep their cool looked at him with spite, without bothering to hide the revulsion they felt at his presence. If this is how people behave with me despite knowing that I can kill them with a snap, I can understand how hard a time Kami must have been having, Lith thought. What did you expect? Solus said with a sigh. You heard Burian. Those who admired you didn't take well the revelation that you aren't human while your rivals used it as an excuse to belittle everything you have achieved. That's bullshit. I didn't become a Tiamat until Lightkeep. I had already been honorably discharged by then. They don't know that, and even if you told them, at this point nobody would believe you anyway. The army base was silent, but not because of Lith. Everyone was so focused on their tasks that they would raise their eyes from their amulets or papers only when they heard footsteps approaching. Once Belias's soldiers had been proud and confident in their skill to protect the city like they had done in the past centuries. Yet knights attack first, and now, the repeated raids of Thrude's forces had been an unpleasant wake-up call. The city had almost fallen before Vaster's arrival, and every attempt to raid the city had made hundreds of victims. The only reason none had succeeded was thanks to the council's help. Lith's pardon had dealt the final blow to their pride, shattering it. After witnessing the might of the awakened of both sides, the soldiers of the kingdom had realized their limits. As he walked towards the room where the awakened forces had been stationed, Lith could hear an increasing number of voices coming from a distance. By following the noise, he reached the main hall of the base that had been repurposed into a hostel. Bunk beds were lined up against the walls, filled with people fast asleep or writing their personal journals. Several round tables had been arranged in the middle of the room where the awakened talked, drank, and gambled. Most of them were in human form, but a few humanoid fays had kept their original appearance, and so had a few beasts who sat on the floor since there was no piece of furniture big enough to accommodate them. Even then, they were tall enough to be at eye level with the others. Their casual clothes and relaxed attitude were in stark contrast with the gloomy atmosphere of the army base. Glad to see that you've finally made it. Fallow walked toward him and gave him a big hug. What are you doing here? Lith asked. Nice to meet you too, jerk, she said with a sneer. I asked to be assigned to Belias because I wanted you to have someone you can trust and because of our special synergy. The hands of Menadian flickered into existence for a second. I see, what about the others? Lith nodded. While you had fun in the desert, Floria has trained her awakened troops until she drilled discipline and teamwork in their thick skulls. The problem is that she can't lead them into battle without revealing her nature as awakened. The same stands for Freya and Quilla. They are too worried about involving their household in their own mess to step into the light, Fallow replied. Chapter 2024 Cranky Mood, Part 2. Chapter 2024 Cranky Mood, Part 2. Can't they just shapeshift and use an alias? Lith shrugged. That's what Freya is doing right now. She is invested to protect the gate network. As a dimensional mage, that's the perfect place for her to show her full prowess. Quilla is the royal healer, and she has to stand at the ready so that they can dispatch her where she is needed. As for Floria, after the start of the war, the royals pressured her to resume her old rank in the army. With all the crap that Gianni is taking for helping you with the deal, Floria's refusal would have hurt the Urna's reputation. She has been dispatched in Pro to fight by Orion's side. She can't be in two places at the same time, so Olaja will lead the troops in her stead, the Hydra said. She is stationed in Vesta as well, and Protector is with her. As soon as they deal with the situation there, they'll come to our aid. Protector has decided to join the war efforts? Lith was flabbergasted. Not really a choice. He's my disciple and a member of the council. He had to. As you can imagine, Celia was far from happy at the news. Falol exhaled sharply. You have no idea the earful she gave me. The Hydra took the lead, introducing Lith to the rest of the awakened company. Since shapeshifting made it hard to understand who was who, she would always point at the person she was referring to. This is Crank the Hyperion. She waved her hand at a man over 2 meters, 7 tall. Like the Bastet you have recently met, he's a divine beast from Verendi. Well, technically, he's just an emperor beast since his father is not one of the original 6 guardians, but we call them divine beasts anyway to avoid confusion. Nice to meet you, man. I'm glad to have another heavy hitter to rely upon. Lith extended his hand while taking a good look at the man. The form of his choice had quite the pale skin, more suited to someone who had lived for a long time in the mountains rather than the savannah. He had long reddish hair and a beard, both tied in a long braid each. He only wore thick leather pants, leaving exposed his massive chest and the flaming thick body hair that covered him. He was so big and his shoulders so wide that he made Protector's human form look small in comparison. His build was that of a man grown in the open, and that no building could ever hope to contain. By his side stood a giant 2-headed battle axe and a honey badger that was gnawing at the bones of a steak, probably his pet. Man, you should have picked a more discreet form, Lith said while they shook hands. This one is a dead giveaway. No one in their right mind will ever believe you are a human. If you don't like it, you can kiss my hairy ass. The honey badger replied with a burp as he took another serving. Lith's eyes opened wide while the barbarian burst into laughter, incapable of keeping a straight face anymore. He's Crank, my name is Henger Shul, and believe it or not, I'm human. His gray eyes looked at Lith in hilarity. Before you ask, no, I don't have bear blood in my veins, I just look like this. Nice to meet you, Henger. Sorry for the misunderstanding, Lith said. No problem. How are doing, Crank? Lith offered him his hand, and the honey badger gave him the plate full of scraps. Still a bit hungry. Do me a solid and take out the trash, kid. Don't mind him, Falol said. He's a bit cranky due to the cold weather and the even colder reception he received. Don't forget the stupid jokes about my name, the Hyperion snarled. Well, you should have expected that with everything that's happening in the kingdom, no one would have liked a talking furball, Lith said while emptying the plate into the nearest bin. By the way, why a honey badger? My father became a Hyperion after achieving guardianhood, but he never forgot about his origins, nor was he ashamed of it, Crank said. Let me guess, neither are you. Nailed it in one. What's your position on the battlefield? Lith conjured a hologram that reproduced Burian's map down to the smallest detail. Light mastery, Crank's words made the entire room turn in their direction. Lucky bastard, your reputation is well deserved. The honey badger used one of his long claws to point at one of the dots that would have been considered the vanguard, if not for Lith's even more advanced position. What about you? I'm right here, Lith replied, making his own marker appear as well. What the fuck? Crank nervously scratched his chin. Either you are even better than what the rumors say, or someone wants you dead, kid. You are wrong on both accounts. They just want to see what I can do. I've set a high price for my services, and they want to make sure that I'm really worth their money. That's why I hate working with humans. No matter how much they smile at you, there's always a catch, Crank said. Then why are you here? Lith asked. For the money, of course, and tax-free at that. After 500 years of nomadic life, I decided it's time to find myself a nice hole. When I heard that the royals of the Griffin Kingdom offered citizenship and an estate to any divine beast willing to join their cause, Who cares about that? Falol cut him short. The only silver lining is that all the big emperor beasts like me and Crank are assigned to the front lines. If something goes wrong, give us a signal and we'll cover your retreat. Don't speak for me, lizard. I barely know. The Hydra marked her position on the map as well, making the Hyperion soften his words. I mean, I'll be glad to help for the right price. Promise to teach me light mastery once the battle is over, and I'll be your best friend today. The Tiamat knows light mastery as well, but he's a divine beast. If half of what I've heard about him is true, he should be able to get to safety on his own. The Hydra, instead, is nothing but a lesser dragon, he thought. Please, Falol scoffed in annoyance. Do you overestimate yourself that much, or do you think I'm that stupid? You never know what might happen on the battlefield, young lizard, Crank replied. Your friend here is in a very shitty position, and you are bound to be outmatched. The guardian blood that flows through your veins isn't thick enough to survive the encounter with a true divine beast. Think about it. Light mastery is a very important discipline, but what point will it have keeping it for yourself once you are dead? The creature attempted a business smile, but when the honey badger form exposed its rows of white fangs, it looked threatening instead. Try anything funny during this battle, Furball, and I'll make sure that the only home you'll find is that where your corpse will lay as a majestic carpet. Falul turned around and walked away, dragging Lith with her. Chapter 2025, Domestic Affairs, Part 1. Chapter 2025, Domestic Affairs, Part 1. Follow me. I want to introduce you to the rest of my team. We are split into groups of 7 because we are going to employ a tactic similar to the one that was used against you in Verendi, Falul said. Wait, don't you know how to haggle? Crank jumped off the wooden bench, trotting to catch up with them. What about holograms? You teach me the basics and I'll learn the rest on my own. That's better, but it's still too much, the Hydra said. I have no idea of what you can do or how useful you might be in real combat. We'll resume this conversation after the battle, but only if you've done something worthwhile for me. This is not haggling. This is straight blackmail. You are coercing me to follow you around the battlefield and cover your back. The Hyperion was flabbergasted. Correction, our backs. Falul pointed at herself and Lith. He's the only one who can teach you, and I'm the only one who can give him the permission to. He's my apprentice and has to do as I say. Actually, Falul was restricted by his promise to Nalron from teaching anyone light mastery, including holograms. Lith, however, had mastered them on his own, and was free to share his knowledge with whomever he wanted. Also, Lith had already graduated from his apprenticeship, but Crank had no way to know it. Based on the Council's standard procedure, he had at least 80 more years of servitude ahead of him. Fine, the Hyperion jumped on the nearest chair and resumed his binge eating, this time out of stress. Nice move, Lith said Falul via a mind link. The physical contact between them allowed him to establish a telepathic connection that life vision couldn't notice. Thanks, but it's no big deal, she replied. People from Verendi love to haggle to the point that it's considered rude not to. I knew that he didn't expect me to actually agree with those ridiculous terms. I feigned ignorance of his customs and walked away to force him to make me an acceptable deal, saving us a lot of time. Lith inwardly nodded and followed her. He had no idea why Falul wanted him to meet her companions, but he trusted her judgment and knew that the Hydra had to have a good reason for it. Guys, this is Lith the Tiamat. Lith, these are Sen the Oberon, Lix the Firebird, Laman Weiss, Kril Arat, Hala the Treant, and Esker the Behemoth. Lith is going to fight with us, but he belongs to no unit. Which means that if something happens to any of us or we need to invigorate ourselves, he can fill in one of the spots of our formation. Sen nodded, moving his wheat blonde hair enough to reveal his slightly pointed ears. Excellent thinking, Falul. Do you already know how to cast Silverwing's Annihilation and Bastion, kid? Of course he does, the Hydra replied for Lith. I taught him as soon as he returned from his honeymoon after I learned that the Kingdom and the Council would fight together. The problem is that he has never actually used either spell or has any experience with how to coordinate with others while casting them. I brought him here so that we can all give him tips and a practical demonstration. The 7 violet cord awakened formed a circle with Lith at its center, establishing a mind link that connected them all. Lith experienced how each awakened dealt their own way with a different element while also keeping their mana flow in sync with the others. They performed the Annihilation first and the Bastion second, weaving the runes without conjuring the actual spell in order to save their strength for the incoming battle. This is very interesting, Solus thought. In a way, it's similar to the hexagram, but both the variants also require the use of spirit magic. Having 7 members in the group shortens the cast time and mana expenditure, but it also requires to fine-tune the 7 different mana flows. Yeah, without this practice, we wouldn't have known the patterns of our partners, and casting any of Silverwing's spells would have been either slow or with a reduced effectiveness, Lith replied. It's not only that, Solus said. Falul wanted both of us to practice them because she knows that I can cover for one more awakened on my own thanks to the hands. On top of that, if we use the mouth as well, we can split the mana cost and cast another 1/7 of the spells. Lith doubted that with her blue core Solus had the necessary mana for such a burdensome task. Silverwing's spells required a bright violet core, and even he would need to squeeze every drop of his mana just to cast them once. Yet he said nothing in respect for her determination. Agreed, it's the perfect occasion to test the mouth. Since it can hold 2 spells, I'd go with the Bastion and the Annihilation, Lith replied. I don't think it's a good idea, Solus pondered. We'll start the battle away from the others, so locking useless spells would be a waste of our resources. Let's set up something useful in a one-against-many scenario. As soon as you consume one, I'll replace it with Silverwing spells. Don't space out, kid. K'Atril snapped them out of their private conversation. Focus on how I deal with the fire element. As you can see, Silverwing spells are a hepta-elemental spirit spell that requires each member of the group to conjure all elements but control only one. The rest of the energy is channeled in the magical formation controlled by the 7th member and passed on to the others. Thanks to this method, you have to deal with 7 times the elemental energy you are used to. Each member of the formation also serves as an amplification point, but this happens only at the moment the spell gets unleashed. Otherwise, even 7 awakened wouldn't be enough to deal with such firepower. Last but not least, the person at the center of the spell is in charge of harnessing and harmonizing our different life forces. Any mistake on their part and our different energy signatures clash will between them, causing the spell to implode. Study what each of us does because there's no telling which spot you're going to fill, and if you get the center role, you'll have no margin for error. Lith nodded and focused solely on studying the energy flow of Silverwing's spells with the eyes of Menadian. He and Solus noticed that the first Magus specialized in what appeared to be a hybrid between arrays and spells. Her legacy was comprised of an odd kind of magic that combined the explosive power of Tier 5 spells with the complex functions that only arrays could have. After cycling between the elements a few times, the members of Fallow's group suddenly stopped chanting one at a time. Lith had to take their place in the formation while being quick enough to stabilize it before it collapsed and also matching with their rhythm. At first, he failed miserably every time he was entrusted with an element that wasn't fire or darkness. Chapter 2026 Domestic Affairs, Part 2. Chapter 2026 Domestic Affairs, Part 2. After a few tries, Lith tried switching with Solus, who discovered not only how hard it was for her core to deal with that kind of power, but also that she was still attuned to light and earth better. The other elements resisted their control, and there was no time to use domination. The exercise went on for hours until even the Elder Awakened were tired. Casting the spells without conjuring their effects didn't burden their cores, but it still required a lot of focus. That's enough for now, kid, Hala said. We have no idea when the enemy will attack, and we can't have you get exhausted before the battle even starts. Go take a stroll, drink some tea, do whatever helps you to recover your mental strength. Lith waved them goodbye and left the room, knowing exactly what to do. He took one of the small warp gates that were the core of Belias' public transportation system and went to his home. Actually, it's Camilla's apartment, but I considered it mine as well ever since she gave me the keys. Lith noticed that there were no seals on the door, either magical or physical in nature. He had expected some sort of security measure to have been set in place after Camilla had defected the army, in the case she ever came back. Yet he didn't stop wondering if the royals had the seals removed after agreeing with the deal, or if the apartment had simply been reassigned. All Lith could think about was the relief he felt when the key matched the lock. Once the door opened, he noticed that aside from the layer of dust and the stuffy air, everything was exactly as he remembered it. Gods, I can't believe Kami didn't change the lock even after we broke up. The last time I came here was right after Manohar's death, but back then I was barely holding my shit together to give my key a try. He opened the windows to let the fresh air in as he used water magic to wash the dust away from every surface. Cleaning wasn't just out of habit. Lith loved that apartment, and seeing it in such a neglected state just felt wrong. What's that? I don't remember ever seeing it here before. Solus telepathically pointed at a wooden trunk near the entrance. It was covered in a thicker layer of dust than the rest of the furniture, so Camilla must have left it here even before she moved to the desert. Lith opened it, discovering that it contained every single gift he had ever given her. What the fuck? Without thinking about the time or that she might be busy with Gianni, Lith took his communicator out and called her. I was about to call you. I just heard that you have been assigned to Belias Defense Forces. Where are you? At our apartment, I mean yours. Got it. Camilla hung up the call, walking through the door just a few seconds later. How did you get here so quickly? Lith asked in surprise. The gate right outside our door, remember? She ran into his arms, holding him tight. One of the privileges of dating an archmage. Then, noticing that he didn't return the embrace, she took a step back to look him in the eyes. What's wrong, babe? What does that mean? He pointed at the trunk. Why didn't you change the locks if you were about to throw away all of my stuff? Camilla opened her eyes wide. She had almost forgotten about it. That has been sitting there since we broke up. I couldn't move on with my life if every time I opened a drawer or looked into my closet, I saw something that reminded me of you, she replied. I know that. I mean, why didn't you bring it to the desert? Because I didn't know if you would have said yes, and I couldn't risk the army noticing it had gone missing. If they did and you rejected me, I wouldn't have had a place where to return. She lowered her gaze. But I kept the locks, the chest, and imprinting the camellia because I never stopped believing in us. I just needed to be a lith and have a contingency plan. You're right, sorry for being a jerk. He wrapped his arms around her in a tender embrace. Still, what are you doing here? I thought you were at work. I was at work. Didn't you notice that I pulled an all-nighter? Only then did Lith realize that the sun was rising above the horizon, spreading a reddish light that barely filtered through Belias, tall walls and buildings. Wow, insensitive much. I'm sorry, it's just that I rushed here right after the royals summoned me, and then I've been busy practicing spells with Falul. I lost track of time, he said. I'll forgive you only because you've cleaned the place. Camilla passed her white glove over several surfaces, finding it immaculate. As I was saying, after working a double shift, Gianni gave me permission to have breakfast with you. She shapeshifted his uniform into a loose shirt and pants that left only her head and hands exposed. Then, she opened her briefcase, revealing that it contained groceries instead of documents. Lith forgot about the chest and the incoming battle, feeling at home again. Sitting in the dining room while Camilla worked at the stove made it seem just like a regular day back when he was a ranger. I'm the one who's up for over 16 hours. Do I have to cook and set the table as well? She turned her head at him, pouting in mock outrage. Sorry, babe. A snap of his fingers and a spark of spirit magic arranged 2 sets of plates and cutleries in front of their chairs. What are you doing? She asked. My part, he asked in confusion. Did you leave Solus in the desert? Camilla furrowed her brows, refusing to believe he could be that stupid. No, she's right here. Lith showed her the stone ring at his finger. Then why set up the table for 2 if there's 3 of us? She stepped to the side, showing that she was cooking an extra serving of eggs and sausages. Solus will need her strength in battle. She can't fight on an empty stomach. I didn't want to bother you too. A feminine voice came out of the stone ring. This is your home, not mine. The only times I've been here is when Lith brought me with him during your first dates. Solus still remembered how angry Camilla had been when she had learned about her existence, and how Solus, intruding in the most intimate moments of their life, had been the reason for their breakup. She was afraid that her presence would stir those Bade memories and make them argue, spoiling that moment of peace right before the storm. What the heck are you talking about? How can my wife's presence bother me? Camilla chuckled. I even brought pastries from your favorite bakery. She took a small bag out of her briefcase, spreading the sweet scent of still hot cream puffs. Are you sure? Solus. Sweet Tooth fought hard against her insecurities but lost miserably. Chapter 2027 Unpleasant Circumstances, Part 1. Chapter 2027 Unpleasant Circumstances, Part 1. Fine, Solus Menadian Verhan, I hereby invite you into your home in Belias. Camilla knocked on the ring as if they were speaking through a door. What do you mean, my home? Solus took her human form, timidly looking around. I mean that you must stop feeling like an intruder. You are part of this family and of this marriage as well, Camilla replied. I don't want you to think about this place as a sanctuary you're barred from. It's just like your tower, except that it belongs to me and has no special property aside from the happy memories it holds. Before Solus could reply, Camilla took a step forward and embraced her. I want you to consider this apartment as your home. The 3 of us have no memories together here, but that doesn't mean that we can't make them from now on. Thank you. Solus held her tight, fighting back an insistent tear that wanted to be shed. Don't thank me. It's not me who's going to risk her life for Belias. I'm the one who should thank you. Lith's deal with the royals doesn't benefit you, yet you are shouldering its burden without asking anything in return. Thank you, Solus. You are welcome. Solus' voice almost cracked with emotion. I know that I'm being selfish, but I have to burden you with one more favor. Please look out for Lith on the battlefield. I'm too weak to follow him, and he always becomes reckless once he sees red. You are the only one I can count on, Camilla said. I will, Solus replied, taking a step back to look around with new eyes. This place is a bit cramped for three, though. Where am I supposed to sleep? We can take the bedroom and Lith can sleep on the couch, Camilla shrugged. Yeah, I can wait, what? Lith said in confusion. You heard our wife. Solus wrapped her arm around Camilla's hips. She's already tired of you, and it's my turn now. Space. The breakfast went smoothly with lots of joke arguments about how they should have taken turns using the bathroom and doing the chores. Even with the sage staff hung at her neck, Solus could only keep her human form for a brief time, so she returned in her ring form as soon as she finished eating. Camilla had to leave a little less than 1 hour after her arrival. Why so soon? Solus asked. Belias, Prode, and Vesta are all being evacuated, she replied. There's no telling how the battle might go, and in the case we lose, the royals don't want to leave behind anyone or anything that might help the conquering army. Isn't that pointless? Lith didn't agree with the decision. If we win, Thrude just has to wait a few days for her generals to be as good as new and launch a new attack. If we lose, what good there is in evacuating 3 cities if the enemy has entire regions to repopulate them? It's far from pointless. Camilla shook her head. If we win, the Awakened will use invigoration on our troops. In just 8 hours, the kingdom's army will be back at its full strength, while Thrude's will be at its weakest. With the bulk of her army out of commission for days until the Golden Griffin restores their bodies, the kingdom will have the perfect opportunity to launch a full-scale invasion and reconquer a lot of lands, if not even attack the Lost Academy. If we lose, without people to manage the cities, Thrude will be forced to spread her resources thin, and invading the rest of the region will take her much longer, allowing the royal army to regroup and strategize. Lith had to admit that it made sense. Infiltrating and recapturing an empty city was easy. To properly patrol and administer a metropolis the size of Prode or even Belias, Thrude would need to leave a lot of her troops permanently stationed there. If all the 3 cities fell, she would need her entire attack force to keep them, and her advance would be halted until she found a solution. I came here to cheer up both of you and to take a few things, just in case. Camilla needed help to bring the wooden chest and a few clothes through the gate. If only dimensional amulets worked, this would be much easier, she said with a sigh. Yeah, and so would be conquering Belias, Lith replied. After sending her off, he returned to the main hall where most of the Awakened were either asleep or gone for a stroll. The tension of the imminent attack weighed on everyone's nerves, and they needed to unwind. Falul was among the former, buried under enough fur quilts to make Lith sweat just by looking at her. Are you sure there is going to be an attack today? Lith asked the desk sergeant after 2 more hours of dreadful quiet. Today, no, but there will be an attack sooner or later. A man in his mid-30s replied while activating a holographic map of the area. In her advance, Thrude focused on capturing Bika, the closest city to Belias with a warp gate. Then her army cleared the surroundings, ensuring a safe supply route in the case they needed to siege Belias. We have resisted the assault so far because the strongest fighters in the kingdom have been sent as reinforcements when needed. Now, however, with Prode and Vesta under attack as well, our resources are limited. That's why you are here, Archmage Verhin. Those last 2 words held an awkward mix of gratitude and disappointment. It was how most people in Belias felt about Lith. They couldn't forget about the many good things he had done as a ranger, making the cruel life in the north safer and easier. At the same time, they couldn't forgive him for abandoning them and betraying the country either. That's all the more reasons for the Mad Queen to launch a quick attack instead of wasting so much time. Lith replied, ignoring those eyes that kept asking him the same question. Why? You would be right if Thrude's armies had gained the same foothold for the other 2 cities as well. Luckily for us, she didn't. Too bad she is also smart enough to know that she can't press her advantage yet. If she were to attack now, we could receive reinforcements from Prode and Vesta, slaughter her troops, and then focus on protecting another target. She's biding her time in order to launch a simultaneous attack and cut us off from the rest of the army. I see, thanks. Lith returned to the main hall where he practiced Demon Grasp until Falul woke up. Then he resumed his practice of Silverwing spells. Much to his surprise, Crank joined them as well. My stomach is full, my body is rested, and my brain is bored to death, he said. I'm not a team player, but since we are going to be friends, I need to protect my investment. It was almost lunchtime when the alarm resounded. The human soldiers and the mages ran to their respective positions on the city walls, while the awakened used their wings or spirit flight spells to reach the battlefield. Chapter 2020, 8 Unpleasant Circumstances, Part 2. Chapter 2020, 8 Unpleasant Circumstances, Part 2. Getting out of Belias on foot would have taken too long, and spirit dimensional magic was too mana expensive. On top of that, to show their full prowess, divine and emperor beasts needed an open space, so they had been stationed far outside the city, at the fringe of the array field defending the city. Human awakened and small-sized Fae, instead, provided support to the humans. They would be the last line of defense, making sure with life vision that no one opened a spirit gate inside the city undetected. Even with 4 wings and gravity fusion, Lith had a hard time flying without air magic. He was used to conjuring air currents to stabilize his flight path and fill his wings, whereas now he could rely only on his training. "I'm as graceful as a falcon with a stroke," he thought. "I'm so glad to have kept a humanoid-sized form. This way no one will witness my pathetic performance from a distance." His hopes for anonymity shattered when he closed into his assigned position and found an entire regiment waiting for him. There were at least 3,000 people, 1/10 of them mages, arranged in square formations. The area surrounding Belias was supposed to be flat, but the mages had raised small hills entirely made of solid stone to both ensure them the high ground and have cover against powerful area of effect Tier 5 spells. "Is it a bird?" a soldier said while pointing at Lith. "No, it's too big," a mage replied. "A wyvern, then?" "Too clumsy. It's—" Dread and surprise made her choke on her words as Lith came down, and his features became recognizable. The Tiamat landed as lithe as an avalanche, producing a thud and opening a crater below his feet. Spears rose like a forest of metal, and wands were pointed at him from every direction. The problem of fighting against an army full of shapeshifters was that you couldn't trust even your own senses. "Password?" the mage asked, the 5 rings on her right hand aimed at Lith. "Red Kraken." Hearing the correct answer made the soldiers sigh in relief, but they kept pointing their weapons at him until their commanding officer stepped in. "At ease," a tall man with blonde hair bearing the insignia of a colonel said. "Thanks for coming, Major Verhen. It seems that we are bound to meet solely under unpleasant circumstances." Lith immediately recognized Colonel Vergrave. He was now in his mid-40s, and several gray hairs streaked both his thick hair and beard. Everything else was identical to how Lith remembered Vergrave from their first meeting during the plague in Candria. "Are you all right? From the way you flew here, you looked wounded." The friendly voice didn't match the steely gaze of the colonel's blue eyes. He was honestly worried for Lith, but he assumed that it was only because the kingdom needed him to be at his full strength. Just like in Candria, the colonel seemed to be far from grateful for his presence. "Nice to meet you again, Colonel." Lith offered him his scaly hand, and Vergrave shook it only after a couple of seconds, feeling all eyes on him. "Don't worry, I'm fine. It's just Belias, arrays doing their job." "Good to hear." Vergrave nodded with a satisfied smirk on his face. "What are you and your troops doing here, Colonel?" Lith asked. "I thought I would take care of the vanguard alone." "No one in the army is alone, son," Vergrave replied. "Everyone here has volunteered to cover your back and make sure that you can safely fall back to Belias, first line of defense." "And how are you supposed to do that, exactly?" Lith couldn't understand how people who seemed to despise him so much could have chosen to stand by his side on the battlefield. "We may be just humans, but we have trained our whole life for this. As long as you take care of the divine beasts, we'll make sure that no one else meddles with your fight." Vergrave paced around the Tiamat, studying his claws, scales, and tail, looking for any trace of the boy he once knew. Only when he stood in front of Lith did he find it. They now had a vertical pupil and were of many different colors, but his eyes were still the same. "What if I fail? What if the enemy is too strong for me alone, or if I have to face 2 divine beasts at the same time? What will you do then?" "In such case, we'll lay our lives on the line to buy you the time you need to recover your strength and run away," the colonel replied. "We won't survive, but I can assure you that the 3,500 people assembled here can last for a couple of seconds, no matter the opponent we face." "What?" At those words, Lith saw the soldiers tense up with fear, yet their expression was full of pride for that ridiculous claim. "You heard me," Vergrave said. "We know that your kind can instantly recover. My soldiers and I have volunteered to be your sword, your shield, and if necessary, your healing potion." Looking around, Solus recognized the soldiers and mages one by one. They came from all over the kingdom, and were all people who had met Lith at least once during his travels. What he had mistaken for hostility was the pain of his betrayal, and the sadness at the idea that they wouldn't come back to their homes. For those people, Lith spelled the death of their enemies, but also their own. After all, what are a few thousand loyal citizens of the kingdom compared to a 25 meters, 82 feet, tall creature who can weave spells with his mind and heal from crippling wounds in mere seconds? Dust. We are nothing but dust. Vergrave's pacing became furious, expressing the frustration he felt for being weak. All the years spent practicing magic, all of his rich battle experience, and his decades of service dwarfed by someone, or better, something, less than 20 years old. The soldiers and the mages felt the same, silently nodding as the colonel spoke. Well, kid, today this dust is going to make the difference. I don't care if you have to literally toss us in the eyes of your enemies. Do whatever you need to take down as many as you can. Did I make myself clear? Vergrave stopped in front of Lith to stare him in the eyes. Sir, yes, sir. Lith gave him the salute, then he turned to the troops and repeated the gesture. Now, the least you can do for me is be honest. During that ambush of 7 years ago, did you kill Velagros to protect your little dirty secrets, or was he really killed in action? The colonel asked. I didn't kill him, Lith shook his head. The Talons caught us by surprise and slaughtered the Queen's core unit. I survived solely thanks to my skills as an awakened. That's a relief, Vergrave sighed, feeling a heavy burden being lifted from his chest. One last question. All those people who died in the camp, did you fail them on purpose, or there really was nothing you could do to save them? Chapter 2029 The Rise of the Demon Race, Part 1. Chapter 2029 The Rise of the Demon Race, Part 1. I could have saved a few of them, but not everyone. I'm no god. My power has limits, and back then I was much weaker than I am now, Lith replied. Even if I could, I wouldn't have saved them anyway. Good, Colonel Vergrave nodded, making both the Tiamat and the members of his regiment stare at him in confusion. Good, Lith echoed, taking the words out of everyone's mind. Indeed, it means that even back then you were neither an idiot nor a monster. You were just a kid, dragged from his academy into a nightmare, who did everything he could to survive. We all have seen what happened after Mel Narchet revealed the truth about him. Vergrave turned around to address the troops. The same thing would have happened back in Candria if Major Verhin had single-handedly resolved the plague. General Morn or some other idiot would have ordered me to capture Archmage Verhin, and I would have done it because it was my duty. At that point, no one would have stopped the civil war, and by now Thrud would be already sitting on the throne. I know that hindsight sounds cheap, but let's be honest. Even with no knowledge of the future, who among you would have forfeited their life, and that of all the people you love, for a bunch of strangers? The members of the regiment looked at each other, realizing that someone so young with so much power would have either ended up as a lab rat or be doomed to fight for a cause they didn't believe in for the rest of their life. Also, I asked him the truth, and I got it. The colonel paced slowly among the ranks, his magically enhanced voice bellowing throughout the plain. I'd rather have an honest answer I don't like than a convenient lie. Major Verhin, are you going to give it your all to defend Belias, or are you here just because of your deal with the royals? Lith thought about all the moments he had spent in Camilla's apartment. He relieved the memories where he had met the people who now stood in front of him. For Lith, they had been simply bystanders, people in the crowd he barely noticed. For them, however, even though they had never managed to speak to him, even though they had just seen him from a distance, it was enough reason to be in the most dangerous place in the kingdom. Each one of them owed Lith their lives or those of their families, and they had come to return the favor, no matter the cost. I'm here to protect my home, the Tiamat replied. Welcome back, Lith. Vergrave breached protocol by calling him by his name and patting his shoulders. I won't ask you to bring us back home alive, that's impossible. Just make sure that our deaths count. The members of the regiment rhythmically stomped their right foot in agreement. Incoming, one of the mages on top of a hill shouted, and others soon joined his warning. The keen eyes of the Tiamat could see Thrud's army advancing quickly like a swarm of silver ants. The Emperor and divine beasts capable of flight circled around the ground troops, making sure that there was no mage ready to make death rain from above. Lith spotted what looked like a 7-headed dragon, a Sekhmet, and a huge bird comprised of black clouds and bolts of lightning. There were others, but they were still too far away for him to see more than blurred dots at the horizon. Fuck me sideways, he said as Solus confirmed to him that the enemy forces were comprised of over 10,000 units, and more kept marching forward by the second. They advanced slowly on the paved road, taking their time to get rid of the traps and the arrays that had been laid by the kingdom's forces in advance. Their purpose wasn't to deal actual damage, just to stall for time and force the enemy awakened to consume part of their strength. "Take cover and don't come out unless the enemy gets past me, or I'm wounded," Lith said, and Velagros had his regiment take position behind the artificial hills. The Tiamat stepped forward and away from them until he walked out of the elemental ceiling arrays that surrounded Belias. In the past, they had helped him to keep the void at bay by smothering its powers, but now they were just a hindrance. Lith's abomination side was now fused with the rest of his life forces, and he needed to tap into their collective abilities if he wanted to win. The feathered wings on his hips unfolded, releasing the souls they contained. Tryon, Locrias, and Valia took their respective equipment out of the pocket dimension, as the mind link of the chains brought them up to speed. Lith consumed one use of invigoration for each of them, bestowing them 6 eyes and the power of a violet core. Then he let his golems, Trouble, and Raptor out as well. The spirit crystal in their chests worked akin to an emerald heart, pumping them with a spark of Lith's life force that gave them the closest thing to sentience and a direct link with their master. They took position by his side so that when he called upon the void, they acted as his anchors. The Tiamat's life force resonated with that coursing through the golems, reinforcing the chains that erupted from his black scales beyond their limit. The intangible constructs made of death energy plunged into the void, reaching deeper than they had ever had as they scoured through the folds of time in search of the most capable individuals whose souls still wandered Belias plains. Vergrave and the members of the regiment felt the chilly air of the north become even colder as the sunlight seemed to flicker in front of the wave of darkness that erupted from the depth of Magur. "This makes no sense," the colonel thought as he found himself covered in a cold sweat and in good company. "Shadows are just a phenomenon that occurs when light hits something, not the other way around." Black pools appeared from thin air, devouring sunlight as they grew in height and size until they resembled a living being. Some looked like humans, others beasts or fae, and some were creatures that could only be found in folk tales. The blackness gave the demons a body, but no shadow until they had at least 3 eyes open on their faces. Then, nature seemed to take its course, only for the shades to start growing as well into a new demon who spawned their own chains, starting the process anew. Lith roared with effort as he tapped into the energy that he had stored inside the golems to increase his ranks from dozens to hundreds of demons of darkness. They formed an orderly line in front of the artificial hills. An army of living darkness stood as the first line of defense against the shimmering light that the adamant equipment of Thrud's soldiers shed on the reddish plain of Belias as they advanced under the morning sun. Once the energy inside Raptor and Trouble was spent, Vergrave counted at least 1,000 demons, making for 1/4 of the total troops. Chapter 2030 The Rise of the Demon Race, Part 2. Chapter 2030 The Rise of the Demon Race, Part 2. They might be undead, but they are not going to last long against a well-trained army without. The colonel's train of thought derailed as a wave of Lith's hand conjured a wave of emerald fire. All kinds of weapons and armor came out of the mystical blazes. A sea of silver, orichalcum, and adamant lay in front of the demons, but it was far from enough for all of them. "Those who are the strongest among you, pick 1 weapon and 1 armor each," Lith panted as he consumed 2 more uses of invigoration to replenish the golems. "Yours is no privilege. Your duty is to slay the enemy and retrieve their equipment for your brethren." A black light flashed through the chains, from each demon to Lith and from him to the rest of their fellow undead, connecting them all in a mind link so powerful that for a moment their consciousnesses merged into a hive mind. There was no need for talk or banter. Everyone knew by instinct what the others were capable of and established the hierarchy among the ranks. It wasn't the oldest or the strongest of the souls who ended up wearing the enchanted metal bearing the Verhans family crest, but those who, despite the passing of time, still retained their sanity. With it, they could think, reason, and use the modern magical knowledge they gained through Lith to its fullest. "First of all, allow me to thank you for answering my call," Lith said while assuming his full size as a Tiamat now that both he and the golems were back to their full strength. He could have spoken to his demons through the chains that bound them to him, but his words weren't addressed to his troops. Lith knew that somewhere there had to be a mage recording everything and projecting it in real time for the royals. He wanted people like Maron, Vergrave, and everyone who was afraid of him to know that his demons weren't just puppets. They weren't mindless slaves, bound to his will for no reason and forced to obey his every command. They were there because they wanted to, and did only what they believed it was right. Death had already stripped them of their bodies and names. Lith wouldn't let them be deprived even of their dignity. Not after experiencing their lives through the chains, and feeling how much pain they had endured both in life and death. Call of the Void let Lith conjure restless souls at will, but it also made him share their sufferings. He knew how each and every one of them had died, and why they still walked mager. No matter who they had been or when they had lived, they fought for him to protect the kingdom and deserved the same respect of every man and woman who that day would do the same. Many of you died before the kingdom was even founded, so this is not your war. The people who loved you are long dead, the lords you had sworn your loyalty to have fallen, and the dreams you fought for have been forgotten by history. Yet you have come to me knowing that I can neither change the past nor give you another shot at life. You have defied fate, choosing to bear my chains and fight so that others could live. For that, you have my gratitude. Know then that today I didn't call you here to kill, but to protect. To protect the people who I love, the place I call home, and the dreams that I dare to keep alive. I called you here to ask you to fight for them with the same fury you fought for your own. While Lith caught his breath, the demons drummed the ground with their feet, making it quake and producing a boom of thunder that could be heard from kilometers away. We are the proof that death isn't the end and destiny doesn't exist. It's ours to make. Others may have chosen for you how you lived and died, but in the end, it's only by your own will that you are here today. No matter the race or the era you belong to, now you are all demons. We are born from the primordial void that marks the beginning and the end of all life. Let's remind Magur why the light fears the darkness. The demons roared in unison as those on the first line wore their equipment. The armor disappeared under their black skin, making the shining silver of the enchanted metal turn into a dull black. The souls of the dead fused with their equipment, shape-shifting the armors in the form of the clothes they wore when they were still alive. Soldiers from past ages stood side by side. Some had fought for Valoran to conquest the Keller region. Others had fought against him to protect their homeland. Many of them had lived and died before the first king had been born. The only thing all the demons had in common was that they had died fighting to protect that barren, inhospitable piece of land that they called home. Thrud's army saw the black mass in front of them, but their advance proceeded unabated. The invaders were too far away for any kind of spell to be effective, and thanks to the divine beasts scouting the area in front of them, it would take but a blink to send back any physical projectile. The demons snarled at the approaching enemies, digging the bleak soil with their talons in frustration. Lith had them hold steady until he could see the end of Thrud's army and assess its numbers. From the distance, the troops looked like a several hundred meters long silvery snake that slithered from the horizon toward Belias. They raised no dust and made no sound. The sunlight reflecting on their equipment made it hard to focus the gaze on them, distorting their figures and making them look like mirages. Fuck me sideways. Only then did Lith notice a second snake advancing in the sky. It was black, comprised of thunderclouds filled with the harsh cold of winter, even though spring was already advancing into summer. There were only 3 divine beasts at the head of the army, because the others were busy herding the clouds that usually surrounded glaciers. Thrud's plan was to bring along a true storm that would produce a barrage of natural bolts of lightning and hail. The clouds were kilometers high, outside the area of effective Belias protective arrays. Once put into position, the divine beasts would unleash the storm's fury on the city, making it fight for them as they strengthened and controlled it from the sky. To make matters worse, the army advancing on the ground was dozens of thousands strong. We have never faced odds like this, but we have at least to try, Solus said via their mind link. The battle seemed lost before it had even started, but she wasn't willing to give up. Not only because it would mean breaking Lith's deal with the royals, but also because she didn't want to lose the home she had just found. Chapter 2030, One Battle of LM Mortals, Part 1. Chapter 2030, One Battle of LM Mortals, Part 1. Until a few hours ago, Belias had been a foreign place to Solus. It was where her life and Lith's had started to diverge, making her feel like an intruder every time she accompanied him to Camilla's apartment. Yet now Solus had one good memory of Belias and was eager to make more. To become part of that side of Lith's life she had been excluded from for so long. The Tiamat silently pointed at the first line of enemies, and the battle began. The armored demons spread their wings and took flight, while the rest of them seemingly disappeared into thin air. The flying demons charged at high speed, using their aerial mobility to make their trajectory unpredictable. They kept themselves just a few meters above the ground, to avoid drawing the attention of the divine beasts and not offer the enemy mages an easy target. The soldiers of the Mad Queen raised their hands, unleashing a volley of fire, ice, and lightning. Much to their surprise, the demons abandoned their formation and spread around the 1st Battalion. Most of the spells missed their targets, but now each unit of soldiers could focus on a single enemy. The numerical advantage had just gone from huge to overwhelming. Or so they thought until the demons threw themselves at the enemies. This way, any high-tiered spell aimed at them would hurt one demon and several of Thrud's soldiers at the same time. The soldiers simply raised their shields, stopping the demons from breaking their ranks, while those right behind them used their long spears to push them back. Interesting but pointless strategy, Yada the Sekhmet thought while keeping an eye on both the Vanguard and the Tiamat, waiting for the opening that was bound to appear when he joined the fray. All of our soldiers are awakened. Their cores are yellow at best, but they can still use both life vision and invigoration. Even if the demons are individually stronger, our soldiers cannot be taken by surprise, and it takes them the space of a single breath to heal any injury they might suffer. Thrud had emptied the prisons of the regions she had invaded and conscripted the known criminals because she considered them expendable. There was no place for them in her future kingdom, so instead of executing them on the spot, their sentence would be carried on the battlefield. The unwavering loyalty arrays made them slaves to her will, and had allowed them to endure her harsh training that would have killed a non-awakened human. They had become soldiers for just a few months, but their fighting spirit, teamwork, and willingness to sacrifice for the cause made them a force to be reckoned with. Just as Ayata predicted, the majority of the demons were easily repelled and nailed to the ground by the enchanted weapons. Only a few managed to slip past the shields due to luck, yet they were quickly surrounded and disposed of. It was then that the members of Thrud's vanguard suddenly screamed and died by the dozens. 3 pillars of elemental energy erupted from Trouble's eyes, piercing through the raised-up shields and tearing the formation apart. At the same time, Raptor exploited the opening to launch its jagged tail forward. The backline soldiers hastily used earth magic to conjure stone walls, but the golem maneuvered the tail to move it around the barriers. Its adamant-coated tip pierced through the armor of the first victim, and kept moving forward as the different sections of the tails sprung forward, extending it further without losing momentum. The skewered soldiers used darkness fusion to ignore the pain and their weapons to cut the tails stuck in their bodies. But the moment Raptor realized that it could move no further, the golem ignited the tail with the Tier 5 War Mage spell, Final Eclipse. The dome of black fire and the elemental pillars of the Balor exploded amid the enemy lines, scattering the soldiers to the wind. This is idiotic, Yada thought. The attack barely killed 1/10 of the 1st Battalion, but also all of his armored demons, Verhen. Then she saw it. The demons of darkness were still alive, standing amid the smoking craters as if nothing had happened. Those who had been injured were healing thanks to the golems injecting them with new energy. The Sekhmet was too high in the sky to notice that Lith's golems and demons had his own energy signature. The initial charge's aim wasn't to kill, but to make Thrud's soldiers close their ranks. This way, once Trouble and Raptor unleashed their attacks, they would have hit as many enemies as possible while leaving the demons unscathed. Before the troops could recover from the surprise, black hands erupted from the ground, revealing what had happened to the rest of Lith's soldiers. They had lain in wait below, outside the range of the enemy's life vision. As soon as the golems had provided them cover with the mana of their spells, the demons of darkness had come out, taking the equipment and the bodies of the fallen enemies, or finishing off those who had been gravely injured before they could recover. No, you do. Ayata the Sekhmet dived below to keep the demons from arming themselves at the expense of her army. At the same time, she kept an eye on the Tiamat, to make sure not to offer her back to him. Yet Lith remained still, seemingly not interested in the fate of the battle. Ayata's gut told her that something was wrong, so she charged herself with Life Maelstrom and conjured the Mage Knight's Tier 4 spell, Full Guard. A violet aura spread around her body for dozens of meters, granting her perfect awareness of her surroundings, as if she had eyes all over her body. Then she unleashed the Tier 5 War Mage spell, Rot and Wither. The spell used the darkness and earth elements to turn the road below the 1st Battalion into a hungry maw that attacked both the demons and the corpses, offering Thrud's soldiers the cover they needed to regroup. Darkness was the bane of abominations and could stop even creatures who lacked a physical body. Once infused in the earth, it would offer further protection to the members of the vanguard while also keeping the demons away from their prize. Without equipment, their strength would be limited, and without bodies to possess, they wouldn't be capable of evolving into demons of the fallen. Yet rot and wither lasted for 1 second before fading away. In its place shone a 6-pointed blue star with 2 extremities lit. At first, Ayada mistook the unknown array for Silverwing's hexagram, but then she noticed that something was off. Not only were the runes different from how she remembered them, but the energy of her spell had been absorbed instead of scattered. While she was still making heads or tails of Uriel's hexagram, Lith took a deep breath. An orange light moved from his neck to his lungs, while a yellow radiance reached his heart. Then, they moved respectively back to his mouth and to his feathered wings. 2 different kinds of cursed flames erupted from the Tiamat's body, attacking Thrud's army and her general at the same time. Chapter 2032 Battle of Immortals, Part 2. Chapter 2032 Battle of Immortals, Part 2. Origin flames were powerful, but they moved no faster than regular fire. On top of that, they were supposed to lose cohesion after moving too far away from their caster, making them good only for close-quarter combat. Cursed flames, instead, were focused like a laser and so quick that even with full guard warning her, the Sekhmet managed to react by the skin of her teeth. She attempted to blink, but the hexagram absorbed the spell, adding the energy to its own reserves. Yada was forced to conjure at the last second a Tier 5 spirit barrier that saved her life at the expense of a lot of her mana. The spark of corruption in Lith's nether flames created distortions in electromagnetic forces that held matter together, making it collapse under its own weight. Spirit magic was pure energy, but to keep the cursed flames from harming Ada, it required the same amount of power they held, and to focus it exactly on the point of impact. It doesn't matter. I've still got a lot of mana, and now that I know how it works, once again, the first attack was only a distraction. While the Sekhmet was busy, Lith's feathered wings had produced a jet stream of noxious flames, aiming them in the space between the 1st and the 2nd Battalion. The spark of choke turned the air into a powerful acid, isolating Thrud's vanguard from the rest of the troops and making it impossible for them to escape. By the time Ayada realized what had happened, many demons of the fallen had been born. Strong of their physical bodies, they used the weapons they had collected to kill more soldiers and feed them to their brethren. The soldiers of the 1st Battalion sacrificed their lives to give the mages the time to conjure their spells, but the hexagram absorbed all elements but earth and darkness. The advance of the army was forced to a halt, while the troops of the 2nd Battalion retreated to escape the noxious flames and searched for a way to smother them. Thrud's soldiers needed just a few breaths to recover even from crippling wounds, while Lith's healed the moment they grabbed an enemy. Their abomination touch restored even a demon on the verge of flickering away. At first, the Silver and the Black Army seemed to be locked in a cycle of death of rebirth. Yet while the dead soldiers stayed down, the golems would share a spark of Lith's life force with a fallen demon to raise them again. Trouble and Raptor kept themselves at the opposite sides of the battlefield, conjuring arrays that negated the darkness and the earth element, forcing the enemy to use spells that ended up charging Uriel's hexagram without even putting a scratch on their target. Thrud's mages were students of the Golden Griffin with centuries of experience that allowed them to quickly grasp their situation. They stopped casting elemental spells and switched to spirit magic, using mind links to conjure together arrays in the same time that a Tier 5 spell would have taken. Barriers suddenly protected what was left of the 1st Battalion, while a hail of emerald bullets struck at the golems, stripping the demons of their protectors. Many of them fell, but before fading, they would blink amid the enemy lines and detonate themselves in void flames. The battle had started for less than a minute, and the 1st Battalion was already in shambles, while the 2nd was now under attack. The Sekhmet understood that the demons were just a symptom of the scourge called Lith Verhen. If I don't take him out quickly, all those people will have died for nothing, Yada thought while charging at him. The combined effect of fusion magic and life maelstrom turned her into a living meteor aimed at the Tiamat. He blinked away, but Ayada could see the exit point of his spell with life vision and corrected her trajectory accordingly. I can't take her head-on. Our mass is roughly the same, but between her momentum and bloodline ability, I'm nothing but a fly against a swatter. With no other way out, Lith activated the spirit barrier of his armor the moment Ayata entered the range of his own full guard spell. The expanding energy field took the brunt of the impact and pushed Lith back to safety. The Sekhmet hit the ground so hard that the vibrations forced Vergrave's soldiers to kneel to not lose their footing and raised a dust cloud visible from Belias. "I like you, kid." Ayata emerged from the dozens meters deep crater unscathed. "You are gutsy and smart, but you have overestimated yourself. Even if you manage to take down one battalion with your tricks, you can't defeat a whole army, let alone me." The Sekhmet dashed forward by kicking the ground with her 4 legs, reaching a speed that Lith would have found hard to dodge, even without the boost that life Maelstrom gave her. He blinked away and she followed suit, but when Ayata came out of the dimensional opening, Lith was holding Double Edge in front of himself. The blink had hidden the moment when Lith had taken the blade out of the pocket dimension in order to catch her by surprise and use her own charge to impale her. Contrary to his expectations, her expression showed no fear nor surprise. A savage grin appeared on the snout of the Sekhmet when she realized to have met a worthy opponent. Full guard gave Ayata the awareness she needed, while life Maelstrom made her fast enough to tilt her head sideways at the last second, dodging Double Edge. Lith needed but a flick of his wrist to change the position of the blade and aim at the Ayata's massive body. The Sekhmet snapped her head forward again, intercepting the lunge from the sides. Her head was covered by a thick golden construct conjured by light mastery, but she still used her horns to push the blade away, just to be safe. The impact was so strong that Lith had to twist his body in an awkward position just to not lose the grip on Double Edge, leaving his body exposed. Ayata's charge struck him square on the chest before he could react. Despite the protection of the Voidwalker armor, Lith coughed out a mouthful of blood as the air was squeezed out of his lungs. The fight had finished as fast as it had begun. The Sekhmet's 4 legs pinned him down to the ground, making it impossible for Lith to use body casting. Her claws pierced so deep into his flesh that any attempt to move would have ripped his limbs off. He still held War in his hand, but without an arm to swing, it was just a big piece of metal, and with no air in his lungs, he couldn't conjure any kind of mystical flames. Even though he had many spell-holding rings on his fingers, at such close range, Ayata's fangs would have ripped him apart before the elements even had the time to be conjured. "Well played, kid, but it wasn't enough. You had power, wits, and a good plan. The difference between us lay in the quality of our armies." Chapter 2033 Golden Knight, Part 1. Chapter 2033 Golden Knight, Part 1. "I have expendable humans to spare, whereas you have to defend those little demons of yours. If you hadn't been forced to split your focus between me and my troops, things might have ended differently. Alas, no one can be in 2 places at the same time," Ayata said with a mind link to not waste time chatting and go for the kill. Thanks to life Maelstrom multiplying her strength tenfold, her adamant-coated claws through Lith's armor, scales, and bones as if they were paper. While the opponent lay helpless on the ground, her maw opened wide to bite and rip off the Tiamat's head. "I always wondered if you are an immortal as I am, and now I'll have my answer," she said as her fangs clinked on the helm of the Voidwalker armor, dealing it no damage. While the rest of the armor was just comprised of dragon scales coated with adamant, the breastplate and the helm had been made using respectively Siruk's skull and ribcage as a scaffold. It made them much sturdier and protected Lith's vitals. "Do you want to bet?" he replied. "On your immortality, that's why I'm here." During their telepathic exchange, the Tiamat was drawing a useless deep breath. Ayata had no stupid pride to uphold, so instead of trying to crack the dragon's bones, she moved her mouth toward the much more vulnerable but still vital throat. "No, about being in 2 places at the same time," Lith replied as black light seeped through his wounds and made that corner of Magur a darker place. The Sekhmet refused to fall for his bluff and bit as hard as she could. Blood spurted everywhere, and pain blinded her vision when her fangs struck the wrong metal. Lith had released his hold, allowing War to jump into Ayata's mouth. Full guard had warned her, but she had chosen to bet on her speed rather than let her enemy free. Fusion, magic, and life Maelstrom made her faster than any flight spell, but she had failed to take the blade's intelligence into account. War had simply slipped in and out of Lith's dimensional pocket, choosing his neck as its exit point. Double Edge was now stuck between the open maw, its adamant producing sparks as it clashed against that of Ayata's mouthpiece. The cut was shallow, but enough for War to use its counter-flow ability to damage the Sekhmet from the inside and make all the spells she had prepared for the fight fade away. To make matters worse, Ayata could feel that somehow the enchanted weapon was trying to steal the life maelstrom coursing through her body. If this thing is already this strong, I don't want to even think about what might happen if it gets empowered by my bloodline Abilene. Her train of thought derailed when she heard more screams coming from the battlefield. The demons' voices resounded with war cries, whereas those of the livings were a choir of death throes. Ayata wanted to turn around to understand what was happening, but she couldn't afford to take her eyes off the enemy. "Who in the God's name is that?" Vergrave and the other two divine beasts in the sky said in unison, while pointing a golden-clad figure to their respective armies. Thrud's 2nd Battalion had finally managed to smother the noxious flames and had joined the battle. They had opened their ranks to allow the few survivors of the 1st Battalion to take cover, while the mages unleashed a volley of Tier 5 spells on the demons. It was then that a figure wearing a golden version of the Voidwalker armor had appeared. A wave of their hand had dispelled most of the incoming attacks, while a wall of light had blocked those comprised solely of earth and darkness elements. For some reason, they were unaffected by the Golden Knight's odd ability. The small figure spun an odd hammer, too slender to be a proper weapon and too small to be threatening. It looked like a ceremonial weapon, something that could be used in a forge at best. Yet with each cycle, it crackled with more and more power, making the gemstones it was studded with shine like suns. "Thanks, Uriel, I wish I had the opportunity to know you." The voice revealed the knight to be a woman. Her words made no sense to Thrud's soldiers, and so did her aura. They could see with life vision that the person standing in front of them was Lith Verhin, the same Lith Verhin that was struggling against Ayata a few hundreds of meters away. The mages and the divine beasts conjured a second volley of spells that shattered the wall of light. Solus raised her hand again so the enemies focused life vision on her, expecting the Tier 5 magic to disappear again and hoping to learn her secret. The gods fulfilled their wish in the worst possible way. The blue six-pointed star at Solus' feet suddenly burst with light as it channeled through her small body the energy it had stolen. Uriel had derived his hexagram from Silverwings, and just like the original, it was a training ground to learn the Bastion and the Annihilation. Uriel had left behind in his notes several theories and suggestions about how to modify both the original hexagram and his own, in order to convert them into means of offense. Yet he was no awakened, and had no knowledge of spirit magic. It was the reason he had devised immortal fetters for the first version of Uriel's hexagram, converting the stored energy into a gravity spell that made use of all the 6 elements. Yet after their trip to Verendi and learning from Falul how to cast Silverwing spells, a much better alternative had become obvious to Lith and Solus. It had taken them just a short time to learn how to insert themselves as the 7th point of the array and infuse it with the final element. Solus' earlier gesture and the light show conjured by the Fury were just meant to draw the attention to her and away from the array. Everyone was so busy turning their head from Lith to her that they had completely forgotten about the blue array. The very same array that had nullified all those War Mage Tier 5 spells, adding their power to its own in order to fuel something that only a white cord awakened could use alone. Uriel's annihilation burst out of the Golden Knight's hand in the form of an emerald pillar that overpowered the incoming wave of Tier 5 spells and cut the 2nd Battalion asunder. Even the spells of the divine beasts were dispelled by the sheer pressure of the mana surrounding Solus as the energy accumulated inside the array mixed with her spirit magic. The annihilation turned everything and everyone it touched into memories, leaving scorched earth in its wake. The orichalcum armors of the 2nd Battalion lasted for a split second before being vaporized, allowing the emerald beam to move onto the 3rd and then the 4th Battalion. Mid-chaos and destruction, Lith exploited Ayata's distraction to unleash a burst of void flames from his entire body. The black fire erupted from his opened wounds in the form of angry snakes that slithered through the gaps in her armor, reaching her flesh. Chapter 2034 Golden Knight, Part 2. Chapter 2034 Golden Knight, Part 2. Between the pain from war stinging at her from the inside and the void flames eating at her from the outside, Ayata didn't notice Lith's flaming tail wrapping around her hind legs. The hold threw the Sekhmet off balance while also giving Lith the leverage he needed to escape and regain his footing. He got up with a kip-up, using the same motion to strike with his head at her lower jaw and make war sink deeper in her flesh. What the fuck? Yata felt as if suddenly the laws of physics had lost their meaning. How can Verhin be this strong? I had him pinned to the ground, and with life maelstrom empowering me, the gap in our physical abilities is abyssal. She charged forward again in order to impale him with her horns before he could heal, yet Lith seemed to move even faster than the Sekhmet. He managed to regain his balance, and needed but a hand to force her to a halt by grabbing her head. Begone! While his left hand locked Iada into place, his right struck at her chin in an uppercut. The blow made her stagger and exposed her head to a left hook that sent her brain bouncing against her skull like a pinball. As the concussion clouded her vision, Lith lunged forward with his right hand. He grabbed War's hilt again, twisting the blade as he pulled it out. The motion freed War and almost cut off the Sekhmet's jaw. Lith was about to decapitate her when a 7-headed dragon dived from the sky, attacking him from behind while conjuring 7 different spells at the same time. Lith managed to dodge only thanks to full guard warning him and by blinking right behind Iada, using her as a meat shield. Whoever this overgrown hydra is may have seen my exit point, but now he has no way to make use of this knowledge without taking the Sekhmet out for me, Lith thought. Uphil was on his same page, so he used the willpower imbued within the spells to make them explode at a safe distance from Iada, blinding Lith's mystical senses as he warped her to safety. Get a grip, you stupid cat! You almost got killed. Like all those who belonged to the Hydra bloodline, the 7-headed dragon didn't mind wasting mana. He needed just one head to use his breathing technique to recover it while the other 6 kept attacking. I had him, Uphil, I swear, Iada replied. Despite that damn sword stuck in my mouth, I was about to rip Verhin into shreds when his strength suddenly grew beyond reason. He didn't get stronger, you idiot. It was you who got weaker. The 7-headed dragon used the mind link to show her how the void flames had not only dispelled the life maelstrom, but also the fusion magic coursing through her body. We already learned about this when he stormed the castle of Mandia. How could you forget? Easy to say when you have 7 heads and are not busy fighting for your life, she replied. There's no point arguing among us now. I'll help you take down Verhin while Lyri deals with the other Verhin. What other Verhin? What the heck are you talking? The 7-headed dragon had just started bringing her up to speed via the mind link when 2 bolts of different kinds of cursed flames split them apart. True flames turned the air into a scorching gas that kept Iada from recovering her strength with her breathing technique and burned her lungs. The frozen flames just grazed their target, but the cold they radiated sapped the dragon's strength and almost sent him into hibernation. Just as I thought, all dragons share my weakness to cold, but hydras fare even worse due to their lesser nature. It seems that not even evolving solved the problem. Lith knew that he had no chance of victory if he fought 2 divine beasts alone. He had to take them down one at a time and keep them from recovering, or he would run out of mana faster than them. The Sekhmet and the 7-headed dragon took flight in opposite directions, their strategy simple but effective. No matter which one Lith followed, the other would have the time to recover and help the other as soon as they were done. Facing only 2 wrong choices, Lith created a third one. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Uriel's annihilation was already fading away. The spell had an explosive strength, and due to Solus' blue core, there was only so much mana she could use. If the 7 elements weren't kept in perfect balance, the annihilation would implode. It could only last as long as its scarcest component, spirit magic. To make matter worse, Lyri the Stormborn had descended as well to stop the slaughter. Her appearance was similar to that of a phoenix, but her tail was comprised of 2 long tendrils, and her feathers were of a dark gray that from time to time would shine with a white light from the inside. It was as if a thundercloud had taken the form of a bird, and bolts of lightning were still brewing in its core. I don't know who you are, but I don't care. You are too weak to matter anymore. Lyri stood in front of the 2nd Battalion to give the soldiers the time to reform their ranks and heal with their breathing technique. At the same time, she flapped her wings and conjured a powerful wind that blew away the flying demons and forced those on the ground to a halt. Solus was safe thanks to the mass she retained from the tower, but not for long. The purpose of the storm was to lock Lyri's enemies into place as she activated her bloodline ability, Stormlight. Thunderborns were one of the evolutionary branches that Salark had missed when she had turned from a firebird into a phoenix. They combined the heat of the origin flames with the electrical charges of life, Maelstrom, to generate the violent streams of white plasma that Solus had earlier mistaken for bolts of lightning. Stormlight lacked the purifying ability of the flames and the empowering effect of the Maelstrom, but its destructive power made up for it. The streams of plasma moved too fast for the demons to avoid them, destroying their physical form and their equipment alike. Solus conjured one wall of light after another to protect everyone, but she was too tired from the annihilation. The stormlight pierced through her defenses before slamming against an emerald sphere that enveloped her, sending Solus tumbling to the ground. Damn it, there's not much I can do on my own. She inwardly thanked Lith for the spirit barrier of her armor. One shot is all that it takes a divine beast to take me down. Even if I manage to recover my strength with Sky Blessing, I'm no match for that thing. Lyri could see with life vision that while the Golden Knight had a weak core, her physical prowess was nothing to scoff at. On the contrary, most of the demons of the Fallen had powerful magic but feeble bodies compared to hers. Chapter 2035 Golden Knight, Part 3. Chapter 2035 Golden Knight, Part 3. I have to keep the female Verhen at bay while using my superior strength to crush the demons. If they combine their powers or conjure arrays, things can get ugly. The Thunderborn thought while focusing a second burst of stormlight against Solus. While trouble gave the fallen demons the strength they needed to reform their bodies, Raptor ran to Solus' side, helping her to stand up. Nice trick with the annihilation. Can you do it again? Locrias asked, as he came out of the golem that he had used as a safe haven against the plasma storm. Yes, but I'd need more time than we have. She had given up on casting Uriel's hexagram again. The spell was stored inside the mouth of Menadian, so its casting time was significantly reduced, but it would still take a while for someone without body casting. If we don't stop this divine beast now, she'll wipe us out. Time to start Plan D, Solus said via the mind link, and Locrias relayed the message through the chains that bound him to the other souls. Copy that. The ex-captain, Valia, and Tryon, who still had all 6 eyes, turned toward the Thunderborn and breathed a jet stream of void flames in unison. Lyri was still charging the second volley of her, when she felt 3 powerful stings burn the layer of darkness that insulated her physical body from the wild energy it produced. Void flames had a highly destructive power, but the small amount that a human-sized creature produced couldn't deal much damage to a 25 meters, 82 feet, tall divine beast. The Thunderborn wouldn't have deigned their attack with a second glance if not for the rest of the demons regrouping and taking a deep breath at once. One burst of void flames was a pinprick, 3 a bother, but 1,000 of them was more than enough to turn even a divine beast into a pile of ashes. Me and my big mouth, I had to jinx it, did I? Lyri thought. Don't worry about me. I'll draw the enemy fire. You focus on destroying them while they are being so kind to gather. She actually said to the commander of the 2nd Battalion, who nodded in agreement. She flapped her wings in order to put enough distance between her and the demons to dodge the next volley, or at least have the time to blink away safely. Alas, the moment she took off, clearing the line of fire, she noticed 2 things. The demons were still grouped in the same spot, but they seemed to pay her no heed. Oh shit! Lyri saw their bodies brimming with black light as their mouths opened toward the now defenseless 2nd Battalion. The silver lining was that if no one disturbed her, she could easily fry them all at the same time with stormlight before the demons attacked. The second item on her agenda, however, was a small lump of dead flesh and adamant that was bolting towards her. During the fight in Verendi, Solus had learned the hard way that having an analytical mind and excellent equipment was pointless if she was incapable of hitting her target. No matter how good her plan or how strong she was, if her strikes didn't connect, she had no way to win. Thrud's Chosen had yet to reach the bright violet core, but they were already at Lith's level, and too fast for a blue cord awakened like her. It was the reason she had made some slight alterations to Raptor's original blueprints. Now the golem still acted as Lith's general, but also as her steed. While at full charge, Raptor's power core granted the construct a physical prowess similar to a bright violet cord awakened. The adamant body would never get tired and instantly responded to her telepathic commands, acting as Solus limbs. The Vagrash had bolted at full speed on the ground and spread its wings the moment Lyri had taken flight. Between its cloaking runes and Solus, ring, the divine beast would have missed their arrival if not for sunlight glistening over Trouble's body. The Thunderborn wondered what point could such an obvious frontal assault have. The answer was irrelevant, so she simply adjusted her altitude, lining up Solus and the demons in order to hit them all in a single strike. Stormlight emerged from her body true to its name, producing the roar of thunder and shining so bright that a second sun seemed to have appeared over the battlefield. Trouble folded its wings, using solely a flight spell to offer the smallest target possible as it dodged the plasma discharges. Solus had fought at Lith's side since she had memory, and the mystical senses that the tower bestowed upon her exceeded those of her human body. Mana's sense allowed her to see the energy arcs before they formed, her brilliant mind to predict their movements and where they would branch, and the mind link to tell the golem how to avoid them. Run as much as you want, you are still rushing to your own death, Lyri thought. The closer you get, the harder avoiding Stormlight will become. On top of that, you are disregarding the fact that bloodline abilities aren't that simple. The Thunderborn waited for the Golden Knight to come so close that not even Blink could save her, and then released a second volley of Stormlight. Bloodline abilities were comprised of world energy and life force, which could be infused with willpower. A new barrage of plasma bolts aimed at Solus, and trouble erupted from Lyri's body, following their every move in order to get rid of her, the golem, and the remaining demons with a single burst of power. Solus threw the fury that had been accumulating power until that moment and activated her own bloodline ability, draining grounds. Her tower half separated the world energy from the life force, turning Stormlight into a cascade of will-o'-the-wisps. The tower absorbed the world energy, filling Solus with new strength, while the life force contained in the attack was used to put a temporary plug on the cracks of her own. Lyri's eyes opened wide as her best weapon failed her when she needed it the most, when Thrud needed her the most. Draining grounds exploited Stormlight's vast area of effect to drain its energy from multiple points at the same time. The white blasts disappeared when they were just centimeters away from the demons, yet they didn't bat any of their many eyes. They had experienced death once, they knew its touch and feared it no more. Their mouths opened in a choir of black fire and light, fusing into an enormous pillar of void flames that struck right in the middle of the 2nd Battalion before detonating. The mages from the 1st Battalion who had survived the previous battle and those of the 2nd conjured several barriers of all elements, praying to their queen that they would take form in time. Unfortunately, they were no light masters, and the short time they had served under Thrud wasn't enough to learn spirit magic. Ice crumbled, air strengthened the black flames, earth was too slow to matter, regular fire was pierced like toilet paper, and darkness only turned more of the void flames into chaos. Chapter 2036 Golden Knight, Part 4. Chapter 2036 Golden Knight, Part 4. The cursed flames killed dozens of soldiers at once, while the explosion they produced upon impact killed hundreds and wounded even more. Lyri was so shocked by the disappearance of Stormlight that she reacted to Solus, attack 1 second too late. She struck at the creature's chest with the Davros head of the Fury, making short work of the adamant armor that was supposed to protect the Thunderborn. Both the enchanted metal and the ribcage underneath became covered in cracks. Lyri's wings spasmed as breathing had become agony, yet it was also her quickest way to recover. Solus recalled her weapon to her hand and moved past the divine beast, but not before throwing the Fury at the Thunderborn again in a backhand move. The Fury's flight ability activated, splitting the hammer into 3, which in turn split into 3 again. Each one of the 9 hammers absorbed the surrounding world energy through the white crystals on their surface, working in unison to produce a powerful gravity field that gave the small heads of Davros the kinetic energy of a meteor. The first Fury struck the Thunderborn's head, interrupting her breathing technique and forcing her to bend down. The second hit her square on the spine and the wings stopped moving. 4 hit the wings, breaking them, while the remaining 3 Furies pummel at the divine beast's lower body. Every strike opened more cracks in the adamant armor and opened new painful wounds, but none of them was strong enough to kill. If only I had a god's damned mana geyser at my disposal, Solus inwardly cursed. It doesn't matter, I don't have to win this, just buy as much time as I can. While the Furies still harassed the Thunderborn, keeping her from recovering from her wounds and inflicting more, Solus brought her right hand to her neck, and the sage staff returned to its full size. She inhaled deeply, using Sky Blessing to refill her mana and charge Raptor. Sharing the same energy signature as Lith allowed her to fuel the golems, but the lack of his bloodline abilities made it impossible for her to replenish his life force stored in the spirit crystals. At the same time, she used the runes etched on the surface of the staff to complete those she had weaved with her mind, and conjure the Tier 3 gravity spell, Flipside. Suddenly the soldiers of Thrud's 2nd Battalion found themselves falling upwards as gravity had been reversed and increased tenfold. Their screams echoed through the battlefield, while their shining armors made them look like silvery stars that were visible from Belias walls. Then, the moment they reached the fringes of Flipside's area of effect, the gravity changed direction again, Solus moved the center of attraction from the sky to the middle of the 3rd Battalion. The dozens of people caught by her spell were now falling under the effects of the amplified gravity, turning into living orichalcum-coated projectiles. The impact killed barely 100 people, but the shockwave broke their formation, slowing the advance of the rest of the army. The soldiers and the mages stationed over the city walls rejoiced, cheering so loudly that the wind carried their words to Solus. In their voices there was no hate toward Lith or her. The people of Belias weren't wishing for the death of their enemies either. Those were screams of hope and gratitude that warmed Solus' heart. Mom was a great forgemaster, but now I understand why people know about her work but are completely oblivious of her life, she thought. By locking herself inside her lab first and her tower later, Menadian abandoned Magur. She was so busy studying magic and searching for new ways to enchant her creations that she forgot about everything else. Aunt Loca made many mistakes, but she realized that a true forgemaster doesn't just shape metal. If blade magic has taught me anything, is that a forgemaster must shape people as well. Mom's creations, Aunt Loca's, and even Lith's do that every single day, changing lives for the better. I want to be more than just my work. I don't want to be forgotten ever again, even if that means stepping into the light and fight. As her determination resolved, thunderclouds filled the sky, eclipsing those that the divine beasts from the rear guard were carrying around. The ground started to rumble, barely detectable at first, but its intensity kept rising. What was left of the 2nd and 3rd Battalion joined their forces, unleashing against Solus enough spells to fill the sky. She had no choice but to make Raptor turn around and flee. The fury was back into her hand, but it would have taken a while to conjure enough power to put a dent in Thrud's army. Solus's core was almost depleted again from the gravity spell, and she couldn't risk Lyri recovering before she did. The people on Belias' walls were still cheering, but she didn't share their optimism. The 1st and 2nd Battalions had been decimated, but marching behind them there were many more. The storm clouds were slowly catching up with the vanguard, and once they arrived, they would bring the destructive power of a winter blizzard, and 7 more divine beasts would join the fray. Lith felt the same way. He could sense through the chains that bound him to the demons that their energy was waning, and their numbers dwindling. Lyri had destroyed more than his golems could reform, but he didn't have the time to go back and give his army new strength. He put his amulet away and chased the Sekhmet, hoping to catch her before she returned to her full strength. Smart kid, that's why I like my opponents dumb. Yata inwardly cursed her bad luck. Yet Verhin is underestimating me and Uffle too much. I may be weakened, but I'm far from helpless. Also, I now know all of his tricks while he has yet to see mine. The Sekhmet had barely the time for a single full breath of invigoration, and she had to make do. Both her feathered and membranous wings flapped in unison, as he charged against the Tiamat instead of running away. Yata infused herself with life maelstrom again, making the red scales that covered her body crackle with silver lighting, and the raging violet flames that surrounded her head like a mane double their size. Fuck me sideways, Lith inwardly cursed his bad luck. She has just become 10 times more powerful, and I've yet to learn if the sting of her tail produces acid like a scorpicore or something even worse. If only she threw life maelstrom at me, I could dominate it and even the field. That damn dragon screwed up my plan. So much effort and I'm on my back foot again. The only silver lining is that I managed to use Demon Grasp a bit. The Tiamat spread his full guard as wide as he could, hoping that it would be enough to dodge the attacks from an opponent much stronger than he was. Gata was wary of him as well. She knew about the spirit barrier of his armor, and was afraid that if another blast of void flames hit her before the 7-headed dragon recovered, the next time she opened her eyes would be at the Golden Griffin again. Chapter 2037 Hidden Blade, Part 1. Chapter 2037 Hidden Blade, Part 1. Yet the Sekhmet didn't slow down, conjuring several hard light constructs at the last second, and stacking them to form a 12 meters thick spearhead. It enhanced both her offensive power and her defense, protecting Ayata from the threat of the void flames. As she got closer, the construct suddenly expanded forward, further increasing the attack speed. Lith was taken by surprise and barely managed to dodge. The spearhead barely grazed him, but the impact was strong enough to send him flying and leave a wide dent in his armor. Yata turned around in midair and resumed the chase, while Lith was still trying to stop tumbling. When the Tiamat dodged the second time, she altered the shape of the construct into that of a sea urchin. The spear turned into countless spikes, each elongating too quickly and covering an area too big for Lith to dodge them all. He had feared that something like that might happen, so he covered his body with a hard light construct of his own. Much to his dismay, however, Yata's was much more powerful. The thin spikes pierced through the wall of light and even his armor, leaving many shallow, bleeding wounds in their wake. What the heck happened, Soulless? I'm certain that our level of light mastery is that different, and even if it was, how could she damage adamant so easily? His questions met only silence. Fuck me sideways, I forgot that Soulless is not here, I'm on my own. When the Sekhmet returned for the third time, Lith activated the spirit barrier of his armor as well to focus solely on the attack and understand the secret of its strength. It was then that he noticed how Yata spread the life maelstrom from her body to the hard light construct solely at the moment of impact, and retrieved it immediately after. If Soulless was here, I wouldn't have fallen for this trick in the first place, and I would already have a counter. Lith hated smart enemies as well. Even if Scarlet or whoever her parent is taught her light mastery, there's no way they knew about domination. The Sekhmet can't be afraid of me stealing the maelstrom, so the only possible explanation is that she can't afford to go all out. According to what Falul taught me, Griffin can only store so much world energy at a time. A Sekhmet must be no different, so Ayata has to save her bloodline ability for when they reach Belias. At first, the awareness of having an advantage made him smirk. Then Lith pictured 10 creatures like him, strengthened by life maelstrom running toward the city gate, and his optimism faded. If that happened, the combined attack of the blizzard from the outside and the divine beasts from the inside would spell Belias, doom. On top of that, he realized why Ayata seemed content with brief exchanges, instead of looking for an opening. She was waiting for Uffel to recover from the effects of the frozen flames in order to kill Lith together with ease. I still have ruin at the ready inside the mouth of Menadian, but I'll save it in case I can't finish the Sekhmet off before the 7-headed dragon arrives. My blade spell has a huge area of effect, and it would be wasted on a single enemy. When Ayata attacked again, following the same pattern because sure that Lith had no way to stop her, he stood still. I doubt he's insane enough to play chicken with me. Verhin is probably going to wait until the last moment before blinking. Once he get behind me, those cursed flames would break my construct and snuff my life maelstrom again. A good plan, but not good enough. Every single tactic that Thrud's generals employed had been tested between them and with the Mad Queen herself. She had awakened for much longer than them, but with her over 700 years of experience, Thrud mastered most spells and techniques in a few attempts. After trying them out, she managed to find their weak points and suggest ways to improve them. Yata had trained a lot with the Queen, and even though she had never won, she was confident in her skills. Or so she thought until Lith unleashed from point-blank range Scarlet's signature spell, the Tier 5 Spirit Magic Primordial Roar. The spell manifested the aspects of all elements, using air to create a powerful shockwave whose strength was boosted by fire. The explosive power of Primordial Roar turned the charge into a stumble and pushed Lith away. At the same time, water froze the humidity inside and outside the construct. Earth locked the Sekhmet's movements. Light needles pierced her body, and darkness coated everything else. What the heck? This spell is exclusive to the Scorpicor bloodline. Even I didn't learn it because I was awakened at the time. How do you know it? The life maelstrom coursing through her, and the construct had taken the brunt of the damage, but Ayata stuttered every word. The cold numbed her body while the darkness was slowly eroding her strength. The hard light spearhead was covered in cracks, yet it was her pride hurting the most. Lith's answer came in the form of the index and medium finger of his right hand, pointing at the Sekhmet, as he unleashed his personal war mage Tier 5 spell, Final Eclipse. A thick sphere of violet flames imbued with massive amounts of darkness element surrounded him for a brief moment before focusing on his fingertips. Then, the sphere turned into a dense jet stream of black fire that covered the short distance between them while propelling Lith further back. Yata snarled, needing but a thought to fix the cracks in her spearhead and resume the chase. Her spell was also a Tier 5 and was imbued with life maelstrom. Light was one of the best defensive elements, second only to earth, and she was safe behind such an impenetrable wall. Unfortunately for her, Lith was a light master as well and knew how to deal with them. He had used Primordial Roar not only to gain more distance, but also as a cover to leave war behind to sabotage her construct. Double Edge was still in his hand, drawing the full attention of the Sekhmet while the small, angry blade had left the exoskeleton, and nested itself inside one of the biggest cracks that primordial roar had opened on the spearhead. The moment Lith conjured Final Eclipse, War used its world mirror and counter-flow abilities to suddenly reopen those cracks. The fissure was small, but thanks to the bond with its master, the angry blade guided the spell along the right path. The jet stream of black fire was focused on the blade, becoming a thin yet densely packed pillar of energy that slipped through the defensive wall. War fed upon the hard light construct and amplified the power of Final Eclipse before making it explode inside the construct. The thick walls of light that were supposed to protect the Sekhmet turned into a prison, making it impossible for her to escape from the flames. Fuck it, the only way I have to not get roasted is to dispel the spearhead, but if I do that, I'll get hit by the void flames. Yada kept her cool despite the pain, saving herself from Lith's trap. Chapter 2038 Hidden Blade, Part 2. Chapter 2038 Hidden Blade, Part 2. The Sekhmet used darkness fusion to ignore the pain, earth fusion to limit the damage, and light fusion to regenerate her flesh the moment it burned. Life maelstrom coursing through her body allowed her to survive, but by the time Final Eclipse finally wore off, she had consumed half of the silver lightning. Soon she would need a third charge, and after that, her reserves would be dangerously low, putting the success of the mission at risk. Yet Ayata knew that her defeat would have had even worse consequences, so she gritted her teeth and aimed at the Tiamat's heart. Are we getting desperate, aren't we? Lith thought with a smug grin hidden by the scales covering his mouth. Now that I've put enough distance between us, I can dodge whatever you throw at me. Our situation is the same as before, but now it's you can't afford to wait. He avoided Ayata's charge by a hair's breadth, and she conjured the hard light spikes again to at least return some of the damage. The Tiamat didn't move, letting them pierce through his body as he released Plague Tempest. The bolts of darkness came out of his very wounds, using the spikes as a conduit to get inside the construct while countless others erupted from his scales. The darkness element was slow and would never catch up with the Sekhmet's speed, but that wasn't a problem. The plague arrows that had gotten inside the spearhead were carried by the construct and struck Yada with ease, sapping more of her strength. At the same time, more bolts of darkness amassed around Lith like a school of hungry piranhas waiting for their prey. That cunning son of a bastard let me hit him on purpose, Yada thought. That damn sword is still stuck in my construct, and if I keep attacking, I'd be the one taking the most damage. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Solus and the demon army were retreating at breakneck speed. The short exchange with the Thunderborn had exhausted her limited reserves of mana, while the demons were starting to run on fumes. Using the void flames consumed a lot of energy, and many of them had been injured by Stormlight's plasma arcs. Without Lith giving them new strength, they had to rely on the golems whose charges were limited as well. No matter how much damage we dealt, Thrud's army is still advancing. The first battalion is almost gone, the second is decimated, and the third is halved, but they are still coming, she thought. They have quickly regrouped into a new battalion, using their breathing technique to restore even those on the brink of death. To make matters worse, I've lost the element of surprise, and their mages have finished conjuring their arrays. If we hold our position, we'd be sitting ducks. Solus could see the various spells that the enemy army had prepared with the eyes of Menadian. They were the perfect counter to the strategies that the demons had employed until that moment. She needed time to use her breathing technique and to keep her forces away from Thrud's. Solus was losing ground, but keeping an array at the ready was a burdensome task. She only had to wait for the mages to lose focus, and then she would have to face mere yellow-cord soldiers and their wands. Lyri knew it as well, so she furiously flapped her wings to reach Solus before the worst happened. The Thunderborn had healed from her wounds, but she was still wary of the Fury. If that thing was big instead of pint-sized, I'd be dead already. She thought in anger as she released a burst of stormlight that burned down several small magical formations that Solus had left to cover her retreat. Vergrave still had no idea of who Solus was and how Lith could be in two places at the same time, but he didn't let such idle thoughts distract him. Start chanting, he ordered the mages. The moment that big bird is within range, I want you to shoot it down. We can't let them reach the first line. Space. City of Valoran at the same time. Lith was right about the fight being recorded and broadcasted by mages hidden in the area. The royals, Birion, Vorg, and all the generals in the kingdom were following the Battle of Belias in real time. Vesta and Prode had yet to be attacked, so they still had the time to adjust their strategy. As for Belias, The best minds of the kingdom were working to increase its thin chances of survival. "The Mad Queen outplayed us big time," Gianni said. "If that storm front reaches the city, it's over. It must have taken days to gather clouds and turn them into a winter blizzard. The cold will siege the city better than any army, weakening our soldiers and making it hard for our patrols to see." "It's much worse than that," Giza Jernov said. The blonde awakened made everyone feel uneasy, especially Gianni. The woman bore a striking resemblance to her, and despite being much older, Giza looked like Gianni's younger sister. "It actually takes weeks to conjure a storm that's strong, and we can't dispel it without spending the same time. Even if we could, Thrud has waited for the moment when the hot winds of springs would reach Belias. When they met the clouds, we won't have to deal with just magic but the fury of nature. We have to prepare for a tornado as well. But we can't do that with the enemy already knocking at our doorstep." King Meron hid his face behind his hands, uncaring if he appeared weak. "I meant Prode and Vesta." Giza took her communication amulet and contacted the weather mages in the area, confirming her suspicions. The three cities were experiencing a particularly hot breeze that would react with the unnaturally cold air, with tremendous consequences. The mages stationed there immediately started to conjure arrays that would disperse the warm air and protect the cities in the case of a storm. "Not all is lost, Your Majesty," Gianni said. "Your plan of sending Lith so far away from the Belias has created an opportunity for us. If we move all the troops forward and intercept Thrud's army before they reach the city, we still have a chance." "Agreed," Giza nodded with pride. "Without the divine beasts keeping the thunderclouds compact, the storm will disperse. We just need to disrupt their formation long enough to scatter their spell so that when it reaches Belias, it will just make rain." "Wait," Gianni was listening to a weather mage who was explaining to her how a tornado was formed. "We have an opportunity to counterattack and turn the tables. As you said, Belias is filled with hot air, correct?" Giza nodded for her to continue. "If we push the spring winds toward the storm front, they'll meet away from the city and right above Thrud's army." "Brilliant idea," Meron said. "Turning the enemy's weapon against them. This way Belias, arrays would protect the city from what little of the storm reaches it, whereas our enemies would be exposed to its fury." "The problem is that we are short on time," Giza said. Chapter 2039 Before the Storm, Part 1. Chapter 2039 Before the Storm, Part 1. In Thrud's shoes, I'd imbue the rain with just enough magical power to blind the mystical senses of us awakened. This way, her soldiers will have no problem to blink past the walls undetected and reach the warp gate, Giza said. "If I'm right, the only battle that matters is the one outside the city. If we lose there, we'll have no second chance and Belias will fall." "Space. Belias plains now." Solus took one final deep breath, focusing on the sage staff's ability to gather the world energy in order to regain her strength. Lyri had kept throwing at her one spell after another, but Raptor had the reflexes of a violet cord awakened and nigh-infinite stamina. As long as Solus shared a bit of her energy with it, the golem could go at it for days. The Thunderborn was about to emit a blast of stormlight, but stopped herself in time. She hadn't forgotten how the Golden Knight seemed to be immune to world energy-based bloodline abilities. Even Origin Flames had been easily nullified. "Run all you want, you can't win." The Thunderborn dived on the ground, activating the Tier 5 War Mage spell, Tidal Crash. The earth element turned the soil into semiliquid, so that the impact made the road ripple, bursting upward in a mud wave. At the same time, the air element produced a powerful blast of wind. With its paws sinking in the mud and its wings almost ripped off by the shockwave, Raptor failed to dodge the spell and threw Solus out of the saddle. She tried to land on her feet, but a sudden white flash distracted her. Several bolts of plasma were aimed at her, Raptor, and the demons. "By my mom, I need to stop that, or all of my hard work will be for naught," Solus thought. While they ran away, she had infused Raptor with her mana so that the golem could focus on recovering solely the energy for its spirit crystal, and in turn, restore the strength of the demons. Solus needed her full focus to activate draining grounds and neutralize Stormlight, but to do that she fell headfirst on the ground. A bit of energy started to flow inside her as the bloodline ability was split into its base components and absorbed. Oddly enough, the blast of plasma was very bright but had little substance. Then, a burst of Origin Flames engulfed her, and Solus felt pain like never before. Her body, her mana core, and even her tower half were burning. Darkness fusion couldn't stop the agony that her whole being experienced, while the mystical flames eat at her. I knew it that the kid was as green as grass, Leary thought. She was so focused on protecting everyone that she failed to realize that it was all a ruse. She couldn't possibly absorb two bloodline abilities at the same time, and even if she did, I made sure that she didn't see the second coming. In her sprawled position, and with her mystical senses blinded by the light, Solus had missed the burst of origin flames hidden behind the plasma. Leary didn't like leaving the front lines unguarded, but she had to make sure that the enemy was dead, or they would come back after a couple of deep breaths. While Solus screamed in pain, rolling on the ground in an attempt to smother the mystical fire, the Thunderborn prepared a new bolt of plasma to finish her off. 3 beams of elemental energy erupted from the demons' lines, cutting through both the ground and Solus in an upward arc before hitting Leary square in the chest. What the fuck? Why did they attack their own ally? Confusion and surprise made Leary miss her chance to dodge. At the same time, a silvery whip flashed in front of her eyes, forcing her to step back. Yet with her legs off the ground and the elemental pillars still pushing her, she lost her balance, falling on a side. Raptor used its fastest flight spell and rammed from below at the Thunderborn's beak in an adamant uppercut. Gravity magic doubled the damage from the impact, and a timely plague storm from the Vagrash golem tripled it. Trouble arrived a second later, wielding a whip of lightning in its left hand and a flaming sword in its right. Its 3 eyes shot non-stop, keeping the divine beast down, while the weapon searched for a vital spot under the cloudy mass of feathers that protected the Thunderborn's flesh. Solus slowly stood up, fighting against the fear from the feeling of her body falling apart to keep her breathing rhythm steady and heal. Trouble had saved her in the nick of time. The odd trajectory of the elemental beams had been meant to smother the origin flames without Leary noticing. In the heat of the battle, she had forgotten that demons, golems, and even Solus all shared Lith's energy signature, making them immune to their respective magical attacks. "Is there something we can do?" Tryon asked, his eyes down to 5 after having been destroyed once by Leary. "Buy me some time and conjure as much light element as you can." Solus spoke the words a bit at a time to not lose her breathing rhythm. "Will do." The chain in his chest became visible for an instant while Tryon used its so-called Valia and Locrias. "Piss off, Ant." Leary had gotten back on her feet and swatted the golems away like flies. Their attacks were powerful, but the difference in size limited their effectiveness. On top of that, unlike Raptor that had been recharged by Solus, Trouble had fought non-stop on its own from the beginning. The 3 demons went to their aid, each using a different version of Abyssal Gaze that had been slightly modified to suit their mana flow. Unlike the other demons, they had received equipment tailor-suited for them. It had taken the 3 former soldiers of the kingdom countless hours of training in the firing range just to gain a grasp of blade spells, and they were still far from casting one. Yet during practice, they had learned how to make their mana flow harmonize with that of their gear in order to draw the energy from the power cores. Demons were no different from the golems in their reliance on Lith to restore the lost mana. This way, however, they were capable of channeling part of the spells imbued in their equipment and combining them with their own, using the power cores as an auxiliary source of energy. Among the 3 of them, Valia was the strongest. She had died during Orpal's attack on Lucia, and Lith had collected her corpse after her soul had moved into his feather. It guaranteed her to always be summoned as a demon of the fallen and to have the best vessel possible. Valia, Locrias, and Tryon could weave just a few blade runes each, enough to push their spells above the power of a violet core, but no further. Leary had no idea what was happening, but she scoffed at their slow spellcasting. Even while fighting with the golems, she had used body casting, and now she had plenty of spells at the ready. Chapter 2040 Before the Storm, Part 2. Chapter 2040 Before the Storm, Part 2. The Thunderborn would have preferred to burn both golems and demons with a breath of origin flames, but with Solus up again, she couldn't risk to waste her strength. She conjured 2 Tier 5 spells, Frozen Wind and Shattered Earth. The former took the form of several tornadoes filled with razor-sharp ice crystals, while the latter caused the ground to erupt into pillars of lava, 1 for each enemy. "Now," Locrias said via the invisible mind link that they shared through the chains. 4 of their remaining eyes lit up in unison as they activated domination, and combined their willpower to wrest control of her spells and turn them against Leary. Solus and Lith had to be careful when using domination. It was a skill known to few bloodlines that were jealous of its secret and wouldn't hesitate to kill those who compromised it. On top of that, Thrud's generals couldn't be killed as long as the Golden Griffin existed. There was no way to shut their mouth, and the risk that after experiencing its effects many times they might learn it. The demons, however, had no such problem. Lith had spread the lie that it was a bloodline ability unique to the souls who answered his call, and since he belonged to a newborn species, no one knew what the demons could actually do. While the Thunderborn was forced to waste a spirit barrier to defend against her own magic, the ex-soldiers of the kingdom had finished their chant. They had conjured the same Tier 4 light mastery spell, Diamond Cutter. It generated a hard light construct, shaped like a drill, that incorporated the hardest minerals in the ground, to combine the speed of a light beam with the hardness of the earth element. The spells formed a triangular formation that attacked Lyri from the front and the sides, leaving her no way out. The divine beast roared in annoyance as she was forced to keep her spirit barrier on and consume even more mana. That's why light mastery is so annoying, she thought. Regular-sized spells and weapons are mosquito bites for those like me, but the size of a hard light construct can be adjusted at will. At the same time, Solus kept her breathing technique active and focused on the light elemental gem of the sage staff to draw in the abundant light element of the morning sun. Once the energy reached a concentration that she could barely control, Solus converted it into her Tier 3 light mastery spell, Sunburst. An incandescent pillar of light, the size of a train, struck the barrier in the same point of the first drill construct. What the? Life vision showed Lyri that the two spells had the same energy signature, so instead of clashing, they ignored each other. Her shock only grew when Sunburst started to spin faster and faster, doubling the pressure that the drill applied to the barrier. Then, the energy from Sunburst seeped inside Diamond Cutter until the two spells become one. The speed and hardness of the drill increased again, piercing through the barrier before the Thunderborn could recover from the surprise. The spell stabbed her massive chest while spinning at high speed, sending blood and feathers flying around. With the spirit barrier weakened, the other two Diamond Cutter crushed through it, stabbing the Thunderborn's wings and pinning her into place. Darkness fusion allowed her to feel no pain, but if the main drill hit her heart, she would have died. Good plan, but not good enough. Lyri unleashed Stormlight inside her own body, using it to destroy the constructs without the risk of Solus absorbing it. The Diamond Cutters met the bloodline ability head-on and were crushed by it. The Thunderborn roared in triumph as she unleashed one of Thrud's Tier 5 spells, Royal Blood, against Solus. It conjured a tidal wave of violet fire that spread in every direction, forming a sphere of flames that extended even below the ground, turning it into magma. Once the encirclement was complete, Royal Blood started to shrink. The walls of fire became thicker, while the air element imbued in the spell created chains of lightning that would paralyze anyone who tried to force their way out of the trap. Tier 5 spells could use only 2 elements at the same time, but the Mad Queen had devised Royal Blood so that it could add a third one with little extra mana consumption if the circumstances were right. The fire element had seeped and mixed with the earth, making it easy for Lyri to manipulate the lava by spreading the willpower imbued in the fire throughout the molten ground. The temperature rose so quickly that the soles of the Voidwalker armor turned from golden to red. Despite the heat resistance of the enchanted metal and her enhanced body, Solus could feel the flesh of her feet sizzle. She clenched her teeth but refused to activate darkness fusion. After being trapped inside her stone form for over a decade, incapable of feeling anything, Solus embraced pain because it made her feel alive. She screamed in agony, but her mind remained focused enough to activate her Tier 5 light mastery spell, Bright Arsenal. A giant hammer-shaped construct appeared out of thin air above Lyri's head, while an anvil appeared below her feet, both created by combining the earth and light elements. The divine beast sidestepped, tripping on her own feet and taking the blow in full. Darkness fusion was a great tool in battle, but it was also a double-edged sword. Feeling no pain allowed Awakened to always fight at their best, but it also made it impossible for them to know when and where they were hurt. The hammer had been a distraction, drawing Lyri's attention while hard light chains had bound her legs. Sword constructs stabbed in the space between the armor plates, making her bleed, while maces struck at her joins, crippling her. The number and size of the conjured weapons would have been enough to arm a battalion of Emperor beasts, and they all moved in unison, complementing each other's attack. Solus had limited mana due to her blue core, so her spells were capped by the amount of elemental energy that she could conjure. That was the reason she had asked the 3 demons to do it for her. When the diamond cutters had been shattered into sparkles, they had simply lost their physical form. Energy can't be created or destroyed, only transformed. Solus had collected the light element before it returned to the world energy and used it to cast bright arsenal. Lyri's vision blurred from the blood loss, yet she could still see it. She could see a pillar of white and golden light coming down from the sky like the finger of an angry god, and piercing through royal blood. She could see a figure about 1.8, 511 meters tall and covered in golden scales standing in the middle of it. Two sets of wings came out of Solus's back, one membranous and golden, while the other seemed to be comprised of hair that had been knotted and twisted to resemble feathers of the 7 colors of the elements. Her hands now ended with razor-sharp claws and long horns that resembled thick tree branches rested on the sides of her head. Chapter 2041 First Blood, Part 1. Chapter 2041 First Blood, Part 1. A golden tail as thick as a leg, and almost twice as long came out from the small of Solus' back, whipping the air in pain. The creature's face was also covered in scales. Her only visible features were 2 golden eyes, and a lipless mouth filled with pristine fangs that gave her an even more savage appearance. Lyri made royal blood shrink faster, while also taking a deep breath to use origin flames to free herself, in the case the mysterious pillar protected Solus from harm. She was so focused on the world tribulation to have forgotten about Valia, Locrias, and Trion. The 3 demons hurled a burst of void flames each, burning her flesh and interrupting the flow of darkness that had shielded the Thunderborn from pain. The sudden agony made Lyri scream, losing her focus. Royal blood faded and no flames came out, only death throes. Solus opened her arms, making part of the earth element that comprised the hammer and the anvil turn into air. The Thunderborn was still trapped between the constructs and couldn't avoid the stream of bolts of lightning that moved from one to the other in an endless cycle. The electrical current sent her into a seizure, paralyzing her even when Solus lifted the hammer. She clasped her hands, giving the constructs opposite charges as she dealt the second blow. The hit bent the armor and crushed the bones that it was supposed to protect. Lyri was already dead, but Solus kept attacking until the Thunderborn's body started to disappear. Only then did Solus raise the staff and the Fury in triumph. Using the last bit of energy, she had to cast a spotlight on the corpse, making known to everyone that the kingdom had shed the first real blood of that battle. Thrud's army stopped their advance in disbelief, as the divine beasts in the sky had to rearrange their formation to send reinforcements to the front. Vergrave and all the people on Belias walls rejoiced, embracing the person closest to them. Lith, Uphil, and Iota stared at the scene in amazement, almost forgetting about their own situation. Fuck me sideways, why a tribulation now of all moments, Lith thought. What happens if Solus fails it? Can she die? Her life force was bound to his, which either meant that Solus's tribulation was safe, or that to kill her Magur would also kill him in the process. Lyri, you idiot! Iota's voice was filled with rage. She didn't care for her fallen comrade, knowing that the Thunderborn would just reform in a few days inside the Golden Griffin. The only thing she worried about was the plan to conquer Belias. With one divine beast less, it would have been much more difficult to pass through the Council's defenses. Lith charged at her, to finish off the most wounded opponent before the 7-headed dragon could recover. War was still stuck in her construct, which crippled its defensive abilities, but also made Double Edge much less dangerous. Without the angry blade, Lith could still use it as a weapon or to bluff, but nothing else. Plague Storm's bolts of darkness followed him, and each one of his scales emitted more by the second to compensate with quantity their lack of speed. Much to his surprise, Iota charged forward as well. Lith aimed his lunge to the point where War was hidden to shatter the barrier and recover his weapon. Iota reacted by making her construct explode, sending everywhere shards of light that blinded his vision. I can't see something as small as that damn blade even with life vision due to the energy of my own spell. If I can't rely on a construct, I might as well get rid of it, she thought. The blade's swing met no resistance, throwing Lith off balance. Iota exploited the opportunity to strike at him from multiple sides. She intercepted Double Edge with her maw, locking it into place while she struck with all of her 4 legs and her tail. Unlike many of her fellow divine beasts, she had refused to take human form because she considered it to actually be a disadvantage, especially during aerial combat. Creatures like the Tiamat needed one, if not both hands to swing their weapons, and their stances made the rest of their libs useless. The Sekhmet, instead, had a shorter range of attack, but once she closed into the enemy, she could perform 6 attacks at the same time. Lith could predict the trajectory of all of them, but unless he let go of Double Edge, he had no way to dodge. Yet if he did, nothing would have stopped Ayada from storing it inside her dimensional device. The Tiamat snarled, twisting the blade to free it while releasing the full might of Plague Storm. There's no way I let this fucker steal the fruits of years of hard work. Let's see who comes out worse from this exchange, he thought while also breathing a burst of origin flames. The Sekhmet's adamant-coated teeth screeched, but didn't let go of Double Edge, allowing her attacks to hit their mark. Her claws opened deep wounds on Lith's thighs and arms, while her tail aimed at his exposed heart. On the other hand, the swarm of plague arrows ignored her defenses and seeped inside her body, draining her strength. At the same time, the origin flames burned through her armor and ate at both her body and mana. Lith took the claws, waiting for Ayada to become too weak to keep holding Double Edge and decapitate her, but he couldn't afford to ignore the tail. He remembered well how powerful the acid of a Scorpicore was, and there was no telling how much stronger it might have become after the evolution into a Sekhmet. The Tiamat used his own tail to slap Ayada, away, and coiled around it to prevent any further attack. The sting suddenly turned at what was supposed to be an impossible angle and struck Lith's tail. The acid spread like wildfire, dissolving muscles and tendons. The Tiamat couldn't feel pain thanks to darkness fusion, but without nerves, he couldn't control the tail that kept taking more acid until it fell off. Lith stared in horror as the sting sprung forward for a second time. He used gravity fusion to become heavier and put all of his strength in a downward slash. Between the flames, the unrelenting onslaught of plague arrows, and the sudden pull, Ayada's maw broke open. Even without war, Double Edge was still made of purified dragon bones coated in adamant. The blade dislocated the jaw, almost ripping it off, and cut through the weakened armor like a knife through butter. It cut deep from Ayada's sternum down to her soft underbelly, while her tail missed its target and hit Lith's left shoulder instead of his heart. As Ayada fell down to the ground, Lith followed her to the best of his abilities to finish her off. His left arm hung limp, and the missing tail gave him a hard time finding the proper balance to fly in a straight line. He was about to strike when full guard alerted him of a new threat. Several emerald bolts of energy filled the air between him and Uffel. Chapter 2042 First Blood, Part 2. Chapter 2042 First Blood, Part 2. The 7-headed dragon had recovered from the damage Lith had inflicted him with the frozen flames for a while, but had kept himself out of the battle to better study the Tiamat's spells with his dragon eyes. Now that he had a clear grasp of Lith's abilities and reaction time, he had moved for the kill. Mana Storm covered an area too big to avoid it with Blink, and even if Lith managed to evade the onslaught, the willpower-imbued bullets would have chased him. With no other option, Lith activated the spirit barrier of his armor, but the violence of the countless impacts sent him off his intended trajectory. Uffel grinned as he got closer, unleashing both Final Eclipse and Plague Storm. "Show me how to defend against these spells, kid. The army of the True Queen accepts all contributions, no matter how small," he said with a laugh. Lith flipped him off in reply, adjusting his fall so as to land near his tail. Reattaching a limb would have taken much less energy and time than growing a new one from scratch. "Oh no, you do." 3 of Uffel's mouths unleashed as many bursts of origin flames. The columns of fire twisted and turned, combining into a single fiery vortex that surrounded the black flames of the Final Eclipse, so that the 2 attacks would strike at the barrier without canceling each other. "I bet that Ayada has taught this guy light mastery, and based on how he's taunting me, he must have dragon eyes. Everything I use can and will be used against me. I can't let Thrud's army learn more of my spells. I have to stick to the basics and play it smart." Lith conjured a Tier 3 light mastery spell that produced a powerful beam of light aimed at the dragon's point of impact on the barrier. "Foolish and unimaginative, that trick is pointless," Uffel said with a scoff, but Lith begged to differ. The beam of light was crushed by the combined power of the Final Eclipse and the origin flames, but it still clashed with them with enough strength to work as a thruster and accelerate Lith's descent. He landed far off from his tail with the grace of a meteor, but thanks to his none of Uffel's attacks had reached him. Lith stood up, using light fusion to stop the bleeding while he hid behind a hill for cover. "You can do that with light mastery? Good to know." The dragon used the Tiamat's same strategy to accelerate further, and don't let him out of the range of life vision long enough to warp. "Wait a second, the area in front of Belias is supposed to be flatlands. I don't remember any hill on the maps." Uffel thought a second too late. Kill him, Colonel Vergrave said the moment the divine beast was in firing range. A hail of Tier 5 spell based on the water and air element cast by the mages of the battalion shot the dragon off the sky. The cold sapped his strength and slowed him down, while bolts of lightning made his limbs spasm and air blades tore his wings. A single spell could only dent a dragon's scales, but so many together could open deep wounds. The problem was that they still lacked the strength necessary to kill a 25 meters 82 tall titan covered in heavily enchanted adamant. Nice try, Verhin. Let's see if these ants can buy you enough time to heal. Uffel turned one of his heads at Lith as he used the spirit spell, Mother's Embrace. The dragon would have loved to learn it as well, but Vergrave's battalion kept hammering at him with Tier 5 spells that required his full focus. Lith had earlier spoken with his allies via the communicator, alerting them about the 7-headed dragon's weaknesses and what to do in the case he landed. During his controlled fall, he had cast both the healing spell and opened a short-range dimensional corridor to retrieve his tail. Mother's Embrace used all the elements of creation, light, earth, and soft water to conjure the best healing spell Lith had in his arsenal. Emerald tendrils burst out of Lith's wounds, sewing them back together and stopping the bleeding. The spell had also collected most of the blood, and was now re-injecting it inside Lith's body as it reattached the tail to his back with minimal consumption of his vitality. At the same time, the tendrils also extracted the nutrients from the ground and the water from the air to reduce the burden on Tiamat's body to the minimum while his shoulder healed. Damn, I need to eat. Not even Mother's Embrace can recreate all the tissues that the acid dissolved. I hope that Vergrave can hold for more than the 2 seconds he promised me. Lith thought while gulping down a tonic the size of a truck. Uffel did his best to spare at least a head's worth of attention, but the cold made him drowsy, and the condensed water carried the bolts of lightning past the protective layer of his scales. Damn you, insects! The dragon called upon the plague storm that was still upon him and conjured another final eclipse. Killing the Tiamat's allies with his own spells would have been just poetic justice. I'll take it from a compliment coming from a lizard. Vergrave unleashed the Tier 5 War Mage spell, Winter's Bite. It conjured a localized snowstorm whose strong winds stripped the humidity from its victims, making their temperature drop fast. It was supposed to weaken an enemy battalion and cloud their vision, but with the dragon's size, it was barely enough to cover him from head to toes. Uffel tried to roar in outrage, but his teeth clattered from the cold, making it sound like a yelp instead. He wrapped himself with his wings, feeling them becoming rigid and heavy due to the ice. Damn humans, I'll never manage to kill them and recover from the cold before Verhin is healed. The least I can do is make sure that they die a slow, agonizing death. The 7-headed dragon thought while trying to draw a deep breath. Yet it only helped the cold air to seep inside his body faster, and for a moment his vision blurred. He suddenly felt drowsy, and only the pain from the unrelenting hail of spells kept him awake. Uffel was forced to use fire fusion just to warm up as he conjured the Tier 5 War Mage spell, Raging Sun. It was a mix of fire and earth that would have caused a massive explosion right under Velagro's battalion first, while also generating enough heat to melt a glacier. What the? The dragon felt the elements resist his will, refusing to gather. Did you really think that the kingdom would have just sent us to our death? The colonel's left eye lit up, and countless streams of runes surrounded the space around them, reaching the area where Lith was resting. Isn't that small world? Lith thought, recognizing one of the royal artifacts left by the first king. Along with the Seaful set and the spell hoarding cube, it was one of the kingdom's most prized possessions. Chapter 2043 First Blood, Part 3. Chapter 2043 First Blood, Part 3. During the Plague of Candria, Small Wallet had been used to isolate the entire region and keep the information blackout to keep panic from spreading. Now its range was much smaller, and both Lith and Uffel could see with life vision that the royal artifact had placed around them several different arrays. Some were offensive while others were defensive, and even their area of effect changed according to their purpose. The battalion and Lith were shielded by several barriers, whereas Uffel was in the middle of the freezing coffin array. That's why I feel so weak. The spells of the mages aren't enough to overpower the heating system of my armor. It's all because of that damn magical formation. One of the dragon's heads looked at Lith, noticing he had almost recovered. Knowing there was no time to lose, another head activated a spirit blink that brought Uffel outside the freezing coffin array, but not the small world. A warping array moved the whole battalion at the same time, while several hidden magical formations exploded below the dragon's feet like landmines, blowing his legs to bits. The royals had explained to their most trusted officials what an awakened could do and how life vision couldn't spot inactive arrays. Vergrave and his battalion had come early to Belias plains to prepare the field in advance with Small World. When Lith had called Burian, he had informed the colonel of the dragon's weak points, giving him the time to adjust his strategy. The traps conjured stone spikes that struck at Uffel's legs before exploding with the violence of a Tier 4 spell. Each one of them wasn't much, but the array unleashed dozens of that at a time. To make matter worse, the thermal shock weakened the adamant. The heat brought the dragon no respite from the chilling cold as his feet were blown apart, making him fall head first on the ground. Uffel felt humiliated by a human forcing him to kneel like a dog. It was the first important task that Thrud had entrusted him after bestowing upon him the glory of becoming a true dragon, and he was letting her down. He roared in outrage and breathed origin flames from 6 of his heads, while the 7th used his breathing technique to recover. Vergrave activated the barriers, stopping the flames in their tracks. Yet the origin flames attacked not only the magical defense, but also the entire field of arrays conjured by Small World. Uffel unleashed one burst of fire after the other, destroying the runes faster than Vergrave could repair them. Small World had its own energy source, protecting its wielder from mana overload, but due to the symbiotic relationship required to control such a complex device, every damage the artifact took appeared as a wound on the colonel's body. His eyes and ears started to bleed, needing the help of his second in command just to stand up. Uffel roared in triumph and unleashed a volley of emerald bolts against the army mages, decimating them. Dragon Eyes had revealed to him that Tyrus' artifact had no weak points, but it had limits. Small World has no defensive mechanism that could stop spirit magic, and it had been devised to be used by a fake awakened. The burden that using it against a divine beast was too much for a regular human. Lith's spirit blinked behind the dragon and breathed a burst of void flames that was met by Uffel's origin flames. The dragon's 7 heads looked in every direction at the same time, making it impossible to take him by surprise. Oh shit, Uffel thought as the 2 flames clashed in front of his face due to the gap in speed. Their energy clashed for a second before exploding, burning one of his heads off. One down, too many to go. Lith ignored the other heads and lunged with war at the dragon's heart. Alas, the blade clashed against an emerald and gold barrier made by overlapping a spirit barrier and a hard light construct. Full guard warned Lith the moment Ayata entered its range, but life maelstrom made her faster than he could react. Her head rammed at his chest while her tail aimed at his blade, making the Tiamat's 7 eyes go wide in horror. He activated the spirit barrier of his armor, but the acid sizzled on the point of impact, compromising its integrity. How could you let yourself be cornered by a pup and a few humans? Ayata sent him a bolt of silver lightning that multiplied the dragon's abilities tenfold. At the same time, she hammered at Lith's barrier with her claws, horns, and spells at the same time. Said the one who almost got herself killed by just the pup. Life Maelstrom made fire fusion strong enough to warm Uffel and return him to his full strength. He imbued part of it inside his equipment, becoming immune to cold, and a bit into each of his 7 heads, producing as many bursts of silver origin flames. At least I've lasted far longer than the 2 seconds I promised you, Lith, Vergrave thought as the mystical fire ravaged the Small World, and with it his body. I leave the rest to you. The colonel coughed out a mouthful of blood, feeling his consciousness fade away. Lith was trapped inside his barrier, forced to focus on defense and wait for an opening to breathe void flames. Fighting Ayata while she was empowered by the maelstrom would have been foolish. He needed to bring her to his level with the cursed flames first. The problem was that the Sekhmet knew it as well and was always wary of his mouth and wings. The 7 bursts of silver flame suddenly disappeared into thin air as a second smaller 7-headed dragon tackled Uffel. Earlier Lith had called Falul as well, asking for reinforcements. She had come as fast as she could after shape-shifting into her battle form, yet she had kept herself at a distance until the moment was right. With her 20 meters, 66 of height, she was a good head shorter than Thrud's divine beasts, and even though she now looked like a dragon, her abilities were still those of a regular hydra. Falul had waited for an opportunity to strike that had never come. She had stepped in because she knew that once Vergrave died, Lith would have had no chances against two divine beasts alone. Her 7 heads bit the dragon, injecting them with her powerful acid and evening the field. Also, she had shape-shifted the hands of Menadian into the form of 5 stone helmets, each crowned with a gemstone of a different color. The heads wearing them stretched their necks to keep a circular formation, and be ready to use the hands to instantly conjure arrays. How can a mere hydra damage the armor that the queen bestowed upon me, and while it's empowered by life maelstrom at that? Uffel's mind was in chaos, but the answer to his question was quite simple. During the tackle, she had used the Tier 4 Forgemastering spell, Clean Slate. It had short-circuited the power core of the artifact, making it temporarily lose its imprint. By neutralizing his equipment, she had made up for the gap in mass and bloodline abilities. Chapter 2044 First Blood, Part 4. Chapter 2044 First Blood, Part 4. Yet Falul hadn't considered the silver lightning that coursed through his body. It countered the acid of her bite and made Uffil so strong that he tossed her away like a rag doll. Falul opposed no resistance, using her wings to recover her balance in midair. I need to be careful. In this form, my mass is spread thin to form limbs that I don't usually have, making this body less sturdy than my original. The Hydra thought while unleashing her counterattack. She conjured a powerful gravity field that sent Uffil sprawling against the ground before unleashing 6 different Tier 5 spells that consumed all of her mana, while the 7th head used Lifestream to instantly recover it. The 7-headed dragon was caught by surprise and instinctively followed his training. He poured more silver lightning into his armor to strengthen its barrier, but because of Clean Slate, nothing happened. Griffin Fetters conjured a hexaelemental bundle of emerald chains that hogtied Uffil like a prime roast. As its name implied, it had been devised to restrain griffins, so even with his empowered physique, he failed to get rid of it fast enough. Phoenix Smash produced emerald flames that used light, air, and earth to hit with the energy of a speeding train. At the same time, water allowed the spell to seep inside every nook and cranny of its victim. Fire caused concussive explosions, and darkness eroded everything inside out. Manastorm rained small comets from above while Volcano turned the ground below Uffil into molten lava. At the same time, Lightfall unleashed 5 beams of light, one for each of her fingers, that pierced through adamant and flesh. Uffil tried to blink away, but Falul's last spell was sealed space. The 7-headed dragon survived solely thanks to Life Maelstrom enhancing his abilities and the constant use of his breathing technique. By the time the Hydra was done, he had exhausted the silver lightning, and even though his body was in perfect condition, the hunger almost blinded him. Invigoration could heal any wound and restore even mental focus, but it couldn't provide nourishment. Uffil's body had cannibalized itself to heal and was now several hundreds of kilos lighter, crippling his physical strength. To make matters worse, not even darkness fusion could stop the pain radiating from his stomach demanding its due. "This is not over. Once my ally gets rid of the pup, I'll eat you," he said in outrage. "At least offer me a drink first," Falul said with a sneer as she conjured another gravity spell that the dragon dodged with a spirit blink. He breathed a single burst of origin flames, feeling even his life force waning from starvation. The 5 helmets on her heads shone in unison, taking control of the world energy. The origin flames disappeared just in time for him to see the Hydra lunging with her glaive at the opening in his armor that Lightfall had created above his heart. "Damn, I have no time to lose. If we lose Uffil, no more dragon eye," Yada thought as a mass of fur weighing dozens of tons sent her flying and cut her short. Crank the Hyperion didn't look like a honey badger in his real form. He resembled a colossal pitch-black bear, 30 meters, 100, tall at the withers with a white streak running from his head to the tip of his long, armored tail. The white streak wasn't made of fur, but of a crystal-like substance that crackled with the power of the elements. Curved tusks came out of the sides of his mouth, making it impossible for the victims of his bites to escape without losing the captured limb. "You look like shit, kid. That's why you never send scrubs to the battlefield." His voice was now deep and guttural, his words more growled than spoken. "I swear if I didn't have to protect my investment, I would have let the cat beat you within an inch of your life. Saving the kingdom's golden boy would have raised my reputation and earned me a pretty penny," he said while standing on his hind legs to look at Yada, and also to scratch his massive butt with the curved claws of his front paws. "Why are wasting your time blabbering instead of throwing all the spells you have at the ready at her?" Lith established a mind link to not waste any more time, and cursed Crank's ancestors down to the father of all Hyperions. Why waste me precious mana? Didn't you see how she went down too easy? If you live long enough to fight a few finches, you'll learn that light masters teach their children to wear more barriers than fur. Between that and that damned silver lightning, they are annoying customers. What do finches have to do with this? Between the hunger and the nonsensical words, Lith was getting a headache like only a lick could cause. How else do you call griffins without passing for a brown noser? Crank replied with a puzzled look on his face. Once the dust settled down, Lith noticed that Ayata was indeed unscathed. A golden and emerald layer had taken the brunt of the impact. Her tail was raised, the stinger ready to strike if either of her enemies attempted to follow up on the first attack. What's the best way to deal with them? Lith asked, eager to learn from someone older and more experienced. Easy, you beat the crap out of them. Crank shrugged at the stupid question. Magic is a waste of time. They either dodge or blink, and even if you intercept them, those barriers take the fun out of it. Do you listen to yourself? Lith said in frustration. How do you beat in brute strength someone who can access life maelstrom? Yada spread her wings, charging at the elder divine beast, who was now the biggest threat to their plan. With Leary dead, now we're 3 against 2, the Sekhmet thought. The humans played a nice trick on Uffel, and the Hydra has clearly more experience than the two of us combined. I can't let them combine her brains with this guy's bronze. She used mind and body casting to prepare several spells while wrapping herself in several layers of magic that would give her the time to warp away if things went south. She advanced in a zigzag pattern, changing her speed so that the enemy couldn't get used to it and read her movements. Yet Crank stood still in front of Lith without casting any spell that life vision could detect. Why does he keep scratching his butt? Is it some kind of magic I don't know? Ayata closed in a few times just to blink back to expose the presence of inactive arrays, but nothing happened. To make matters worse, while she worried about possible traps, Lith and Crank were eating in her face. The Tiamat needed to recover his strength, while the Hyperion just wanted to kill time. On the verge of a nervous breakdown, the Sekhmet conjured several spells at the same time as a cover while diving into the Hyperion. Her adamant-coated claws were aimed at the neck, while the stinger feinted to the head before moving toward the heart. Chapter 2045, Crank It Up, Part 1. Chapter 2045, Crank It Up, Part 1. The Hyperion will raise his guard, hoping to block both my attacks. Once he realizes it's a trap, even if somehow he manages to deflect my tail, I'll still hit him on the chest. No matter if my acid burns his lungs or just an arm, once I get the upper hand, the fight will be over, Yada thought. The Sekhmet's claws and stinger struck without encountering any resistance. Crank just stared at her with his big, round eyes as if it was none of his business. The former dug deep into the black fur while the latter reached the Hyperion's chest, releasing a massive dose of acid that emitted a sizzling sound. The problem was that the claws failed to reach the skin. Crank's thick fur was imbued with darkness and earth, his natural elements. Together, they amplified the natural ability of the evolved honey badger to disperse the kinetic energy of any blow. Even a bigger and stronger creature had a hard time hurting a Hyperion. In Ayata's case, she was smaller and weaker. If not for the life maelstrom coursing through her body, Crank would have barely felt the blows. Now instead, he had to rely on the natural defensive properties of his fur and on the full adamant armor that he wore under it. When Ayata's claws had reached it, they had so little momentum left that they had knocked on it rather than slashed. You see, if you wear your armor over your scales, it gets damaged easily, and usually repairing it takes time and mana. Fixing my fur is a piece of cake instead. Worst case scenario, I can always grow a new one, Crank said to Lith via the mind link while he trapped Yada in a literal bear hug. Full guard warned her, and she was much faster than the goofy Hyperion, yet when she flapped her wings to back off, she discovered that all of her limbs were trapped, even the tail. Why isn't the acid working? I can still hear the sizzle. Her brain slammed against her skull when her body met the ground. After grabbing her, Crank had simply let himself fall forward while using gravity fusion and magic. The divine beast had gone from weighing dozens of tons to hundreds in an instant, and they all pressed against the Sekhmet, who found herself between a rock and a tough beast. Her mystical protections still held, but they were now full of cracks that kept getting bigger as the Hyperion hammered at them non-stop. His arms alone were massive, blunt weapons that sent shockwaves through the barriers with each hit. Now that Yada was trapped, the kinetic energy of the blows struck her once when they landed and another when her back bounced against the ground. Even though Crank's blows failed to reach her, they managed to deal her damage. If I blink while this fat ass is still stuck to me, I'd just bring him along. Plan or not, I cannot afford to hold back anymore. She conjured all the spells that she had at the ready, striking the Hyperion from point-blank range. That hurt my feelings. We are just starting to know each other, he said with a laugh without stopping the beating. Lith wanted to step in, but there was nothing he could do that wouldn't risk messing up with Crank's strategy and creating an opening for Iota to escape. Also, he had conjured the eyes of Menadian and was using them to clear the mystery of the Hyperion's apparent invulnerability. Life vision was of no help. All it showed to both him and Iota was that Crank's body shone with blinding light. Whatever bloodline ability he was using, it emitted much more power than a regular bright violet core. It was the reason they had failed to notice the presence of the power core of his armor. It wasn't cloaked, just overshadowed. The eyes, instead, singled out the different energy signatures covering the Hyperion, identifying the mono-body bloodline ability, fusion magic, a spell, and one of the oddest armor designs that Lith had ever seen. The surface of the adamant consisted of long, barbed hooks that normally matched each other, creating the illusion of a flat surface. When the armor was hit, the hooks would spring out and stab at the aggressor, trapping them. The hooks had been coated with a short-range but powerful gravity spell that worked akin to a universal glue. Even if the enemy used a blade, claws, or anything that the hooks couldn't pierce, they would get stuck anyway. A strong tug was enough to get free from the hooks, but the surprise effect was all Crank needed to capture his prey. He knew that his speed was nothing much compared to other divine beasts, but also that his raw strength was the real deal. 1 second was more than enough for him to pin the opponent to the ground, and once the fight moved to close-quarters combat, he was confident in defeating anyone. Mana Body increased his physical prowess further, and made him nigh immune to magic to the point that not even life Maelstrom bothered him much. At least that mace-like tail he got is useless in this situation, whereas mine is still a deadly weapon, Iota thought, whipping her stinger over and over. Her acid was of physical nature, so there was only so much she could use before running out. On the other hand, its non-magical nature allowed it to work under any circumstance, no matter what elements had been sealed. She planted it firmly against the Hyperion's chest, keeping it there while she pumped out her acid to burn his fur and flesh alike. Yet it was her feeling the sting of pain. She yelped in surprise, discovering that her tail was blackened. To make matters worse, she could hear the acid sizzling, but there was no visible effect on Crank. Iota couldn't understand how it was possible, but Lith could. The eyes revealed the presence of a second bloodline ability that coated the fur just like Mana Body covered Crank's body. The darkness element from the world energy and his life force mixed together to generate a thick aura called cleansing mist that eroded everything it came in contact with at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yoda's adamant-coated claws were resisting its effects thanks to life Maelstrom, but the silver light faded more with each second it remained stuck under the black fur. Anything within the area of effect of the black aura would be subjected to its entropic effects. Part of the kinetic energy from blows would be turned into heat, while the mana of spells would be forced out of sync with the world energy, weakening them. As for the acid, cleansing mist broke it down into its components before burning it. The sizzling didn't come from the acid corroding Crank, but from the black aura corroding the acid. The combination of Mana Body and cleansing mist made Hyperion's defensive abilities one of the best among divine beasts. Sorry, love. My species is specialized in getting rid of pests that use acid, poison, or whatever weapon you cowards used. The Hyperion locked his front paws together, hammering at the Sekhmet while also boosting gravity fusion at the moment of impact. Chapter 2046, Crank It Up, Part 2. Chapter 2046, Crank It Up, Part 2. The impact produced a boom that could be heard from Belias, walls, and created a dozens meters deep crater. Iota coughed out a mouthful of blood, but a savage grin appeared on her black snout. Thanks, you moron, she said while warping away in the sky. The hit had dealt her severe injuries, but had also freed her from the hooks and given her enough space to use dimension magic. Blink could have been followed, whereas warp moved her outside the range of life vision. She had conjured it with body casting while enduring the beating, waiting for the right opportunity. Fuck, Crank snarled, seeing his prey escape. I forgot that sealed space doesn't move with its target. Lith was about to comment on that when he saw Solus's golden and white pillar flying toward him, followed by the golems and what was left of his demons. What happened, he asked. I ran out of juice and so did Raptor and Trouble, she replied, panting. I defeated one divine beast, but our army paid a big price for it. Once Thrud's army resumed its advance, we didn't have the strength to stop them anymore. We had to retreat. Of the over 1,000 demons that had answered Lith's call, less than a half were left. He could still see their shadows lingering around him, feel their hands clutching at him in a silent plea for new power. "Fuck me sideways," he said while consuming the energy he had just recovered to restore the army of demons and partly recharge the golems. Their movements had become sluggish due to the depletion of their power cores, the mana crystals etched in their bodies almost out of juice. Solus wasn't faring any better. Her blue core was strained from the repeated use of Sky Blessing, while her body was on the verge of crumbling. Being close to Lith helped, but it wasn't enough. I wanted to make my body disappear and return inside the ring to recover, but I'm too scared at the idea of what might happen. What if it counts as failing at the world tribulation? What if Magur kills me? She asked via their mind link. Excellent question, but I have another. Since when do you have world tribulations as well? Lith was shocked seeing how similar yet different her proto-guardian form was to his own. I don't know that either, she replied in frustration. By my mom, we are so dumb, all this time and we never figured it out. It's actually obvious if you think about it. Back in Kula, Magur talked to me. When Aunt Loka attacked you in Giera and we fused, our appearance was far from human even though we used my body as a base. Are you saying that those were your tribulations as well? Lith was flabbergasted. Yes, I mean no, maybe. Solus felt her head splitting and her heart pounding, respectively, out of mana abuse and fear. I don't want to die, please, Lith, help me. She now understood why Baba Yaga and Silverwing had given up on achieving guardianhood after reaching the white core. World tribulations gave no power and put the awakened against a wall. Either they granted whatever Magur wanted from them, or they died. Solus had faced death many times, but a tribulation was different. She had no understanding of what the conditions of success were, so she could neither plan her victory nor retreat. Meanwhile, a few hundreds of meters away, Falul in her pseudo-dragon form had pierced Uffil's chest with her glaive, Strife. The only reason he was still alive was that he had caught its staff between his hands in time. The blade had stopped centimeters away from his heart, and he couldn't move a muscle without putting his life on the line. To make matters worse, Vergrave used Small World to seal all elements but water while his battalion kept shooting at the dragon cold blasts that sapped his strength. The royal artifact kept Uffil from using regular magic, including dimensional magic. All he was left with was the mana-expensive spirit magic, but even with his 7 heads, he failed to find a way out of his predicament. There was no time to use his breathing technique, and the Hydra simply conjured one barrier after the other to protect herself and her human allies. The fight had turned into a battle of attrition that he was bound to lose. I may be physically stronger, but she bests me in magic. On top of that, with those ants freezing my ass, I'll soon become too weak to keep fighting. I must get out of here. Whenever he stepped back, Falul followed him while keeping the glaive stuck in his chest. She gave Vergrave all the time he needed to relocate the arrays and make sure that the divine beast couldn't escape their area of effect. Every time Uffil conjured origin flames, the hands of Menadian neutralized them, wasting the precious life force he had left. If I can't win, I must bring them down with me. Death is nothing but a few days of forced rest for me, but it's permanent for these bastards. The 7-headed dragon roared as he poured all the mana he had left in the Tier 5 spirit spell, World Crusher. An emerald sphere that resembled Magur seen from space appeared around him, trapping both the Hydra and the humans at its core. The 6 elements produced a gravity 100 times stronger than normal that affected only the space inside the sphere. To make matters worse, fire burned the air to 1,000 degrees that alternated with cold waves of -200 degrees C, -328 degrees F, and the air pressure reached 100 atmospheres. Light and earth made the sphere diamond-hard and darkness filled it with poison. Falul was caught by surprise, managing to conjure a spirit barrier on top of that of her armor at the last second. Vergrave and his troops took cover behind the several defensive arrays conjured by Small World. Yet the pressure of taking a Tier 5 spirit spell was too much for his human body. Not only had he already suffered from the origin flames eating at the royal artifact, but he was also using his sheer focus to counter every single effect of World Crusher to save his soldier. An anti-gravity field relieved the pressure, while water and fire arrays kept the air breathable. Yet there was nothing he could do to stop the air pressure from bursting their eardrums and the darkness from eating at their bodies, aside from energy barriers. all things that put an even greater strain on his already exhausted body. Small World was a powerful artifact, but it was meant to control elemental magic in a wide area and give its wielders a portable set of arrays comparable to those of the ancient noble households. Not to be used on the front lines against awakened divine beasts. No, you do. While her flesh was ripped apart, Falul used one of the spells imbued inside Strife, Cruel Healer. It negated the effects of darkness fusion, making the seven-headed dragon suddenly feel the pain from all of his injuries and from World Crusher. The gravity had broken his bones, and the hot air burned his lungs, but until that moment he had felt nothing. Chapter 2047 Split in Two, Part 1. Chapter 2047 Split in Two, Part 1. The accumulated damage drowned Uffel's senses, making him lose focus. Without darkness fusion keeping the pain at bay, the divine beast failed to control both World Crusher and his own body. As the spell faded, his hands spasmed and his knees buckled up. The moment Strife's haft was free from his grip, Falul pierced Uffel's heart. The glaive emitted a pulse of darkness magic that made the lungs rot and blocked his breathing technique. The seven heads wheezed in unison in the attempt to heal their wounds with invigoration. Air, blood, and life abandoned the corpse of the seven-headed dragon who disappeared in a flash of light, quickly followed by his equipment. Once the emerald sphere disappeared, Falul was panting hard, her body in no better condition than those of the human soldiers. Yet it only took her one breath to start healing. Thanks, if not for your help, this would have been much more. The words died in her mouth when she turned around and witnessed what had happened to her allies. Her injuries were bearable because her body was huge and her armor a masterpiece. The humans were much smaller and worse equipped. Despite Vergrave's efforts, being so close to a Tier 5 spirit magic spell had brought most of them to the brink of death. Where the heck are the reinforcements? She took her communication amulet out while her seven heads triaged the victims and cast many healing spells at the same time. Didn't you hear the royals? Did you? The annoyed voice of the council's human representative answered from the other end. The order was to abandon position and move the fight to the divine beasts in the sky, not to help the Tiamat. The army of humans is irrelevant, only the thunderstorm matters. Lith asked for our help, she replied in outrage. Foolish child, we are doing this for him as well as for us. His efforts will be worth nothing if Belias falls. Our fallen will have died for nothing. Stop listening to your heart and think with your brain. This is a war. Saving a single life means nothing. The human soldiers are just expendable pawns, while Thrud's generals cannot be killed until we get rid of the Golden Griffin. First, we need to stop the storm front. Only then can we worry about the rest. Ragu out. Falul cursed the human representative for her heartlessness, and because she was right. Yet the Hydra didn't feel like abandoning all those people behind. They were so small and fragile, yet they had bravely fought against a Titan. If not for their help, and for Vergrave using the small world to protect her, the fight wouldn't have ended so smoothly. The Hydra turned her head for an instant to check on Lith. She saw Crank beating the Sekhmet like a dirty rug, and felt reassured enough about her apprentice's well-being to keep treating the humans. She used healing spells to stabilize those heavily wounded, avoiding to consume her breathing technique. It didn't matter if she used it on herself or on others. With every use, life stream would lose its efficacy. She had no idea what was about to happen and couldn't risk it becoming ineffective once when she needed her breathing technique the most. The head in charge of the triage noticed that, despite the first aid she had already provided him, Vergrave's life force kept waning. This doesn't make sense. According to my diagnostic spell, I've already taken care of his internal bleeding and of the rest of his major injuries. I don't expect him to jump back on his feet and fight, but the colonel should be fine. She thought while double-checking Vergrave and finding nothing wrong with his body. She used life vision as well, and what she saw made her stomach churn. Not only was Vergrave's life force becoming weaker by the second, his mana core was also turning from bright to blue. Refusing to believe her own eyes, she used Lifestream on him only to discover that her first impression was correct. The colonel had strained his mana core so much during the fight with Uffil, and burned so much of his life force to constantly move the arrays that his core had cracked. Vergrave could feel in his bones that something was wrong with him. The battle for Belias was far from over, and he was still full of adrenaline for defeating a dragon, yet he felt tired. So tired that even the idea of getting up made him feel lightheaded. A quick diagnostic spell confirmed him that the Hydra was an excellent healer, and also strained him so much that he lost consciousness for a few seconds. The screams and spells of his soldiers woke him up, but even after they shared part of their vitality with him, his breath remained quick and shallow. The colonel turned his head around and smiled when he saw that most of his regiment had survived. Over 1/3 of the soldiers had died, but for a suicide unit, it was an amazing success. "I'm dying, aren't I?" Vergrave asked, his voice reduced to a whisper. "Yes," one of Fallow's heads stayed by his side, trying everything she could to fix his core while the other 6 took care of the rest of the regiment. "Please don't waste your time with me then. Take care of the others and protect Belias in my stead." Vergrave had spent his life on the line of duty and had often wondered how he would have felt when his time had come. If the fear of death would have made him cry, if he would have felt proud of his achievements, or just been angry. Much to his surprise, he just felt at peace with himself. "Are you sure?" Fallow asked. "I can't save you, but I can at least prolong your life enough to say your goodbyes." "Thanks, but I have no one to call. I never had the time for a family, and all of my friends are either dead or fighting for their lives at Prode or Vesta," he replied as his breathing became increasingly difficult. "I still can't believe it. I came here to die in 2 seconds, but instead I lasted the whole battle and even killed a dragon. I have no regrets. Please, let me go and tell Archmage Verhin that no matter what the rest of the kingdom says, it was an honor fighting by his side. I only wish that..." His eyes lost their light and his head turned slightly to a side. Fallow had never met Vergrave before, but his actions had earned him her respect. She had refused to let him die in pain. She had stood by his side to make him spend his last moments without pain while surrounded by the people he had given his life to protect. "Your life mattered, young man. I'll make sure that your death matters as well," she said. A gentle touch of spirit magic closed his eyes, giving him such a peaceful expression that if not for the stillness of death, Vergrave would have just seemed asleep. A blue light spread from under his left eyelid as it was shedding a small tear. Chapter 2048 Split in Two, Part 2. Chapter 2048 Split in Two, Part 2. The phenomenon would have surprised Fallow if not for life vision telling her that it was magical in nature. The colonel was dead, and he couldn't cry anymore. The left eye kept shedding tears that pooled up together, forming a small pearl. In a few seconds, it had grown to the size of an eye. The pearl was actually a white crystal covered in so many runes that its light was completely blue. The small world rose in midair, emitting short pulses of light as it searched for a new host. Finding no one among those present who had received the authorization of the royals, it darted up in the sky and disappeared in the direction of Valoran. "If my mother hadn't explained to me what the small world is, I would have probably mistaken it for a cursed object," Fallow mumbled. Her curiosity as a forgemaster demanded to know how it was possible to create such a thing, and if she would ever be able to craft an artifact capable of retaining the will of its first wielder. Then a distant roar of thunder snapped her out of it, and she turned to the rest of the survivors. "There's nothing more than you can do here. Go back to Belias. If you stay here, you'll just get slaughtered." The highest remaining officer looked at the silvery column that kept advancing, knowing that the remaining soldiers of Vergrave's regiment were too few to even slow it down now that they had lost the colonel and the small world. Yet he had his orders and had to follow them. There was no point surviving the battle just to be court-martialed to death. "She's right. I order you to leave and help the defensive forces of the city walls." Vergrave sat straight, his eyes still closed. The soldiers looked at him with joy until they noticed a black chain coming from the distance that was now stuck in his chest. "Colonel, are you really alive?" the officer asked. "No, I'm not." Vergrave's eyes opened, all 4 of them. His soul had inhabited his own body, recovering the mana that still lingered around it to fuel his black core without Lith's help. His skin slowly turned into scales and horns came out of his forehead, but his face remained the same. He called the High Command, informing them of their current situation and of his own demise. "I'm really sorry for you, Colonel," King Meron said. The situation was absurd. Vergrave's rune had never disappeared, but the only reasons the small world could leave its host were their death or one of the royals removing it from their body. "I'm not, Your Majesty. The battle isn't over and I can still fight," the colonel replied. The king was proud of the will shown by Vergrave, but a quick glance to his wife confirmed that she felt the same way about his apparent resurrection. If Vergrave decided to remain after the battle, he would be the 4th member of an elite force to join Lith's army. The royals were afraid that more of the soldiers would follow, increasing the risk of state secrets falling into the hands of someone who was still considered a traitor and an oath breaker. Your regiment has the permission to retreat, Silpha said. Once the Tiamat joins our council allies, he would have no use for regular soldiers anyway. There's no point in losing more good people. High command out. Falul checked the soldiers one last time, and then she joined the others. By the time she arrived by Crank's side, Ayata had already escaped and hadn't returned. What the heck is going on here? She asked when she saw Lith standing still with Solus in her proto-guardian form on his shoulder. The pillar of light surrounding her emphasized her kind features as much as the blackness pooling below his body gave him a cruel appearance. From the shape of their wings to the color of their scales, everything made them look like one being split into two. Lith looked at her with a puzzled expression, shrugging in reply to save as much energy as he could. He was so tired that he couldn't afford to use invigoration to charge the golems again, and without them, the number of demons left was already above what he could usually summon. Much to his surprise, Trouble and Raptor were slowly refueling their spirit crystals by staying to his side as the auxiliary cores restored his strength. The same happened to the souls who had lost their bodies of darkness. Lith's shadow had turned into a black pool from which the demons would be reborn as soon as they managed to absorb enough of the energy that he radiated. Vergrave joined them, bathing into the void as the knowledge about his new condition seeped into his mind, and the events of the battle against Uffel seeped inside Lith's. My only regret is to have never had the opportunity to properly apologize for how I treated you back in Candria. At first, I wondered what kind of monster you were. Then, I could only think about what kind of man you would become, kid, the ex-colonel said through the chains. I know that it might sound stupid, but I always considered that mistake as the only blemish on my spotless career, and I would like to make it up to you. Do you think we can arrange that? We can after the battle, Lith nodded. Then with your permission, I'll stick around for a while, Vergrave said. I'm doing as you asked, Lizard. I'm watching the pup's back, Crank replied. I expected the cat to come back, but at this point I think that she bylaid. That's not it. Didn't you hear the orders from the council? Falul couldn't believe that the Hyperion was without a scratch, and yet wasted time like that. No, my amulet is silent, he shook his head. Same. Lith took his own from one of the pockets of his armor and checked if any of its runes were blinking. They would never call you Lith. You are supposed to be fighting. Crank, are you certain that you exchanged runes with the military before moving out of the city? The Hydra asked. Do you take me for an idiot? He replied with a snort. Of course I did. I must obey the royals if I want to get paid. Exchanging runes was the first thing we did after I signed the contract. This makes no sense. Why would they keep you out of the loo, while the rest of her eyes checked the situation in the sky and on the ground? The eyes of the one speaking with the Hyperion squinted in frustration. Where do you keep your amulet? In my dimensional amulet. Where else should it be? It's not like my fur has pockets, and I'm certainly not going to shove it up my ass. I don't kink that way, Crank replied. Then take it out, you moron. How do you expect anyone to contact you if your rune is not available? She would have kicked his ass, but she knew that she would have just broken her foot. Good point. The amulet came out of the dimensional space, blinking like a Christmas tree due to the number of missed calls. If anyone asks, you tell them that we got caught in a dimensional sealing array. Chapter 2049 Times Up Part 1. Chapter 2049 Times Up Part 1. While Crank listened to the messages, Solus flew on Falul's shoulder and the pillar of light followed her. Look, kid, this is a great idea to have your troops always know your position on the battlefield, but right now you are just wasting your mana and making all of us a target, the Hydra said. I'm not doing this on purpose. I think I'm undergoing a world tribulation. Do you have any idea how to make it stop? Solus replied via a mind link to avoid being overheard. What? Falul had never witnessed one, and had mistaken the light for a strategy and Solus, odd appearance for a disguise to protect her identity. She used Lifestream to check on her apprentice, just to discover that according to her breathing technique nothing was happening, and Solus, life force, was unchanged despite her metamorphosis. I'm sorry, but I have no clue. Lith, you are the expert, the Hydra replied. Expert my scaly ass. When it happened to me, it was always about killing or protecting someone, except for that time when I tried to save Protector's life, he said. Are you telling me that if we lose this battle, Solus dies? Maybe and maybe not, Lith shook his head. I failed to save Protector, yet I'm still here. I think that tribulations are more about proving to Maugr who you are than about success. I didn't destroy Kalgar alone. I just freed the souls from the Forbidden Sun with Solus' help. Let's do everything we can to save Belias just to be safe, Solus said, pacing non-stop to relieve her anxiety. "Okay, the lizard is right. We have new orders," Crank said, oblivious of their conversation. "Ignore the land army and move to the sky. Our new target is the storm front." "How is that going to save Belias?" Lith asked. "There are hundreds of awakened mages just a few hundreds of meters from us, and it just takes one of them to open a spirit warp inside the city. The plan is to stop the advance of the clouds and buy enough time for the weather mages to bring the hot spring air to them. This way, the storm will trigger away from the city and unleash its fury on Thrud's army." "Two birds with one stone," Crank replied. "Are you kidding me? There's no time for that," Lith said. "It's a gamble, kid." The Hyperion's voice became serious. "Either we stall the advance of the divine beasts or we kill enough of them to make the clouds disperse. Everything else will end in our loss." Lith looked at the incoming army, then at Solus' pillar that refused to disappear, and lastly at Belias. He felt that by allowing Thrud's army to reach Belias' walls, he was letting its people down again, but he had no choice. Solus was much more important to him than any city of the kingdom, even Lucia. If he were to lose Belias, it would have been painful, but losing her would have been like losing Karl all over again, if not even worse. "Let's go, then." He flapped his wings, raising a lot of dust as his army of demons followed suit. The moment he took off, half of his shadow remained on the ground while the other half crawled on his legs up to his knees. The demons who had yet to fully reform refused to give up and clung to him in their slime form to not be left behind. "Fair warning, I suck at flying, so if anything happens, one of you has to catch me." Crank drew a circle with his left leg, using earth magic to cut deeply in the ground and create a thick platform a few tons heavy that lifted him up in the sky like an elevator. "Seriously?" Falul asked in disbelief. Even magical beasts attuned with the air element learned how to fly once they reached adulthood. An emperor beast incapable of flight would have been a joke, let alone a descendant of the Guardians. "No, I'm just screwing with you. Of course I can fly. It's just that since I don't know light mastery yet, I don't feel safe sticking my head in a thunderstorm without a bit of dear old Magus covering my ass." Lith thought for a moment about the Faraday cage in his pocket dimension. "Use it if necessary, Solus. It's too small for me now, but if you fold your wings you should fit," Lith said, receiving a nod in reply. "Guys, remember what I told you about not using domination in presence of witnesses," Falul chimed in. "Yes," they replied in unison. "Now more than ever I forbid you to use it. If there is someone up there who has a vague notion of domination and figures it out, we're royally screwed," Falul said. "Ragu was right when she reminded me that defeating Thrud's followers just buys us time, whereas whatever they learn from us, they can use it during our next encounter." "Any more good news?" Lith's voice oozed sarcasm. "Yes," the Hydra pretended to not notice it. "That said, remember that we are about to enter a thundercloud. It means that we are going to be surrounded by natural bolts of lightning that will hurt even those who have conjured them. In a battle of mastery over the air element, there would be nothing strange if a genius like me managed to wrestle control of the lightning bolts from Thrud's generals, and since you are my apprentices. We can't dominate spells, but we are free to go all out on the natural elemental forces, got it?" Solus completed the phrase for her. "Are you going to be all right with all that cold?" "Don't remind me of that." Falul shuddered at the thought and cranked up the heating system of her armor to the max. Lith glanced at the plains in front of the city walls, noticing that the Emperor beasts had left their stations, and only the human and small-sized awakened Fae remained to stand guard. "This is weird," he thought. "Divine beasts are strong, but just 10 of them should have already lost to the Council forces. It takes 7 bright violet cord awakened to cast Silverwing's Annihilation, and just one shot of that is enough to cripple even someone like me. Thrud's generals are around my level, so how the heck can they defend themselves and guide the thundercloud at the same time?" The answer arrived a few seconds later, when they reached the aerial battlefield. There were just 8 divine beasts left now, but there were over 100 awakened belonging to all races on Thrud's side. Lith had failed to notice them from the ground because of their relatively small size, and because they were hidden in the blackness of the clouds. They were arranged in 7-man units and used Silverwing spells as well, bringing the fight to a standstill. Every time an annihilation crashed against a bastion, an emerald flash painted the clouds green, and the resulting boom drowned out even the noise of thunder. The battle was one of the trickiest that Lith had ever seen. The awakened of both sides had to be wary of the clouds, of their respective enemy, and even of their own allies. Chapter 2050 Times Up Part 2. Chapter 2050 Times Up Part 2. Thrud's generals had done a nice work, building up the mother of all storms, but that also meant that arcs of electricity could randomly appear anywhere. Their light blinded the fighters, their noise deafened if not even burst the eardrums of those too close to their origin point, and anyone who got even grazed by a bolt of lightning would fall to the ground all hot and crispy. On top of that, in the chaos of the battle, even defending against an attack could be fatal for your own allies. The spells that the Awakened used, and especially Silverwings, produced powerful shockwaves when blocked. If another unit was caught by them in the middle of a maneuver, their formation would crumble, and the opponent would quickly dispose of them. Dodging was even worse since the spells would travel for hundreds of meters, if not kilometers, before losing cohesion. The smartest of the Awakened always aimed their spells so that they would line up with at least 3 enemy units that would be hit if they missed their original target. "I need to rejoin my comrades to use Silverwing spells," Falul said. "Try to stay close enough to me that I can help you if something bad happens, but far away enough to not be caught by the aftermath of a clash." "Where does this leave me and our deal?" the Hyperion asked. "Stick to Lith and make sure that nothing bad happens to him. I can take care of myself." The Hydra's 7 heads scoured the skies, searching for her unit before bolting away with a flap of her wings. Meanwhile, Lith used his breathing technique to bring back the demons of the Fallen, who had lost their bodies during the clash with the Thunderborn, and recharge his golems. He knew that each use of invigoration made its next use less effective, but the clock was ticking. Violent high-altitude winds made it difficult for him to stand still amid the storm and quickly push the clouds forward. The storm front had already reached the plains in front of Belias, and couldn't be allowed to move any further. If it gets closer to the city, once it meets the hot winds, the ensuing storm will hit both Thrud's army and Belias. The problem is that while an army can just retreat, a city can't move. "We need to stop it now," Lith said via a mind link. "Thanks for the information, Captain Obvious," Crank replied with a sneer. "Any idea how to achieve something that not even the Council's forces managed to?" Yellow and emerald flashes from the bolts of lightning, and the conflicting Silverwing's spells blinded the Tiamat as he turned his head around to study their predicament. Each one of Thrud's soldiers was weak compared to Council elders like Falul, but they had the advantage of surprise and a good plan backing them. The kingdom had prepared for a battle of might and magic, but it was ill-prepared to face a natural disaster. To make matters worse, the Mad Queen had instructed her troops in 7-man units as well. Fake mages were incapable of casting Silverwing's spells, making the bulk of the kingdom's forces and even the Queen's corpse useless. Thrud knew that the 7 fake Awakened would have been split between the 3 cities to guarantee them the same degree of protection, but this way the elite unit couldn't show its true prowess. To use their best spells and strategies, all 7 of them needed to be together, but that would have meant leaving 2 targets exposed. The members of the Queen's corps were doing their best to support the Awakened, taking the place of the injured to not make the formation crumble. Yet the lack of synergy between them reduced the prowess of the spells, whereas Thrud's soldiers worked like a well-oiled machine. The final result was that the Council forces were still winning the battle, but too slowly for it to matter. The enemy Awakened had placed arrays throughout the thunderclouds to keep them packed, and not let the accumulated energy scatter in case their focus was otherwise required. Even now that Thrud's followers were fighting for their lives, the arrays worked akin to an autopilot. Soulless analysis. Lith took a deep breath, using the burning flames within his body to shrug off the cold that was quickly sapping his strength. How the heck can the 3 of us have any meaningful impact on the conflict? Not only had his Tiamat form inherited Ligain's weakness to cold, but he also felt overwhelmed by the battle taking place in front of his eyes. In the past, his missions had always had a clear goal. In Kula, he had to rescue Floria and Quilla. In Kalga, Lith just needed to get rid of the Forbidden Sun. In Lightkeep, Jakra was all that stood between him and victory. By knowing himself and his opponent, Lith had always planned in advance and ensured his victory. Now, however, there were 2 enemies and too many variables. On top of that, he had no time to prepare, and the storm front moved forward by the second. "Helping the other Awakened is a no-go," Solus replied while standing on his left shoulder, using physical contact to slow down the energy loss due to keeping her human form. "We would just mess up with their tempo and ruin whatever strategy they are employing." She shared with him her mana sense, showing Lith how the members of the 7-man units were constantly exchanging thoughts with mind links. "The safest option would be to take an enemy unit by ourselves. You, Crank, and I have practiced Silverwing spells together. Now that your demons are back to their full strength, we have the manpower we need. It sounds as safe as pointless, Lith replied. Blocking a single group of Emperor beasts will hardly slow down the storm front. Then there's only one route left, Solus sighed sharply. We must dispose of the divine beasts. It's only thanks to the life maelstrom that Thrud's soldiers can keep up with the council, and if not for Doom Tide, the arrays would be incapable of moving. The divine beasts are the backbone and the heart of Thrud's plan. Remove them and her plan will fall apart. She showed him how most of the Emperor beasts just fueled the arrays, but had no control over them. They were nothing but a diversion to keep the council forces to realize who really used Doom Tide in the heat of the battle. Between the onslaught of spells filling the sky, the arrays, and the hundreds of different energy signatures, using life vision only showed a blurred, multicolored mess. Great Mother Almighty, Crank thought, scaring Lith and Solus so much that the mind link almost crumbled. How did you figure this much in just a few seconds? Even if I had a mystical sense as good as yours, if you didn't point things out to me, I would have never noticed. He was too busy dodging energy blasts and lightning arcs to focus on anything but his survival. Fuck me sideways, Lith and Solus thought in unison, this time making sure to keep it private. We had forgotten that this moron is part of our mind link now. Chapter 2051, Joining Forces, Part 1. Chapter 2051, Joining Forces, Part 1. There's no time for explanations, the Tiamat said. My partner is a renowned genius tactician, so you just follow her instructions and ask no questions. We are going to take down that thing. He pointed at one of Thrud's generals, Ophius the Quetzalcoatl. Just like the Thunderborn, it was one of the evolutionary paths that the Guardians had ignored. In this case, Ligain and Feniger. The Quetzalcoatl resembled a long snake over 50 meters, 165. Long covered with sky-blue feathers instead of scales, and with a set of feathered wings coming out of the middle of his spine. Like a dragon, it was capable of natural flight, but since its forefather was actually a leviathan, it had developed the ability to mix the water element from the world energy with his life force to conjure the blood-tied bloodline ability. The creature was the leader of a 7-man unit, and was keeping the awakened at bay thanks to his ability to manipulate arrays at will. Elemental sealing magical formations blocked everything, but spirit magic the council soldiers used, whereas the Quetzalcoatl's allies could freely cast magic. Every time that an awakened tried to use a disarray spell to remove the formations, Ophius only had to rearrange the runes that comprised them to neutralize the threat at hand. What makes you think that the three of us can do better than 7 council elders? Crank liked a good challenge like any other Hyperion, but suicide missions were just stupid. All the gold on Magur was pointless if he was too dead to spend it. We can't, Lith replied. But that doesn't mean that we cannot turn the tables. How good is your mastery over the air element? Not my favorite topic, but I can handle even natural lightning. Why do you ask? Shut up and cover for me. The moment I give you the signal, you are in for a treat. Lith's eyes turned golden while Solus turned black as he shared with her his strategy. It should work, but it's very dangerous, she replied. If anything goes wrong, we are screwed. Are you certain you want to do this instead of just biding our time like everyone else? Damn sure, because we are not everyone else. Your tribulation is still ongoing, and there's no way I'm going to let you die just to save my skin. The Tiamat replied in anger while glaring at the golden and white pillar that still enveloped her. Magur doesn't care for excuses, and whatever they want from you, they won't settle for mediocrity. I know. Solus gently caressed a scale on his neck, moved by the heat that his worry for her produced. But if we don't take risks, at least you will be safe. There's no reason to put both our lives on the line. During your tribulations, even if you failed, nothing would have happened to me. I would have just needed to find a new host. She did her best to sound indifferent, but just saying those words almost made her voice crack. Almost. It's only fair that the same happens to me. There's no point in taking unnecessary risks. You have your family and Camilla waiting for you, whereas I have no one. Fair my scaly ass, Lith cut her short. During every one of my tribulations, you stood by my side, risking your life to ensure my survival. Besides, it's not true that you have no one. You have me and our family. I've risked losing you once in Kula, and I'd rather die than repeat the experience. We'll face this like we do everything else together. Solus nodded, and made the sage staff return to its original size in her hand, using it to recover as much strength as she could while Lith started weaving double edge. There was a rhythm to every battle, and Lith had long since learned how to read it like a pianist with sheet music. He used the mouth of Menadian to cast his blade tier spell, Ruin, as quickly as he could while never averting his eyes from the Quetzalcoatl. Crank froze seeing the mystical weapon weaving runes, but it only lasted for a second. He activated a flight spell while splitting the earth mass he had brought along in two and infusing it with the darkness element. Soon the platform's halves took the shape of semi-spherical shields that floated a few meters away from his four legs, and that were big enough to cover the Hyperion from head to toe. Earth magic turned the soft ground into rocks and then into solid stone, purifying it from conductive materials. At the same time, darkness magic flooded every nook and cranny of the makeshift shields. This way, any bolt of lightning couldn't pass through Crank's defenses, and any spell that hit them would be severely weakened by the mass of darkness even before it could reach the sturdy rock beneath. Fuck, I should have flapped my gums less and dug more information about the runt. He thought while deflecting stray arcs of lightning and spells to make sure that nothing messed with Lith's concentration. The Tiamat may be barely a hatchling, but he has already mastered light mastery and can even use blade magic. I didn't see the Hydra using it, which means that she probably exploited my ignorance to lead me by the nose. If I'm right and I sucked up to the wrong person, I'm screwed. This guy could be the next ruler of the flames, yet I always treated him like crap. If he knows how to craft weapons attuned to the mana flow, I must become his friend, or he will put my order on the bottom of the list. Suddenly, his deal with the kingdom became irrelevant, and the Hyperion focused on protecting the Tiamat at the cost of his own personal safety. I wish Solus could use her own blade spell. Menadian's wrath is the perfect tool against someone who heavily relies on arrays, but the moment she uses it, she'd be drained of energy and will become a target. Solus has already used too much strength, and we can't afford the risk of her losing her human body counting as failing her world tribulation. I wish that crap came with an instruction manual, Lith thought as the battle neared its apex. The Council's unit was being slowly cornered, and its members had weaved Silverwing's annihilation as their last-ditch effort. The Elders had already tried everything they could and failed, but they had no option left aside from waiting for death or surrender. Every time they had attempted an annihilation, Ophius had used Blood Tide to turn the elemental ceiling arrays into barriers that, along with the Bastion, foiled the attack and created the opportunity for a counterstrike. Lith could see with life vision that the Councils awakened were pouring all the strength they had left into their spell while also preparing for a warp steps. The Elders would rather retreat to fight another day than waste their lives for a losing battle. On my mark, Lith said seemingly to no one. On your mark what? Crank asked in utter confusion, while a bolt of natural lightning hit his right shield with so much force to shatter it. Chapter 2052, Joining Forces, Part 2. Chapter 2052, Joining Forces, Part 2. The Hyperion took control of every single fragment with earth magic, and reformed the shield before the next volley arrived. Now, the moment the Elders unleashed the annihilation, Lith activated Ruin. The blackness of the storm was painted red by the hail of energy blades that moved in every direction, attacking all the nearest 7-man units belonging to Thrud's army at the same time. The demons of the darkness jumped out of Lith's shadows and legs, using domination to take control of Ruin's shards and imbue them in their weapons. This way, the demons would not only harness a fraction of the power of the blade spell, but they would also ride it to reach their respective marks with a speed exceeding that of any flight spell. Ruin generated countless energy blades that Lith had to control by splitting his willpower, but aside from the main blast that still required his focus, each blade had now a wielder that could use it on their own. By coupling the blade tier spell with his demons, Lith had exploited its huge area of effect to strike at multiple enemies at the same time without the need to control Ruin once it was cast. He focused solely on the Quetzalcoatl, and on not missing the timing when the two Silverwing spells would clash. The Bastion, supported by the barriers, had no problem withstanding the enemy's annihilation, but once Ruin joined the onslaught, the emerald surface cracked. The single fissure quickly spread to the rest of the construct faster than it could be repaired. Both Thrud's and the Council's awakened were taken by surprise when the defensive barriers suddenly collapsed. Yet while the Quetzalcoatl and the members of his unit took what was left of the two offensive spells square on, the Elders used the moment of respite to use invigoration and weave new spells. Lith pressed his advantage, breathing a full burst of void flames from his mouth and another of blight flames from his feathered wings against Ophius. The former engulfed his head while the latter struck his tail, and both burned at him from inside out. The two cursed flames quickly covered their respective half of the Quetzalcoatl's colossal body, drawn to each other like magnets of opposite charge. Yet while the chaos spent part of its energy to cancel Life Maelstrom's effects, the decay gobbled it up and used it to amplify its strength. The void and the blight met in the middle, turning the cursed elements back into their natural state. Light and darkness mixed quickly and violently, causing an explosion that ripped off many of the sky-blue scales covering Ophius midline. At the same time, the demons of the darkness wielding the shards of ruin attacked the nearby 7-man units belonging to Thrud's army. Each one of them was nothing much compared to a violet cord awakened, let alone 7 of them working together. Yet there were over 1,000 demons focusing their full might on just 5 units. On top of that, they all wielded at least one shard of the blade's spell and hurled a burst of void flames at the same time. Thrud's Awakened were caught by surprise, but they still managed to raise Silverwing's bastion before the hail of living dark red energy turned them into mincemeat. The flames and the shards helplessly crashed against the barrier, dealing no damage. Just like Lith had planned, Thrud's Awakened had been forced to focus their attention to the sudden threat, losing control of the fight and creating an opportunity that the Council's elders didn't miss. They used life vision to study the barriers and unleashed their respective annihilation against its weakest spot. The attack of the demons had forced Thrud's Awakened to focus their energy in a single point, leaving the bastion exposed to side attacks. The annihilations shattered the mystical barriers on impact, and still had enough strength to deal quite some damage before fading away. The elders exploited the ensuing moments of chaos and confusion to gain the upper hand, breaking the standstill. "Well done," Solus said via their mind link. "Our strength isn't enough to win this battle on our own, but by tipping the scales in multiple points, we should trigger a domino effect. With each unit of Thrud's Awakened that falls, the remaining council members can join their forces to take down the enemies faster. In this situation, even outnumbering the enemy of a single 7-man unit can make a difference, and with this attack, we have created the opportunity to wipe out 6 of them. Don't count our chickens before they hatch." Between the cursed flames and the blade tear spell, Lith was so tired that he panted even in his mind. "The Quetzalcoatl is still standing, and even with the advantage I've given them, the elders will have a tough time fighting the rest of the Emperor beasts still infused with Life Maelstrom. To get rid of the doom tide that controls the snowstorm, wounding him isn't enough. We must kill him." "Way ahead of you," Solus replied while the runes engraved on the sage staff flew in the air and surrounded Ophius' group. The 3 evil eyes and the elemental crystals shone in unison, as she used the power of the staff to make up for her blue core and conjure the Tier 4 gravity spell, Collapsed Star. It increased the gravity surrounding the 7 Emperor beasts by 100 folds, making it impossible for any flight spell to support their weight. The Quetzalcoatl and his allies plunged down, crashing against the ground before they could even understand what was happening. Their bodies twisted and broke, their very own bones piercing through their flesh and organs impaling them from the inside. "Excellent work, kid," one of the elders, a man who looked in his late 40s with blonde hair and blue eyes, said via a quick mind link while chasing the prey. "A little forewarning would have allowed us to kill them all in a fell swoop, though. It would have also alerted the enemy, and by the time you'd readied your spell, I would have missed my opening," Lith replied. "Fair enough, Dragonspeed Verhin." Ophius managed to use Doomtide to conjure a warp array and escape from the effects of Collapsed Star before it killed them all, but it was too late. The fact that the council elders were already on their tail before they could take a single breath of invigoration would probably spell their death, but it wasn't that worrying Ophius. Solus knew that killing a divine beast in a single shot was impossible, so she had conjured Shattered Star to remove the Quetzalcoatl from the battle. The purpose of her spell had been to drive one of the Doom Tide users away from the array field, not to defeat them. Without Ophius keeping the formation stable, the snowstorm's advance slowed down and the clouds started to drift away from Belias. "Excellent work, Solus. When did you learn gravity magic?" Lith asked while drawing in world energy with Demon Grasp to restore his strength, while Solus did the same with Sky Blessing. "It's a side project I've been dabbling in with Freya ever since we crafted the Sage Staff," she replied. Chapter 2053 Best Laid Plans Part 1 Chapter 2053 Best Laid Plans Part 1 I lack Freya's dimensional awareness, but thanks to the staff's enchantments, I can still conjure a few enchantments she taught me, Solus said. What the heck are you two talking about, and why do I feel left out of this conversation entirely? I'm working my ass for you here. Crank was really cranky from blocking one bolt of lightning after another and receiving no recognition for his hard work. Sorry, Solus said, suddenly remembering that he was there too. How are you doing? Peachy, he replied. Between my armor and earth magic, the lightning barely stings. What was all that stuff about my air mastery about? It was about this. Solus bolted from Lith's shoulder and into a thundercloud as she took the very same conductive metals that the Hyperion had purified from the soil out of her pocket dimension. She used them to form a thin mist around her that worked like a lightning rod and drew the full power of the brewing storm against her. The mother of all bolts of lightning erupted from the blackness of the cloud, illuminating the surroundings with the intensity of a second sun. The stream of electricity was longer and wider than any divine beast Lith had ever seen, yet when it enveloped Solus, he felt no fear. The yellow streak in her wings lit up as she used domination to take control of the natural lightning and make it spin in the form of a ring around her. Is she insane? Crank said. Between my affinity toward the earth element and my bloodline abilities, I'm confident to survive even something like that, but your friend there is a pipsqueak. If she gets so much as grazed by a lightning that strong, the only thing left of her will be her memory. She may not have your raw strength, but she's much smarter, Lith replied. On top of that, being small has its perks, you know. The Hyperion was right. Even a veteran divine beast like him would have been severely, if not deadly wounded by such a majestic force of nature. Yet Solus had volunteered to go first because she had something better than bloodline abilities by her side. She had science and Lith's Faraday cage. Even with domination and the sage staff, controlling the volatile energy of the storm from so close was dangerous, but thanks to the copper mesh, she suffered no damage even when she made a mistake. Solus had placed the ferromagnetic metals outside the cage, using them to both draw more bolts of lightning to her and to form a path where to safely channel the electrical current. This way, she could bide her time and focus solely to infuse the air element with her willpower, until it obeyed her every command. Take it, amplify it as much as you can, and then pass it to Lith, Salu said once the bolt of lightning had assumed a stable and compact form that anyone could safely control before throwing it at the Hyperion. Due to the limited mana of her blue core, she couldn't empower it any more by herself. The ring of lightning had already grown so big that it blinded all of her senses, making it hard for her to keep her focus. Crank cursed in many languages but remained surprised when he noticed that the energy mass opposed no resistance, answering to his will like a loyal dog. Solus, dominance was still in effect, and she used it from a distance to support him. The Hyperion used his mastery over earth magic to enhance the magnetic field of the metals and draw even more bolts of lightning. The ring grew in size again until it formed a perfect sphere that shrouded the Hyperion from head to toe. This is amazing. I'm naturally attuned to the earth element, but I would have never thought of using it like this by myself. Two opposing elements can actually work together, he thought as the power of the energy mass grew until it was almost too much to control. Then he passed it onto Lith, who used his yellow eye and his own domination to put an even stronger leash on the natural lightning. I wish I had the time to boost it a bit more, but right now speed is of the essence. The electrical current flowed into his right arm and came out of his left hand, and yellow eye split into 6 smaller streams. They struck at as many 7-man units, each one hosting one of the remaining divine beasts capable of using Doom Tide and in charge of steering the snowstorm, tipping the scale in favor of the kingdom even more. Those struck by natural lightning died on the spot. Some managed to conjure Silverwing's bastion just to see it crumble. The anti-guardian spell allowed the divine beasts and those who had a natural resistance to the air element to survive, but only for a few seconds. The sudden attack had disrupted their formation and left on them a residual charge, turning them into living lightning rods. The council's elders didn't miss the opening and used their mastery over the air element to kill the survivors without wasting a drop of mana. The storm was supposed to be Thrud's trump card, yet Lith was turning it against her champions. Just a handful of seconds had passed since he had unleashed ruin, but it would have been enough to turn the tides of the battle. It was supposed to be enough. Enough, Yada the Sekhmet dived from above at Lith while he was still catching his breath. First you cripple our army and now our storm. You are a scourge to everything good in this world, and I won't allow you to ruin months of hard work. After running away, she and the rest of the Life Maelstrom users had emptied their mana organs, splitting the silver lightning between the other beasts and the arrays. The former would allow them to fight on par with the Council, while the latter would ensure that the storm advanced at full speed even during the battle. After that, Ayata had kept herself hidden, using her hard light constructs from a distance to shield her allies and heal them. With 2 members of her unit dead, joining the fight directly was suicidal. The fight with Lith had drained too much of her strength, and without Life Maelstrom, all the Sekhmet could do was support her allies and be ready to take the place of one of the fallen. The moment she had seen the Tiamats coming, she had expected him to follow a similar strategy. She had lain in ambush, waiting for the opportunity to kill him and even the score. Yata had witnessed Solus killing Lyri, and had faced both the Tiamat and the Hyperion. She wasn't confident in defeating any of them even when she still had Life Maelstrom to spare. Facing all 3 of them without it would have been just stupid. Now, however, Verhin was completely open and weakened from channeling so much power through his body. The Golden Knight wobbled in midair from exhaustion, and the Hyperion was distracted. Yata would have called it the perfect opportunity, but the cost that it came at, and seeing the true Queen's plan being hindered so much made it anything but perfect. Chapter 2054 Best Laid Plans, Part 2. Chapter 2054 Best Laid Plans, Part 2. Her claws ripped the tendons in Lith's right hand, making him lose the grip on war and allowing her to warp the dangerous blade dozens of kilometers away. That thing isn't just a weapon like those that the Queen forged for us. It's part of the Tiamat's power. Without it, he can't express his full abilities, she thought, and she was right. It was thanks to war that Lith could use domination with such ease. The blade's abilities complemented his own, and there was no strategy in his playbook that didn't make the best of the special bond he shared with it. With his limbs pinned by the Sekhmet's legs during the freefall, the only thing that Lith could do was to breathe a burst of origin flames, but his shallow breath greatly reduced its efficacy. It was the only reason he survived his blunder. Yata had trained against Jormung the Emerald Dragon, an opponent who had mastered the origin flames after spending over 500 years trapped inside the Golden Griffin. During her clash with Lith, she had been wary of the possible tactics he might employ, but now she had realized how little he could do compared to her mentor. The moment Lith had inhaled, she had felt his temperature rising as the flames spread throughout his body before erupting from his scales. The kid is so devious that I had forgotten he's just 19. Without a master, he didn't have the time to learn how to control his bloodline abilities. He can only breathe the flames from his mouth like a dragonute or from his body. He's just a 2-tricks pony. She headbutted the Tiamat while he was still inhaling, making him lose control of the world energy. The origin flames manifested inside his body, eating at his flesh and blood without being hindered by the Voidwalker armor or any of its protective enchantments. Lith's 7 eyes boiled, blinding him and sealing domination. His throat burned, stopping his breath and making it impossible for him to use invigoration. Smoke came out of his ears along with 2 tongues of fire that burst his eardrums. His charred muscles stiffened, becoming useless. The Tiamat had become blind, deaf, and paralyzed, incapable of using body casting. He had taken so much damage that without a healing spell, light fusion would take minutes to restore his mobility. Yet he had only a few seconds left to live. Lith crashed against Belias planes at terminal velocity, bearing both his own weight and that of the Sekhmet. His bones shattered on impact, piercing his own flesh and puncturing his organs despite the spirit barrier he had conjured at the last second. The emerald sphere had expanded outwards from his body, both cushioning the impact and pushing Ayata away. She had been taken by surprise and sent tumbling on the ground. The Sekhmet had taken little damage, but Lith had bought himself a bit more time. Fuck me sideways. My only option is to either manage to restore enough of my throat to use invigoration or hope that Solus has recovered her strength and can help me. Otherwise, I'm finished, he thought while focusing light fusion on his windpipe. Lith knew that turning his head around would only cause him agony, but he did it anyway in the hope that at least one of his senses could perceive Yata's next attack and allow him to further prolong his life. The worst thing about that situation weren't the wounds or the pain that overcame even darkness fusion. It was the feeling of helplessness that came from the dark, silent world where he was currently trapped in. His lungs burned from the lack of air, and small bursts of fire came from his empty eyes instead of tears of pain. He called upon his golems, but they were too far to make it in time to save him. Lith searched his surroundings for a wandering soul strong enough to receive what was left of his strength and protect him from the Sekhmet, but there was none. Ayata stood up with air magic, avoiding to produce a single vibration that her opponent could perceive through the ground. Then she bolted from the side at him with her clawed weapon, extended to its full length to decapitate the Tiamat like a flying guillotine. It was then that a second meteor fell from the sky, producing a shockwave so strong that it sent both Lith and Ayata tumbling in opposite directions. "Thanks, you have no idea how awkward I feel when I'm away from dear old Magur." The meteor turned out to be the curled-up form of Crank the Hyperion, who stood up, while never averting his eyes from the opponent. He didn't move from his landing spot, ready to blink after Ayata in case she tried to sneak past him to finish Lith off. Most of the spells he had at the ready were suited for an aerial fight, and of little use on the ground, so he needed time to weave new ones. He activated the Tier 4 spell, Tidal Wall, and hit the ground with his forelegs. The earth rippled before bursting up in a series of concentric waves infused with darkness magic that corroded everything on their path. Ayata shrugged off the concussion with a quick breath of invigoration and flew above the spell at the last second. The moment she reached the safety of the sky, a bolt of darkness, the size of a house, struck her with the speed of a bullet. Not only was it unnaturally fast, but it had moved under the cover of the first wave of tidal wall so that she couldn't notice it with life vision, and had caught her by surprise. Ayata fell right into tidal wall's second wave that carried her away while eating at her body from every direction. The earth construct dived down like a hand swatting a fly, slamming the Sekhmet against the ground. She bounced up just to get caught by the next wave, again and again in an endless cycle that broke her armor and cracked every bone in her body. Ayata used light mastery to keep her armor from falling apart and activated a spirit barrier. It bought her the second of respite she needed to blink away to safety. Or so she thought until she reappeared just to see a volley of darkness headed her way. The projectiles had been infused with spirit magic, granting them the speed and the kinetic energy of colossal cannonballs. The first bolt was too close to dodge it, and she took it square on the muzzle. The impact sent her on the path of the second, which in turn bounced her against the third, turning the scattered shots into a precise machine gun. Just because I have to keep things simple, it doesn't mean I can't kick her ass, Crank thought. An elemental spell infused with spirit magic was way less powerful than a spirit spell, but also much less expensive and quick to cast. On top of that, while Ayata was busy fighting him, Solus was doing her best to save Lith's life. She had come down riding the Hyperion's back and had blinked on Lith unnoticed during the landing. Chapter 2055 Checkmate, Part 1. Chapter 2055 Checkmate, Part 1. By my mom, there are more injuries in Lith's body than items on a grocery list, Solus thought, while Sky Blessing gave her a detailed report of Lith's pitiful condition. I need to stop the bleeding and fix his bones, or he will die. Her breathing technique could heal most of his wounds in a few seconds and restore his stamina, but without nutrients, his body would still lack the strength to keep fighting. Solus regenerated Lith's throat first so that he could gulp down the tonics, and then she stabilized all the life-threatening injuries. The Tiamat drank huge amounts of potions that he kept stored in his pocket dimension, allowing Solus to repair his organs. With each eye that she restored, his aura burst out with renewed strength, something that Ayata didn't miss even in her dazzled state. How can Verhin be still alive? Not even a divine beast can survive without breathing. The Sekhmet roared, creating a shockwave that interrupted her flight while a hard light construct blocked the incoming darkness bullet. She bolted toward Lith, while avoiding the volley of spurt magic-infused darkness to kill him before he could fully recover. Alas, Crank had yet to be paid for his services and begged to differ. He stepped back, putting himself between the Sekhmet and her prey. To make matters worse, he suddenly released a violent black aura that eclipsed Lith's energy signature, blinding Ayata's life vision. What an annoying prick, she thought while unleashing a barrage of scorching pillars of light that cut the ground asunder and vaporized Crank's earth constructs. Now either he dodges, leaving Verhin wide open, or dies. Whatever he does, it's my win. Yet the Hyperion didn't move. He took the blasts head-on, but aside from a bit of smoke coming from his fur, there was no visible damage. Damn it, I had forgotten about his mono-body bloodline ability. He's immune to direct damage from magic, but it comes at the price of his own spellcasting, and offers no protection from indirect damage. Ayata conjured several hard light constructs shaped like hands, each one big enough to squeeze a divine beast. Crank snarled as the white streak on his back shifted into the 6 colors of the elements. It absorbed the components of the world energy one at a time and used them to empower the spells he had left at the ready. The Elemental Overload Bloodline ability turned the Tier 3 spells into Tier 4, while the only Tier 5 he had managed to weave rose to the power of a spirit spell. Ayada's constructs shattered one after the other until only one was left. It trapped the Hyperion in a wall of light that surrounded him and imploded on itself, without giving him the time to blink. Oh fuck, it was a calculated risk, but man if I'm bad at math. Crank had underestimated the burden that boosting so many spells at the same time would put on his mana core. Elemental Overload allowed young Hyperions to make up for their lack of body casting and veterans to need but a split second to turn a cantrip into a devastating spell, yet it came at a price. The white streak on their back absorbed the elements required to boost their spells, but the remaining world energy had to be neutralized by their body to fix the imbalance that Elemental Overload created. On top of that, the extra energy had to be channeled through the mana core, putting it under the same strain of casting multiple spells instead of just one. Unlike physical organs, the only way a core could recover was with rest. Not even breathing techniques could hasten the process. Yada dived into the black aura and finally noticed the small golden figure on the Tiamat's chest. Between the gentle light enveloping her and the wing-shaped hair, the Sekhmet mistook Solus for a fairy. The blackness of Lith's colossal body was in stark contrast with her golden and white pillar, making her look like a spirit of light who had descended to either aid or vanquish the demon. How can there possibly be 2 Verhans? Ayada thought the moment life vision once again confirmed to her that they had the same energy signature and confused her even further. Solus turned around, waving her hands in quick succession. The first switched Yada and Crank, blinding the former with her own spell and saving the latter a lot of damage. Big deal, my own mana can't harm me and both the divine beasts are still exhausted. I can Solus. Second Hand had thrown Menadian's Fury and activated its Fury's flight ability. The hammer split into 9, each enveloped in an elemental aura that struck at the Sekhmet in quick succession, shattering both the spirit barrier of her armor and the constructs she had enveloped herself with. The Furies were small compared to a divine beast, but their Davros heads coupled with the gravity magic the artifacts were imbued with gave them the same kinetic energy of a meteor. Crank, time to finish this. Buy me a couple of seconds, Solus said via mind link. On it, whoever you are. The Hyperion bashed at the Sekhmet while the Fury was returning to Solus, hand and pinned Yada to the ground. She twisted her lower back, sending her scorpion tail toward his unprotected eye with surgical precision. Seriously, do you think that my tail is just for decoration? Didn't you wonder why I didn't use it during our first squabble? Crank knew his abilities and their weak points the best. Mana Body protected him from spells just like cleansing mist from dangerous physical substances like acid. But it only worked on his thick, sturdy fur that gave cleansing mist the time it needed to work. Any attack aimed at soft areas like his mouth, ears, or eyes would meet no resistance. It was the reason the Hyperion had kept his long, armored tail lifted and ready to strike. It faced the stinger head-on, using cleansing mist to make the acid harmless and its massive weight to squash the Sekhmet's tail. Darkness fusion protected Ayada from the agony of losing a limb, but she lost her coordination nonetheless as her body struggled to find its balance after being maimed. Crank exploited the advantage to pummel the confused enemy with his adamant-coated paws. The enchanted metal shape-shifted, turning his extremities into war maces. Ayada felt her bones shattering, but she ignored the pain and unleashed her most powerful spirit spell, Devouring Light. It was a variant of tyrannical roar that she had derived from her memories with Thrud's help. Yet the moment the golden light emerged from her body and started to eat at the Hyperion, it was eclipsed by the dim brilliance of what seemed an emerald dawn. After giving up on using Uriel, hexagram again, Solus had replaced it with Silverwing's Bastion, but she had lacked both the means and the opportunity to use it. Then, after Lith had used Ruin, she had stored the Annihilation in the mouth of Menadian as well. Lith could use a blade tier spell only twice before exhausting his strength. Invigoration could give him back his energy, but it couldn't make up for the still missing war. Chapter 2056 Checkmate, Part 2. Chapter 2056 Checkmate, Part 2. Without the angry blade, the only piece of equipment with a power core that Lith had crafted was his Voidwalker armor. With that alone, Ruin couldn't manifest half of its power due to the lack of offensive skills of the artifact. Silverwing's annihilation, instead, only required for 7 awakened to be assembled. Vergrave, Valia, Locrias, and Tryon had answered Lith's call, returning by his side as quickly as they could. All the demons that Lith conjured were awakened, and by sharing his knowledge through the mystical chains that bound them to him, it was as if they had practiced all day with Falul as well. After being recharged, they had still 6 eyes each, bringing them just 1 step below Lith. Vergrave had been a demon for just a few minutes, but what he lacked in experience, he more than made up for it with his mastery of magic. After serving for decades in the army and being entrusted with the small world multiple times, the late colonel outperformed even Tryon, who in life had lacked any magical talent of sorts. The weakest link in the formation was Solus with her blue core, since both Silverwing's spells required to have reached the violet minimum. Yet she used the technique she had developed to cast blade tier spells in order to tap into the power cores of her equipment and fill the gap with the others. Crank was the only one with a bright violet core, so he took point and harnessed the 7th element of magic, taking control of the annihilation. Devouring Light was a powerful Tier 5 spirit spell, but Silverwing's legacy outshone it like the sun does the stars. Gata used all the power left in her equipment and the spells she had at the ready, but to no avail. The annihilation vaporized her, and the adamant she wore on contact, turning a treasure worthy of a king into a silvery mist. Then the spell moved upward where the Sekhmet's allies were still fighting. Crank didn't let the power of the annihilation go to waste, cutting through the enemy lines like a hot knife through butter. "We did it," the Hyperion shouted in triumph. "Belias is safe, you are safe, both my paychecks are as good as signed." As the emerald pillar disappeared, Lith could see with his keen Tiamat eyes that Thrud's forces were scattering in a hasty retreat, both in the sky and on the ground. Even the pillar surrounding Solus disappeared, marking the end of her tribulation. "We really did it," she said via the mind link amid tears, listening to the cries of joy that the wind carried all the way from Belias. "I shaped more than metal. I gave those people the hope and strength they needed. For the first time in my life, I fought not for you, but for myself and everything I believe in." "Wrong," Lith said to them both. "You saved me, Crank, you succeeded, Solus, the kingdom is fucked." "What do you?" A sudden gust of cold wind cut her short, quickly followed by pouring rain. Only then did they lower their gaze and notice what was truly happening. Gianni's quick thinking had allowed the Council's forces to understand the real goal of the Mad Queen, and Lith's intervention had tipped the scales of the battle as the royals had hoped. Not even Thrud could have predicted that someone capable of using blade tier spells would have interfered, nor factored for the prowess of Solus, the demons, and the golems. All those unknown factors had made her lose the battle, but she had still won the war. Her divine beasts and awakened soldiers weren't retreating because on the verge of defeat, but because the mission had been already accomplished. The ground troops had been just a diversion to keep the kingdom's forces split until it was too late. The storm had always been her winning move, and by the time Giza had developed a countermeasure, it had almost reached its target. The Emperor and divine beasts of the Mad Queen had kept the thunderclouds packed, and moved them forward even at the cost of paying for it with their flesh and blood. Unlike the humans, the Golden Griffin would always bring them back. Pain was transitory, whereas glory was forever. The rain turned into snow and then into hail that started hammering at Belias stone buildings. At first, it sounded like someone was knocking on the doors for shelter. After just a few minutes, between the wailing of the storm and the ice ramming at the rooftops, it was as if a giant had sieged Belias. The wind also grew in intensity, until the clouds started to swirl downward in a funnel that turned into a tornado the moment it reached the ground. It sucked in the pouring rain, the hail, and everything it touched until water and air became one. Lith had never seen a storm so violent even back when he was a ranger, let alone a hurricane forming on dry land. Yet the monster ravaging his adoptive home was born of magic, making it possible for the two natural disasters to fuel each other in a loop. Due to the kingdom's weather mages meddling with the air currents, the storm had been unleashed outside Belias, but the persistence of the Mad Queen's generals had brought it close enough to make it work anyway. Even without the arrays pushing it forward, now the storm moved along the natural air currents and reached the city in the space of minutes. The downpour drowned the cries of joy that came from Belias walls and turned them into despair. "No," Solus yelled. "My home," Lith said as the storm became so intense that he couldn't see further than his own nose. "My paycheck." Crank's wallet hurt in a way that the Tiamat would have sympathized with in any other circumstance. Then the storm grew again in size and violence, reaching them. Even the fringes of the hurricane were fast and violent enough to lift the Hyperion off the ground. Without his protection, Lith and Solus were quickly swallowed as well. The cold sapped their strength, while the hail striking at them moved at hundreds of kilometers per hour. The gravity sheath of their armors allowed them to survive, but deflecting so many projectiles charged with so much energy was depleting the power cores faster than they could be replenished. "Let's use the bastion," Lith and Solus thought in unison. They coordinated with Crank via the mind link and with the demons via the chains, grabbing onto each other before the storm separated them. The Tiamat and the Hyperion shrunk to the size of a human, using both body and mind casting to weave the spell as fast as they could. All of them were spent after using the annihilation, and had to squeeze until the last drop of their mana to succeed. With the help of the mouth of Menadian, the seven awakened conjured an emerald barrier that, even though was barely big enough to shield them, was as thin as paper. Luckily for them, the hurricane had no mind guiding it. Despite the little mana used they had left, it would have taken a powerful and focused attack to destroy even such a half-assed version of the bastion. Chapter 2057 Cracked Core, Part 1. Chapter 2057 Cracked Core, Part 1. Under the protection of the emerald barrier that kept them grounded, Crank conjured a warp steps leading the group far away from Belias. "Do you think that Falul and the others are alive?" he said after the steps closed, cutting off the deafening fury of the storm. Lith took his communication amulet out of his pocket dimension and checked if the runes of the members of Falul's unit were still there. "Everyone seems to be fine, but I'm going to wait for a while before calling them. If they were caught up in the hurricane as it formed, they can't afford one moment of distraction," he replied. "Good to know." The Hyperion shrunk again, going from a human-sized divine beast to a honey badger. "My contract with the kingdom is probably blown. If something happened to the Hydra, all my hard work would have been for nothing." "That's what you are worried about? Your profit?" Solus was outraged by Crank's uncaring attitude and stepped forward to give him a piece of her mind. "Good people died today. We put our lives on the line, yet it was all for nothing. In a few hours, Belias will fall into Thrud's hands, and there's no telling if Vesta and Prode won't end the same way. Don't you understand how dire this situation is?" Her body was on the brink of collapse. With each step she took, Solus could feel cracks opening along her legs. Her lungs burned with exhaustion, making every word painful to speak, yet her fury gave her strength. "That's none of my business, lady." Crank ignored her and sat down on a patch of grass. He took a big pile of food out of his dimensional item and started to eat to recover his strength. "I'm not from the kingdom, and I have no love for this place. None of those people were my friends, so I don't care about what happens to them. Do you prefer fruit or meat?" he said with the same tone he would have used to talk about the weather. Solus was about to reply with very rude words when Lith put a hand on her shoulder, stopping her. "Sit down and save your strength." He used physical contact to establish an invisible mind link. "If you don't return to your ring quickly, your human form might be lost forever." "There's no time for squabbles. Besides, I'm no different from him. I didn't come to Belias out of the goodness of my heart, only because of my deal with the royals. A deal that might not be valid anymore due to our failure. We need to return to the desert before the kingdom pinpoints our position." He pointed at Vergrave, who still held his body and equipment. "Don't worry about your contract with the royals." Lith used invigoration to restore his strength while preparing a warp. "After today, they will need you more than ever. As for Falul, if she made it out alive, I'll honor my end of our bargain." "Yeah, right, I'll believe it when I heard it from them," the Hyperion said with a scoff with optimism that rivaled Lith's. "By the way, what do we do now? I've no place to stay." "There's no we," Lith replied. "Just reach any city that's not under Thrud's banner, and I'm sure the army will be glad to assign you a new mission. As for me, I'm out of here." He lifted Solus in a Princess Carry and walked through the steps the moment it appeared. The demons followed him by fusing with his shadow, making the dimensional corridor last for a split second. "Wow, that was rude," Crank said with a burp. "He didn't even bother exchanging communication runes. Let's hope that the lizard is alive and well, or I'll have no way to contact. What was his name again?" The Hyperion kept eating while talking to himself for several minutes before realizing that he had no idea who Solus was, what her motives were, and why she had the same energy signature as Lith. Why didn't I ask him a single question, and why am I still talking to myself? Yet there was no one to answer aside from a few birds perched on a tree that chirped at him. "I'm not crazy, you're crazy. I don't need your pity bird brains," Crank said, making the small creatures fly away in fear. Gods, I need a life. Meanwhile, Solus had shapeshifted into her ring form, and Lith opened one steps after another in order to reach the mana geyser of Kajuria, one of the most powerful sources of world energy he was aware of in the Keller region. On top of that, too little time had passed since the destruction of the Black Star for something valuable to have formed, so he could hope that the geyser was still in a no-man's land. The stone ring that was the physical manifestation of Menadian's tower was chipped in many points, and Lith could feel there was something wrong with it. Damn it, Solus pushed herself too hard. First a divine beast, then both Silverwing's spells. If not for that fucking tribulation, I could have her drop her human body as soon as Yata escaped. Let's hope I'm not too late. Solus felt his worry and wanted to reassure him, but her mind acted funny. She wasn't supposed to be able to sleep outside of the tower, yet her consciousness was becoming blurrier by the second, reducing her thoughts to white noise. Vergrave wanted to speak with him as well, but he could feel that there was no time for chatter. Once Lith reached Kajuria, he placed his hand on the ground to let Solus slip off and conjure the tower without the need to turn into her spider form. He had no idea how much strength she had left, and didn't want to strain her further. Fuck me sideways. A few seconds later, the ring was still on his finger. He kept waiting and checking it with invigoration since no matter how much he called for her, Solus didn't answer. She was still there, lost in between consciousness and slumber. Both her condition and that of the ring had stopped worsening, but it wasn't getting better either. After a few minutes, Lith started to panic. Invigoration had no effect on her, and the mind link gave him static. He did his best to remember how deep Solus usually dug underground before forming the tower, and used earth magic to do it for her. Then, Lith took off the ring and placed it in a pit deep enough to completely surround her with the stream of world energy. At the same time, he made sure to keep touching the ring to also provide Solus with a constant flow of his own mana. Don't give up, Solus, you can do it. Just form the tower and everything will be all right. Once again, nothing happened. Lith could feel the presence of the geyser invigorating his body, whereas the ring remained cracked with no sign of recovery. Damn it, now that I think about it, Solus always pointed out how tribulations put a great strain on my body, especially after my life force cracked. She's in no different condition, if not even worse. Chapter 2058 Cracked Core, Part 2. Chapter 2058 Cracked Core, Part 2. At least after a tribulation, I could receive healing and life force from others, whereas her hybrid nature as an artifact makes even my breathing technique useless once she's back into her stone form. At his wits' end, Lith called Salark and asked for her help. Calm down, Featherling. Panic won't help either of you. The Guardian's voice sounded like that of a disgruntled sergeant. Please, scolding can wait. Come here or at least tell me how I can help Solus, Lith replied. My presence is unnecessary. You've done everything right. You only need one last step. Salark's tone softened once. Despite the distance separating them, blood imprint allowed her to feel how tired he was from the fight and how worried he was for his partner. Which is? Do you remember when you were on the beach and called upon your tower? She asked. Yes. It's the same thing now. Just because you usually leave Solus in charge of the tower, it doesn't mean that you can't control it without her. You are the master of the tower and it obeys your will, Salark said. Are you telling me that I just have to force the tower to manifest? Before wasting even one iota of Solus energy, Lith wanted to make sure that the plan was foolproof. No, if you do that, the tower core will collapse. First, you must have the tower draw upon the mana geyser. Right now, it's akin to a comatose patient who's unable to feed by themselves. Go nice and easy. Don't feed the tower more than it can handle or you will make things even worse, Salark said. Lith nodded and focused on the stone ring, treating it like an artifact instead of his best friend for the first time in his life. He took control of the tower, bypassing Solus, remnant consciousness, and had it slowly absorb the surrounding world energy. At first, it was the same amount his auxiliary cores drew in with every breath he took. The ring effortlessly devoured the energy and craved for more, but Lith waited until he was certain there were no side effects before increasing the flow. Salark guided him during the entire procedure, teaching Lith how to recognize when the tower core had recovered enough to not need his supervision any longer. Menadian's artifact is a masterpiece. If not for the burden of sustaining Solus's life and the damage the tribulation inflicted upon her, the tower would have recovered the moment you reached the geyser, she said. I don't care, just tell me if she's safe. Lith had tried to contact Solus with a mind link from time to time, but to no avail. Of course she's safe. The tower is programmed to sacrifice itself down to the last pebble in order to protect her life, Salark replied. Why do you think the ring cracked? The tower is shouldering her wounds for her. Also, stop trying to contact her with the mind link. It just puts more strain on her. Solus needs to rest. Don't use any of the tower's powers until she has regained consciousness and her mana core has stabilized. I will, he nodded. Please tell Kami that I'm all right. After Belias' fall, she must be worried sick and I can't call her until we're done here. I can't afford any distraction. Only when the cracks in the ring closed and its vigor was restored did Lith allow the tower to take form. The process required longer than usual, and even though the building looked no different from usual, he could feel how weak it actually was. There was no light inside, and every piece of furniture looked old and dusty. All the floors of the tower had been depowered, making them simple rooms. Until Solus recovered, the mage tower would be no different from a stone building. Lith immediately went to Solus' room, hoping to find her asleep, but the bed was empty. He was about to call upon her when he remembered Salark's warning. The situation must be really bad. I feel no different from when I was just sitting on the geyser. The tower isn't boosting my abilities like usual. Afraid to disturb Solus's slumber, Lith conjured a hush zone before calling Camilla on her desert amulet. He had no idea if his absence might compromise her recovery and didn't want to take unnecessary risks. He sat down on his bed, feeling dizzy from the fatigue of Solus treatment, to the point that even such a simple spell strained his mana reserves. Thank the gods you both made it, Camilla said amid tears. I've been worried sick. She had been staring at their runes ever since the bad news had reached Valoran, but she didn't dare to call them, afraid to disturb them while they might still be engaged in battle. Did Grandma contact you? He asked. Yeah, but I was afraid that whatever is wrong with Solus, the damage would reflect on you as well due to the bond you two shared. Are you certain that you are all right? Lith was about to reassure Camilla when he pondered her words and decided to check himself up. Fuck me sideways, you are right. He could see with demon grasp that the tower was actually a black hole for both mana and world energy. I don't feel dizzy from the hush, but because the tower is feeding on me. Menadian must have prioritized Solus, safety even over that of its master. Would any mother have done any different? Camilla replied. No, definitely not. Eat and rest a lot, she said. If even half of what I heard about Belias' battle is true, you will both need it. Speaking of mothers, call Alina. She won't rest until she hears from you. I will, but first I must make sure that you're safe as well, Lith said while taking food and tonics out of his dimensional amulets to not stress the tower. What do you mean? She asked. What happened to Vester and Prode? I've been cut off from the army since the end of the battle for Belias. Also, how did the royals take the bad news? It's a long story, Camilla sighed. Space. City of Valoran, royal palace at the same time. A dreadful silence filled the throne room where a holographic display showed in real time the status of the battlefield for the 3 sieged cities. The council's elders kept their communication amulets open on a nearby table, receiving constant updates about the number of their casualties. The crystal bead of the small world had returned to King Meron, who could only clench it while he witnessed the hailstorm and the hurricane ripping to shreds Belias' protective arrays. What's the status of the evacuation? He asked. Over 50% of the personnel has managed to escape, General Vorg replied. We don't think that the arrays will hold for long. We need the Awakened to open their spirit steps and save as many people as they can. Lady Jernoff, the king turned toward the council's envoy. We can do that. After all, those inside the city didn't fight and have mana to spare. Are you sure you want our people to just leave? Jiza asked. Chapter 2059 The Price of War, Part 1. Chapter 2059 The Price of War, Part 1. There's no point in putting awakened lives at risk for a losing battle. Just ask them to bring with them as many people as they can. General Burian, the moment the evacuation is complete, I want you to activate the self-destruct mechanism of the arrays and the city gate. I don't want to leave behind anything that might be used against us, Meron said. As you wish, Your Majesty. The storm howled and hammered through the solid stone walls of his office with such violence that he needed a hush spell to be able to listen to the orders. Excellent, the king nodded before turning to Vorg. How is the situation at Vester and Prode? The weather mages managed to push the hot winds away from the cities and toward Thrud's armies. As soon as they lost control over the storm front, They retreated without a fight. We didn't lose a single soldier or awakened. There are just a few injured from the skirmish to buy time for the weather mages, the Brigadier General replied. I think it's an outstanding result, and it's all thanks to our strategists. He gave Gianni and her great-great-great-great-grandaunt a deep bow. What about Belias? The rest of the royal court was smiling, but the queen's expression was as grim as the king's. There's no saving it, Vorg replied with a sigh. The silver lining is that we suffered minimal losses. The barrier arrays we set up against war mage spells held long enough to evacuate the outer walls. Aside from about 1/3 of Colonel Vergrave's regiment, no one died. No human died, you mean? Jesus snarled. We lost 3 awakened elders today, and each one of them was worth thousands of your insignificant soldiers, if not millions. While you ants sit behind the safety of your city wall, my people fought against the progeny of the gods. At those words, Vorg became livid, and rage turned his face to a deep red. And we are grateful for that. Meron stepped in before the general could compromise the frail alliance with the council. You have my word that their sacrifice will be honored, and that will compensate their families for their loss. Now that Thrud had divine beasts among her generals, the awakened were paying the highest price at every battle. If before a council elder would die solely due to a cunning trap or a major blunder, now the slightest mistake was enough to cause their death. It had led the council to reconsider their involvement in the war, and to renegotiate the deal with the kingdom. That's not enough, Giza shook her head. What about those who put their lives on the line and managed to survive? If you want them to return to the battlefield and fight against immortals, you need to offer us more than a thank you, your majesty. You are not fighting for us, you are fighting for your homeland. Queen Silpha's tone was calm, but her eyes were cold. If the kingdom is defeated, you'll have no army of soldiers or fake mages to throw at Thrud to test her defenses. Our deal benefits both parties, it simply demands different sacrifices. She shoved the small world centimeters away from Giza's nose. Imagine what would happen if the Mad Queen gets her hands on the royal artifacts and finds a way to use them. We'll see how long your council will last. As the two women argued, Meron could almost see his figure replacing his wife's and Lith in place of Giza. Verhin has failed his mission in Belias, and according to the survivors, Vergrave joined his ranks. At this point, I can't stall any longer. May the Great Mother protect us all. The king clenched the armrests of his throne, cursing for the umpteenth time the weight of the crown he wore, and of the decisions that it forced him to make. Space. Ruins of Kajuria now. After Camilla finished bringing Lith up to speed with the events that had taken place in the throne room, he called his parents to reassure them of his well-being. The call didn't last long due to his exhaustion, and the tower draining his energy almost as quickly as he regained it. Take your time. Elena was worried by how pale he looked. Let us know the moment Solus gets better. Are you sure that Camilla doesn't need to rush back to the desert? Roz asked. What if they take her hostage? I doubt it, Dad. With how strained the Crown's relationship with the Council is, I doubt that attacking the family of one of its members is a good move. The royals are many things, but stupid is among them. Let's hope you are right, Roz sighed. Get some rest, you need it. Lith fell asleep the moment his head touched the pillow, and he didn't wake up for over 8 hours. When he opened his eyes again, his council amulet blinked with several missed calls, and light had returned to the tower. Solus, Lith asked, receiving only silence for an answer. He checked his bond with every single floor of the tower, making sure that nothing had been lost or damaged during the blackout. The mines, the crucible, and even the pocket dimension were in order, yet he couldn't perceive any trace of Solus' presence. Only when he checked his council amulet and made sure that her rune was still there did he finally get free from the fear that had been gripping his heart. Is Solus just asleep, or has she fallen into a coma? Lith thought, trying to make sense of the void in his mind where her light had always been. Grandma said to wait until Solus wakes up, but if her mind had been damaged by the lack of energy, without Grandma's help she might remain unconscious for days, if not weeks or worse. Yet ignoring the advice of a guardian is beyond foolish. I have no idea if the tower, and more importantly Solus, have regained enough strength to endure a warp to the desert. According to the diagnostics, everything is fine, but they don't take into account Solus' life support system. I'd better check with my breathing technique. Lith used Demon Grasp to study the tower core, discovering that even though its size was unchanged, and there were no missing runes, the core had become hazy. It would cyclically lose cohesion as the pseudo-cores that comprised it shifted out of place, until the world energy forced them to align again. To make matters worse, a quick visit to the mines revealed to Lith that even though no crystal had been lost, they had all become dull, and the power they contained had been completely depleted. The tower must have sucked the crystals dry while I reached the geyser to make up for the lack of world energy and keep Solus alive. If I hadn't filled the mines to the brim with crystals, Solus might have lost her body if not her memories. A chill ran down his spine at the thought. Losing a floor or two would have been an annoyance, but nothing that time couldn't fix. Any damage to Solus' memory, instead, might have made her regress as a person and even alter her personality. Chapter 2060, The Price of W War, Part 2. Chapter 2060, The Price of W War, Part 2. With no other option left but to wait, Lith went to the kitchen and prepared himself a hearty meal. If not even the smell of my ravioli with bolognese sauce wakes her up, Solus must be really out of it. I'd better make enough for later. Both she and Kami love this dish and we don't eat it for. It was then that the realization hit him. The good food and thinking about the two most important women of his life had reminded him of the meal they had shared just a few hours ago in their home, and made his paranoia run rampant. Losing control of the borders put the kingdom in hot waters, and Lith straight into lava. The royals had yet to sign the deal, and his failure to protect the city might force them to worsen its terms if not to rewrite it entirely. Camilla was still in Valoran, and despite all of her reassurances, there was no telling if they would take her hostage. Lith put down the fork before he could destroy it with his grip, too afraid to further compromise Solus' health, since even the cutlery was a part of the tower. He looked at the multiple blinking lights on his amulet like snakes in the grass. The royals, the council, and Camilla had left him multiple messages, which in his experience was never a good sign. He had slept for way longer than he expected, and in war, there were countless things that could go wrong in 8 hours. Calm down and eat, old man. The tower drained you, and if something bad happens, you need your strength. Lith forced himself to resume his meal while listening to his voicemail. Luckily, the royals were just worried about his disappearance. Camilla had sent him constant updates about the battles for the 2 remaining cities, and the people he knew from the council wanted to reassure him that they were still alive. Lith spent half the time pacing around and the other half cooking and stress-eating. He kept the communication amulet on the table, staring at it like an angry beast that might jump at him at any moment and bite him with bad news. "Is this delicious smell coming from a baked Alaska?" Solus's voice took him by surprise, making Lith turn toward her with a bolt of lightning running along his left arm and a fireball in his right hand. "If you don't want to share, just say it," she pouted in mock indignance. "Thank the gods you are okay?" Lith dropped the spells and held her tight just to hear her whimpering in pain from the strain of being touched. "Please, tell me that you are okay." He let her go as softly as he could, afraid to hurt her. Now that he looked carefully at Solus' energy body, Lith noticed that she emitted no radiance, she wasn't floating like usual, and her long, golden hair dragged on the floor, collecting dust. "I'm not okay, but I will be," she said with a small smile while massaging her shoulders and back. "I can't conjure my human body yet, and I shouldn't even use this form. It consumes too much energy compared to my wisp form and slows down my recovery." "Then let it fade and rest." Lith took a quick look at the tower core. It wasn't hazy anymore, but it would still become blurred from time to time. "Are you kidding me?" she replied. "I would have kept sleeping if not for the delicious smell of your sweets torturing me. Since you have woken me up, you must take responsibility." During the last few hours, Lith had prepared her favorite foods in the hope that Solus would wake up, and then eaten them in frustration when it failed. "Meaning?" he asked. Solus had him sit down in front of the cake, and then she sat on him before starting to eat. "This is the quickest way for me to regain my strength," she said in between mouthfuls. "Food for the body, your mana for my core, world energy for the tower. No mind links, please. Both the tower and I are suffering from a bad case of mana abuse. Due to the tribulation, I was forced to bite much more than I could chew." "I can see that," Lith chuckled, seeing how in her feeding frenzy Solus dirtied her mouth, dress, and hair. "Let me help." A gentle touch of spirit magic tressed her hair and cleaned her from the stray bits of baked Alaska. "This time you scared me to death, Solus. I really thought that I'd lost you for good." He leaned his head on her shoulder, rubbing his cheek against her and making Solus blush. "Don't you dare do it again. How do you think I felt every time you underwent a tribulation, or whenever you pulled one of your crazy stunts against an enemy stronger than us?" She turned around without letting go of the cutlery, and hugged Lith with so little force that he barely felt it. "Now you know how it feels walking a mile in my shoes." Solus sniffled in fear as the memory of the battle overwhelmed her and buried her face in his shoulder. Then her energy body suddenly turned human again. They remained like that for a while, appreciating each other's warmth and listening to the beating of their hearts. "You should save your strength. There's no point forcing yourself to take human form," Lith said while gently caressing her hair. "I'm not doing it on purpose, dummy. It just happened." Solus felt her body relaxing and her consciousness slipping as the embrace soothed their spirit. "Go back to sleep. I'll put the rest of the baked Alaska in the pocket dimension and you'll finish it when you wake up," Lith said when her eyes started to droop and her breathing to turn into the occasional snoring. "My cake." Solus stood up abruptly and cleaned her plate before Lith could say anything else. "That hit the spot," she said with a satisfied burp. "You have no idea how much better everything tastes compared to when I'm stuck in my energy body." Then she turned into a wisp of light the size of a basketball and fell asleep in Lith's lap. Damn it, physical contact really is the best way for her to recover. She's gotten her human body back, and I feel like I just finished a double shift. Between the amount of food he had eaten and the mana Solus had drained from him, Lith felt drowsy. He carried Solus to his room while making a quick call. "Mom, please call me as soon as Kami gets back, no matter the hour. Also, have Grandma take a good look at her and make sure the army didn't plant anything on her." "Do you really think that the royals would do something like that?" Alina asked. "They have yet to sign our deal, and without it, the royal court might pressure them into making something foolish like what they did to Floria," Lith sighed. "I'm sorry to burden you with this, Mom, but Solus still needs some time to recover, and I have no idea when we'll get back." Chapter 2061, Ties That Bind, Part 1. Chapter 2061, Ties That Bind, Part 1. "Don't worry, dear, I'm sure that everything will be fine," Alina said, yet her voice lacked conviction. The thought of Camilla being kidnapped or subjected to a slave spell for the greater good of the kingdom haunted Lith's mind, until he finally fell asleep right beside Solus, Wisp. A few hours later, Alina's call woke him up and lifted a burden from his chest. Camilla had returned late because she had been involved in the political chaos that had ensued Belias' fall, but not in the way he had feared. The nobles wanted some important heads to roll, the council wanted an advance payment as compensation for its losses, and the royals had to deal with them all while also find a way to break the news to the public without causing mass hysteria. "Unless we find a way to soften the blow, the consequences of Thrud's victory will destroy the morale," Camilla said to explain her prolonged absence. "The Griffin Kingdom has gotten both outsmarted and outpowered. Saving Prode and Vesta will be perceived as due diligence, whereas losing Belias will further undermine the public trust in the royals. Ever since the war started, they achieved no real victory, and people are starting to think that maybe Thrud deserves the throne. The regions she has occupied fare no worse than our own, and many local lords at the front lines are tempted to switch sides just to not be in the crossfire anymore. As for regular people, they just want to go back to their old life. Between the rationed food, the conscription, and the constant fear of being invaded, if the citizens start thinking that this has turned into a losing battle, they won't hesitate to revolt. If that happens, the war will be as good as lost. The royals cannot afford to fight on two fronts at the same time." "Okay, I get that," Lith replied. "What I fail to understand is why they needed your presence. No offense, but you are no strategist, and even before our marriage ruined your reputation, the royal court barely registered your existence." "None taken," Camilla sighed. "You are right on all counts but one. As the wife of a future Magus, they needed me to set the date for the ceremony and discuss who of your family and friends would attend." "Is that what you meant when you talked about softening the blow?" Lith said in shock. "Why didn't the royals or Gianni just call me?" "They did, but you were already asleep, and there was no point leaving a message," she replied. "As I told you, the situation is dire, and there was no time to wait for your answer. They'll release the news about your appointment as a Magus and Belias capture at the same time. Besides, I knew how hurt Solus was, and I didn't want to burden you with politics while her life was still hanging on a thread. The three of us are in this together." "Thanks, Kami. Without Solus, wits, and with my head up my ass from exhaustion, I might have been easily manipulated," Lith said. "You're welcome, but I mean it. We're literally in this together. I've tried to leave your parents out of the ceremony, but I'm going to attend with you." "What do you mean, tried?" Lith's paranoid mind could already picture some traitorous noble luring his parents out of the desert to handle them to Thrud in exchange for a seat in her court. Well, the event will be broadcasted in the whole kingdom, and if you go there alone, it will be clear that you don't trust the royals farther than you can throw them. The purpose of the ceremony is to show a united front against the Mad Queen and instill hope. Not to sow more discord and doubt. On top of that, do you have any idea how hard it is to keep your mother away from you on such a special occasion? When I told Alina that she couldn't witness your coronation, she almost bit my head off. Oh gods! Lith was glad to be still sitting on the bed, or his knees would have buckled. And don't get me started about your father. He was already adamant about not leaving you alone, but when he heard that Tista has to attend as well, he stopped listening to everything I said. Why Tista? Lith asked. She's been caught on camera as a demon during the slaughter of the Hogum household. Her presence is requested to both show the renewed bond between the Verhins and the kingdom after Raz's kidnapping, and to personally receive her own royal pardon, Camilla replied. That's great, Lith's voice oozed sarcasm. At this point, the only way to keep my parents from following us would be to kill them. I'm sorry, babe, I've done everything I could. Maybe you'll have better luck. When are you coming back? Soon, a quick check on the tower core and Solus. Wisp confirmed to him that she had fully recovered. Even the mana crystals in the mine, and the magical metals stored in the crucible had started to regain their luster. Go get some sleep, Kami. You deserve it. We'll warp home as soon as Solus wakes up. The word home strung both their hearts, reminding them that their special place in Belias was lost, maybe forever. Once Burian had cut off the array system, the hurricane had damaged many buildings and destroyed those closest to the eye of the storm. It had been a good tactical move to make the recapture of the city easier, and to force Thrud to spend a great amount of her limited resources to repair the damage. Yet to Lith and Camilla meant that maybe one of the walls of their apartment might have crumbled, and that the things that they couldn't take away had been destroyed or scattered by the wind throughout the city. You know, it's hard to say what hurts me the most, Camilla said after a long silence. If the idea that our home has been destroyed or that it might be intact and other people now live there. I don't want anyone to sleep in our bed or eat on our plates. I know what you mean. Lith had never brought clothes to Belias because everything he needed was stored in his armor. Also, being a rented apartment, all the magical appliances were provided by the army. The only things he had ever bought were cookware to prepare the meals, the mattress to replace the one he shredded when he shapeshifted in his sleep, and a few knickknacks. Nothing he should have felt any attachment for, yet he did. He remembered every single pot and pan he had bought once he had realized that Camilla's love for good food matched her lack of cooking skills. Lith treasured every moment they had spent in the kitchen preparing together her favorite dishes and teaching her to cook his own. A smile appeared on his face at the thought of how many times Camilla had burned the baking tray in the attempt to prepare the best next thing to Earth's lasagna that Magur had to offer. She had never cooked before, and with the overtime required of her while he worked as a ranger, she had little free time. Chapter 2062, Ties That Bind, Part 2. Chapter 2062, Ties That Bind, Part 2. Yet Camilla had given her all just to make him happy. Lith's smile grew even wider at the memory of how proud she had been once she had finally mastered the recipe. As for the mattress, it was just something worth a few copper coins, but back then it had meant the world to him. When he had woken up and found the mattress shredded along with the bedsheets, Lith had been terrified at the idea that he might have also hurt Camilla. Much to his surprise, not only was she unscathed, but she had also embraced him to calm him down instead of running away. That mattress was the proof that she wasn't afraid of him, and that she loved him for who he was and not despite of it. The moment when he had realized that even in his sleep his body refused to hurt her, and that she had chosen to remain by his side, despite the apparent threat he posed, had been one of the happiest of his life. Even the knickknacks triggered fond memories. Back when he had just moved in, Camilla had nagged at him that to be their apartment instead of just hers, it needed to have something that gave the place Lith's personal touch. They had gone together window shopping to find some non-tacky stuff that Lith liked, and that he had later forged in the tower since he was too stingy to actually buy them. If she ever learns the truth, she'll skin me alive, he inwardly chuckled. Why are you smiling? Camilla asked, and Lith shared with her all the thoughts that had just crossed his mind. Good gods, I should really skin you alive. The revelation actually made her laugh as well. You know, Kami, I'd rather our apartment be destroyed than be taken by others. Even the thought makes me feel violated. Me too, she said after a while. I'm going to take a shower and then I'll go straight to bed. Promise me that you'll wake me up when you come back. I've been worried for you all day and I won't have peace until I hold you in my arms, she said. I promise. I love you, Kami. I love you more. She gave him a dazzling smile and hung the call. When Solus finally recovered a couple of hours later, the tower was back to normal. Once they made sure that her life force had sustained no damage and that the tower core had regained more than enough energy for a warp, they returned to the desert. The following morning, Lith assembled his family in the Overlord's dining room, hoping to convince them over breakfast to stay out of the Griffin Kingdom until he was certain of the goodwill of the royals. Useless to say, they refused to listen to a single word. Space. City of Valoran, Royal Palace, a couple of days later. Despite the uphill war against Thrud, and the fact that calling the nature of the event controversial was a huge understatement, the banquet hall was filled to the brim with nobles, mages, and awakened from all over the Griffin Kingdom. The ceremony for the ascension of a new Magus was an event that happened less than once per century, so anyone with the flimsiest connection with the Verhin household had requested an invitation. The royals had been forced to turn down even some of their most loyal followers of least importance to make room for the members of the council and a few unexpected guests of honor. As a descendant of one of the 4 founding pillars of the kingdom and Lith's mentor, the royals had expected Falul to take part in the event. Lady Falul Metina Reista Nixtra and Her Excellency the Archduchess Firwal Aurea Verena Nixtra. The fact that she trusted the crown so little that she would bring along her mother, not so much. The royal valet announcing someone bearing the very same name of one of the legendary companions of the first king shut up even the chattiest mouth, and made Meron clench his teeth. Who could possibly be so noble and yet so rude? Many people said throughout the room. It's a non-written law to not soil the names of the forebearers of the kingdom. Very few people in the banquet hall knew that the 2 women were emperor beasts, let alone that Firwal was the very same person who had helped Valoran to unify the Griffin Kingdom over 1,000 years ago. Everyone else stared in spite at the double door behind the valet, expecting to see a couple of country bumpkins with more money than brains walk in. Much to their surprise, the 2 women were as impressive as the family name they bore. Falul's human appearance was that of a young woman in her mid-20s, about 1.7 meters, 57 tall, with waist-long light brown hair and hazel eyes. Her face had a delicate oval shape, and the light makeup she wore along with her voluminous soft hair framed her fine features. She wore a cream-colored gala dress embroidered in silver and decorated with several mana crystals shaped to look like precious gems. It left exposed her fair shoulders and arms, sticking to her body like a second skin until the hips. Her gown was loose and fluffy, giving the impression that she walked on a cloud that danced around her with each step she took. Many remembered her from the time she had accompanied Lith to the gala, where he had a friendly spar with Archmage Quart before being awarded by the royals for the destruction of Kalga and the rescue of the Famer mines. It was more than enough to earn her reproachful looks and the suspicion of being a beast in disguise as well. Gods, this place hasn't changed one bit. Firwal ignored the silent hostility that surrounded them, focusing on the royal palace. It's still as beautiful as those who roam it are unpleasant. She stopped for a second abreast of the valet so that the same perfect acoustic that carried his voice also spread her words throughout the banquet hall. Mom, I brought you here to keep things from escalating, not to start a war, Falul whispered in embarrassment. Why are you whispering? The elder Hydra asked. We aren't guests here, they are. We built this place and we own it. These so-called nobles fill their mouths with Valoran's name while they spit on everything he stood for with a smile on their faces. They talk all day about how great they are and are quick to judge. Yet if even 1/10 of what they say were true, the kingdom would have conquered Garland and Verendi 10 times already. They are a disgrace to this country, and killing them all should be considered an act of mercy, not a crime. If anyone else were to say such things, they would have been lynched by a blue-blooded mob and their corpses hanged. Unless the royal guards summarily executed them for treason first, of course. Yet everything in Firwal's countenance, from her voice to her stern look, was that of an empress walking among her subjects. She exuded a natural charisma and authority that made the nobles lower their gaze in shame, and the royal guards stood on attention. Chapter 2063 Kinds of Silence, Part 1. Chapter 2063 Kinds of Silence, Part 1. In her human form, Firwal had the appearance of a lovely woman in her early 30s who could barely pass as Falul's older sister. She was about 1.78 meters, 510, tall, with ocean blue eyes and light brown hair. For her return to the royal court after over 700 years, Firwell was wearing the very same dress that Valoran had gifted her for his wedding, and with which she had later attended his funeral and the birth of his children. It was an emerald gala dress with a square neckline and embroidered with small white crystals the size of a pea that formed a hydra pattern. The upper part of the dress was skin-tight, emphasizing her shapely figure, leaving exposed her arms and shoulders. The hoop skirt covered her from waist to toe and made it impossible to get close to her. The two women walked up to the royals and gave them a deep bow before moving to the sides, where the seats reserved for the members of the founding pillars of the kingdom were. The royals' guards didn't move, and the king and the queen even stood up from their thrones to return the bow, leaving the room in a shocked silence. Only the voice of the valet announcing the next guest managed to break the stupor of the nobles. The Empress of the Gorgon Empire, Milia Jennies, and her apprentice, Kelia Sunbury. Except for the royals, everyone's eyes went wide in surprise. "What is she doing here?" many asked, receiving only confused shrugs and surprise. Maybe it's true that after Verhin's cowardly escape to the Blood Desert, she offered him to move to the Empire. Has the Empress come to make fun of the kingdom for bestowing upon an oath-breaker the title of Magus, or for one last attempt at recruiting him? A duke asked, making half of his peers turn purple in shame and the other half gasp in curiosity. "Let's hope that she has come to offer us an alliance. After all, Belias is already lost, and if the kingdom falls into Thrud's hands, the Empire would be her next target," a Marchioness said, wishing that something good might still come out from their latest disgrace. "What are we doing here?" Kelia, the host of the Red Sun, half walked and half stumbled on the gold-embroidered red carpet that led to the dais where the royal couple sat. She had dreamed countless times of attending a gala and having all eyes on her. Yet none of her dreams had prepared Kelia for how scared she would feel, nor did they involve her wearing the plain crimson uniform of the Red Emperor Academy instead of a dress. "Thank the Red Mother you are wearing pants and not a gown," Dusk said via their mind link. "You can barely walk as it is, and your face is already red enough to match your clothes. If you trip in front of this many people, I bet you'll catch fire from embarrassment." "I've brought you here to impart you several lessons," the Empress said while striding forward. "Right now, the kingdom incarnates both our past mistakes and our future. It's what the Empire would have become if we didn't reject something as stupid as the nobility system, and is facing a fearsome enemy that we might have to deal with in case they fail." Milia wore a gorgeous white dress that covered her from the neck down. It was decorated with lace and puffs arranged so that the folds of her dress resembled soft metal plates. Along with the white crystals on her shoulders, hips, and joints, it looked exactly like the white armor that only the ruler of the Empire could wear. Just like the kingdom is a distorted image of the Empire, Verhin is yours. Learn from both his successes and mistakes. Remember that your goal is not to become like him, but to surpass him. Milia slowed her pace by half-step to give her apprentice the time for a single question before they reached the royals. "Which one is this exactly?" Kelia panted, having a hard time keeping up with the Empress' long legs. "Becoming a Magus is quite the feat, but risking his life to protect a bunch of morons who despise him is really idiotic." "Only time will tell." Milia stood tall in front of the thrones, giving her dress a small tug, and the royals a polite nod of the head that they promptly returned. She was their peer, not their subject, and owed them no respect aside from what etiquette required as their guest. The king took a long look at the woman and the girl in front of him, wondering about the motives of the former and the identity of the latter. He had many questions about their sudden request for an invitation, but they had no obligation to answer him. On top of that, it would only prove how lacking their intel about the Empire had become ever since the War of the Griffins had started. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Kelia and Milia moved to the right side of the room and waited for the next guest to be announced. Spellbreaker Archmage Lith Tiamat Verhin and Royal Constable Camilla Verhin. All heads turned around abruptly in surprise. Not for Lith's arrival, since without him, the whole event would have been pointless, but because he was supposed to arrive last, after his parents and sister. According to the kingdom's etiquette, the more important a guest the later they would be announced. This way, they wouldn't need to introduce themselves. "It seems you got yourself a middle name." Camilla nervously laughed to hide her embarrassment. She wore a silk satin ocean blue evening dress embroidered in silver to form a feather pattern, complementing the attire of her partner. It left her tanned arms and shoulders exposed, while a V-neckline emphasized her bosom. On her head, she wore a golden circlet that Lith had made for her, which appeared to be made out of small camellias woven together. The gold of the circlet brought out her black hair and vice versa, while both shone under the magical lighting of the room. The rest of the parure at her neck and ears also consisted of rubies etched into golden petals, forgemastered to resemble a camellia. Looking at her adamant gaze, the nobles thought she was returning the contempt of their gazes, whereas she was just focused on not tripping over her dress and hiding the terror she felt. Damn, I should have patented it after our quarrel. It was Camilla's second time walking the red carpet of the banquet hall, but her knees felt so weak that she needed to hold on to Lith's arm to not fall. Even mirrors were framed with solid gold, while all the tapestries and frescoes on the walls were not only masterpieces of such caliber that even a layman of arts like her gasped at their beauty, but they were also enchanted. Every single piece of art on the walls and ceiling depicted epic scenes of battle and the magical breakthroughs of the past magi that had shaped the kingdom's history. The thought that her husband might one day be among them was enough to make her dizzy. Chapter 2064, Kinds of Silence, Part 2. Chapter 2064, Kinds of Silence, Part 2. And that was just the area in front of the entrance, before the crowd that swarmed at them from every side, leaving only space of the carpet empty. The room in front of her was more than 40 meters, 133 feet, long and over 30 meters, 100 feet wide. It was taller than a 3-floor building, with balconies on the upper levels where people not important enough to stand near the royals would still be able to spectate at the ceremony. They were the less coveted spot since from there it was impossible to mingle with the other nobles and to take part in palace gossip, but that day even the corridors leading to the opera boxes were crowded, splitting the royal court into 4 levels based on their importance. A single red silk carpet with gold embroidered edges going from the 3 meters, 10 feet, wide double doors up to the 2 steps that distanced the floor where nobles stood and the dais for the royal family. That way, even while sitting on their golden thrones, the rulers of the kingdom would be able to look down on everyone present, reaffirming their status and authority. Every corner and box of the banquet hall was lit by crystal chandeliers fueled by mana crystals dating back to Valoran himself. The first king had hoped that by sharing their eternal light with his descendants, they would also inherit his vision for the country he had built. On the walls, magically enchanted tapestries would project in a loop the great feats that the current king had accomplished to be deemed worthy of the throne. Both the floor and the pillars were realized from gold-veined marble, the most precious and robust material available in the Griffin Kingdom. It's not really a middle name, Lith replied. More like a way to tag me and remind everyone of who I really am. The question is whether the royals used it to remind everyone that they don't care about my true nature or me of how precarious my standing is. Either way, I don't care. He looked around the room while keeping his head high. Many had opened their mouths to comment on his return, yet no matter if they deemed him a hero or a shameless opportunist, the moment they met his gaze, their jaws remained hanging. Under his deep blue archmage robe, he wore the full uniform of the kingdom. It was comprised of a deep blue jacket with golden epaulets, deep blue mid-waisted trousers with gallon, a braid of trim consisting of 2 silk stripes to conceal the outer seams, and black shoes. He wore a silver brooch shaped like a phoenix with rubies for eyes on the collar of his white shirt. The gold embroideries on the lapels and the sleeves of his jacket were shaped like feathers. Thanks to Saluspedia, both his attire and knowledge of the court etiquette were flawless. Neither his clothes nor manners were the reason for the shock that spread throughout the ground floor and brought those on the balconies to lean forward to the point of needing help to not fall off. It was because of the black, upside-down membranous wings that came out of his back, whose finger-like bone spikes interlocked in front of his neck like the latch of a mantle. Also, small black curved horns came out of his temples, and his vertical pupils were emphasized by the unnatural color of his 3 eyes. Lith kept open only those that he had in common with the humans and the emerald vertical eye in the middle of his forehead. The other 4 remained closed, but their eyelids formed creases on his tanned skin that made his inhuman nature even more evident. As he smiled at the crowd, they could see the rows of white fangs that now replaced his teeth. No matter how warm his smile and how kind his gaze was, those watching him felt like sheep in the presence of a predator. It was different from the awed silence that the Elder Hydra and the Magic Empress had previously inspired. None of them had used killing intent, It was just the natural effect that their presence exuded. For Firewall it was charisma, for Milia authority, while for Lith something that escaped their understanding, triggering their natural fear of the unknown. Since the cat is out of the bag, there's no reason to keep up with the appearances, he said while Camilla relaxed, seeing how the nobles were much more afraid of her than she of them. They were expecting a monster in human's clothing, so they can't complain if I give them exactly what they want. I'm done hiding who I am and what I can do. If someone has a problem with it, it's none of my business. Only once he moved past them did people regain control over their bodies. As Lith moved forward, more and more nobles started chatting. They were just whispering to each other, yet soon the murmur of their voices drowned out the music. Raz Verhin and Alina Verhin. Yet the moment the valet announced his parents' names, the upper echelons of the whole kingdom had their stomachs churn in unison, and the royal chamberlain suffered from a mild stroke. Never before had people with no title nor magical achievements of sorts been announced in the banquet hall. It was an unprecedented breach of protocol that made even the royals wince for a second before regaining their cool. Raz wore a white tie suit that consisted of a black coat with tails over a white shirt, a waistcoat, and a white bow tie worn around a standing wingtip collar. It had been tailor-made and fitted him like a glove. If not for his rough and callous hands, there was nothing that betrayed his humble origins. Once he had been terrified of public events and being a source of embarrassment for his children. In the past, his knees would always betray him, and he would spend most part of the galas looking at the floor as if he had crashed the party instead of being invited. After being kidnapped by the men of Baronet Hogham and what Orpal had done to him, however, Raz couldn't care less. He walked proudly with his head held high, returning in kind the contemptuous looks and disgusted grimaces without deigning them of a second look. At his arm, Alina wore a beautiful pale yellow evening dress with a shallow V neckline decorated with floral lace and pearls that covered her shoulders, but left her arms exposed. Like Camilla, her parure had been forgemastered to resemble fiery roses woven together, forming a circlet, a necklace, and earrings. She looked at the nobles crowding the room in defiance, wishing that one of them would be stupid enough to openly violate the royal decree that guaranteed her hospitality. She had no love left for the kingdom. The only corner of Magur that mattered to her was her farm in Lucia. Everything else might as well burn for all she cared. In her book, those who mistreated her family deserved no respect. Mage Tista Verhin and Sergeant First Class Tryon Verhin, the royal valet announced, making so many heads turn so fast that he wouldn't have been surprised if they provoked a sudden gust of wind. For once it was Tista, arousing the morbid curiosity of a crowd, but her date. Chapter 2065 Void Magic, Part 1. Chapter 2065 Void Magic, Part 1. During the ambush at the Heavenly Wolf Tavern, Orpal had revealed to the public Lith's real nature and his ability to raise the dead. The entire Griffin Kingdom had witnessed Tryon's return, and for the gala, he had even used the military rank that had been posthumously bestowed upon him after dying in the line of duty. Aside from the royals and the survivors of Vergrave's suicide regiment, no one had ever met one of the demons and lived to tell the tale. The nobles were thrilled and scared at the idea of meeting a perfect undead. Most of all, however, they were curious. They couldn't help but wonder what lay beyond their mortal shell, and by meeting a soul, they hoped to somehow catch a glimpse of what waited ahead of them. The demon walked beside his sister in human form, wearing the full uniform of the kingdom. As a non-commissioned officer with no magical talent, the suit was entirely black and had no robe. There had been no love between Lith and his brothers ever since they were kids, so Tryon had never been treated with invigoration. He barely reached the average height of 1.65 meters, 55, full 10 centimeters, 4, shorter than his younger sister. His dark hair bore the same military cut he had dyed with, and his features were plain. His eyes, instead, were quite unique. They were entirely white with no pupil, but not because they consisted only of sclera. They were made of pure decay energy that kept the chaos and darkness of his body in check. Every time Tryon looked around, a small silvery spark erupted from his eyes, and small tongues of energy rose from his eyelids. The only other distinguishing feature he had were a set of black membranous wings that wrapped him from shoulder to calf. As for Tista, she looked gorgeous in her red gala dress with loose straps that left exposed her arms and shoulders. Her parure was made of silver, and had been forgemastered to project the images of small black lotuses. Yet what truly drew everyone's attention, once they had finished staring at Tryon, were the silver-veined, red-feathered wings that draped her down to the knees and gave her an angelic appearance. The contrast between the siblings made the crowd gasp non-stop as their gazes moved from one to another, bringing them much satisfaction. I actually wanted to be as intimidating as Lith, but with my life forces still split, I can barely pull out the wings. Every attempt to open the other eyes or to manifest my fangs made me shapeshift into my red demon form and ripped my dress into shreds. Yet I came here to witness my brother's ascension, not for a declaration of war. I guess that all will have to do. Tista thought as she reached the aisle in front of the royals where her parents, Lith and Camilla, were waiting for them. Lith had used that time to look around, noticing that the space closest to the king, and usually reserved for the members of the royal family, had been assigned to his allies. On the left side there were Marchioness de Star, Professor Marth, Professor Vaster, General Vorg, General Burian, Baron Wyellen from Jamble, and the entire Erna's household. Everyone had come with their respective spouse, even the Baron. Mirias looked even paler than usual and clenched her goofy husband's arm to make sure he wouldn't make his mouth run wild. Falul, Firwal, and the Empress stood on the right side, among those who carried Valoran's blood. Unlike the ceremony when he had been invested Archmage, those belonging to hostile households had been relegated to the balconies, along with the minor nobles. Seeing how calm Zinnia is and how tense Mirias is, this shouldn't be a trap. Lith's eyes met Gianni's, who seemed to read his mind, and gave him a small nod in reassurance. He didn't know whether to be reassured by the good news, or to be creeped out by her intuition. The royal valet hit the floor with his golden staff, signaling that the last guest had arrived, and the ceremony could start. The double doors of the banquet hall slowly closed by themselves, triggering the most powerful defensive arrays of the palace. Only then did the Verhans kneel in front of the king and queen. Standing any longer would have been a grave disrespect, implying that the crown had no authority over them. "Allow me to welcome you all back home." The king's clothes shape-shifted into the Seafol's armor as he stood up to walk among his subjects. "What my cousin, the late General Morn, did to you is unforgivable, yet I hope that you are satisfied by the punishment he received. You have my word that as long as I draw breath, such acts of violence will not be tolerated." Meron patted Roz's and Alina's shoulders, in the closest thing to an apology that protocol allowed him to. "I was deeply saddened by the news of your death, Sergeant Verhan. I'm glad to see that your loyalty to the kingdom is something that not even death could defeat, and that you chose to embrace your family name again. At the same time, I regret not having the honor to meet you in happier circumstances," the king said, while briefly touching Trion's head and experiencing the unnatural cold skin of the demons. Meron couldn't care less about Trion. The existence of every demon was bound to Lith's will, and the reason they had chosen to stay behind for was irrelevant, since the only form of protest left to them was to let their souls fade away. The king's words were actually meant to reassure the nobles that the demons still had free will, and to remind Trion of his vow as a soldier. He was the royals' best shot to assure that during the war Lith would protect the interests of the kingdom instead of his own. Trion was still a Verhan, and could influence Lith's decisions through their parents. Aside from Archmage Verhan, everyone steps aside. Queen Silpha stood up as well and stepped down the dais, standing abreast of her husband while wielding the sword of Seafel in her right hand. Camilla moved beside Zinnia, who smiled at her sister and held her hand. Quilla and Freya made space for Tista, touching her soft feathers with the excuse of patting her back. Alina and Roz reached Gianni and Orion, who could only greet them with their eyes to not breach protocol. The Ernas took a step back, leaving the Verhans the front line of the ceremony. As for Trion, he clicked his tongue and disappeared in Lith's shadow, sending a shiver down the spine of the spectators. There was no telling how many more demons might hide in there, ready to attack. There was no trace left of his clothes, nor of his ceremonial equipment. The nobles wondered how many fully equipped demons might lay in the small shade on the carpet, and trembled in fear. "The last time we stood here, I told you that you wouldn't need to kneel in front of me again unless you became a Magus, and now that moment has come," King Meron said. Chapter 2066 Void Magic, Part 2. Chapter 2066 Void Magic, Part 2. For those of you who still don't know, after Belias' fall, Archmage Verhan shared with the kingdom his knowledge about the true nature of the elements of magic. Something that even the first Magus Lakra Silverwing had failed to grasp before entrusting her legacy to us. The queen stepped forward, generating from her left hand one sphere of air, one of fire, and another of light. At a flick of her wrist, half of each sphere turned respectively into earth, water, and darkness. Then the two halves started spinning, turning into each other in an endless cycle. Now we know that there is no such thing as opposing elements. They actually complement their twin, and it's impossible to truly master one without a deep knowledge of the other. Silpha was in charge of the demonstration because her understanding of the process was shallow. Even to show such a parlor trick she needed domination, something that her spouse lacked. To please the crowd and keep the nobles from turning to Thrud's side after her latest triumph, they needed to show immediate results. Something that would prove to those still sitting on the fences that siding with the royal family was still their most profitable option. At the end of the day, most people had little care for who sat on the throne. The only thing that mattered to them was what they could gain from a ruler rather than another. Also, Archmage Verhin has passed unto our royal forgemasters the blueprints for the power core of the Dulorian. The king said, while the queen devoted her full focus to casting a Tier 1 fire spell that turned into water in midair, creating a rainbow that encompassed the banquet hall. Thanks to him, not only will we be able to dramatically improve our quality of life, public transportation, and our trading routes. A hologram of trains, the size of a divine beast, appeared in the air, moving goods, people, and soldiers from one city to another at blinding speed. We will also strengthen our military force and quicken our plans to colonize Giera. The ground below the trains disappeared, showcasing how they could move over the sea as well. The nobles gasped as the promo showed mages crossing the ocean that separated the two continents, while also carrying everything they needed to build a continental gate and a safe haven. At the same time, colossi made of metal that resembled a hybrid between a jet and a tank escorted the train, shooting down land and sea monsters alike. The movie continued by showing how once the continental gate had been built, the trains would have allowed to deploy troops to occupy magical mines, rebuild cities, and chart unknown territories at the same time. Last but not least, Archmage Verhin offered us the greatest gift of all, the opportunity for a better future for our children. King Meron clapped his hands, and one of Lith's communicator amulets appeared in front of each noble. They had been shaped like smartphones, but named tablets to avoid questions he had no intention to answer. Despite their small size, the tablets could project from their green gemstone a hologram of adjustable size that allowed his owner to read books, news, and even conjure GPS maps to reach any destination recorded in the database. Thanks to the tablets, all kinds of knowledge will be available to the four corners of our kingdom with no burden for our treasuries. No longer will we lose powerful mages simply because they can't afford expensive books. Our academies will not be forced anymore to print hundreds of tomes again every time there is a new breakthrough or a corrigendum. News will travel fast, without the risk of vicious rumors destroying the reputation of honest people with false allegations. Once the tablets become widespread, they will make us save a lot of money that will be relocated either to the development of our country or to lower taxes. They will allow us to eradicate ignorance and superstition while also helping us to keep track of our subjects. A holographic map revealed how the tablets constantly pinged their position and revealed whatever their user requested access to. King Meron took a long pause, allowing the satisfied murmurs to spread throughout the banquet hall. They had planned the showcase to give every faction something they wanted. The ancient noble households would benefit the most from the trains and the tax reductions. The modern magical household saw the free access to books as a priceless opportunity to ensure that, with time, more and more new magical bloodlines would emerge, turning the old coots into a minority. Both of them would benefit from the new weapons and the colonization of Giera. A new continent also meant to expand the playfield and reduce the opportunity for attrition between the two factions. There would be no red tape on Giera, making it a first-come, first-served basis. The same reasonings that made the nobles of the Griffin Kingdom grin made the Empress grit her teeth in frustration. She had yet to complete the power cores of the Empire's version of the 6 great academies, and now she had discovered how far she lagged behind. Idiot Verhin, Milia thought. Had he come to me, I couldn't offer him anything more than the royals. For the first time in her life, she cursed the lack of the nobility system in the Empire. Whatever she gave to him, it would be taken away the moment Lith died, whereas in the kingdom his family and descendants would inherit everything. The Empire was still in the process of getting accustomed to living with the other races, so even a better quality of life was off the table. To make matters worse, like most mages, Lith had no interest in politics, so making him her right-hand man would have been more a punishment than a prize. This truly is amazing. Firewall's speaking was the second unprecedented breach of etiquette of the day, yet nobody cared. She was using true magic to cast small elemental arrays that could switch elements at will or even mix them, generating new and unexpected effects. Once mastered, this new branch of magic will not just double the power of a spell, but maybe triple it if not even more. You are correct, Lady Nixtra. Since her rudeness played in his hand, Maron could only suck it up and grin. Alas, all of these amazing developments will have to wait until the end of the war. We cannot afford for Thrud's spies to get their hands on such knowledge and use it against us. For this reason, only my beloved queen, Archmage Verhin, and I are in possession of the blueprints. Groans and moans filled the air while smiles turned into frowns. You have my word that as soon as the Mad Queen is vanquished, the principles behind void magic will become available to the public. As for trains and tablets, however, they will be shared solely with royal forgemasters. There would be no point in forbidding nobles to have their own army if they can simply craft enchanted weapons of mass destruction. Also, sharing the source code of the tablets would expose them to tampering that would poison the minds of commoners. Chapter 2067, A New Magus, Part 1. Chapter 2067, A New Magus, Part 1. Everything I have shown you today will become a reality, but only after the War of the Griffins is over. The final part of their pitch ensured the royals that no one would switch sides during a critical moment. Thrud's slave array was her best weapon, but also the best deterrent against traitors. Now not only would the nobles put at risk their free will by joining her, but also forfeit the incalculable gains that only the followers of the royals would reap. Yours are amazing contributions, Archmage Verhin. I doubt that there is a single person in this room who would object to the decision of making you a magus. The king took another pause, giving the members of the old and new households the opportunity to speak before his words would become written down by the royal scribes and turned into law. No one dared to utter a single word. Even those who had opposed Lith's rise among the kingdom's ranks like Archmage Quart had been enthralled by the endless possibilities that void magic, tablets, and the Dulorian's power core opened. Yet none of them would see the light unless the war was won, and Verhin fully disclosed his findings to the rest of the magical community. Their hatred burned no weaker than just a few minutes ago. It was their greed that now overshadowed it. Thus, it's my right and privilege to bestow upon you the title of Void Magus. Maron placed his hands on Lith's shoulder, and the Seafull's armor emitted a pillar of violet light that engulfed them both. The phenomenon lasted just a few seconds, and when it was over, the deep blue of the Archmage's robe had turned into the deep violet of a magus. The crowd on the ground floor gave him a standing ovation, while those in the opera boxes jumped on their feet so quickly that they knocked over their chairs. Even though they hated the royals' guts, Elena and Roz cried in joy. They had to bite their lower lips to stop themselves from screaming at the top of their lungs. Among the sea of clapping hands, Vaster, S were the loudest. For once in his life, the master felt no envy nor bitterness seeing someone so much younger than him reach heights he could only dream about. His research had brought forward incredible breakthroughs, but if he were to be foolish enough to share it, he would become a new Arthon instead of a new Silverwang. His research would be burned, his family persecuted, and his name become a curse word. I know that there's nothing between us but the relationship between a professor and his student. I also know that what I've given Lith is nothing compared to what he has given me. Vaster thought while looking at Zinnia and thanking the gods for the day she had come into his life. Yet seeing another abomination being crowned Magus, witnessing the achievements of someone who is more similar to me than my own children, I feel proud of Lith as if he was my own. My only regret is to not have taken different decisions in the past. Unlike Lith, I will never be able to step into the light without being hunted like the monster I am. Quilla, however, couldn't say the same. Fair enough, I've long dreamed about becoming the first magus of my generation, but I'm still stuck being a simple mage. I guess I'll have to settle for second place, she thought while clapping her hands until it hurt. Camilla tried to run to him and Lith to stand up, but the arrays of the banquet hall locked them in place like anyone else who didn't wear a royal fortress armor. The fuck, what's the point of attacking me now? Lith thought in confusion as 4 royal guards surrounded him in a square formation. Enough! Queen Silpha raised her open hand in the air before clenching it in a fist that canceled every noise in the room but her voice. Maron stepped aside, leaving her the center stage. I'm glad that you all agree with our decision, but that's not reason enough for celebration. While we are assembled here, our allies from the council, our soldiers, and our mages risk their lives on the battlefield. The War of the Griffins is still far from being over, and to win we'll need all the help we can get. That's why I firmly believe that the kingdom has yet to pay its debt to Magus Verhen. He is nothing like Magus Silverwing, who after entrusting her legacy to us, disappeared without a care for the consequences that the abuse of that knowledge would cause. Magus Verhen has strayed away from the path of the Forgemaster Magus. Menadian taught us the secrets of the runes and of the power cores, but refused to wield her very creations to protect the world she had contributed to building. Magus Lith Tiamat Verhen has stood by our side from his infancy. He helped Lucia County to develop first, and then saved the heir of my late friend Mirim Distar. May the gods rest her soul. Silpha weaved her hand, making a spotlight appear over Brynja and Jadon Lark. He helped us to defeat the plague in Candria, and there's no telling how many of us would be dead now without his contribution from the shadows. The queen replayed the conversation between Lith and Vergrave in front of the Belias Plains for everyone to hear. Some claim that his crimes are as deep as his secrets, but I don't believe it. He destroyed 2 lost cities. The hologram depicted the fall of Kalga and Kajuria, showing how those barren lands had come back to life. He vanquished the Odi, the Bright Day, and the Black Night. The images transformed in the horrors of Kula and the battles against the horsemen. Before the ploy of the traitorous Meln Narchet exposed his nature, Magus Lith Tiamat Verhen was our spearhead against the invading force of the Mad Queen. Without him, we would have lost our lands before the council intervened. Without him, the council wouldn't have even bothered contacting us, stuck in their old ways no less than we were. The hologram now depicted the fall of many cities that Lith had recaptured less than 24 hours later, and of their people celebrating their renewed freedom. As I said before, I don't believe that his secrets are as deep as his crimes. His secrets were the source of his strength. Without them, nothing of what you have just seen would have been possible. His crimes are just the natural consequence of a man who lives in a society ready to hang him not for what he does, but for who he is. Do I need to remind you what happened when Morn the Fool learned the truth? The arrays projected the images of the attack on Lucia. Instead of rejoicing for the lives saved, for the defeat of the monster who has killed our god of light, he didn't hesitate to disregard everything good Magus Verhen had done and sentenced his whole family to death. Magus Verhen was forced to abandon his own home like a common criminal, his father tortured, and entire cities rioted in fear that their neighbor might have been a beast in disguise. Chapter 2068 A New Magus, Part 2. Chapter 2068 A New Magus, Part 2. If any of you still wonders if Magus Verhen did the right thing hiding the truth from us, history has already given you the answer. People called him a monster because he succeeded where they had failed. They called him a beast as if it was something to be ashamed of, forgetting that humans are nothing but a kind of particularly cunning beasts. Yet it's thanks to those beasts we were afraid of that we have the luxury to celebrate here today. The images showed the magical beasts of Lucia, fighting alongside the Queen's Corps to protect the citizens of the city from the undead, and then the Emperor beasts who fought side by side with the soldiers on the front lines. The Crown has turned Magus Verhen's beast species into a second name, because it's something that he should be proud of. Both his Magus title and this new branch of magic are named after his Voidfeather dragon form to remind everyone that he has more than one aspect, and that the kingdom is ready to embrace them all. There is no shame in being different, and anyone who thinks otherwise is wrong. It's the diversity of Thrud's forces that made her unstoppable until we did the same. The images now showed the fight outside Belias between Lith and Iata, Solus and Leary, Falul shielding Vergrave's soldiers with her body, and then rescuing them from death. We have chosen to use Magus Verhen's Tiamat name when we introduced him today, because it's a sign of the royal court, acknowledging all of his successes, no matter if he achieved them as a human or a beast. We all should be thanking him for his sacrifices on the battlefield and his renewed efforts in developing our country. Magus Verhen could have easily achieved a peaceful life by staying in the safety of the desert. Yet he chose to return among us and take care of problems that no longer were his own. Silpha stepped forward and patted Lith's left shoulder, then the right, and finally the top of his head with the flat side of Sifil's sword. White light erupted from the blade, bouncing from one royal fortress armor to another and forming a pillar akin to that of a world tribulation. The deep violet of the mage robe turned to pristine white, leaving all those present dumbfounded. For the first time in the history of the Griffin Kingdom, today we are crowning a Magus who not only shared with us the gift of knowledge, but who also took the destiny of our country in his hands. For this reason, the title of Void Magus isn't enough. I hereby bestow upon you, Lith Tiamat Verhin, the title of Supreme Magus of the Griffin Kingdom, something that even in the future might only be matched but never surpassed, Queen Silpha said. At those words, the 4 royal guards surrounding Lith turned toward Lith and raised their swords to the sky in salute. All hail the Supreme Magus, they said in unison as the array paralyzing the crowd disappeared, allowing the chant to spread to Lith's friends and family first, then his allies, and after a few seconds of incredulous stupor, to the whole room. Not bad. Firwell used a mind link to talk with her daughter while her mouth joined the choir. Unlike us, your disciple had the guts to walk the royal palace in his true form. On top of that, he just achieved for our race not just the title of Magus, he had one tailor-made for him. Did you too? She let the last part linger in expectation. No, Mom, we didn't. The younger Hydra blushed, yet her mouth kept chanting. Shame, is he married? Firwell asked. Yes, he is. Shame again. Oh, well, you win some, you lose some. The elder Hydra shrugged. We'll resume this conversation in 1,000 years or so. Once the acclamation finally died down, the king took the floor again. I think that I speak for everyone when I say that after being struck in the same place for so long, you need to stretch your legs a bit. Let the celebrations begin. At a wave of his hand, one of the dimensional formations stretched the banquet hall to twice its original size. Now there was enough space for the servants to set the tables for the banquet, and for the people from the upper floors to come down and mingle with the rest of the royal court. Congratulations, Lith, Solus' silvery voice brimmed with joy from the deep of her heart. No wonder there is no trace of the ceremony in the etiquette books stored inside Saluspedia. It didn't exist until today. They made it especially for you. Thanks, Solus, Lith replied. My only regret is that you couldn't stand by my side today and be crowned Magus with me. We are the Supreme Magus. Don't worry, I don't care about what the rest of Maugr thinks. Your recognition of my efforts is the only one that matters to me. As Lith stood up, his family ran to him with such an impetus that they would have trampled him if not for his body mass being dozens of tons heavy even while in human form. I'm prouder of you than words can express, son. Roz hugged him briefly before patting his shoulder. I'm a bit sad that this ceremony is 16 years late, Alina said amid sobs. Ever since the day when I brought you to Nana's house and you read her books, you've been my little Magus. Congratulations, lil bro, Tista said. Thanks for sharing the stage with me and for allowing Tryon to accompany me. I'm glad we could enjoy this moment with our whole family. Camilla remained one step away to not intrude. After a few seconds, Lith noticed her absence and waved her over. As his family made way for her, Camilla said nothing while embracing him. The wings on Lith's back wrapped around her, bringing her more happiness than any title could. Once again, it was a form of tenderness that belonged only to her, and Camilla exploited it to kiss him in spite of etiquette forbidding public displays of affection. Don't get cocky just because now you are a Magus. You still have to do the house chores and cook me my favorite dishes, she chuckled. Unless you want to hire house staff and pay for them. Over my dead body, he replied in mock indignance. Only after the wings folded back did Lith notice that there was a small crowd waiting for him. The good news is that I can still be the first Magus of my generation, Quilla pouted while angrily tapping her foot on the carpet. The bad news is that now it's worth squat. She immediately dropped the act and gave him a warm smile. I'm joking. Congratulations, Lith. She just offered him her hand to not force him to get free from Camilla's embrace. Thanks, Lith said while shaking it. You gave us quite a scare, young man, Gianni said. I was aware of the Void Magus title, but everything else was off script. How did you convince the crown to pull a stunt like that? Chapter 2069, First of His Kind, Part 1. Chapter 2069, First of His Kind, Part 1. I didn't ask them to do anything, Lith shrugged. I think it has become a habit for the royals to screw with me ever since they scared the crap out of me during the Archmage ceremony. One after the other, Lith's friends and allies shook his hand and congratulated him on his achievement. I can't believe it. Your call name of 6 years ago just turned into reality, and I was here to witness it. Well done, White. Lith was surprised when after Jadon Lark and Baron Wyellen, Red stepped forward as well. Thanks, R. For the god's sake, that was just his call name during the academy training. Solus hated it when Lith forgot about anyone he couldn't profit from. He is Great Mage Lyndon Gorth, and the woman with him is his wife, Frenna. Who cares, Red would have sufficed, Lith thought. I mean Great Mage Gorth, he actually said, pretending that the name had any significance to him. Just call me Red. The young man was clearly honored by his idol remembering him, but tried to play it cool. I consider it an inside joke between us. Told you so, Lith inwardly grinned. Red, allow me to introduce my wife Camilla Yavel to you and Frenna. Kami, these are Great Mage Lyndon, Red, Gorth, and his wife, Frenna. Nice to meet you. Camilla nudged at his ribs for using her moniker in public. It's always a pleasure to meet one of Lith's friends, especially someone who didn't chicken out after learning about his true nature. She shook Red's hand while Frenna hesitated for a second to extend her own, almost afraid that Camilla might shapeshift at any second into a hideous creature. Unlike her husband, she couldn't stop staring at the horns, the fangs, and the third eye that seemed to pierce through her soul. What do you mean? Lith asked. Even though I never met Great Mage Gorth in person, I knew him by name. He was one of the few who always signed Gianni's petitions in your favor, Camilla replied. I hope that when the Verhin mansion is complete, you will come to visit us and tell me the story of how you two met. It will be my pleasure, Lady Verhin, Red replied, smiling from one ear to the other for having been invited to their home even before the royals. The royals, instead, didn't like it much. Well, is the jury still out on that? Kelia asked as soon as the magic in the room faded and she could talk again. Did Verhin do the right thing by sticking with the kingdom or not? Maybe, but it's not going to be easy. At the moment, his title isn't worth much, the Empress replied. Yet if he survives the war and the political struggle that is bound to ensue when the royals will have to purge the traitors who have willingly sided with the Mad Queen, the sky is Verhin's limit. He'll be the first Supreme Magus and the first member of a new race that people will either fear like monsters or worship like gods. From my point of view, it's an incredible victory. I can't offer him anything better, and if Verhin makes it through the war, he'll shape the future of the kingdom no less than the royals. After a while, Lith's group moved to the nearest buffet table. The tension had made everyone work quite some appetite. While they chatted, many people tried to jump on the bandwagon and congratulate Lith, but most of them failed to move past the small crowd that surrounded him since the end of the ceremony. Even the few who succeeded didn't manage to say a single word due to his beastly features striking terror in them and making them run away with the same determination they had come. Except for one of them. Excuse me, Supreme Magus, but the music is about to start, and is customary for the main guest of a gala to open the dances with their partner. Here is the list of those who have reserved a dance with you tonight. Royal valets had to perform their duty or be charged with treason. The youth in front of Lith needed sheer willpower to not stutter. He handed the Magus a small cylinder of paper, waiting for him to take it. The what now? Lith unfolded the scroll that turned out to be over 20 centimeters, 8, long and filled with a close-backed list of names that started with the queens. There's only so much time for dancing, so reservations are needed to avoid disputes that would spoil the mood. The valet clicked his heels and gave Lith a bow before taking his leave. I know what a dance card is, Lith grumbled, sighing in relief when he noticed that most of the names belonged to people he cared for. A few minutes later, the orchestra started playing, and a spotlight gently prompted the Verhin couple to reach the center of the stage. Camilla blinked thrice in quick succession, their convened signal for a mind link. Physical contact would make it invisible even to life vision, and kept their conversation a secret. What's the matter, Kami? Jealous much? Horns or not, I still have a list of suitors longer than my arm, he said with a smug grin on his face. Ha ha, she replied with a deadpan tone. No, smartass, I just wanted to ask Solus if she wants to dance with us. This is her ceremony as well, and it would be a shame if she didn't get to enjoy it. What do you mean? Solus asked after Lith let her take part in the conversation. You can slip from Lith's finger to mine and then fuse your ring with my clothes. It still wouldn't be the same as dancing with your own body, but it's the best I can offer you. Sorry, Camilla said. Really? Solus would have jumped with joy if only she had feet. Really, Lith and I will have just one dance together, and the other dames will probably just try to get something from him. I trust you to keep his dirty mind in check. Camilla inwardly chuckled. Thanks, it means the world to me. Solus covered Camilla's dress, letting Lith experience the warmth of the two women he loved the most at the same time. Thanks for allowing for this little three-way, Kami. Lith, Camel, and Solus rebuked him in unison. Dance, I meant a three-way dance. Gods, you were right about his dirty mind, Kami, Solus chuckled. Magus my ass, more like the supreme pervert. Camilla shook her head in irritation. Lith remained silent until the music stopped, knowing that whatever he said could only make the hole he had dug for himself deeper. Magus Verhen. The queen tapped his shoulder, waiting for Lith to give her a bow before returning it with a curtsy. Your Majesty, what do you say if we exchange dance partners? It will allow your wife to take part in the conversation, were she to feel the need to, Silpha said, while Meron offered Camilla his hand. Refusing the invitation of the king would have been incredibly rude and stupid. Whatever the royals wanted from him, they had to listen. Chapter 2070, First of His Kind, Part 2. Chapter 2070, First of His Kind, Part 2. Let's see what kind of strings came with my magnificent custom title, Lith said via the mind link, while Solus returned to his finger. There's no reason to jinx it. Camilla took the king's hand, leaving her place to Silpha. You've already given them a lot, what more could they ask for? The dance started again, and the royals waited for the music to be loud enough to cover their words before starting to talk. With her 1.62 meters, 54 of height, Silpha was one good head shorter than Lith. While they shifted to find a comfortable distance to talk while looking at each other in the eyes, Lith had the opportunity to notice the 7 colored streaks in her hair. On top of that, there were kindness and grace in her movements. They softened the cold impression from her sharp features that otherwise would make her look like a disgruntled sergeant ready to disciple a recruit. First of all, allow me to congratulate you again. Know that I really believe what I said earlier, it wasn't just a political play. The queen said, I truly consider you the first of your kind, but giving you Silverwing's same title would have meant to make you the second to achieve it and undermine your status. I couldn't allow people to compare the two of you because a living man will never be a match for a legend of the past. Silverwing is gone whereas you are here, and that's the only thing that matters. Actually, Silverwing is alive and well, Lith smiled awkwardly. Really? The royals asked in unison. Yeah, I met her a couple of times and I'm glad you gave me a different title. She's not someone you want to argue with. Even if she has awakened, Silverwing should be decrepit by now, the king pondered. Is that the reason she hasn't come forward to help us? No, she just doesn't care. Lith shook his head, making them turn pale. Let's just say that the first Magus doesn't like how your ancestors used her knowledge. She's still on the fence deciding who between you and Thrud is more suited for the throne. Fair enough, Silpha sighed, well aware of the failures of the past monarchs. This makes our burden even heavier, but so does yours. What do you mean? Lith asked. We didn't give you a special title just because of how it sounded in official documents. We did that because you are our best shot at taking the kingdom out of the slump it has been stuck in for too long. Over 1,000 years have passed since the foundation of this country, yet we can't still disclose to the public that half of Valoran's companions were not humans. The first king hoped that, with time, the divide between the races would disappear. He entrusted to his descendants to reveal the truth when the time was right, but that moment never came, at least until now. Thrud's army is comprised of all races, which actually helps us. Not only are the inhabitants of the occupied territories getting used to living with them, but it also forces even the most bigoted fossil in our ranks to work with our non-human allies in order to survive. I have no idea who will win the War of the Griffins, but I want to believe that whoever sits on the throne will rule over a better country. A place where society has learned to embrace our differences instead of rejecting them in fear. If Thrud wins, I have no doubt that she is going to use her slave array to discipline whoever causes her trouble. She is not human, nor is her husband or any of her aides. They are not going to be received well, and I bet she'll solve the problem like she does with everything else. With violence, Silpha took a short pause to give Lith the time to think about what would come next. If we win, however, our burden will be much greater, and no one will have to carry it more than you. Telling people that Firwall is a Hydra, and that Tessa is a Titania would just sound like an attempt to rewrite history. Their legend is built on a lie that is hard to expose without putting at risk the very legacy of Valoran and the 4 Finding Pillars. You instead are more than a myth. Those who have taken part in your achievements are still alive, and no one can question what you did or who you are. You are a divine beast married to a human woman, and after today, everyone will know that you are also a Magus who's giving his everything to the kingdom. From this day onward, what you do and say will go down in history books. You will become the hero of this country and the living proof that the races can coexist. You will be the foundation from which everything our allies from the council will build up. the keystone that will allow us to disclose the real story about the foundation of the kingdom. After witnessing the projections of the battle of the Heavenly Wolf Tavern, of the fight for Belias, and everything that will come next, people won't be able to dismiss the truth. At least not easily. The legend of Valoran will strengthen yours, while yours will make Valoran's believable. The past will connect with the present to draw a picture of our future. A future where plants, humans, beasts, and maybe even undead will work together. It will take time and a lot of work, but I promise you that the Crown will do everything it can to keep your younger siblings, your relatives, and your descendants to suffer like you did. Queen Silpha managed to not miss a step during the whole speech. Lith was about to retort that he didn't give a damn about the kingdom when he thought of Protector, Marth, Aaron, Lyria, and his little sister who had yet to be born. I could just bring them all to the desert, but if Thrud wins, they would just trade one war for another. Between the immortality array, the secret of the Violet Core, and the power of Knight's Tower, the conflict with Grandma might last forever. I don't want them to grow up in fear. I don't want my parents to give up on their life's work nor for Kami to be treated for her whole life like a freak because of me. I want them to be happy, he thought. Is this the reason you made me the Supreme Magus, just for public relationships? He asked, his tone deadpan. Again, no. I believe in what I said, and I sincerely hope that future Magi will follow your example rather than Silverwings. Yet I'd be lying if I said that it has nothing to do with our plans for after the war. Silpha replied. Conflicts suck and cost countless lives, but they can make people accept changes that under any other circumstance they would fight to the death. In a way, by sitting out of the conflict, the Empire is at loss. Were we to triumph, we'll achieve in the following few years what will take them decades. Chapter 2071 Someone You Loved, Part 1. Chapter 2071 Someone You Loved, Part 1. On top of that, their role model is an old-ass dragon who only minds his own business. Ours is going to be a dashing young man who dirties his hands to usher in an era of progress and peace, Silpha said. By my mom, when the Queen puts it like that, I'm tempted to forget what big of an asshole you actually are and join your fan club. Solus projected the image of Tiamat-inspired merchandise, going from t-shirts to action figures. The music ended, and the Queen gave him a graceful courtesy before taking Meron and Camilla out of the dance-floor. It should be my turn now, correct? After all, I always come second, a familiar voice said with a sad chuckle. Lith didn't need to check his dance card to know it was Floria. Outranking a queen is hard, Lith shrugged. Even if you did beat her to the punch, the valet would have just switched your names. Fair enough, but it doesn't make it any less unpleasant. Unlike the Queen, Floria barely needed to tilt her head to look at him in the eyes from up close. Care dancing with an old friend? 1. She didn't wait for an answer, threading her left hand into his right and putting Lith's arm on her waist while she was still talking. I would love to. Lith smiled as her decisiveness and the golden lily pendant around her neck brought back countless memories. But now I'm curious about your rush. Usually during events of this kind, aside from my mother, no one else signs up to dance with me, but pricks who know they won't have another occasion to approach me. We can dance whenever you want at your place or mine. It's not like we don't spend time together already. We actually don't, Floria sighed. At least not the way I would like to. We only meet to work, study, or train. Even after you quit the army, you rarely found time for us outside Fallow's lair. Then, things got even worse when you were forced to escape to the desert. Do you realize that I had to learn about your marriage from my mother, and that the last time we met just for the fun of it was during the second ceremony? Yeah, sorry about that. Things have been a little hectic. Lith's senses warned him that something was off. Floria's movements were as lithe and graceful as always, yet he could feel through her hand how tense she was. She was smiling a lot, but only because she was forcing herself to. Her hazel eyes sparkled too much under the magical lights of the room, something that could only be explained with an insistent tear she was fighting back. No need to apologize. I'm not without fault either. Her sky-blue dress matched the streaks in her waist-long black hair, while the olive tone of her skin emphasized the gold of her necklace. That, along with the deep V neckline, brought Lith's eyes to her bosom more often than he would have liked. After you awakened me, I've been pissed off at you for a long time. I avoided you on purpose while trying to make heads or tails of our forced relationship. According to the rules of the Awakened Council, Floria would belong to him for 100 years, or until she was deemed ready. When I finally wrapped my head around all the madness that your life is, neither of us had a moment to spare. If I were a superstitious woman, I'd think that destiny worked hard to keep us apart. she sighed more and more often. Her smile was fading, and her movements became clumsy from time to time. First there was Camilla between us, then Solus, and before I could even think, here we are. You've gone a long way from the grumpy kid who dragged me to dance on the ceiling of the Distar's manor. The memory of that night, when Lith had used gravity magic for the first time and ruffled the feathers of hundreds of nobles for one of his schemes, made them both chuckle. It was the first honest laugh for both of them, but for completely different reasons. For Lith, that night had been one of the happiest of his life. Back then, life was much simpler, and he was just a magical student having fun instead of a magus involved in a physical and a political war at the same time. To Floria, instead, it had been the moment when her young heart had sparked with a feeling that only in her adult life she had recognized as love. It was the beginning and the end of everything. You are now able to smile from your heart like I always wanted you to. You found a woman who loves you so deeply that she chased you through 2 continents to be with you. You are now the supreme magus, and maybe, one day, you'll find a way to be even more. Her right hand moved to his cheek, caressing it with her thumb, uncaring for court etiquette. Those are all reasons for me to be happy for you, but they also force me to face reality. There is no more place for me in your life. A spark of spirit magic opened the clasp of the necklace that Floria caught in midair. What are you doing? Lith asked as she threaded her fingers through his again, feeling the cold metal of the golden lily between their hands. No matter what happens in the future, I'll always be your friend. If you ever need me, you just need one call and I'll run by your side. Tears streamed from her eyes, but her smile never faded, nor did her voice crack. I loved you. I loved being your strength during your darkest times. I loved every single minute we spent together, and I deeply regret the decision of breaking up at the end of the academy. Yet there is no turning time back. I can only live with the consequences of my choices and move forward. I needed to talk with you on the dance floor because I want this conversation to end the moment the music stops. I don't want either of us to linger on what might have been 1 second longer. We have wasted too much time on that, or at least, I did. I'll never forget the feelings I had for you, but at the same time, I can't let them burden me forever. You've built an incredible life for yourself, and now I want to do the same. Only when Floria let go of him and gave him a curtsy did Lith realize that the dance was over. Floria wiped her tears with first magic, so that no one but him ever knew what had just happened. As she walked toward her next dance partner and Milia Jennings approached him, Lith's eyes fell on the palm of his right hand. The golden lily pendant was still there, heavy from the happy memories and broken promises it carried. Space. Griffin Kingdom, White Griffin Academy, 2 days later. After the gala, Lith's life became a vortex that rarely gave him a moment of respite. One recommended soundtrack, Someone You Loved by Louis Capaldi. Chapter 2072, Someone You Loved, Part 2. Chapter 2072, Someone You Loved, Part 2. He had to split his time between the battlefield, the city of Valoran, where he had to regularly meet the royals and share with them another piece of knowledge, every time they delivered their promises and social events. Thrud had conquered Belias, but the victory had come with a heavy price. Not a single soul lived there, and the very storm that had allowed her to conquer the city had also turned it into shambles after Burian had detonated the protective arrays. To make matters worse, Milia had exploited the opportunity to expand the borders of the empire, and had positioned the bulk of her forces along the mountain range of the Keller region. With most of her divine beasts still locked in the regeneration chamber of the Golden Griffin, and no defensive mechanism left in Belias, the Mad Queen was forced to temporarily relieve the pressure on the internal borders of the kingdom. Also, the royals had been true to their word and had already issued a full pardon for Lith, Tista, Camilla, and all of his relatives and friends. It was overkill, but the king wanted to make sure that nothing would later pop up and mess with his plans. As for Lith's social life, everyone wanted to meet the fabled Supreme Magus. Especially his friends who mocked him to no end, calling him either the Supreme Miser or the Miser Magus. Lith rejected all the invitations from the nobles who had ignored him until he had been crowned Magus, and who just wanted to suck up to him, but there were still a lot of places he had to be. Marth had demanded him to attend a second, smaller ceremony at the White Griffin. He wanted to parade his Magus alumnus to the other headmasters, have Lith give an inspirational speech to the students, and have him meet his old professors and schoolmates. Who would have ever thought that an obnoxious run of commoner origins would be the first and probably the only student of mine to become a Magus? Professor Kavos Rudd, Lith's teacher of dimensional magic said after one drink too many. I understood that I had been wrong all my life when those damn rankings for your 4th year came out, but damn, life surely loved to rub it in my face. First of your class, then the youngest great mage of your generation, and then the youngest archmage. Now you've become a Magus. No, I'm sorry, the supreme Magus before your 20s. I wish it was Freya Erna's instead. At least it would have been a fellow dimensional mage. Thanks for your kind words. Lith's voice oozed with ill-concealed sarcasm. Gods cut me some slack, Rudd sighed like a broken-hearted man. When you get old, there are some words that become harder to say, like apologies. I'm sorry for treating you badly when you were a student. Too little and too late, Lith thought. Apologies accepted. He actually said, not wanting to ruin the moment for Marth and not caring enough about Rudd to argue with him about the past. Ignore that old fossil and follow me. Like a Wainmeyer, his forge-mastering professor, dragged Lith to a table that she had filled with blueprints of complex weapons. Are you sure you want to show this to me? He could see the full schematics of the runes and the power cores. 1 second in his eyes was a lifetime in soulless memory. Don't worry, I've got the clearance for this. Besides, even in the off chance your memory is a prodigy as you are, there's not much you can do without a list of the ingredients. She replied with a cute smile. Fuck me sideways, she's right. Without the perfect sequence of pseudo-cores, the whole thing would just explode in my face, Lith replied. I just wanted your input as a Magus and a divine beast. The problem with new weapons is that they need to be tested, and I can't exactly go to a dragon and ask them if they can kindly allow me to try and beat the crap out of them. Do you want me to be your test subject? Lith said in amazement. You could test your equipment and I could test mine. It's a fair trade, she shrugged. Besides, you are not just helping me, you are helping the whole kingdom as its supreme Magus, she said in an overly dramatic voice. Consider all these powerful new runes and the way to arrange them as your payment if it makes your decision easier. On top of that, I'll gladly answer whatever question you have for me. It will be just like the old times, she said with a huge smile that took 1 second to turn into a bitter expression. Except that you are already married and I'm still single. What the heck is wrong with me? Why does nobody love me? She hugged him, starting to sob uncontrollably. For starters, I think you should cut down on alcohol. Lith patted her back, holding Wainmeyer for a couple of seconds before the sobbing turned into snoring. First Rudd and now this? Duke, what the heck have you done? After the ceremony, the headmaster had asked Lith to drop the honorifics and go on a first-name basis. Archmages like Marth were considered the kings of the magical community, but magi were living gods. I think someone may have spiked the drinks with Red Dragon to help you loosen up. Marth checked the cocktails with his spells, but everything was fine. You have a bottle of Red Dragon? Lith asked in amazement. Well, yeah, anything else is as good as water to you. What kind of a host do you think I am? The headmaster shrugged. Did you put the stopper back after pouring my drink? Marth turned around, discovering that the vapors of the liquor were free to spread through the room, causing an epidemic of drunken highs. People laughed or cried for no reason. Some had become overly honest and told things that they should have kept to themselves. Others were making out with complete strangers, or became violent at the slightest provocation. What do you say if we show them how it's done, handsome? Zinnia tugged at Vaster's arm with one hand and unbuttoned her shirt with the other. Her pupils were dilated and her voice a slur. The moment she was about to reveal her black lace bra and the generous bosom it held, Vaster used his professor ring to warp them both in his apartments. A quick detoxification spell put her to sleep, while he prayed to the gods that no one had witnessed the scene, or at least they wouldn't remember the morning after. What the heck happened? Lith asked while Camilla still blocked his sight with her hand. It seems that Zinnia reacts to alcohol the same way I do, Camilla sighed. Luckily for me, the armor Grandma made for me blocks even poisonous gas, or I'd have made a fool of myself as well. Are you telling me that getting drunk also makes you? It lowers my inhibitions, yes. Why do you think I was always careful with wine back when we were still dating? She completed the phrase for him. I was about to say horny, but that works too. Care for a sip? Lith offered her his drink spiked with red phoenix. Chapter 2073 Past Grudge, Part 1. Chapter 2073 Past Grudge, Part 1. Very funny, jackass. Camilla blushed violently, turning around to make sure that no one had overheard Lith. I'm serious. As any mage, I love experimenting with new stuff, and I never had the opportunity to see you drunk. Well, since you are so willing to try something new, I guess tonight you can sleep on the couch for a change. Space. Erna's mansion, the day after the doghouse. Floria's words during the gala had stung hard, so Lith had made as much time as he could for the Ernas, who also threw him a party, where only his actual friends and council allies were invited. Freya and Quilla exploited the occasion to introduce their respective boyfriends to society despite the objection of their parents. It was also the perfect opportunity to force Gianni and Orion to meet them after months of dodging the issue. War made courtship short since every day on the front lines could be the last and many of their daughters' peers, and academy mates had married lately to leave at least one heir behind. That and Lith's marriage setting the example were enough to make the Erna's couple sweat bullets. "Mom, Dad, this is my boyfriend, Morak Erie," Quilla said, making Gianni purse her lips until a small line was all that was left of her mouth. "Morak, these are my parents, Gianni and Orion Ernas." "It's nice to meet you again, ma'am," the tyrant said, in what was supposed to be the best smile of his human form. "If I didn't know better, I'd say that it's clear from who Quilla inherited her beauty. It's been almost 2 years since the last time we saw each other, but it seems like yesterday. You are a person hard to forget, great mage Erie," Gianni said with her best poker face. To a regular person, her words sounded nice, yet her cousin Dida could hear all the poison they hid. The former ranger was the kind of man who always left a strong impression, but not because of his wits or charms. "It's a plea. Just being forced to speak such a blatant lie in her own home gave Gianni's voice the same intonation of someone who was about to hurl. She twisted and turned an ivory fan between her hands to keep her expression under control. "A pleasure to have you here," Dida completed the phrase for her. "That," Gianni nodded, restoring the perfection of her facade. "It's the first time we are properly introduced, sir." Morak extended his hand, and Orion looked at it as if it was a blade aimed at his throat. "Indeed, I heard a lot of things about you, young man." Not even a blind man would have mistaken Orion's expression for a smile. He was simply curling his lips while clenching his teeth so hard that his jaw popped. "I'm past 26 years old, so I'm not so young anymore." Morak managed to miss the subtext entirely and smiled awkwardly. "But I can understand that to a man of your age, anyone below 40 must look like a kid. I promise you that I'll make your daughter happy, and with a bit of luck, we'll give you plenty of grandchildren before you die." His honesty was accompanied by the sound of Gianni's fan snapping. Quilla glared at him, stomping his foot to make sure Morak wouldn't embarrass her further. "He's joking, we are just hanging out," she said. "We never even discussed such matters." Alas, for an emperor beast, her stomp felt like a footsie, or at least that's how Morak perceived it. "Then maybe we should, darling. These days people are dropping like flies, and even if they survive the war, your parents don't have much left to live. Try putting yourself in their shoes." Truth to be told, the tyrant was just referring to the fact that he and Quilla were awakened and had a much longer lifespan. "Ha ha ha, what a funny guy." Orion's maniacal laughter was accompanied by the savage smile that usually appeared on his face only on the battlefield. "I wish that the rest of your life is as long as happy." "Thanks, sir, I wish you the same." Once again, Morak missed the subtext, and Orion hoping that the prick would die a gruesome death a few seconds later. Quilla noticed the throbbing vein in her father's neck and temple, so she dragged Morak away before Orion could have a stroke out of sheer rage. "Help, I don't want to die." Nalrund grabbed Lith's arm in search of protection. "If I meet a guy that big and angry right now, he's going to kill me." "Don't be such a baby." Freya dragged him along effortlessly. Even though with his 1.846 height, Nalrund was much taller and heavier than her, and awakened of her level could lift him with one hand. "Besides, this is the perfect moment to meet my parents. No matter what blunder you make compared to Morak, you'd still be a gentleman." Nalrund hadn't been so scared since the day Knight had tried to kill Celia and the children, yet he would have gladly faced the horsemen alone rather than be there. He whimpered all the way to the Erna's couple, like a man walking to his own funeral. "Mom, Dad, he's Nalrund of the desert. He has no last name because his village was destroyed, and it's still painful for him to talk about it." At those words, Orion's gaze softened enough for Dida to notice. "Nalrund, these are my parents, Orion and Gianni Ernas. Never believe a word my mother says, and don't be afraid of my father. He's actually a softy, and I'm sure you two will go along just fine." Having heard terrible things about her, Nalrund's eyes went wide when he saw how short and lovely Gianni was. On the other hand, it was hard recognizing the loving father Freya had told him about in the fuming giant in front of him. Orion was 1.96 meters, 65 tall, making Nalrund feel like a small boy. Sir, ma'am, it's a pleasure to know you. He gave them both a deep bow. I currently live with the Fasteros as their nanny, but I plan to buy a house of my own one day. I'm a skilled healer and a light master. Nalrund emphasized the concept by conjuring a hard light construct of his dream home under their noses. Also, I own a share of Lith's silver mines in Jamble, so I have my own money and... Slow down, kid. Orion patted his shoulder while laughing heartily. This isn't a job interview. You've got nothing to prove to me except how much you care for my little girl. How do I do that, sir? Nalrund sweated profusely and tugged at the collar of his shirt, which seemed to become tighter by the second, making it difficult for him to breathe. You just did. Orion turned toward Gianni, who didn't seem to agree with him. This house of yours, where do you plan to build it? In the kingdom or the desert? She asked. I have no idea, Nalrund replied, making Gianni tilt her head in curiosity. It's not just my decision to make, but if I had the choice, I'd like to build it in Lucia. I wasn't born in the kingdom, but the Fasteros are my family. Chapter 2074, Past Grudge, Part 2. Chapter 2074, Past Grudge, Part 2. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Gianni smiled and stepped forward, taking Nalrund by the arm. Let's take things slowly. Start by telling me how you two met. The Rizar looked at Freya and whimpered, having no idea how much he was allowed to say. He lived in a sheltered environment where everyone knew everything about each other, whereas Lith's world was utterly confusing. There were people who knew only a part of his secrets and were entitled to learn a few more, others who had to be kept completely in the dark, and just a few he could completely trust. And that was just about Lith. Once Nalrund had to factor in for Solus' share of secrets, he would get completely lost. It's actually an interesting story, Mom. Freya took her mother's other arm, feigning enthusiasm in recounting a heavily doctored version of the events of the Famer mines in order to make no mention of the tower and Solus. Ah, Gianni said, noticing the nervousness of her daughter and the relief of the man from the desert. The garden is magnificent this time of the year. If I have to bear with a load of crap, I could use a pleasant smell to cover it. She steered them toward the double doors that led outside, inwardly taking notes of all the inconsistencies in Freya's story to find a reasonable explanation for them later. Tista had come as well and had brought Badia the Nidhogg as her date. Unlike during the Ascension ceremony, she enjoyed herself a lot and smiled much more often. She still had her feathered wings out, but now that her expression had softened between her figure and her delicate features, the wings only added to her charms. Girl, you really are taking seriously that Fairy Queen moniker that Nana gave you on her deathbed, Celia said, while touching the silver-veined red feathers and enjoying how fluffy they were. Not really, Tista shrugged. I just want to get used to both my bodies and not hide my second nature anymore. I'm not like my little brother. I can't conjure anything, and I have no servant. So much for a queen. Give yourself time. Nana nailed it big time, dubbing Lith King of the Spirits, so she was probably right about you as well. Protector pointed at Tryon, Valia, Locrias, and Vergrave, who were mingling with the other guests and enjoying the company of their respective families. Yeah, I wonder if in her final moments she had developed something akin to Lith's death vision, Tista pondered. By the way, I had hoped that the wings would keep the creeps away. Instead, they attract them like flies to honey. Celia wasn't the only one who had failed to resist the temptation to touch Tista's feathers without even asking. Badia kept most men at bay, but he was useless against children who considered them soft toys. I see that you are still determined to take the beast's path. Giza Jernoff moved her gaze from the wings to the ashen skin of the Nidhogg human form. I hope that you would side with the human council, or at least you would take a human companion, like your brother. What I do with my life is none of your business. Tista snarled, and her teeth shapeshifted into fangs for a split second. It's my business indeed. You are the only other living demon on Maugr, and your existence is bound to draw a lot of attention, especially if one day the council will need someone capable of countering Verhen. Lady Jernoff replied, finding the red demon as intimidating as an angry puppy. I'm never going to fight against my brother, and I have no reason to listen to one more word you say. Tista turned around to leave, but the much smaller human woman held her in place with a grip of steel. Badia tried to step in to help her, but Giza's bright violet aura was enough to paralyze him. Never is a long time, and you don't even know what will happen tomorrow. Also, I think I have something that might interest you. Giza let Tista go the moment she had her attention and showed her a recording on the council amulet. It was one of the battles against Thrud's army Giza had taken part into on behalf of the council. The fight was a chaotic mess where people and spells often blocked the camera. Jiza blocked the recording on a specific frame, zooming into a humanoid figure. "Isn't that headmistress Ainla Linnea?" Tista needed but a glance to recognize the woman who had denied Lith the attendance to the Lightning Griffin due to her grudge with Nana. "Yes, it's her," Jiza nodded. "Our liaison with the Crown confirmed it. There's not much intel on her since we have no spies among Thrud's forces, but according to the rumors we have collected by scouting the Mad Queen's territories, Linnea is in charge of the Golden Griffin." "I thought that Sevenus Histar was the headmaster," Tista said in confusion, as she remembered how bitterly her mentor had lived after being betrayed by the people who were supposed to watch her back. Linnea wasn't the only person responsible for Nana's decades of misery, but she had played a huge role in it. "And so did I," Jiza shrugged. "Who knows? Maybe Thrud wants 2 headmasters to better train her soldiers, or maybe she keeps Histar a secret even to her own troops. What really matters is this." A quick change of the resolution gave the hologram colors, painting Linnea's aura violet. "You are strong for your age, Tista, but you are no match for a violet cord awakened," Jiza said. "Now, I know that your brother has refused to share that part of his legacy with you, but it's never too late to ask to change your mentor." She had no idea that Lith hadn't refused. It had been Tista's decision in order to find a way to tap into her own full potential without using a method unsuitable for her that might compromise her growth. "And be at your mercy for 100 years? Thanks, but no thanks. Let's go, Badia." Tista turned around again, but this time Jiza did nothing to stop her. "If you change your mind, you know where to find me." "Are you really that angry at a person you have never met before?" The Nidhogg could see the fury seething inside of Tista, turning her skin into scales with the rhythm of her heart. "Of course not. That was back when I was young and stupid. I'm angry at Jiza for her attempt to manipulate me and at myself for allowing her to rile me up like this." Tista shook her head, taking deep breaths to calm down. "Yet I've never forgiven Linnea for trying to destroy Lith just like she had done to Nana. I'm not going to put my life at risk for a decades-old revenge, but Linnea was a convicted traitor even before joining Thrud. If I meet her on the battlefield, I'll make sure to give her Nana's regards and return to Linnea all the suffering she inflicted upon my mentor." Meanwhile, Lith, Solus, and Camilla were enjoying their evening, getting to know Falul outside of her grueling training sessions. Chapter 2075, Contingency Plans, Part 1. Chapter 2075, Contingency Plans, Part 1. Solus had made a full recovery after the Battle of Belias, and was happy to have the opportunity to celebrate Lith's Magus title in person. Since it was a private ceremony, Lith had prepared for her a pristine white Supreme Magus robe matching his own. Many raised an eyebrow at the sight, but asked no questions. Camilla was deeply embarrassed by the story about the drunken Zinnia and Vaster's attempts to make her keep her clothes on. Lith offering her drinks non-stop only made things worse. As for the Hydra, she was a sucker for gossip, and she wanted to know everything about what had happened during the dance. "The Queen is damn right," Falul nodded after listening about Lith's conversation with Silpha. "If we win this war, you'll hold a power second maybe only to the royals. You will be the Supreme Magus, the hero of the people, and the bridge not only between humans and beasts, but also between regular humans and awakened." "I'm not interested in that kind of power. It would just take a lot of time from my experiments and Camilla." Lith shuddered at the thought. "By the way, what did the Empress want to talk with you about?" the Hydra asked. "Space. Royal Palace, a few seconds after Floria had left the dance floor. "Nice to meet you again, Supreme Magus Verhen. Would you do me the honor of this dance?" Her long, honey-hued hair sparkled under the magical light when she gave him a curtsy. Lith stared at his dance card for a couple of seconds before his brain was forced to admit that the Milia Jennies listed as third was actually the Magic Empress of the Gorgon Empire. He hastily put the lily pendant into the breast pocket of his jacket to avoid questions that would have been too painful to answer. "Of course," he gave her a deep bow and took Milia's hand as the music started. "To what do I owe this pleasure? You have my rune, and if you wanted to talk, all you had to do was to make a call." "By my mom," Solus said in amazement. "Her dress is no dress at all. It's a full suit of armor of untold power." "You mean it is shapeshifted like my Voidwalker armor?" Lith asked. "No, or the guards at the entrance would have never let her in with such a powerful artifact. What the Empress wears is pure Davros, whose density and shape have been rearranged to imitate silk. Its cloaking enchantment is so good that it fooled even my mana sense." "How did you notice it then?" Lith was quite puzzled at the revelation. Invigoration on contact, she replied, making him turn pale. First, I don't have your rune, I have Salark's, Milia said with a sly smile. Second, I knew that your partner would never miss such an important occasion, and I wanted the opportunity to speak with both of you. Her slender fingers clenched Lith's stone ring like a vice. Using a breathing technique on me was quite rude, so don't blame me if I return the favor. The Empress scanned the ring to the best of her abilities and ignored Lith. Damn Solus, why did you do that? He asked. I didn't study her. I know that an awakened can feel invigoration. That's why I used it solely on the dress, she replied in embarrassment. How was I supposed to know it has an alarm system? Interesting, Milia said. Aside from the fact that you two share the same energy signature, I failed to learn anything meaningful about your other significant half. What do you want? Lith had managed to keep Solus a secret from the council and the crown. The Empress knowing about her wasn't good news. First, I wanted to congratulate you on becoming a Magus. I had high hopes of becoming one myself, especially since Ligon is my mentor. Yet ever since I took the throne in turn took my life. Milia sighed, regretting being forced to spend so much time on paperwork and so little on the actual practice of magic. Second, I'm here to offer you a contingency plan. I'm all ears, Lith replied. You've gotten yourself a sweet deal with the royals, and I'm aware I can't make you a better offer, but that only stands for now. A cautious man like you must have taken into consideration that the kingdom might lose the war. At that point, the knowledge you have shared with them would be lost, and you become the supreme Magus in name only. Also, we both know that after the kingdom, Thrud will conquer the empire, and after that, it will be a battle between tyrants. I know how fond you are of the Overlord, but that's because so far she was the one giving while you just took. Once she becomes involved in the conflict, she'll demand you to bend the knee and obey or to get out of her turf, Milia said. Sounds like Grandma, Lith grunted. I'm different, and so is the Empire. My country values magical knowledge beyond anything else, and what the royals presented here tonight is enough to earn you complete freedom under my rule. All I'm asking you is to make with me the same deal you have with the royals after the kingdom falls. You'd get your land, a safe place for your family, and to pick your battles. Why should I come to you instead of Salark? He asked. To not get cornered and because I have a trump card that I'm nurturing. Milia nodded at Kelia. I have the Red Sun on my side already. Unlike Thrud, my horseman is willing to cooperate. With Dusk's expertise, reverse engineering the portable towers will be easier than studying moonlight. He knows his steed like the back of his hand, whereas Baba Yaga's cloaking spells will prove to be a tough nut to crack. With the two of you on the same side, the Empire will be invincible. Especially after Dusk will help you master your bloodline abilities. Remember that the Red Sun is the greatest expert in life force manipulation. Who knows, he might even find a way to fix your life force. Deal, Lith replied. Good, the music stopped and Milia gracefully stepped away. I have booked Kelia your fourth dance so that the four of you can talk a bit. You lot have much in common. The young girl awkwardly walked to him a few seconds later, blushing up to her ears every time her gaze met that of another guest. Her uniform felt 3 sizes smaller and shrinking. Her throat was clenched from stress, and she was certain that the nobles in the rooms laughed at her back every time she gawked at one of the magical marvels of the banquet hall. The only reason she had yet to burst into tears was Dusk soothing her mind and taking the wheel every time she felt overwhelmed. To make matters worse, Kelia was a skilled dancer, but she had never done it in front of so many people, and Lith was the most handsome man she had ever seen. She's really pretty. Dusk must have awakened her early. She'll become as beautiful as Tista, Solus said, and Lith agreed. Chapter 2076 Contingency Plans, Part 2. Chapter 2076 Contingency Plans, Part 2. Nice to meet you, Kelia. You may not wear a dress, but you are no less lovely than any other dame in this room. Lith decided to probe how deep the influence of the horseman was with a random compliment. The choked, high-pitched squeal that came out of her mouth, while even her nails turned to a deep shade of red, told him that Kelia was a regular teenager if he had ever seen one. When the music started, Lith threaded his fingers into hers and put the other hand on her hip, sending Kelia into hyperventilation. Do you realize that dancing requires physical contact, don't you? He asked. And do you realize that she's just a kid, hot stuff? A cold, male voice came out of her mouth as her demeanor became as flawless as Lith's. I've trained Kelia to be a skilled mage and a ruthless fighter, but even I am powerless against hormones. Tell me about it. Solus chuckled through Lith's mouth. You have no idea how hard it was for me back at the academy to keep him from acting like an idiot whenever a certain hot woman was involved. Are you his partner? Dusk asked. Yep, Solus nodded. Did you teach him light mastery and void magic? No, we learned it together, she replied. I see, it seems that my mother was right. A symbiotic relationship with our host is the best way to go. What are your thoughts on gravity magic? Space. Erna's household, present time. Dusk was a real gentleman, Solus said. He didn't ask me anything about my origin or powers, we just had a good time talking about magic. Who knows, maybe someday we'll sit in front of a cup of tea and exchange notes about our hosts. I'm glad that you finally met someone you can relate to, Solus. Falul was actually creeped out at the thought of what the child of Menadian and the opus of Baba Yaga could achieve by working together. As for you, Lith, that was really cold. Are you really planning on abandoning the kingdom? No, but I like to have more than one option. Without space for haggling, I couldn't make a deal, only accept or refuse an ultimatum. I would end up either fighting on my own or bending the knee, putting my life at risk no matter what I choose. Lith replied. Looking around the room, he noticed Floria talking with her guests, laughing and smiling more than she had done in the last few years. Seeing her without the golden lily pendant hurt more than he expected, and the small necklace that was still in his breast pocket seemed to weigh tons. Space. Griffin Kingdom, Ranaku region, city of Cenaria, a week later. The forced truce with Thrud after Belias fall didn't last long. Just the time for the Mad Queen to secure her hold on the city, and for the kingdom to regroup its forces before striking at the most vulnerable areas of her territory. Having just a new Magus would have been enough to make up for the loss of one of the most important hubs of the kingdom, and keep the people living in the war zones from falling into despair. Having a supreme Magus who carried the blood of the gods of magic, instead, also gave the citizens of every region still under the royals hope that the conflict would soon end with their victory. Yet the same couldn't be said for the noble lords who owed their power to politics and bloodline privileges instead of talent or merit. To them, a commoner Magus was a threat even bigger than Thrud, dawning an era when they would become obsolete. On top of that, many of the local lords were losing heaps of gold per day since the kingdom had been cut in half and the trading routes closed. The royals imposing tiered prices for food and essential goods made it impossible for the nobles to profit off the war. It gave them plenty of reasons to defect to the other side, and Gianni a lot of extra work. I can't believe that we have stopped chasing common criminals, and instead we have to vet those who are supposed to be the backbone of this country, Camilla sighed. That's because even the lowlives of the underworld are smarter than spoiled brats. If Thrud wins, they get a free ticket to the Golden Griffin before being sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder. You won't believe how much money the most wanted mob bosses have been willingly donating just to keep the Mad Queen off their back, Gianni replied. What I really don't get is what the nobles hope to gain. If Thrud is anything like her mad father, she's going to be a terrible ruler, Camilla said. I mean, what would stop her from just enslaving them when the war ends and get rid of them as soon as they have finished training her retainers? Logic rarely applies to desperate people. Gianni checked the accounting books of Duke Sazar to make sure that he wasn't withholding the funds for the war efforts nor moving his money past the border. Thrud can make any promise, and they will believe it because they want to. Some nobles have no care for who wears the crown as long as they keep their position. The idea of taking the wrong side and losing everything at the end of the conflict makes them fickler than a weather vane. From their point of view, Thrud is a safer bet because of her immortal army. It still sounds idiotic to me. Camilla had seized the communication amulets found in Duke Sazar's mansion and was now pinging the owners of the runes engraved on their surface. This way, she checked if someone in the house had recently reached for the traitorous nobles on Thrud's side. The member of the Knight's Guard could even determine how recently a rune had been contacted, for how long, and how often. This batch is suspicious, Lady Magus. A sergeant of the Knight's Guard kneeled in front of Camilla, holding a box containing 3 amulets above his head while keeping his eyes down. Please, interrogate their owners in the green room while we continue the inspection. For the gods' sake, call me Constable Yavel, Constable Verhin if you must. Heck, even Camilla is better than Lady Magus. Receiving that kind of attention had been flattering at first, funny after a while, and then utterly annoying. At least for Camilla, Gianni still found it hilarious. By the way, how is life treating you after the ceremony, Lady Magus? she asked with the polite smile that for Gianni was the equivalent of laughing her ass off at someone else's expense. Good, Camilla inhaled sharply in annoyance as the sergeant bowed even deeper down in apology. I hate to admit it, but Lith was right. My colleagues have stopped picking on me and I can finally do my job like old times. I swear it feels like being born anew. I can tell. Gianni had noticed how Camilla recently was full of energy. She managed to finish a double shift with a smile on her face, and to still have the strength to go on a date with Lith after that. Chapter 2077 Weak Point, Part 1. Chapter 2077 Weak Point, Part 1. Ever since Camilla had resumed her job after the Magus ceremony, she worked faster and better than ever, finding clues that escaped the notice of most constables, and that Gianni was used to finding during her final sweep of a crime scene. Also, Camilla had mastered Gianni's teachings, becoming a human lie detector. Now, if it's not beneath you, go interrogate the suspects in the green room, O Lady Magus, Gianni said with mock deference. As you wish, Lady Gianni Narma Tageta Ernas. Camilla gave her a bow as Gianni stiffened up for a second. Middle names were the bane of every noble, even she. The only reason no one was chuckling was that they were too afraid of the Archon, especially during office hours when her interrogation kit was at hand. Everyone needs a particular trigger to make their talent bloom. I guess that for Camilla overcoming so many hardships in a row did the trick, Gianni thought, appreciating the newfound sass of her apprentice. What the heck is wrong with me? Camilla thought the moment she stepped out of the room, her face flushing in embarrassment. Even though I was pissed off at Sergeant Junio, I shouldn't have teased Gianni. She is the only one who stood by my side when everyone else on the job piled up on me. Gods, I guess that receiving the title of Supreme Magus went to my head instead of Lith's. Even though almost 2 weeks had passed since the gala, whenever someone called Lith by his title, he would ignore them thinking they were talking to someone else. It always took him multiple calls or catching the reflection of his white robe to remember that it was actually him. Camilla walked through a richly furnished corridor with one member of the Knight's Guard by her either side. Back when she had started working as a constable, visiting noble households left her in awe. The fine carpets were as soft as clouds, and every wooden surface had been inlaid by skilled artisans, giving even a broom closet a majestic aura. At the same time, being constantly followed by soldiers whenever she went, even to the bathroom, had embarrassed her greatly. There was no telling when, and where an attack might take place, so the Knight's Guard would never leave a constable alone, except that in safe buildings like the army headquarters. After a while, the riches had become nothing but a glossy coating to the filth any noble household kept hidden, and the presence of her bodyguards now reassured her. Living with Lith first, and then working with Gianni had taught Camilla to always be wary of her surroundings. She reached a door covered in golden strands, centered around the handle that looked like a spider web. Corporal Asa tapped at the core of the magical lock with his silver wand, and the threads anchored to the doorframe receded. The walls of a noble household were enchanted to be harder than steel, and channeled several arrays through the windows, leaving the doors as the only weak point. The sealing yarn would link itself at the arrays and extend their effects to the doors as well, so that no one could get in or out until it was removed. The green room owed its name to the ocean-colored wallpaper covering its walls, but it was actually a tea room where the lord of the house would meet his guests. It was the closest place to the study big enough to comfortably hold the suspects and the members of the Knight's Guard watching them. I'm sorry for the wait, Duke Sazar. The kingdom appreciates your patience and collaboration, Camilla said with a warm smile. What are you talking about? I didn't agree to anything. You barged into my home uninvited, and without our Elian Sazar was a burly man a few centimeters taller than her. He abruptly stood up from his armchair while yelling, to intimidate the constable with his build. One of the guards already in the room moved by his side in a blur, needing to put just one hand on the Duke's shoulder to force him to sit back and cut him short. Suspects rarely asked to be investigated. Camilla was unfazed by his righteous fury, and her voice was still amiable. As for the reason, I already gave you a copy of the warrant. Here's another in case you misplaced the first. She placed the royal order on the crystal tea table between them, marking with her pen the most relevant charges and the Chamberlain's signature, as if the Duke was too stupid to read the whole document. Now if you're done with your questions, I have a few of my own. Camilla didn't wait for an answer and put the box containing the communication amulets on the table as well. Sazar's rage turned into fear as he recognized them. His thunderous voice became squeaky like that of a mouse, almost inaudible despite the silence of the room. "I have no idea where those things came from. Someone must have planted them into my house." "Really?" Camilla assumed a shocked expression, covering her mouth with a hand. "It would explain why we found them in your room, stored inside dimensional items disguised as cufflinks, paperweights, and even as a chamber pot." Behind her, Asa tapped with his Forgemastering wand at his own dimensional item, conjuring a silvery mist that took the shape of everything it contained. His lunch, his personal communication amulet, and a few gifts for his boyfriend to take out at the last minute to pretend he hadn't forgotten about an anniversary. A second tap in the clean slate spell made the item lose its imprint, spitting its content out. "Except for one, it took us a comb search to find them. What's the point of keeping a chamber pot in your study when your mansion has many bathrooms?" Camilla said with a sly smile, taking a mental note of the corporal's brilliant yet shameless idea. "Do you really want me to believe that someone entered your room, enchanted your personal possessions, and then stored incriminating evidence?" "I don't care what you believe. You can't prove those amulets are mine, and that's all that matters." The Duke's eyes ran through the room for a way out, but an adamant, gloved hand pressed on his shoulder, making it impossible for him to stand up. "That's just another common misconception. Corporal Asa, if you please." At Camilla's request, the guard cast a quick spell on the amulets that made a blue string of energy sprout from their surface and reach Sazar. The same happened for the cufflinks, the paperweight, and the chamber pot, proving that the energy signature their imprint bore was his own. "Now I'd like to know who you have been contacting in the Nestra region, and W." Several spirit warp steps appeared in the green room, and people of all races walked through them, bypassing the air-sealing arrays that enveloped the mansion. The members of the Knights Guard surrounded Camilla in a square formation to protect her, but the attackers unleashed Tier 3 hexelemental spirit spells that hit the guards like trucks, sending them crashing against the walls. Chapter 2078 Weak Point, Part 2. Chapter 2078 Weak Point, Part 2. "This doesn't make sense," Camilla thought while pressing the panic button on her uniform. "Why is Thrude targeting me? More importantly, how did she find me?" Only when she noticed that one of the awakened humans had brown skin, and that they all spoke a foreign language, did she understand that the Mad Queen wasn't involved in the ambush. After Lith's little trip in Verendi had decimated its awakened council, those who had taken the place of the fallen representatives had looked for a way to establish their power and authority. Verendi had been utterly humiliated and its elders massacred, an offense that could only be paid back in blood. The problem had been that no matter how much they searched, elfin Menadians seemed to have disappeared. As for the Master's abominations, not only there was no clue about their position either, but also no one wanted to face them again. They had already inflicted the Council a crushing defeat on its own turf. There was no reason for things to go any different in the kingdom, where the hybrids even had the home advantage. The only possible target was Lith, whose position was well known, and his power not a threat to beings who had reached the apex of awakening. Yet living under Salark's roof made any attack on his person a pointlessly complicated form of suicide. The Verendi Council had given up on revenge, at least until the news of the birth of the Supreme Magus had spread past the kingdom's borders. The magical marvels that the royals had showcased to their subjects were exactly what Verendi needed. The power core of the Dulorian would allow the Council to make up for the death of so many of its members, and to colonize Giera, while Garland was still busy dealing with the Mad Queen. Void magic would give them an edge against true and fake mages alike, so that even Giera's council would have to bend the knee or die. The only thing keeping that dream scenario from turning into reality was that capturing Lith alive was nigh impossible. The Tiamat was a divine beast who could use blade spells, wielded cursed flames of unknown power, and had a mystical army at his beck and call. The golems and the mysterious Golden Knight made things even worse. To capture Verhen, it would take a contingent so numerous that it would never escape the notice of the Garland's council. Also, no one of the new representatives wanted to face him. They had just risen to power and had no desire to put everything at risk on a maybe. It was the reason they had targeted Camilla. The human woman was harmless and was also Lith's weak spot. The plan was to capture her and force Verhen to go back to Verendi, away from the protection of his allies. There, the council would have forced him to share his secrets or witness the woman he claimed to love die amid unspeakable agony. If the plan worked, Verendi would have restored its power and killed the Tiamat the moment he outlived his usefulness, achieving the perfect revenge. If it failed, they would lose nothing. Apprentices were more than enough to deal with humans, and even if they died, the representatives could always make more. Finding Camilla had been the only hard part of the plan. The army kept the whereabouts of its members strictly confidential, and there was no way to know which constable would be assigned to a specific mission. The Awakened from Verendi had chased ghosts for weeks, until gossip had betrayed the position of the Lady Magus. Orbef the Treant was a wooden giant whose treetop brushed against the ceiling, and whose arms were so long that he didn't need to move from the warp steps to grab at Camilla. Corporal Asa put himself in front of her, but the Fae swatted him away with a flick of his wrist. The members of the Knight's Guard wore the best Featherwalker armors that the Royal Forgemasters could craft, but the Awakened's equipment was made of adamant as well. The power of their enchantments was equally matched, making the mass of the contestants a deciding factor. Even the humans were actually shapeshifted Emperor beasts who shapeshifted into their hybrid form to quickly dispose of the soldiers. "Come here, sweetheart. I promise that I won't harm you unless you force me to." Pilmo the Makuna, an evolved dragonfly, extended her chitinous hand, grabbing Camilla's shoulder. Her training had allowed Camilla to resist the fear that the sight of an oversized insect instilled into her, and to sidestep the attack with footwork. Yet the composite eyes of the Makuna followed her every movement, as if she was simply stepping back. Camilla screamed for help while Pilmo screamed in pain as a white flame erupted from the Voidfeather armor. The Guardian-crafted artifact bore Salark's enchantments and was programmed to kill. The Makuna used darkness fusion to smother the flames and suppress the pain, but they devoured her mana and became stronger for it. With her enemy off guard from the surprise, Camilla jabbed with her left at Pilmo's chin before landing a right cross in her disgustingly big eye. The armor also boosted her physical prowess, as if Camilla was under the effect of a top-grade body-enhancing potion. The jaw emitted a squishy sound as it broke, while the fist pierced through the adamant layer, covering the eye with a wet pop. Meanwhile, in the Duke's study, Gianni and the rest of the members of the Knight's Guard received the alert. "Drop everything you are doing and grab onto me." She quickly inputted the one-time use code that allowed her to override the kingdom's air sealing arrays in her Featherwalker armor, and took Skywarp out of her dimensional amulet. The glaive blinked them in the green room, where she hoped Camilla would still be. "Fuck," both sides said in unison, when they realized the mess that their respective allegedly simple mission had just become. "Something is wrong," Pilmo said to her teammates via mind link. "I'm wearing enchanted armor, yet the human is wounding me like it's paper." "Let me take care of it," Orbef replied, hitting all the newcomers at once by expanding his massive fist to its full size before stepping toward Camilla. Gianni tried to dodge, but with the guards still weighing her down, she took the blow square on her chest like the rest of them. Awakened needed but a thought to use fusion magic, whereas humans needed time to drink potions. Even if they did have the time for it, the body refinement of a bright blue core made their movements a blur for the human eye. Camilla was easily caught, and this time the white flames were just a sting for the massive frame of the Treant. "Stay still, or I'll have to break your bones until you do," Orbef said while squeezing the air out of her lungs with the strength of his grip. "These bastards want to take me alive. I can work with that." Camilla shapeshifted the Voidfeather armor into its true form, which resembled Lith's Voidfeather dragon, but covered in plumes instead of scales. Razor-sharp wings erupted from her back, cutting through the Treant's wooden fingers and armor, turning his hand into a stump. Chapter 2079, A New Life, Part 1. Chapter 2079, A New Life, Part 1. "What the fuck is that?" Treant collapsed on the floor in agony as the white flames entered through his wounds and set his nervous system ablaze. "Don't use fusion or healing magic to counter them," Pilmo warned Orbef. "Only invigoration works." The now-healed Makuna unfolded her wings and jumped at the small human, only to meet an even smaller human head-on. "Back off, ugly." Gianni blinked between them, Skywarp already lunging at the creature's eyes. Pilmo saw the exit point with life vision, easily dodging the blade and its wielder. Her compound eyes and flexible wings granted her full maneuverability in the 3 dimensions. Even while performing complex movements, a Makuna could always move at their top speed. "I just need to grab the human and drag her through the steps I have at the ready. How hard can it be?" she thought in frustration. Pilmo's hand was centimeters away from Camilla's face when a sudden tug pulled her back with a strength that had nothing of human. Skywarp's lunge had warped away the air on its path, leaving behind a trail of vacuum that was now violently collapsing on itself. The dimensional magic imbued in the glaive had formed a path connecting Pilmos back to the tip of the blade that were drawn to each other like magnets of opposing charge. Thank the gods my tail is not just for decoration. The external layers of her exoskeleton uncoiled, revealing the presence of a sting dripping a powerful acid that sizzled when exposed to the air. Even in her humanoid form, Pilmo was taller than any human and her tail longer thanks Skywarp. The annoying female would be impaled with the strength of her own attack, and the acid would burn her organs beyond saving. Or that's what would have happened if Gianni was still there. She had blinked away at the last second, timing her spell so that the dimensional door closed as soon as the Makuna's tail was halfway through as well, cutting it asunder. Gianni and the severed sting reappeared above Pilmo, who had all the time to notice her appearance but no way to defend herself. Her mutilated body moved awkwardly through the air. Its center of gravity shifted. Instead of dodging, the Makuna slammed against the floor and bounced right on the glaive's blade that entered from her left eye and came out of the stump of the tail. At the same time, the members of the Knight's Guard had recovered from the initial surprise and activated their body-enhancing tattoos while also triggering the code red that would soon summon the Royal Guard. The awakened were outnumbered, but not outmatched yet. Gianni was already busy dealing with a new while the soldiers were doing their best to deal with the remaining two awakened. Unlike the Archon, they needed time to chant their spells and none of their weapons was on par with Skywarp. To make matters worse, the enemies could blink around with spirit magic whereas the Knight's dimensional spells were sealed. Orbef roared his challenge, covering the whole room with his bright blue aura. No time to play around anymore. The Treant went all out, his humongous fist moving at an incredible speed for someone of his size. The first hit sent Camilla crashing against the wall and opening a small crater. The impact would have killed a normal human and broken the bones of a member of the Knight's Guard, but thanks to the Void Feather armor, it just squeezed the air out of her lungs. Her head rang and fear pumped adrenaline into her veins as she saw a cross follow the jab. Orbef had used the first and weaker attack to test her defenses to understand how much punishment she could endure without dying. I need her alive, not well. As he moved forward, he could have sworn to hear some kind of familiar pop, but in the heat of the battle, he couldn't put his finger on its source. Camilla looked at the incoming first through the crystals of the eye slits of the armor, and suddenly it wasn't blurred anymore. The white crystals on the Void Feather armor burst with light that filled the space in between the plume-like plates while emitting a buzzing sound. She easily dodged the attack, sliding her left arm against the opponent's right to keep his movements under control. The dodge turned into a cross-counter that struck the Treant with the combined strength of Camilla's charge and his own momentum. His head snapped back with the cracking sound of wood thrown into the fire, and the space under his chin shattered, sending splinters flying throughout the room. Seriously, what the fuck is that armor and how can it overpower mine? A human can't be this strong, he thought as Camilla head-butted him and her mouthpiece opened. A sudden burst of red-orange origin flames entered Orbef's still-opened mouth and burned his eyes. The weak flames couldn't hurt his tough skin covered by the adamant armor, but his inner organs were another story. A Fae had no lungs, they could breathe through their skin, but they were still plants. They still burned. Okay, fuck this mission. If I can't capture this wench, then I'll kill her. Fear, rage, and panic made the Awakened take the kid's gloves off. A Tier 4 spirit magic spell conjured a stream of hexelemental emerald lightning. Air sent Camilla into a seizure. Earth clogged the joints of armor. Water allowed the spell to slip past the enchanted plumes. Fire and light made the metal red-hot while darkness just went for the kill. As she screamed in pain, the Treant unleashed the spells contained in his rings. Camilla's fear turned into terror that made her stomach churn, and her entire life flash in front of her eyes. Space. Gorgon Empire, back when the Void Feather armor had started to buzz. The communication amulet of the Empress went wild as she received reports about all known volcanoes, no matter if active or not, going into eruption in unison. Citizens, mages, and even Emperor beasts were terrified by the quake that was shaking the land from coast to coast. From the windows of her throne room situated in the flying fortress that hosted the capital of the empire, she could see black pillars of smoke rising from every direction as the sun turned black. Space. Blood desert at the same time. The shifting sands of the dunes had turned into tidal waves that threatened to destroy every form of life that wasn't affiliated with the Overlord. Only her tribes were protected by arrays strong enough to deflect the ongoing cataclysm. The tremors had come from the borders with the Empire and only grew stronger with each passing second. Then, the sunlight disappeared and the day turned into night. Yet there were no stars or moon, just an endless black sky as far as the eye could see. Torches and magical lights still worked, but it was as if the heavens had been overturned. When the sun reappeared a few seconds later, it was a black sphere spreading an eerie violet light. The people of the desert fell onto their knees, praying to the Overlord to have mercy on their souls and lives. Chapter 2080 A New Life Part 2. Chapter 2080 A New Life Part 2. Almost answering their silent question, black clouds filled the sky. Silver bolts of lightning painted the sands white, and the thunders following them sounded like the angry screams of a god. Space. Maugur's moon, in Xyalot's secret lab at the same time. The king of the Liches looked at the events taking place on the planet below, with a puzzled expression on his skeletal face. He rubbed his eyes a few times, believing that it was just a hallucination induced by his centuries of sleep deprivation, before he remembered that he had no eyes that fatigue could trick. "Nero, is it me, or do you see this nonsense as well?" he asked his house pet, an alleged black cat. "Meoys, I do." The ancient emperor beast in disguise pointed his small, fluffy paw at the cosmos visible from the other windows. The sun and the stars were still there, but some force on Magur was sucking their energy, making them invisible from the planet and barely a blur from the moon. Fascinating phenomenon. Xyalot stared at a point on Magur that had started to emit all the stolen radiance, shining like a second sun. The amount of light energy it emitted destroyed the undead too close to the point of impact, while those who were far away or deep underground enough found themselves awake and back to life. The imbalance in their blood cores had been temporarily fixed, giving them all the powers of undeath and the mana core of living beings. Abominations would die as well if they stayed close for too long, but their black cores with their endless hunger bought them enough time for a chaos warp if they were quick-witted enough. The rest of them experienced the first break from the ravenous thirst for life that plagued them just to replace that overbearing feeling with a bottomless fear. They ran, and they kept running until they reached the opposite side of Magur. The only reason they stopped was that there was no place further from death where they could move. As for liches like Xyalot, they still had their mana core, so fixing the imbalance in the blood core of their physical vessel just doubled their prowess. He could feel his whole body brimming with energy like never before. "I could use this extra mana for an experiment, but I don't know how long it will last, and if it goes out in the middle of the procedure, I'll blow my house. I'd better use this opportunity to understand what's between the violet and the white core." But first, the king of liches called his mother Aeon the First Lick. She was already a white core, and Xyalot was dying to know if the unknown phenomenon was affecting her as well, bringing her core to the next hypothetical level. "Hey, Mom, how is it going?" "Good gods, it's everywhere. Help!" The mother of all liches was panicked, something that had never happened before. Cool, cool. That and Xyalot's madness were the reasons he didn't catch the not-so-subtle subtext. "Look, there's something wrong going on with Magur. Can you tell me if you feel any different?" "I feel like I'm dying. Help!" Along with her voice, the amulet carried the rumbling of the earth surrounding her underground lab, the clinking and crashing of crystal vials, and the desperate meows of her feline assistants. "Interesting." He steepled his fingers as he activated the device he used to take notes. "Define dying. I know you are being metaphorical since liches are physically incapable to, but I appreciate the vivid imagery nonetheless." The tool consisted of an undead small spider whose poisonous glands had been replaced with inkwells. The creature would run along the empty pages of his notebooks, filling them with everything it heard, no matter how senseless. "I mean dying as in what I'll do to you if you don't move your bony ass and get me out of here, now." Xyalot's words made Aeon say many things a mother should never even think of their child, and what they regretted not having done when she was bathing him as an infant. Nero groaned in annoyance and operated the warping array that connected the moon lab with Magur. Usually, it needed to be aligned with the location they wanted to move from, but the surge of Xyalot's power allowed the cat to bend the rules a little. "Get small or you'll blow this place, and we'll be sent drifting in the void space," he said in beast speak to his brethren. The white-cored lick and a small army of cats appeared in the living room surrounded by a pillar of light. "I'm going to murder you, fucker." Aelin grabbed Xyalot by the neck and started squeezing, but to no avail. "In a sec, Mom. My neighbor has just arrived and I want his opinion on this." He leaned out of a window with the first lick still attempting to strangle him. Hey, Feniger, any idea what's going on? Quakes from the Empire, black light from the desert, and run for your life. The Leviathan closed every access to his lab shut before making it burrow underground, just to be safe. Space. Griffin Kingdom, Renaku region, Sazar household, present time. Orbaf the Treant had already unleashed the Tier 5 spells from the magic holding rings on his fingers. Failing to capture the female would be bad, but at least Verendi's council would still have its revenge. Also, he had no intention of waiting for the royal guards to arrive. No matter what his master had promised him, it wasn't worth dying for. A delicate, minuscule hand compared to his bulky size caressed his cheek, while another reached for his hip with sensual grace. Then, they pulled in opposite directions, ripping him into 3 huge chunks of wood. With his focus lost, the spells were supposed to fade away. Instead, they turned around and rained upon his allies. Tier 5 spells had a huge area of effect and had been fired with the intent of killing everyone in the room. Yet not a single spark of energy reached the humans, as their power was focused into beams of elemental laser. How dare you attack my blood? From behind the mangled but still living body of the Fae, Salark's voice sounded like a frenzied storm. The overlord of the desert was seething with an anger that made the volcanoes that were also erupting all over the kingdom look like matchsticks in comparison. Flames burst from her eyes with increasing intensity until their blazes reached the ceiling. Every single muscle of her visage twitched in fury, making red feathers emerge from her skin. It was a vision that would have terrified the most foolish and mad individual on Magur, but it was made even worse by the equipment she wore. The silver armor and the black blade were guardian-level weapons she only used when facing a member of her kin, and only if they both agreed on putting their life on the line. We didn't, much to Gianni's surprise, Pilmo was just playing dead. Ganglia allowed insects to keep moving even after their head was destroyed, and breathed through the exoskeleton for invigoration. Shut up and die. Salark's voice was filled with so much mana that it hit the Makuna like a mind link, forcing the Emperor Beast to obey and her heart to stop. Chapter 2080 Won a New Life, Part 3. Chapter 2080 Won a New Life, Part 3. Pilmo's voice disappeared and her body started to cannibalize itself, believing to be dead. The darkness element in Salark's voice made her tissues rot, while the light element boosted the metabolism of the bacteria inside and outside the Emperor Beast, hastening the process. Calm down, Salark, you can't do this. The Guardian talked to herself as her hand turned into talons that scratched her face, making her bleed. You can't allow them to die so easily. Her Guardian Tier healing spell, Blood Prison, sent her life essence inside the bodies of the awakened, bringing them back to life no matter how gruesome their injuries were. Her Conqueror Moon armor slipped off, enveloping Camilla and treating all of her wounds. The Tyrant Sun's sword, instead, circled around the room and herded the humans in one place before conjuring a defensive barrier to protect them. With each of her heartbeats, Salark's fury grew stronger until the feathers on her body turned into pristine white. In her rage, she was slowly reverting to her true form, that of the White Phoenix. I am Order. At a wave of her hand, a blinding light enveloped the awakened from Verendi, altering their life force so that every cell in their bodies became cancerous. Their organs bloated and deformed at a speed visible to the naked eye, quivering in pain as their frenzied metabolism consumed the old tissues to create new ones in an endless cycle. The awakened tried to heal themselves with invigoration, but the breathing technique found nothing wrong to fix. Their nature had been altered so deeply that they would forever know nothing but agony. I am entropy. A second wave released a mass of darkness energy that killed everything they didn't need in order to survive. Non-vital organs collapsed and their limbs fell apart, turning their own blood flow into a rhythmical torture. I am Salark. A sudden burst of origin flames incinerated their bodies, their minds, and their mana cores at the same time. Yet the moment their forms turned into ashes and the mana organ was on the brink of fading, the Guardian's blood activated again, saving their lives. Blood Prison was a healing spell meant to deprive her most hated enemies of the relief of death. No matter how much harm her victims would take or what its source was, they would heal as many times as she wanted. The drops of the Guardian's blood provided them with nutrients, life force, and even shielded their cores from extreme abuse. Yet it did nothing to stop the pain. What the heck is going on? Camilla had already recovered, and from the safety of the Tyrant Sun sword and Conqueror Moon armor, she tried to make sense of the scene. Sala, I mean, Grandma isn't supposed to be capable of crossing the borders. It's an unprecedented violation of the accords between Garland's guardians, and a war with the desert is the last thing the kingdom needs right now. Gianni couldn't care less about the fate of the awakened, whereas she worried about the destiny of her family. Her brain spun at top gear, reassessing the events in order to find the answer. Congratulations, you are pregnant. I what? Camilla had hundreds of questions, but they all had to wait. A majestic yellow and red warp gate had appeared, and Ligon's human form was walking through the dimensional tunnel, while Milia screamed at him from the other side, demanding for an explanation. Don't worry, I've come to the rescue. Everything should be fine now, he said to both Camilla and the Magic Empress Ro. I feel pretty safe already. She held her womb, wishing for the first time to be a mage just to check her condition with a diagnostic spell. I'm not talking about you, child. I'm talking about the rest of Magur. He pointed with his thumb at the overlord who had now grown a set of snowy feathered wings. Salark knew that no matter how cruel a punishment was, a body was made to adapt, and soon it would grow accustomed to it, lessening the pain. It was the reason she alternated frying the Awaken's nervous system with air magic, calcificating their flesh with earth magic, and freezing them to death with healing sessions. She would make the pain disappear and restore their bodies to their peak, making even them experience absolute bliss, before taking it all away with the next round of hexelemental torture. It said that when guardians fight, maps get rewritten. What people are unaware of is that when Salark is angry, entire species disappear. The albino man conjured a wall of pure strength that protected him from the living storm of the Overlord's fury. I don't remember reading about any extinction-level event in the history books collected by the kingdom, and some of them date millennia before Valoran, Gianni said in disbelief. You are welcome. Ligon took the brunt of his fellow guardian attacks, remaining unscathed. He walked slowly in front of Salark, to make sure that she didn't perceive him as an enemy before tenderly hugging her. Calm down, songbird, think of the baby. That's exactly what I'm thinking about. Now let me go. She snarled to break free, but opposed little real resistance. She trusted Ligon enough to know there had to be a reason behind even such a foolish request. I'm talking about ours. Look at yourself. A quick spell conjured a mirror that reflected the image of someone who had little humanity left. Salark's skin was covered in white feathers. Her limbs now ended into talons, and her mouth had started deforming into a beak. If you shapeshift now, the umbilical cord will be cut and our baby will die. It's too late to give them an egg. Are these guys worth it? Ligon asked. Salark's claws instinctively reached for her swollen belly, the only part of her body that she had instinctively kept human to protect the small life she was nurturing. No, they are, she said while taking deep breaths. I'm calm now, I'm calm. Not. A sudden energy blast erupted from her body, followed by frenzied war cries. Salark kept killing and reviving the awakened from Verendi for several seconds, while Ligon focused on keeping the attacks from razing the kingdom to the ground. Once she was done, the bodies of her victims were still there, but their minds were broken. The only way out they had found from that waking nightmare was madness, pulling away from reality and hiding in a corner of their own psyche. I can pull them out, but it will take a while, Salark said. In the meantime, a snap of her fingers warped the awakened to the desert, in a maximum security facility that she had named the Pits of Agony for self-explanatory reasons. Shouldn't we call Lith? Ligon was livid, having missed his turn to lash out his fury, but he put the baby's well-being first, then Salark's, then the Empire's, and lastly the rest of the Garland continent, in that order. At this point he deserves to know. Oh, fine. The Overlord noticed Camilla clenching her own womb the same way Salark did her own. The father of all dragons opened another warp gate, leading to the battlefront where Lith was fighting. Chapter 2082, A New Life, Part 4. Chapter 2082, A New Life, Part 4. The newly appointed Supreme Magus had been tasked with recapturing a fortress that would grant the royal army a bridgehead into the Nestra region. Rich in fertile lands and food deposits, it was considered one of the key areas of the kingdom. If they failed to reconquer Nestrar before the harvesting season, the subjects of the crown would face a second famine, whereas Thrud's army would spend winter with their belly full. Son, we need to talk, Ligon said. I'm kind of busy here, Lith snarled back. He was in his Tiamat form and wielded dual edge while he led his army of demons through the hordes of Thrud's emperor beasts. This is more important. It's about A sudden blast of Tier 5 spirit magic that Lith had just dodged cut Ligon short and exploded in his face. "Don't let Verhin conjure reinforcements," Zondar the Garuda said. "Collapse that gate and—" "Kid," the Guardian's voice roared through the battlefield, freezing even the undead marching under the banner of the Mad Queen in their place. "I'm trying to talk about my family. You two can fight later." "I'm sorry, sir." The over 25 meters, 82, tall Garuda gave Ligon a deep bow, Zondar's body reacting faster than his brain. "Wait a minute, why am I apologizing and who the fuck are you?" "I am." "I have no time for this." Ligon opened his mouth, hurling an ocean of origin flames that devoured spells, undead, humans, emperor, and divine beasts alike as long as they were on Thrud's side. It didn't matter if they were standing on the ground, flying in the air, hiding below the earth, or even inside the city walls. The flames found them and killed them in an instant. Everyone else only experienced a breeze slightly warmer for the season, and a display of power that made even the demons of darkness shit themselves. Luckily for them, black on black was hard to notice. "There, can you come now, or do I have to keep going?" At those words, the fortress city of Trephius raised a white flag and opened its gates. Aside from the walls, there was no one left to fight. Even the militia was in the wind, their ashes the only proof they had ever existed. "Okay, fine." Lith walked through the gate while informing the royals that the uphill siege that was supposed to last weeks before victory or retreat had suddenly been resolved. "What's this all about? It's not like I don't appreciate the help, but in my experience, there's always a caw." Lith froze seeing Camilla sitting amid a bunch of molten ruins. She was crying her eyes out while Gianni embraced her, whispering sweet words to her ears. "What happened and what's your involvement in this?" He stared at Ligon in suspicion, trusting the Overlord too much to doubt her, especially since her fury seemed to match his own. Salark was in a phoenix-human hybrid form, her body surging with mana from time to time. "It's not up to me to say, but believe me when I tell you that you need to sit down and take a deep breath." Ligon put a chair under Lith's ass before he could even notice. "Wait, there's something really off here. First, I can see that the emotion overflowing in Camilla's mana is joy, not pain or fear. Second, oh fuck me sideways." Solus's brain froze, noticing two flowing auras. "What, don't you leave me hanging as well?" Lith was going crazy with worry, but the chair was glued to his bottoms and made it impossible for him to stand up. Gianni helped Camilla to stand up and accompanied her as she slowly walked toward her husband, who was human-sized, but still in Tiamat form. "According to Salark, I'm pregnant with your baby," she said after putting Lith's hand on her belly to verify the Guardian's words. "That's bullshit. I always use the birth control spell, and Demon Grasp found nothing until he focused on Camilla's womb, finding a very small life form with a pinhole-sized deep red mana core." Lith's eyes went wide, and his whole body turned into a statue. "Do you mean the same birth control spell you learned as a human?" Ligon asked. "Yes," Lith's voice was deadpan. "Did you ever think to upgrade it after becoming a Tiamat? Our biology is no different, but the life force of a divine beast is hundreds of times more resilient than a human's. A small pulse of darkness magic is nothing." "But she is human." "And you are not. Lowering her fertility without taking into account the increase in yours was naive at best." The father of all dragons shrugged. Lith didn't ask what had happened to reduce a noble household into shambles, nor why two guardians had left their turf. His brain had stopped working, and he was now glad that the chair seemed to be deeply rooted in the ground, because Magur had suddenly started to spin like crazy. All he could do was stare at Camilla's waist, as if it was the scariest thing he had ever witnessed in all his 3 lives. "Lith, can you hear me?" Even Solus felt only static through their mind link. "By my mom, Lith, EXE has stopped working. This is the moment when you are supposed to stand up, congratulate your wife, and then piss yourself at the thought of becoming a father," Gianni said after the paralysis had lasted for a while. "No, then let me tell you what just happened here." The recount of the attack woke Lith up from his stupor, making him jump to his feet and wrap Camilla with his arms and wings to protect her from any danger that might still lay in ambush. "How could this happen? I thought you had sworn to protect my baby and the woman carrying them from any threat." "What do you think we are doing here? A picnic," Ligon replied with a scoff. Only then did Lith's brain put the attack and the rubble together, filling the blanks. "Fuck Thrud, I don't give a damn about this war. The first thing I'm going to do after bringing Kami back to the desert is to go back to Verendi and kill those fuckers." "Oh dear," Tyrus appeared out of a silver and golden gate. "You should have told me sooner. I would have gladly left a few for you." The Great Mother wore a beautiful silvery day dress that matched her eyes and emphasized the gold of her hair. Also, it was drenched in so much blood and guts that even its self-cleaning spells had yet to cleanse them. "What do you mean?" Camilla asked, clinging to Lith to resist Maugre's crazy rotation speed. After seeing his reaction, the small part of her mind that still thought it was just an elaborate prank had thrown in the towel. "With Salark here, my presence would have been redundant, so I went to Verendi to settle the score once and for all," Tyrus replied. "Isn't that outside of your turf? What about the local guardian?" Lith asked in a stupor. "You mean Ilza the Bastard? Of course she wasn't happy seeing me and tried to stop me from butchering that bunch of trash she calls a council," Tyrus replied. Chapter 2083, Awakened Problems, Part 1. Chapter 2083, Awakened Problems, Part 1. Ilza is a nice kid and a good guardian. That's why after beating her within an inch of her life, I let her choose between dying along with her council or grovel at my feet and get the fuck out of my way. Tyrus' radiant smile didn't match the cold light of her silver eyes nor the bursts of raw power that with each of her heartbeats made her muscles bulge and her bones pop. Tyrus's fury was different from Salark's, but in no way inferior. Just like the Phoenix Guardian had darkened the sun, it had been the Griffin Guardian's light to temporarily return the undead to life and put the abominations on the run. "Are the representatives of Verendi's council dead?" Lith asked. "Not just them. I killed anyone remotely involved and burned their houses to the ground," Tyrus replied with a crazed giggle. "Doesn't that mean that Verendi will undergo a turbulent time until the power vacuum is filled?" Gianni said. "Probably, but I fail to see how that's my problem." The mother of all griffins threw Gianni a glare that made her respectfully step behind Lith. The gaze of an enraged guardian was enough to make a human feel like their bones were melting. The rest of the Knight's Guard had either fainted or bent down in prayer to appease the angry gods in the room. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you all." Tyrus cleansed her dress from the bits of body parts before handing Gianni a thick folder. "This is everything you were looking for, complete with dates, names, and addresses of everyone involved. Consider it my apology. Also, I'd really appreciate if you let Constable Yavel go home early today. She has gone through a lot today, and probably she'd want to share the good news with the rest of her family. It would sadden me greatly if they were to learn about the baby from the interlink." Of course, Gianni's survival instinct told her that any answer besides yes might trigger the extinction-level events Ligon had worked so hard to prevent. "I'll stay here and make sure to maintain an information blackout for at least a couple of hours." "That would be lovely. Bye." Tyrus warped everyone to the desert, leaving only Gianni, the guard, and the suspects behind. The three guardians brought the couple to Salark's dining room, where they assembled the entire Verhin family to avoid repeating the news more than once. Tista was on the battlefield as well, fighting for control over another portion of the Nestra region, alongside Badia, Floria, and the core of Awakened that she had trained. The dimensional spell switched the young bright blue cord demon with an ancient golden dragon. Ligon had randomly selected one of his firstborns to take her place and make sure that Tista's absence didn't affect the war. The divine beast was immensely pissed off for getting the short end of the stick and missing the family meeting. He took his fury out on Thrud's troops, killing hundreds before a few of her generals arrived to even the field, yet they died 1 minute later. But that's a story for another day. In Salark's palace, everyone was either rejoicing at the news of the baby or was simply too shocked to have any kind of reaction. "This is wonderful news. When did it happen?" Elena was among the former, half smiling and half crying in joy nonstop. "During the very first night Camilla got here," Salark replied. "That fast?" "Yeah, that's why I gave her the Voidfeather armor, and I made sure to take good care of her during her stay in the desert. The moment I felt one drop of my blood resonating through her body, she was already part of my family," the Guardian said. "Is that the reason there were so many phoenixes on my side of the room during the second wedding?" Camilla asked, receiving a nod in reply. "That's an even more wonderful news." Elena first hugged Salark, thanking her amid tears, and then moved to Camilla, who was still frozen in place. "It means that we'll give birth around the same time. I can help you along the way, and we'll muddle through the hardest parts together." "Thanks, I guess." Camilla sounded more scared than happy now. After the initial enthusiasm had faded, she had been burdened by her own fears and Lith, who was still embracing her, but had stopped saying a word ever since they had left the Griffin Kingdom. "Congratulations, son. Being a father is the most terrifying and amazing experience a man can ever wish for. Roz grabbed Lith's shoulders, forcing him to turn around and let Camilla go before embracing him. Why so quiet? I think I need to sit down. Lith felt weak, needing sheer willpower to not collapse to the ground. I'm sorry, Featherling, this is all my fault, Salark said. Between my anger for the attack on the baby's life and the joy of being able to finally share the news with you, I didn't consider that you might need a bit of time alone with your wife to process this. You two take your time and discuss anything that comes to your mind. We'll be here in case you need anything. Also, I'm going to throw a party with all your friends, my children, and Ligon to celebrate. Wait, what? Camilla said, snapping out of her reverie at those words. Yet Salark was faster and warped Lith and Camilla in their room, leaving a distraught Solus behind. She also was among the frozen ones, and it would take her several minutes before getting back to her senses and out of her ring. Isn't it a bit too soon for a party? Alina said the moment the room was clear. The first pregnancy is the most dangerous. I don't mean to jinx it, but what if after all this Camilla loses the baby? Wouldn't it better to wait at least 3 months to not give her false hope? That would be a valid concern if we were talking about a human baby, Tyra said. A divine beast is different. There's no such thing as miscarriage for those of our blood. That's a huge relief. Roz felt a heavy burden lifted from his chest. By the way, since you knew everything about our baby, can you also tell us already if Lith's child will be a boy or a girl? It's a... Meanwhile, in their living quarters, the couple was struggling to wrap their head around the latest revelation. Lith couldn't stop staring at Camilla as if she was some kind of unknown monster, so he had to walk back blindly to search for the bed where he plunged. We're safe now. There's no threat here, he said while appreciating the softness of the mattress and the powerful arrays surrounding the palace that together soothed his nerves. Then he started hyperventilating and shifting between his 4 bodies without control. I know that this is scary, babe, but I need you to talk to me. Camilla took his face in her hands, freezing him in the features of Derek McCoy. I can't do this alone. I never said I'm not going to help you. It's just that the timing couldn't be any worse. Between the war and hearing his old Earth voice, Lith kept seeing flashes of his life as a child on both planets. Chapter 2084 Awakened Problems, Part 2. Chapter 2084 Awakened Problems, Part 2. He only mixed the worst parts of them both. The cold and the hunger from Magur, along with the fear and the pain from Earth, made the simple thought of putting another living being through all that unbearable. I know that during the honeymoon we said that it was better to wait, that having a baby now would have been reckless, but now that they're here I want to keep them. Camilla took a step back while holding her womb, having misunderstood his words. What? The shock turned the abomination into a void-feather dragon. That's not what I meant at all, it's just... Lith tried to find a way to express his concerns without mentioning his past lives, and failed miserably. He could see how the prolonged silence was only scaring Camilla, making her fear that she had to choose between her life with him and that growing inside of her. It's just that I'm afraid of not being the father that this child deserves, Lith finally managed to say, lowering his gaze. Look at me, I'm a monster, a murderer, and an oath breaker. All the nice titles and cool names on Magur won't ever change that. What if I end up poisoning the baby with all the rage and hate that I carry inside of me? I'm an amazing warrior and an incredible mage, but I'm also a shitty human being. What if I turn out to also be a shitty father? That's it, Camilla chuckled in relief. You almost gave me a heart attack. This is no laughing matter. I'm serious. Look at me. He started shapeshifting again, turning the dragon into a human and then into the Tiamat form. I'm a grown-up man, whereas our baby will have to deal with this since birth. Not to mention how people will react to their appearance or even just to their name. How can you not be scared? I'm not scared, I'm terrified, Camilla replied, standing on the bed on her knees over Lith's lap so that his face was at the level of her abdomen. The only reason I'm not freaking out is that now I know that you are with me on this. That our baby will have a father who loves them so much that he worries about their happiness before even holding them in his arms. A father who will always stand by their side, even if the whole Magur were to reject them. A father who will never make them feel alone, even once they realize that there's no one else like them. A father who will make them feel safe and loved until they are able to face life on their own. She pushed his head against her womb, bringing father and child as close as she could. Do you really think I can do that? Lith asked, his 7 eyes streaming with tears. I don't think I know it. She kissed his tears away one eye at a time. I'll carry this baby for 9 months, but once they are born, your burden will be greater than mine. It will be up to you to teach them everything I can't and protect them from everything, even from themselves. What if by then the war isn't over yet and I'm stuck on the battlefront? What if I simply don't make it out alive? Lith asked while holding her tight. As a woman and a constable, I would really like you to be less ruthless and to care about the laws of our country, she replied while gently caressing his face with her thumbs. As your wife and the future mother of your child, however, I don't give a damn about it. Do everything you have to in order to survive, even use forbidden magic. Anything as long as you come back to me, to us. I will. Lith lay back on the bed, dragging her with him while wrapping her with his wings. Amid his warmth and the feeling of safety that being embraced like that gave to her, Camilla started to fall apart. The idea of the danger she had gone through just a few minutes ago hit her like a truck. Life had never felt so beautiful, yet so frail, and the idea of how high the stakes had become made her finally burst into tears. Space. It took the couple hours just to calm down and for their brains to start working properly again. By the time they came out from their living quarters, it was almost dinner time, and the Overlord's living room had never been so crowded. Lith's friends and family were just a drop in the ocean of guests surrounding them. The descendants of the Guardians had taken human form to save space, and kept their wings wrapped around their shoulders like mantles to allow the humans to distinguish between phoenixes and dragons. Thank the gods you are here. Solus was the first to welcome them, squeezing them in a hug that was as violent for Lith as it was delicate with Camilla. What took you so long? I almost died with worry. Thanks, Solus. Camilla returned the embrace, sighing in relief. She had been worried about how Lith's other important half might take the news, and that the baby might break the delicate balance between the three of them. Seeing that Solus was as scared as they were, moved Camilla's heart. What were you worried about? Lith whined while struggling to breathe. That we would pick the name without you. No, I mean, now that you mention it, it would have been really rude of you, but that's not the issue yet. Solus was still struggling with the events of that day, but she couldn't allow herself to freak out until she solved the crisis at hand. What are we going to do to protect the baby? Staying here is dangerous, yet Grandma refused to both listen to me and warn the two of you. Dangerous? Camilla echoed in disbelief. Usually, Salark's palace was one of the safest places on Magur, but with 3 guardians and a few brigades of divine beasts there, it would have taken a planet extinction event to put a dent in its defenses. Maybe. Protect them from what? Lith asked. Are you telling me that you still don't know? Solus looked at him like an idiot. The baby is awakened, and so is Kami. Having them over such a powerful mana geyser might harm them. I'm what? Camilla blurted out. Nonsense, Lith said. I missed the embryo because it's the size of a small bean, but I check on Kami regularly, and until yesterday she was a regular human. He activated Demon Grasp to prove Solus. She was wrong, yet found that Camilla's core had gone from deep to orange, and had an amazing mana flow. I'll be right back. He turned toward the liquor table and then fainted head first on the ground. When he returned to his senses, Lith was laying on a couch with a wet towel on his forehead. He was surrounded by several male phoenixes and dragons who patted his shoulders and expressed their sympathy. No need to feel embarrassed. The first time is always the hardest. If it's of any consolation, it gets easier with time, a silver-winged dragon said. Chapter 2085 Safely Endangered, Part 1. Chapter 2085 Safely Endangered, Part 1. Fainting, though, is a bit extreme. Think of your poor wife, a crystal-feathered phoenix said. That's exactly who I'm thinking about. Lith stood up, feeling immediately dizzy as his memory of the most recent revelation returned. He had yet to wrap his head around the idea of having a kid, let alone awakened. See, he's back on his feet already, Salark said to Camilla while they made their way through the crowd. I told you there was nothing to worry about. There's a lot to worry about, Lith snarled in outrage. How can you be so calm while a baby awakened in the womb stands above a mana geyser? His words caused endless gasps and exclamations, but no one seemed worried. Quite the contrary, they all broke out in tears, fighting over who'd get to congratulate Camilla and Lith first. This is not how I would have disclosed the news to the rest of the world, but you're the father, Salark shrugged. Okay, what am I missing? Between the worry and the bunch of strangers hugging him from every side, Lith had a splitting headache from suppressing his killing instincts. First off, it's not my fault if Camilla got pregnant, nor that you always kept her above or near a mana geyser, Salark said. Between your mana flow and the power of your bloodline, the baby was bound to awaken. Second, you are right. Under normal circumstances, this situation would be very dangerous, but Camilla is special. She's perfectly fine. Salark rushed to say once Lith's family had started to turn pale. I'm special how? Camilla asked. Because your core is weak, ass, and until this morning you weren't even awakened, the Guardian replied. Can you run that by me one more time, please? Neither Camilla nor Lith felt reassured by her words, only confused. It means that while the baby grows and uses the world energy to refine both their core and body, they can safely send the excess energy to you. Lith explained to you what pregnancy does to a mage, didn't he? Salark asked. Yes, he did. Basically, the mother and the baby are one, so their mana flows combine into Camilla's voice faded as she remembered how oddly energetic she had felt lately, and how during the battle she had even spewed origin flames. My point exactly, Salark nodded. Were your core stronger, the energy from the baby might have caused a deadly breakthrough, but since it's weak, the energy you received found plenty of impurities to move and frail tissues to refine. How did Kami awaken and why didn't she notice? Lith asked. The mother works akin to a safety valve for the child, Tyrus replied. Before the mana core forms, nothing happens. After that, Camilla experienced an invigorating effect instead of the usual complications of pregnancy because of the nature of the child. Then, when her life was at risk, the baby actively contributed to the battle with their own strength. The mana flow through her body increased until her core was forced to awaken, combining Camilla's own fusion magic with that of the child. Is that why I felt that strong? I thought it was the armor, Camilla said. It was also the armor, Salark nodded. It multiplies your strength, so when you used fusion magic, its effect were also enhanced. And you knew it all along? Lith asked, receiving a nod for an answer. Why didn't you say anything? You already had so many things to worry about, my featherling, and the two of you had just found each other again. I thought that the news could wait until you had put some order in your life. After everything your family had gone through, you deserved some peace. I wanted you all to enjoy life and mend your wounds without one more thing to worry about. Salark caressed Lith's face, then Camilla, and lastly her womb. You have my word that I've always upheld my word, and made sure that both of them were safe at all times. Somewhere on Giera, Roggar the Fenrir felt a cold shiver running down his spine and whimpered in pain. The wounds of the Guardian of Mana had yet to fully heal, and his fur to grow back. After pummeled him into a coma, the other three Guardians had made sure that he would think twice before defying them again, and had also collected plenty of ingredients. Is it safe for Kami to stay here or in the tower then? Lith asked. Yes, it is. Just make sure she doesn't use accumulation. This way, as the baby refines their core and body due to the geysers, Camilla's will be refined as well, and have the time she needs to adapt to her condition. That will not be a problem since I have no idea how to use any breathing technique, she shrugged. By the way, which of Lith's bloodline abilities can I use now, and will they stick once the baby is born? First what, second the fuck, since when you can use my bloodline abilities? Lith felt his headache getting worse and worse. I get that this might sound confusing, so allow me to make it crystal clear for you. Tyrus established a mind link, sharing with him the details of the battle. You can use only those that the baby manages to channel, Salark said, while Lith's expression changed from rage into fear, pride, and terror as the images flashed in his mind. And no, they won't stick. You are still a human. You kept them safe the whole time, my scaly ass? Lith's 7 eyes and 4 wings popped out of his human body in outrage. Why didn't you step in sooner? I arrived the moment she was truly in danger. Salark was offended by the allegation. I couldn't follow her around 24/7 nor have her followed without intruding on both her and your privacy. Even if I had my children hide themselves in Camilla's shadow, the moment she entered Valoran they would have been exposed and forced to tell the truth. As I said, I wanted you two to have a good life. Blame Gianni's training if your wife has become so good that even an awakened needed to get serious in order to catch her. The armor is programmed to alert me at the first sign of harm, not when she's the one inflicting it. Also, feel free to vent your anger on those assholes whenever you want. They are still alive in my pits of agony, yet believe me when I say that the sweet relief of death is all they can dream of right now. Well, thank you for everything you have done for us today, Lith said, inwardly planning to pay them a visit and exact his revenge in person. If not for you, things would have gone much worse. There's no need to worry anymore. Tyrus accepted his gratitude with a nod of her head. Now that the cat is out of the bag, we can take turns following Camilla whenever she gets out of our royal palaces." "Wait, what?" Camilla said. "We don't expect you to stop working, nor can we afford to take risks," Tyrus replied. Chapter 2086 Safely Endangered, Part 2. Chapter 2086 Safely Endangered, Part 2. "Now everyone knows about the baby and many will covet the secret of their blood," Tyrus said. "One of us will always stay with you and make sure that nothing happens." Space. Griffin Kingdom, Nestra Region, Golden Griffin Academy. Thank the gods I dodged a meteor on that one. The Mad Queen sat on her throne, covered in a cold sweat. The day had been terrible for her and her invasion plan. First, the fortress city of Trephius had fallen in a rain of fire without Thrude even understanding what had just happened. And then Ligaon's firstborn, Gentor the Golden Dragon, had joined the council's forces. Together, they had pushed her troops back for kilometers before her generals had managed to stop the enemy's advance. She firmly believed that things couldn't get any worse, but she was wrong. When she heard what had happened in Verendi, and to the envoys that its council had sent to capture Camilla, she felt like the luckiest woman alive. "What do you mean?" Jormund, her companion, asked. "I don't like how things have turned since Verhin returned." She pointed at the map at the center of the room, where the status of the War of the Griffins was displayed in real time. "His demons make for a small but powerful army of Awakened. My forces have been pushed back time and time again by him and this Vaster, putting a stop to the momentum of my invasion. To make matters worse, ever since those usurpers made him a Magus, most of the nobles who had contacted me in order to switch sides changed their mind." "So what?" the Emerald Dragon shrugged. "I chose to attack right after the famine because this way the food reserves would determine the victor without a bloody and dragged-out fight. When winter arrives, whoever has the most supplies will win. Well, guess what? Winter is approaching and I have yet to gain the upper hand. My plan was to get rid of Verhin and Vaster by attacking them where it hurts the most, their hearts." Thrude released a pulse of spirit magic that toppled 2 wooden figures representing her nemeses. "You mean their families?" Jormund felt his stomach churn. He had felt the fury of his father coursing through the inner fires of Maugr that had made Garland tremble. He had witnessed the storm conjured by Tyrus, wrath darken the skies, and follow her on her way to Verendi. She had robbed even the stars of their light to empower her abilities while on the turf of another guardian. Yet it was Salark's rage that had upturned the heavens, replacing the sun with a mass of living darkness. "Exactly, they are too powerful, and if there was any way to assassinate them, I would have already tried that. The only option I have left is to strike at those close to them and force them to submit." Thrude nodded. "How can you even think that?" Jormund said in outrage. "Lith is my little brother. He's the one who freed me from the Golden Griffin. Without him, we would have never met, and this war wouldn't have even started." "He unwittingly freed you." Thrude shook her head, making her long ashen blonde hair sparkle like a waterfall under the light. "There was no act of kindness, simply an opportunity that you exploited. I admit that without him I would still be swamped in Giera, but just because his actions set my plan in motion, I can't give Verhin a free pass for ruining hundreds of years of preparation. My father worked until his last breath to give me this opportunity, and I'm going to do the same to not waste it." She walked toward Jormund and took his face between her hands. The Mad Queen's gaze softened when their eyes met, but her determination didn't waver. "No one has ever won a war by being kind, my love, nor by saying please and thank you. Fights are made to be dirty and cowardly. Leave it to the bards to come up with stories about our bravery and honor once victory is ours. Until then, my only priority is to ensure that the sacrifices and madness that my soldiers are enduring in my name aren't for nothing. Every time they die, they lose a part of themselves. You should know it better than anyone else." Jormund stood silent, remembering the 5 centuries he had been locked inside the Golden Griffin. He had retained his sanity only thanks to the innate mental strength of his dragon bloodline and to his sturdy body that made him hard to kill. Most of the other students had long lost their minds, and nothing could bring them back anymore. If not for the unwavering loyalty array, they would still be less than animals, with no thought but to satisfy their base urges. "I know that what I did to you is unforgivable, and that my battle is not your own," she said once the silence had dragged for longer than she could stand. "But this is bigger than just you and me. If you don't want to do this for me or us, do it for our Valoran." She pointed at the infant who was peacefully sleeping in a crib. "Even if I were to give up on my plan, I'd be chaste until the day I die. Our son would be forced to live in hiding, treated like a monster wherever he goes just because he carries my blood. Is that what you want for Valoran? To not know peace or joy, to be ashamed of his heritage and carry it like a curse for his whole life? No, Jormund clenched his hands, searching for a way out of that scenario. Space. Blood Desert, Salark's palace at the same time. Do you really want to get back to work after what happened today? Lith stared at Camilla in disbelief. Well, yes, I'd die of boredom here, doing nothing all day while you risk your life on the front lines. Besides, the worst thing that can happen to me is being bothered to death. She waved at the guardians who kept cooing at her belly, talking to it as if she was 8 months pregnant instead of less than 2. All the more reason for you to stay here and I with you, Lith replied. Have you forgotten our honeymoon? Camilla said with a snort. It took us just 2 weeks to be sick of goofing around. Do you really think we can stay still for 7 months? On top of that, if you don't go back, your deal with the royals will be off. You will lose everything again, and no matter who wins the war, you'll be forever banned from the kingdom. But why are you making us wait so long? Elena cut through the crowd, jumping at Lith's neck and cutting him off. Thank the Great Mother for your carelessness. You're welcome, but I had no part in this, Tyrus said with a polite nod of her head. My baby is finally having a baby. I'm going to be a grandmother, she said amid sobs. Now come, your father needs you more than ever, and you. Elena turned toward Camilla, kissing her cheeks before holding her like she was the most precious and delicate thing on Magur. Chapter 2087, Safely Endangered, Part 3. Chapter 2087, Safely Endangered, Part 3. You are the best daughter-in-law I could ask for, Camilla. May the gods bless you and the baby, Elena said. We can do that, but do you realize that it's just bullshit? Salark asked. Words are just words, it's our physical presence that matters. Stop ruining this for me? Elena still had a hard time accepting that the gods she had become used to calling upon ever since she was a child were now right in front of her. She dragged Lith with her, leaving Camilla alone with the crowd. For someone with no family, being surrounded by strangers that were all smiles and nice with her was beyond creepy. She had met only a few of the guests on the day of her second marriage ceremony, and they had just exchanged pleasantries. Now every one of them wanted to congratulate her, hold her, and of course, touch her womb to look at the baby with invigoration. Camilla tried everything she could to escape the encirclement, but the dragons and phoenixes gave her no quarter until they had what they had flown across Magur for. What's wrong with Dad? Lith asked, but Elena just kept dragging him toward a huge table filled with beverages of all kinds. Raz was sitting in a chair, holding a drink in one hand while with his other arm he embraced Ligon. Both man and guardian were clearly drunk from one toast too many and bawling their eyes out. My baby boy is going to become a father, Raz repeated in between hiccups to anyone who tried to take the glass away from him. I can't wait for that little love bean to grow, Ligon said amid tears. There are so many things that I want to teach them. I'm going to be a grandfather again. Okay, what the heck is going on? Lith couldn't bear his father's wails, whereas the guardian's cries were literally bursting his eardrums once he had entered the hush zone that surrounded the table. I get that Dad has become emotional since he waited years for this moment, but the old lizard, he can't stand me, he never could. Why is he acting this way? Because even though he doesn't think of you as someone of his kind due to the way you acquired his blood, the baby is a different story. Milia Jennies, the Magic Empress, replied. They are blameless, carrying a pure and stable bloodline that branched off Ligon's. He couldn't love them less even if they were his own. Really? Lith asked in disbelief. Really, the fact that he almost razed the Empire to the ground when the baby was attacked speaks volumes about his feelings. Milia nodded. Congratulations, by the way. Consider yourself an honorary citizen of the Empire. Our borders will always be open for you and your family. Thanks, Lith offered her his hands, freezing up when she disregarded it and hugged him. Wait, what? Milia didn't reply, letting him go just to throw him into Surtur's arms. I can't believe you followed my advice so quickly, little brother. Let's toast to the first of many demons. I beg your pardon? The moment Surtur let go of Lith, a glass filled with an amber-colored liquid was shoved in his hand, which he was then forced to drink. I've waited all day for this moment. Come here. A burly blond man over 2 meters, 67, tall with golden wings coming out of his back squeezed Lith in a bear hug. I kicked Thrud's ass for you, so the least you can do is share a drink with me. Do I know you? Lith's confusion only grew after Gentor, instead of replying, shoved him to Sinmara, who in turn passed him to Fafnir, and then to the rest of the family. Is this a celebration or some kind of elaborate form of torture? He asked, while panting after Tista had rescued him from the cheery mob. With all those toasts, I think I have drunk my body weight in alcohol. How dare you complain? Camilla came out of the crowd as well, dragged by Renée. Her hair was so disheveled that she seemed to have been rescued from a storm. Her clothes were completely crumpled despite their self-ironing spells, and she was absolutely livid. I swear to the gods, if one more person touches me, I'm going to paint these halls red with blood. Her oath was welcomed by the phoenixes with a cheer, and then they toasted to that. Don't be a sourpuss, lil bro, Tista chuckled but still used a darkness spell to cancel his stinky breath. We've kept the best for last. Lith and Camilla had been brought to a long table where the rest of the family and their friends had patiently waited for them. Congratulations, Kami. Zinnia walked toward her sister with open arms, remaining offended when Camilla stared at them like venomous snakes and refused to get close. Please no, Zin, I beg you. Camilla was moved to tears, finally seeing someone she actually cared about and on the verge of a nervous breakdown at the idea of being touched again. Are you telling me that I can't embrace my only sister on this joyous day? Define joyous. Camilla bought herself some time by drinking a glass of water and straightening her clothes. Can it wait for a couple of hours? Maybe tomorrow would be B. Don't be silly. Zinnia ignored her and went for the hug. After being alone for most of our lives, you should be happy that so many people care for you. When she caressed Camilla's womb, her eye twitched, and it took her sheer willpower to not punch Zinnia in the face. The repressed anger triggered a pulse of spirit magic that shattered a few glasses. Okay, I'll let you go now. Seeing her sister being scared of her made Camilla's rage disappear. I'm sorry, Zin. I'm really happy to have you here after such a long day, but right now, every hug is a hug too many. Just give me a minute of rest, please. Don't worry, I forgive you, this time. Zinnia added the last part with a snort. By the way, do you want to know the gender of the baby, or do you want it to be a surprise? How can you possibly know already? The last time I checked it was this big, and that was a few hours ago. Lith's thumb and index finger were about 2 cm 0.8 apart. Salark, Zinnia replied, and the rest of the table nodded. Thanks, I'd rather it to be a surprise. Lith and Camilla said in unison, but for completely different reasons. With my luck, they might actually be twins or triplets. I've had enough thrills for today, she thought. If it's a boy, I'd live with the terror of losing him like it happened with Carl. If it's a girl... Lith's mind froze at the memory of all the problems that Tista had gone through as a child, and then as a teen. Can we congratulate you, or are you going to smash something to smithereens as well? Renée's voice snapped him out of it and told him that she wasn't joking. Chapter 2088 Safely Endangered, Part 4. Chapter 2088 Safely Endangered, Part 4. I'm fine. Unlike Kami, no one kissed me or touched my abs. Most people went for a quick hug or a handshake. Lith was actually worn out as well, but he did have it easier than his wife, and he knew how important that moment was for them. Come here, then. Renée embraced him. Camilla, if you need advice or company, I'm here for you. If you ever need a babysitter, feel free to ask Nalron because I'm done changing diapers for at least a decade. Don't listen to her, Tista said. Whenever you need help, you just have to ask. I'm going to be an uncle again, Aaron said. I can't wait to teach them magic like you did with me. Even better, we can do it together. Can I please be an aunt this time, Uncle Lith? Being a cousin is lame, and I'm sick of Aaron pulling rank on me. I'm old enough to have someone to boss around, Lyria asked. It doesn't work that way, but sure, we can make an exception for you. Lith chuckled, making her scream with joy. But only if you promise to be a kind aunt and take care of them. We don't need a second Aaron. Hey, Aaron pouted. I promise, Uncle Lith, she said with a radiant smile before going to Camilla and begging for a hug. Gods, if I could use a drink right now, she inwardly grumbled. Under any other circumstance, I'd offer myself to be your midwife, but compared to Salark and the Great Mother, I'm but a novice healer. Falul shook Lith's hand and offered Camilla an herbal tea, almost moving her to tears. I can't believe that the day has come when I'm not envious of you for being first at something, Quilla chuckled. I'm so happy for you. If you need a babysitter, you can count on me, Freya said. Just give me a call and I'll send Nalron to you. I have him on speed dial. I'm not your property. You can't lend my ass around. The Razar grumbled a bit, but even being used like a bargaining chip didn't ruin his mood. If you need a babysitter, you can count on me. I'll drop the baby on Freya and warp away before she can brag about being the master of space. I'm really happy for you, Lith. Floria held his hand tenderly, but didn't move forward. I feel that even though having a child isn't part of one of your meticulous plans, it's exactly what you needed. Someone who is exactly like you, and who you can love unconditionally. She took her hand back and offered it to Camilla. You are a lucky woman, never forget that. I know it, and there's no day that passes without me thanking the gods for their blessings, Camilla said, feeling the happiness in Floria's mana tainted by sadness and envy. Space. Griffin Kingdom, city of Valoran a few days later. The news of the future heir of the supreme Magus shook the Garland continent almost as much as him receiving the first white robe in the kingdom. Its political consequences, instead, went over and above Varendi's borders. Very few knew exactly what had happened in the Sazar mansion and how such events had caused natural disasters. Yet now everyone feared Camilla way more than Lith and wondered why she wasn't sent to the battlefield as well. Those who did express such opinion openly would usually retract it the next day while being diagnosed with a severe stroke. The fact that the Guardians protected the baby didn't mean that they would allow anyone to put them in danger for something as trivial as a throne. Vaster, Zenegrash, and Zorath had called Lith after the party was over, apologizing for their absence. The royals, on the other hand, were pissed off for being the only rulers of Garland to not be invited. Yet that wasn't the reason Lith and Tista had been summoned to the royal palace. Their presence had been required to discuss the future of the war. The day of the revelation about the existence of the baby had changed not only Lith's life, but also the tides of the conflict. Liga's unexpected intervention had allowed them to recapture the city of Trephius and the food provision it stored without effort. Also, after taking Tista's place in the awakened army, Gentor the Golden Dragon had led the advance, piercing through the enemy lines and recovering dozens of acres of fertile land. Ever since that day, the joint forces of the Council and the Royals had worked together to secure their newfound advantage. Trephius was a fortress easy to defend and hard to conquer that offered them a bridgehead from which to attack the enemy territory. On top of that, most of those who had cursed the Royals for granting Lith a full pardon that they considered too cheap for his crimes, and had opposed Camilla resuming her job, had become stalwart supporters of the crown. It's not by chance that you can rule the Griffin Kingdom, they would always say. There must be something in Valoran's blood that grants his descendants the gift of foresight. Your Majesty, the Verhins said in unison, giving the royals a bow. Lith wore his pristine white Supreme Magus robe over a white shirt and black pants made of the finest silk on Magar. He had acquired them years ago from an undead court after undergoing their foul moon combat ritual, and he had yet to find clothes of better quality. Tista instead wore her deep red mage robe over a set of baggy clothes more suitable for a hunting cabin than a palace. They consisted of a mottled green shirt, brown cargo pants, and boots. She was about to be deployed as a scout when she had been recalled from the front. Both of them had their wings resting on their shoulders like a cape, as a statement of their pride in their inhuman nature. No need for formalities, you can stand tall, Ragudririan, the human representative of the council, said. Even though she collaborated with the royals, she still considered them weaklings who didn't deserve honorifics that even the council didn't require of their members. You have been summoned here to take part in a joint operation that, if successful, might further increase our advantage. Ragu had a thin build and looked old enough to be the Queen Dowager, but her demeanor exuded an authority in no way inferior to the royals. The Guardian of the Empire suddenly taking a stand in the conflict has cost Thrud a lot of soldiers while leaving untouched the forces of the kingdom and the army. For the first time since the beginning of the war, we have the advantage of numbers and a solid foothold in the Mad Queen's territory. Yet it's not going to last forever. The moment her generals are fully rejuvenated, we'll be locked in a stalemate again. We need to act now and get our hands on vital areas that will allow us to keep pushing on the offense in the long run. What's the plan and why us? Lith asked. The plan requires to split our forces and attack multiple targets at the same time. Queen Silpha activated the arrays of the room, projecting a 3D hologram of the distribution of troops on both sides. Chapter 2089 Turning the Tide, Part 1. Chapter 2089 Turning the Tide, Part 1. This way, Thrud will be forced to spread her still weakened army thin, making it easier for us to conquer our real targets, since she won't realize that most of the cities that we'll siege are just a diversion. On top of that, by observing which fortresses she focuses on the most and which she leaves exposed instead, we can catch a glimpse of her long-term strategy. With a bit of luck, we'll understand where she is going to strike next and prepare in advance. As for why the two of you have been chosen for this mission, it's because you'll represent the kingdom in the battle for Zainma. Queen Silpha pointed at a city in the Nestra region, located near the new border that Gentor's charge had created. Just the two of us, Tista was flabbergasted. Don't sell yourselves short, Mage Verhin, King Meron said. We know that your abilities synergize with those of Magus Verhin, and that very few creatures can match the destructive power of your cursed flames. The enemy will expect us to try and slip inside the city once the siege starts and take control of the city gate like usual, but this time things will go differently. You two will enter the city before the battle starts, and once inside, your target will be the defensive array system. While Magus Verhin conjures his army of demons, and the Council keeps Thrud's forces focused on the outside, your duty is to find and neutralize the focal points of the arrays from the inside. Beware, though, we want you to temporarily deactivate the magical formations, not to destroy them. This way, once the arrays go down, our army will bypass the walls and storm the city while Magus Verhin's demons strike at the enemy's back. If done properly, the collapse of the defensive system will set up for a pincer surprise attack that will grant us full control over Zainma with minimum losses among the army and the civilians. With just you by his side, Mage Verhin, your brother will be capable of displaying the full scope of his abilities without worrying about witnesses. Your combined strength and that of the demons should be enough to take care of any non-divine beast stationed there. What if it's not enough? Lith asked. What if Thrud has 3 divine beasts stationed in Zainma, if not even a full 7-man unit? That would be an excellent scenario for us, Ragu replied with a sly smile. Sure, you wouldn't have any chance of victory, but it would also mean that a lot of the enemy territory is left unguarded. In such a scenario, your duty would turn from conquest into stall for time. By keeping so many divine beasts locked in one place, you would give us the opportunity to adjust our strategy and recapture more than 3 cities. None of them would be as strategically important as Zainma, but together they would be worth much more. No one asks you to die for the mission. Just hold out as long as you can and spirit warp out the moment you feel cornered. We can always make a second attempt at conquering any city, whereas there are only 2 living demons of Magar. For now. The human representative's lips curled up in a little smile that Lith assumed to be Ragu's way to congratulate him. That or the hope that the Tiamat would die, leaving behind a baby that would be just as powerful as him, if not more, but much more easily bent to the Council's agenda. Who will represent the Awakened in this battle? Tista said. I'm glad that you asked. Ragu's smile went wider while the royals frowned deeply, staring at her in contempt. Solus wondered the meaning of that exchange, until her mana sense perceived the answer closing into the throne room. Floria Ernaz walked through the door without wearing her deep green great mage robe nor her uniform as lieutenant colonel of the army. Her clothes consisted of a leather jacket over a white shirt and brown linen pants. It was the standard attire of the Awakened Corps that she had founded and trained herself. Commander Ernaz is both a loyal member of the royal court and your personal apprentice, Magus Verhin, Ragu said. Her presence will ensure that our awakened troops will be led by the person who knows their abilities best and someone who has your blind trust. Also, an Ernaz on the battlefield guarantees the Council that the kingdom will do its best to back us up in case something goes wrong, instead of using the awakened as a sacrificial pawn. The royals nodded, but they were inwardly cursing the human representative. They had chosen to send solely Lith and Tista to showcase the power of their newly appointed Magus, while also saving as much strength as they could to attack another target if the opportunity arose. This way, if everything went well, even those among the members of the ancient magical households who were still skeptic about the deal with Verhin would be forced to recognize how useful it was. By single-handedly solving a mission, he would instill hope in their troops, fear in the enemies, maybe even make them defect, and save the noble heirs from being conscripted into the army. Floria stepping in, however, ruined their plan. If anything were to happen to her because the royals had pulled their punches, they would lose the support of the Ernaz, and with them all their political allies. It would have been a disaster of colossal proportions that alone might cost them the war. Ever since Gianni and Orion had married, the Ernaz and the Myrock households acted as one. If Floria were to die in action, it would have alienated the crown too of the only still active members of the 4 founding pillars of the kingdom. An event that would throw the court in disarray and turn the domestic policy into chaos. On top of that, Commander Ernest is the only member of the current council, besides Magus Verhen, who knows how to use blade tier spells. Ragu continued, pretending to not have noticed the royals assigning more troops to Zainma. Together, they can even take down one of Thrud's 7-man units of divine beasts. In my opinion, this is the perfect setup for success. Lith glared at the human representative no less than the royals, angered by her attempt to manipulate him through Floria. I already didn't like bringing Tister along, and now this. The fucking royals want her presence to make sure that I give my all, and Ragu is doing the same. They are just bright blue-cord kids, damn it, he thought. That's not necessarily true, Solus said. Remember that Tista needed a royal pardon as well, and she has to take part in the war per your same deal. By assigning you two work on the same mission, the royals are allowing you to be her mentor on the field. As for Floria, I think your anxiety for the baby is clouding your judgment. Ragu isn't using her against you. Tiamat is now more than ever the golden boy of the council. Ragu is using Floria because she doesn't trust the royals. Chapter 2090 Turning the Tide, Part 2. Chapter 2090 Turning the Tide, Part 2. Also, are you seriously calling them kids? They are both older than you, and the bright blue core is a dream for most fake mages, and the limit that awakened can reach without enlightenment. Camilla's unexpected pregnancy had thrown a monkey wrench in Lith's usually clockwork mind. He didn't want her to go back to work, Salark or not, nor did he want to leave her side. To make matters worse, it had also cranked his paranoia and overprotectiveness up to 12. Lith now saw everyone but himself as weaklings that required the protection of a guardian. What are the other two targets? Tista asked, unaware of her brother's inner turmoil. I'm sorry, Mage Verhen, but that's a secret. Queen Silpha shook her head. The members of each unit only know their own mission, so that even if they get captured and tortured, they can only give the enemy useless information. When do we start? Lith couldn't find a flaw in the plan and was eager to put it behind himself. As soon as you are finished arranging the final details between the three of you, Ragu replied. The warp gate will lead you to Zainma, where the awakened troops are already waiting for you disguised as a scouting unit. Lith moved to a corner of the room, followed by Tista and Floria, conjuring spells that would seal them from the outside world. Are you sure you want to do this? Did they threaten you in any way to force you to accept this mission? He asked. For the 100th time, lil bro, I'm here of my own will. Tista sighed in exasperation. I can't spend my life on the sidelines while you do all the hard work. I accepted to take part in the conflict for you, our parents, and most importantly, for myself. There's no way I'm going to stay idle, while everyone and everything I love is in danger because of a mad woman. I appreciate your concern for me, Lith, but I lived my life as dangerously as you do ever since I graduated from the academy. Floria crossed her arms. I'm not doing this for you, but for my soldiers. Even though most of the awakened I trained are way older than me, they have less battle experience than Tista. Without my leadership, they'll panic and die at the first hitch. My dream has always been to lead my loyal troops in defense of my country, and the council made it come true. Ragu didn't force me to do anything. I volunteered for this mission. Stop being paranoid and relax. We'll have each other's back just like old times. She said with a warm smile that turned sad the moment her hand reached for her necklace out of habit and found nothing. One last thing. Lith still carried the golden lily pendant on himself and noticed the gesture, but said nothing about it in respect for her choice. He took Tista's and Floria's hands to establish a mind link. Solus, who do you think will need your help the most? I'm going to stay hidden to control the demons until the siege starts, so your tactical cunning and skills would be wasted on me. Excellent question. She didn't like the idea of being separated from Lith one bit, but her priority was to bring them all back alive. Floria, you'll be fighting on the front lines and drawing the attention of the enemy while they work on the inside. A battlefield is a chaotic place, and you could use Menadian's set, whereas Tista has the mouth. Thanks for the offer, but no. Full guard works almost as well as you do, and with my soldiers around me, I'll have plenty of people watching my back. Between my breathing technique and my spell holding blade, I'm nigh invincible as long as I have a bit of time to prepare. Tista instead will have to navigate through traps and arrays and could use your expertise and the eyes. You made one good point, though. If you go with Tista, 2 mouths are overkill, whereas I could use 1. Solus' ring slipped off Lith's hand, while Tista handed Menadian's artifact to Floria. She shapeshifted it into a necklace with a mask-shaped pendant that filled the void that returning Lith's gift had left without revealing her feelings. Let's go then. Lith said after they had convened signals for any contingency they could think of. After stepping through the city gate of Valoran, they found themselves out of the wooden circle that formed the temporary gate. The red dimensional runes contained the coordinates of the artifact and allowed the gate network of the kingdom to lock onto them. It was one of the few pieces of Royal Forgemastery's technology that the Council envied the fake mages. "Welcome back, Commander Ernaz," a seemingly young man in his mid-20s said while giving her the salute with the wrong hand. "The troops are ready and waiting for your orders." "Thanks, Lieutenant." Floria had recreated the army ranks to teach discipline and establish a clear hierarchy without bloodlines or personal ambitions messing with the chain of command. "Lieutenant Merrick, allow me to introduce you to the Supreme Magus Lith Tiamat Verhin and Mage Tista, Red Demon Verhin. Guys, he's Reckon Merrick, my second in command." The lieutenant was even taller than Lith, almost 1.9 meters, 63 tall with a broad physique, dark blonde hair and blue eyes. With his pale skin and finely trimmed beard, he reminded Lith of a modern Viking warrior. Merrick's eyes went wide at those names, staring at Lith in surprise for way longer than it was polite. "Do you like what you see? Do you want an autograph or what?" Lith said with a scoff. "I'm sorry, sir." The awakened smiled awkwardly in embarrassment. "I heard a lot about you and I've watched all of your recorded fights. And you looked so majestic that I expected you to be taller." At those words, Tista and Floria started laughing, making Merrick think he had said something rude. "Never meet your heroes, kid," Lith replied with a shrug while looking at Zainma. The temporary gate had been set up atop a hill surrounded by tall trees, far away enough from the city to allow scouts to study its surroundings without being visible from the walls. Zainma was an important trading hub where food supplies from all over the western cities would be brought and stored before being moved to Prode, the city considered the granary of the kingdom. Thrud had taken it over after the annual tax collection had started. Due to the famine of the previous year, the local lords had been forced to pay part of their tributes in food. The royals had learned the hard way that, without constant supervision, the regions with the greatest number of cultivated fields would hoard the crops after the harvest and refuse to share them in order to avoid food rationing. Half of the kingdom had almost starved because of that the previous year, causing riots everywhere. By taking a part of the crops before the harvest and sending inspectors to weigh the product, the king had hoped to prevent such things from happening again. Instead, he had unwittingly created a perfect opportunity for the Mad Queen. Chapter 2091 Undercover, Part 1. Chapter 2091 Undercover, Part 1. The food stored in Zainma was a priceless asset, and the people of the Nestra region had happily sided with Thrud since the first day of the War of the Griffins. Meron's policy about fairly sharing and distributing crops had saved millions during the famine, but those he took them from just considered him a cruel tyrant who starved them. The city was a fortress with walls of polished stone over 20 meters, 70, high that shone like silver under the sunlight due to the high concentration of orichalcum dust they contained. It helped the defenders by blinding the enemies during daytime, and had allowed the royal mages to cast powerful defensive arrays that no regular rock could withstand. "Fuck me sideways," Lith said as Solus showed him the intricate network of concentric magical formations that went from the city walls to the town hall, becoming smaller and more powerful the closer they got to the Lord's office. "Don't worry, Merrick is a cool guy, and I'm sure that as soon as he sees you in your divine beast form, he'll change his mind," Floria said with a chuckle. "Oh, that's the least of my worries. How do we get in?" Lith asked. "That's a question I have no answer for," she sighed. "Even if we use spirit magic to fly and the arrays can't stop it, they would still detect us and the guards shoot us down." Thrud upgraded the standard elemental ceiling arrays with high-altitude motion sensors, so even opening a steps in midair is out of the question. "What if we shapeshift and get in from the front door?" Tista said. "Pointless. One of the guards is an awakened and uses invigoration to check people before letting them in. Even if you use cloaking devices, the moment they touch, they detect your mana flow and hybrid life force," Floria replied. "How long do we have until they close the city doors?" Lith pensively tormented his chin. "Until sundown or until something triggers a lockdown. The area is allegedly safe, and Thrud's citizens need to go in and out at all hours for their trades." "Why?" "I have the solution, but unless we want to wait all day, we better be quick," he replied. "Tista, follow me." They took flight, always remaining under the cover of the trees to avoid detection. Then, Lith searched for the busiest road leading to Zainma and followed it until he found a caravan of merchants. "Did you forget to buy something before we left, or what?" Tista asked. "Or what, Solus, I want you to enter the carriage on the front, memorize the place, and then explore the rest of the caravan before it reaches Zainma," Lith said. "I understand the part of your plan about me infiltrating the city and opening a steps for you, but not the carriage stuff. Care to explain?" "I could send one of my demons inside a shadow, but invigoration would detect them, and with sunlight, a shadow moving around won't be missed. You instead are small and can take any shape you want. Stay in the first carriage until they start searching it. Then blink in the second and wait for them to be done. Even if they are using life vision, such a tiny and short-lived spell will be covered by the magical aura of the merchandise. After that, move back into the first carriage and wait to be inside Zainma. You know the rest," Lith said. "Excellent idea. Mind if I take both of our cloaking rings just to be safe?" Solus asked. "Be my guest." Lith gave her his electrum ring, and she absorbed it before taking the form of a stone spider and reaching the caravan unnoticed. "Question, how do we explain the steps to my troops? They are awakened and not stupid," Floria said. "If anyone asks, just say that I conjured a demon inside the city or something." Lith shrugged. "No one knows what my limits are, and I want to keep it that way." "No problem," she nodded. "You are lucky I'm the one leading the mission. Any other officer would ask you lots of questions to understand how to best use your skills in future missions, and you would have to answer. Or at least make up bullshit that you would be later forced to uphold." "I know, thanks, Floria." "You are welcome. Now let's get back to the base and wait for your ride." The caravan reached Zainma in half an hour, and while Lith pretended to be in deep meditation to control his demon from a distance, he was actually using a surveillance spell to keep an eye on Solus. The guards had the merchant stop too far away from Zainma for someone to blink inside, while a thick mist made it impossible to see past the city gates. Even a creature with amazing eyesight would just see a blur even from the sky and fail to acquire the dimensional coordinates needed for a steps. By my mom, Thrude really covered all of her bases. The only thing she didn't consider was a living piece of stone, Solus thought. Then the guards cast from a distance a life-sensing array, checking not only if the number of people and beasts matched that accounted for by the caravan leader, but also that there was no one hidden in the proximity of the checkpoint for an ambush. "Me and my big mouth. Let's hope that my artifact nature and the rings are enough to hide my presence." She sheltered her conscience deep inside the ring, as she had learned to do in order to give Lith some privacy while dating. Her hybrid half coupled with her technique allowed her to escape the detection of the spell, which perceived only a slight anomaly in the cargo. "There's something weird in there," a woman with the glazed eyes characteristic of the Forgotten said while pointing at the first carriage. "We need to perform a thorough scan." "Is it really necessary?" the merchant, a chubby man in his late 50s with thick reddish mustaches, said. "Searching the merchandise already takes a lot of time, and we are on a schedule. If we arrive late, the hotel will cancel our reservation and we'll have nowhere to spend the night." "We need to perform a thorough scan," the woman repeated with a deadpan voice. "That or I can kill you all and destroy your carriages. You have 5 seconds to comply. 5. "Search all you want," the man shouted in fear, making his double chins wobble. "But you'll find nothing. It must just be the interference from the enchanted items. I swear it on my life." "Your life already belongs to Queen Thrude. Your oath is irrelevant." The Forgotten were students of the Golden Griffin Academy who had completely lost their minds after centuries of imprisonment, starvation, and resurrection. Nothing was left of their original personality. They were just living puppets that the unwavering loyalty array forced to enact Thrude's will. She had deployed them as city guards throughout the occupied territories because they were all loyal Deep Violet Corps awakened, and because she hoped that social interaction would reignite any spark of humanity the Forgotten had left. So far, they behaved no different from a flesh golem. Chapter 2092 Undercover Part 2. Chapter 2092 Undercover Part 2. The female Forgotten took a leather glove that hung from her belt and wore it. Then, she placed her left hand on the first carriage and activated the breathing technique of her core, Clear Mind. The glove amplified the effects of invigoration, whose energy flooded the carriage like a wave without losing its cohesion as it moved further away from its caster. "Fuck me sideways. The kingdom can learn a thing or two from Thrude, and so can I. That glove allows anyone to inspect a large surface with invigoration. I learned how to do it as well, but my technique is neither that quick nor precise." Lith thought while observing Solus' predicament via the surveillance spell. The moment Invigoration was about to reach her stone form, Solus blinked to the second carriage, escaping detection. Luckily for her, Lith's plan had given her a way out. In order to use the glove and focus on the breathing technique, the Forgotten had been forced to dispel the array. It was just an interference, the woman said amid pants after checking every nook and cranny of the cargo. You can search the remaining carriages while I rest. Solus exploited the time the Forgotten needed to cast the life-sensing array again to move back to her original hiding place, so that the anomaly seemed to not have moved. It seems that glove is more a focus than an artifact, Lith thought. Using it costs a lot of energy, and the guard had to use Invigoration to recover from a single use, but it's still worth it. The caravan started moving 20 minutes later, but it took Solus almost 1 hour to find a secluded alley isolated enough to open the steps. We are going in, Lith said as he and Tista shapeshifted into a less conspicuous appearance. Keep your communication amulet at hand. We'll let you know when to start the attack. Damn, those demons are terrifying, Merrick and many others said as soon as the dimensional corridor closed. They could get inside our houses, spy on us when we work, and we wouldn't even know. I mean, you've seen how good Thrud's security measures are, yet none of them worked. Solus and the demons shared Lith's energy signature, which made it believable that it was one of them opening the steps. Commander, aren't you scared of the use Verhin might make of them? He has over 1,000 of those things at his service, and we don't know how far away from him they can get. He was here the whole time, and the city walls are kilometers away, let alone the outer rim, the lieutenant said. No, I'm not scared of Lith, Floria replied. At least no more than I'm scared of the Council, the Abominations, the Guardians, and any entity that could end our lives on a whim. You should do the same. Once inside Zainma, Solus slipped back on Tista's finger. What's our next move? Tista asked while walking hand in hand with Lith to hide their mind link and help Solus to recover her strength. We must tour the city and identify the key nodes of the arrays that you have to weaken, he replied. The whole city? Tista was flabbergasted. Even with the eyes of Menadian, it will take us hours if not days. Maybe and maybe not. Solus split the artifact into 2 monocles and gave one to each of them in order to share the mental burden in 3. We can't fly, but there should be more than one panoramic restaurant in Zainma. Things will go much quicker if we take a good look from above. Excellent idea, Solus. Lith clicked his tongue at the thought of spending money, but it was better than the alternative. Even though he knew that there was a guardian 24/7 standing right beside Camilla, he hated every minute he was forced to spend away, and with no opportunity to check that everything was all right. Guardians are not omnipotent. A meteor could require Grandma's full attention, or an alternative version of myself from a parallel Magur might endanger the baby's life. You are being ridiculous. That's beyond paranoia. It's certified insanity. Solus tried to calm him down, but her voice lacked conviction. She was still wrapping her head around the pregnancy. On the one hand, it set them further apart. The baby and Camilla's awakening not only would make their relationship last for a very long time, but also made it different from everything Lith had ever had with other women. On the other hand, however, Solus knew that she would raise the child as well and spend a lot of time with them. Due to her bond with Lith, his feelings were bound to overflow into Solus, making her love the baby no less than if it was her own. She was still so confused about her future, and her own feelings that being a parent scared her to death. You don't know that, Lith replied. In Earth's media, that's when some random bad guy pops out at the last second and ruins everything. That's fiction, and no one in those stories had a frigging guardian for a nanny, Solus said in annoyance, ending the conversation. They had reached their destination, the starred restaurant Valoran's Tower. Like the name implied, the establishment took the entirety of the last floor of a large spire. The walls had been replaced by reinforced glass, and the building was so tall that the gaze of the customers could wander past the city walls. To go unnoticed, Tista had shapeshifted into her friend from Lucia, Brina. She had now the appearance of a petite and pretty young woman with golden hair and clear blue eyes. As for Lith, he had taken his old appearance as Derek McCoy. He was now a few centimeters shorter, leaner, and had sharper features. By the gods, smile a little, Tista grumbled after asking for a table for 2. Whenever you take your abomination form, you look like someone pissed off at the world and ready to murder the first person who so much bumps into him. You are very perceptive. Lith was amazed by her accurate description of his mental state right before his first death. Those feelings still lingered deep in Derek's soul and became predominant whenever he called upon the remnants of his original life force. It's not a matter of being perceptive. Anyone with a single working eye could tell you the same. Besides, you're a lucky man about to dine with his pretty wife, so you should play your part better, Tista said with a giggle. I don't know what's worse, Lith sighed. If dining with someone who looks like a younger and chipper version of Gianni or being forced to donate money. What are you talking about? A donation to whom? She asked. Going out with your own sister is a form of charity since you expect nothing in return, he replied, making the first smile after over 2 decades appear on Derek's face. What a jerk, I want a divorce. Not in front of the waiter, dear. Lith chuckled while seeing the awkward expression of the man who was supposed to serve them. Chapter 2093 Undercover, Part 3. Chapter 2093 Undercover, Part 3. Lith and Tista took a table near the glass wall looking out on the city hall and placed their order. Lith had never been to Zainma, so he picked dishes that, according to Soluspedia, a local would take, avoiding looking like a tourist. I'll take your most expensive meal course and wine, Tista said. Today we are celebrating, we're having a baby. The waiter congratulated them and clapped his hand, quickly followed by the rest of the room. So much for anonymity, Lith grumbled while looking through the menu to assess the damage. Who's we, by the way? You, Solus, Kami, and the rest of the family. We can't leave you to raise a little munchkin alone or they'll grow up grumpy and obnoxious, she said with a chuckle. I don't know, you seem to have turned out okay to me. Oh, please, you are not my father, she replied with a snort. Indeed, but I was the one who spent the most time with you until you recovered from the strangler, remember, Lith said, and this time his smile was sincere. I still remember how happy you were when I made you the swing and when I brought you your first fur clothes. How during winter I kept you company whenever your illness resurfaced, telling you stories until you fell asleep. How could I forget? Tista replied with a nostalgic smile. Back then you were my hero, a kind brother who took care of me and who gave his all to make my life better. Back then, Lith furrowed his brows. What about now? Now you're a patronizing jerk who doesn't give me the time of day unless it's to scold me, she pouted. Can you believe that I had to come here to spend a few hours alone with you? Tista wasn't Floria, but her words were no less true and hurt the same. I'm sorry, my life has been. Everybody's life has been a mess since Meln's attack on Lucia, she cut him short. But you were like this since way before that. The only moment you give any of us your attention is when we're ill, like it happened with Dad. Once we recover, you forget about us and go back to your latest project. An awkward silence fell between them, and they spent the time before the waiters returned staring at the window. The eyes of Menadian scanned the magical formations surrounding the city hall, identifying the bundles of runes that acted as the bearing walls of Zainma's defensive system. With the compliments and congratulations of the chef, the waiter gave Tista a bow, serving her fist and pouring her an abundant glass of fruit juice. The wine came only with Lith's dish, and the waiter had the care to put the bottle away from her to avoid any accident. Poetic justice. Lith smacked his lips, appreciating the rich flavor of the wine and its fruity aroma. Also, he hoped to move to a less thorny issue. It's really worth its price. Too bad you can't enjoy it. We don't want to harm the baby. See what I mean, a total jerk, she sighed. The food was excellent and the ambience nice, but they soon became too engrossed by the study of the arrays to keep any conversation. Their silence stuck out amid the chattiness of the room, and the waiter came to their table multiple times asking if everything was all right. Damn, the eyes are still at 60% of the scan, and we can't afford to draw any more attention, Lith said. What do you want to talk about? Wow, would it kill you to ask me how I'm doing with Badia or how close I am to reaching the violet? You are supposed to know about my life and care about it, she pouted. Fine, how close are you to reaching the violet core? Are you still pet-peeved by my boyfriends? Tista said with a giggle. Yes, the less I know, the fewer people I have to make disappear, you know me. I'm still pissed off at Senton and the poor guy married Renee years ago. He's a good man and a better father than I'll ever be. And yet, Lith sighed deeply. I disagree on both issues, but I don't want to waste any more time arguing, so no talking about Badia as well. Tista leaned a bit forward to look Lith in the eyes while also keeping watch on the arrays. I'm slumped on the violet. I remember all of our talks we had back when you were looking for a solution to your bottleneck. Yet after over 3 months since I reached the bright blue core, I feel like I didn't take a single step forward. Would you like a few tips? Lith asked. No, the only path you can point me at is yours, and I think we are too different for it to suit me as well. What I want from you is some advice about my nature, she replied. What do you mean? I mean that aside from the eyes and the flames, our alter egos have nothing in common, Tista said. I have only one set of wings, I don't summon anything, and the more I experiment with my form, the less I discover. What if I've already peaked? What if this is all I'll ever be capable of doing? All hail the fairy queen of nothing. Lith pondered her words for a while before answering. I think that Nana was right about us. To discover my true potential, I really needed to become more loving and learn to forgive myself. You, instead, are still too kind for your own good. Tell that to the people of the Hogum household. Tista shuddered at the memory of the massacre. My point exactly, Lith nodded. You only went all out back then because you were influenced by my fury for what those bastards had done to Dad. Don't forget that demons are half phoenixes. We are creatures of emotions, and so far you are suppressing yours. My powers are fueled by my rage, hatred, and pain. They might not sound nice, but without them, the souls of the dead wouldn't empathize with me nor answer my call. I think that you are just like me. You have fully mastered your dragon half, but are too scared to let go of yourself and start using your other half, Lith said. I agree with him, Solus nodded. Lith never had any qualms getting angry or venting his hatred on his enemies. Otherwise, he would have never reached the deep violet. His problem was his inability to open up to positive emotions. It tainted all of his relationships and kept him from reaching the light violet. You instead are too calm and controlled under all circumstances. Even with Badia, it looks more like a low-risk investment than a serious commitment. You need to loosen up, girl. Tista blushed up a bit and remained silent, knowing it was the truth. Luckily for her, the eyes reached 100%, saving her from further embarrassment. They had learned everything they could from the south side of the city, but it wasn't enough. To get the full picture of Zainma's defensive arrays, they needed more data, which meant 3 more panoramic restaurants, 1 for each remaining side of the city. Chapter 2094 Undercover, Part 4. Chapter 2094 Undercover, Part 4. To save time and take a good look at how the people on Thrud's side of the conflict fared, they took a stagecoach. While moving through the city blocks, they noticed that life in Zainma wasn't much different from that in their half of the kingdom. The streets were bustling with people with worried expressions on their faces, and grocery stores had signs hung in front of their entrances, reminding the customers of the food rationing. The most striking difference was the Forgotten patrolling non-stop the streets from the sky, responding to calls for help, arresting criminals, and healing those in need for free. Wow, the royals could learn a thing or two from Thrud, Tista said, after noticing how the citizens of Zainma weren't afraid of leaving their doors open, and how clean the streets were. Yeah, right, I wonder why no one ever thought about implementing slavery and making powerful mages work for free 24/7, Lith said with a scoff. Also, haven't you wondered where the beggars and the homeless have gone? Best case scenario, Thrud brought them to the Golden Griffin to force them to learn the trades she is in need of, with no care for what they want. Worst case scenario, after a boot camp she sent them to the battlefield. Good gods, you are probably right. She searched the streets until they reached their destination, yet she failed to see a single street urchin or a small-time thug. Once at the restaurant, Tista had learned from her previous mistake and claimed to be there on a generic anniversary. She could now enjoy enough wine to forget about what she had just witnessed and keep her mind off her personal issues. Man, Thrud may be a ruthless tyrant, but she is also a true genius, Tista said with a hiccup after walking out of the last restaurant, a bit tipsy from the wine. She has kept the same arrays that the kingdom implemented, but rearranged their sequence of runes so that instead of just coexisting, they now support each other. Their concentric layout makes it impossible to tamper with the outer layers unless one first deals with the innermost formations that surround the city hall, and that's a frigging fortress. For brilliant, she's brilliant, but I doubt she had the time or the expertise to come up with such an idea, Lith replied. What do you mean? Tista asked. I faced Thrud twice, and neither of her labs had anything like this. Zedros the Wyvern, instead, was an amazing warden, and his lair's defense system worked exactly like this. According to the council, Thrud stole his legacy right after Scarlet killed him, and then Thrud raided the labs of his accomplices with the help of the apprentices she saved. I bet that everything we've seen today, from the fog at the entrance of Zainma to that glove, comes from the work of the Awakened she killed, Lith replied. Even if that were true, Thrud still managed to use their knowledge to develop tools for her army and adapt true magic to pre-existent permanent arrays. That's something only a genius can do, Tista said. In a way, she reminds me a lot of Professor Vaster. That's what worries me, Lith said. He has found his balance, but unlike Thrud and I, everything he has is built on a lie. No matter how majestic a house of cards is, it takes but a single mistake to make it crumble. If that happens, Vaster would turn from one of the kingdom's greatest assets into its worst enemy. And believe me, I'd take on Thrud's army any day if it spared me from facing even just one of his hybrids. Are they that scary? Tista asked. Scary doesn't even start to describe them. Lith shook his head. They are all centuries, if not millennia, old beings, worlds apart from the greenhorns that serve the Mad Queen. Each one of Vaster's hybrids has full mastery over their divine beast form and powers. They also possess the abilities of their monster halves with no downside. They can use chaos magic freely, and their equipment is forged by the fourth ruler of the flames. Good gods, they could conquer the kingdom in a few days if they wanted. Tista shuddered at the thought. She had met Baitra and Zorath a few times, but due to how friendly and laid back they were, she had never understood the danger they posed. If they are that powerful, then why don't they kill Thrud and put an end to this war? She asked. 2 reasons, Lith replied. 1, destroying a cursed object is never easy. Not even Big Sis Sinmara could kill Dawn, and she's a white core who received Grandma's teachings. The Golden Griffin is much bigger and maybe even more powerful. Even if the abominations manage to destroy it by combining their powers, there's no telling the destruction it would cause. Do you remember Kalga? Tista would never forget the cursed city, and not just because it was the place where she had been forced to kill an innocent in cold blood. After disposing of the Forbidden Sun by stealing the Eye of Kalga, the magic empowering the city had gone haywire. The resulting explosion had produced a brilliance visible from the surface and from the nearby underwater city of Zhen. Now imagine what would have happened if Kalga was a land city, without thousands of tons of water smothering the heat and the shockwave it released. Kogaluga was just a side effect, so the kingdom didn't suffer from its fall. Oh gods, it would raze to the ground an entire region, if not more. And that's without taking into account the long-term effects of the released energy or the potential chain reaction triggered by mana geysers and mines. Tista became pale as the image of millions of lives disappearing in a flash of light popped into his head. 2, the hybrids are keeping a low profile to avoid exposing Vaster's identity. Lith nodded. They intervened against Night when she attacked our house, and then Tezka saved Zinnia from Meln. They can't afford to draw any more attention either from Thrud or the kingdom. What do you mean? Tista asked in confusion. For what they know, the abominations might work for anyone. Heck, for a long while people believed that they served Tiamat. Yeah, too bad that now everyone knows that's me. Also, the abominations didn't show up during Meln's second attack nor have been helping me while I worked for the kingdom. Lith replied. If Vaster is forced to reveal his abomination powers, or if his hybrids keep popping out every time that he or Zinnia are in danger, the truth will become obvious. The common element of all their sudden appearances isn't me, but Vaster. This way, instead, he is just one of the many mages of the kingdom opposing Thrud's invasion. As long as she leaves his family out of it, his secret is safe. Why don't they just take part in the war as members of the council, then? It would offer them the perfect cover, Tista pointed out. Only the hybrids are part of the council, and as far as I know, there's just 10 of them. Lith shook his head. Chapter 2095 City Hall, Part 1. Chapter 2095 City Hall, Part 1. The abomination hybrids have never stopped working on whatever the professor's goal is even during the war, but they have been helping us. Once Thrud has gotten rid of Meln and taken control of the undead courts, the kingdom would have been in dire straits if not for the abominations. They are dealing with the undead by themselves, and even devolving half of the profits they make to the war efforts. Lith replied. Is that why Gianni is focusing on traitorous nobles, and the royals have never fallen behind despite their losing streak? Tista was flabbergasted. Correct, it's their side of the deal with the council. The abominations are fighting half of the war in their spare time, and they are winning. They walked for a bit to give Tista the time to digest the 4 meals she had consumed, and for Solus to process the collected data with their help. The eyes of Menadian explained what they saw, but it was up to their wielder to understand the how and why. This is a mess, but I have good news, Solus said. We need to start by deactivating the main array of the city hall. After that, not only will disabling the other arrays become much easier, but with each layer we sabotage, the city defenses will become weaker in a domino effect. Okay, what's the bad news? Lith asked. That Thrude knows it as well. The power of the arrays in the city hall is several folds greater than in the rest of the city, and even from the restaurants I could spot an energy mass that can only belong to powerful life forces. Solus replied. On top of that, I noticed several checkpoints on the way there. We can't even reach the inner rims on foot without being searched with invigoration or by flight without the arrays spotting us. Aside from that, we're good to go. If I didn't know you better, I'd call you a smartass. Tista inwardly groaned, perceiving Solus' sincere optimism. It's not a big deal, Solus shrugged. I can sneak past the checkpoints and open a steps for you. No way, Tista shook her head. Unless you walk all the way to the city hall, you'd need to open one spirit warp for each checkpoint, and you become exhausted before we even start. Not to mention that to cross such a huge distance without being noticed, it'd take you hours, and we can't afford to reach our destination after dusk. Finding a secluded place where to conjure a warp steps in a rich neighborhood is hard. It's not the slums with plenty of back alleys and no illumination. You'd have to watch out for house staff, to not be spotted from a window on an upper floor and avoid the patrols. The area nearby the city hall was heavily guarded, with Forgotten flying around in irregular patterns and checking the surroundings with life vision. After sundown, the cover of darkness would have made things easier for them if not for the curfew. With no one on the streets and the entrances closed, Thrude's Awakened were free to focus solely on protecting the city walls and the innermost rim where the warp gate was located. Any damage to the arrays would be spotted more quickly, and the diversion that Floria's Awakened would have caused would become much less effective. What if I get inside an empty house and you warp inside? Solus said. Yeah, right, because a couple of strangers coming out of a noble household are bound to go unnoticed, Tista said with a sneer. If you have a better idea, I'm all ears. Solus sprouted a few on her stone ring to emphasize how annoyed she was. Lith pondered the problem as well, yet found no solution. The attack had to start while the Floria's Awakened core would still cause enough commotion to force Thrude's Forgotten to spread thin and allow Tista to finish her job. Yet until she dealt with the main array, any disturbance would have made the security around the inner rim tighten and foiled their plan. His Tiamat eyes could see far, but not enough to see the city hall from a restaurant and warp Solus there. To make matters worse, the entire city hall was surrounded at all hours by a dome of solid energy that kept anything from getting near the building, even birds. There were sentinels at all corners, so that any attempt to warp in the vicinity of the city lord's office would be spotted in a matter of seconds. Lith asked Floria for advice, but she had no clue either. I'm sorry, but I've never been inside Zainma after its capture, and my intelligence is too outdated, she said. If you can't find a solution, you can come out and use a mind link to share the details so that we can brainstorm the problem with the members of my core. Worst case scenario, we can postpone the attack to tomorrow. Just get yourself a hotel room so that you have a safe place from which warp in and out of the city. That's it, Solus said via the mind link. Floria is a genius, please thank her for me. Thank you, Floria, but it shouldn't be necessary. You may have just given us the solution. Lith had no idea what Solus was talking about, but he trusted her enough to blindly follow her instructions. She had them go back to the panoramic restaurant closest to the city hall, and take the room on the highest floor that the hotel connected with the establishment had available. From there, Lith used his keen eyesight as a Tiamat to see far away, and the eyes of Menadian to grasp dimensional coordinates. Then, he conjured Tryon and used a marble-sized spirit steps to move him into the shadow of a chimney. The black chains connecting Lith to his demons worked like a mind link, but they couldn't be detected with life vision or arrays. He used Tryon's eyes to extend his field of vision even further, conjuring and sending Locrias as farther away as he could while the first demon faded. The process lasted solely for a second, and Lith imbued in the shadow just enough mana to take physical form. By cycling his demons, he was quickly able to reach the closest and tallest house near the barrier while escaping detection. Valia appeared in the shadow of a maid who was hanging out the laundry of her noble employers, using the woman's energy signature to hide her own. The good thing of being surrounded by so many arrays is that, with all the mana in the air, unless a guard focuses on me, it's hard to notice my presence. She used the eyes of Menadian to check out the city hall from a distance and find an empty room for Solus. Life Vision's range was limited, and its readings got less accurate the more distant the monitored area was. From that distance, between the barrier, the other arrays, the enchanted items, and the life signatures in the building, even the eyes of a demon would only see a blurred mess. Menadian's artifact had no such problem, allowing Valia to find an empty office whose windows faced in her direction. Chapter 2096 City Hall, Part 2. Chapter 2096 City Hall, Part 2. By the time the Forgotten patrolling the neighborhood noticed that the maid seemed to have 2 energy signatures, Valia was already done. Returning to Lith's shadow required no mana and didn't leave any dimensional energy that arrays could detect. As for the eyes, she only had to store them back in the pocket dimension to make them disappear without a trace. Solus flowed out of a pinhole-sized dimensional door, just to be safe. Thrude knew about spirit magic, and Solus had already witnessed several anti-awakened countermeasures throughout the city. Maybe the Mad Queen invented an array that perceives the stretches in space. Better be safe than sorry, she thought while looking around with the eyes of Menadian. During the day, the city hall was bustling with people and noise. The fall of Trephius at Ligon's hand had thrown a wrench in the security of the area, and the local officers were busy preparing their defenses for the attack they knew would sooner or later come. The eyes perceived that many powerful people were assembled in a room that Solus assumed was the mayor's office. Clerks ran in and out of the offices non-stop, bringing blueprints of the city, maps of the region, and refreshments. The office Solus had warped into was empty only because its owner was busy in a meeting as well. She made sure to have not triggered any alarm before running in her spider from over the desk and checking the documents for anything that might be useful for the mission. The room was the standard issue workplace for a medium-level bureaucrat. It had a large desk with a few chairs in front of it for the guests, cabinets for the important documents on either side, and a library filled with folders containing the paperwork of the past years in chronological order. The carpet covering the floor of the room was of mediocre quality, and so were the landscape paintings hung on the walls. After a quick glance, Solus dismissed the documents in the room as irrelevant and searched for a place near the first array node where she could open a warp to the hotel room. My cloaking rings make me invisible to mystical senses, and my small form makes me hard to notice when I stay still. I'd better take my time and scout the area to avoid unpleasant surprises once Lith and Tister arrive. Luckily for Solus, the security was laxer on the inside. There were too many people going around, and the guards had barely the time to check the IDs of everyone they met during their patrol to bother looking down on the floor. Solus studied the patrol patterns and routes, while also taking a mental note of which corridors were frequently used or avoided. The longer she stayed away from Lith, the weaker she became, and she couldn't even use the sage staff due to the artifact not being cloaked. On the other hand, her spider form consumed little energy, and she used the eyes to do most of the work. Once she was done scouting the 3rd floor, Solus moved to the safest area she had managed to find. She made sure to memorize its dimensional coordinates before opening a minuscule warp steps to the hotel room. "Thank the gods you are all right, Solus. You had me worried sick." Lith embraced her stone body the moment he felt their mind link restored. "What took you so long? I was starting to fear that something had happened to you." "I was just doing my job," she replied. "Exploring such a large place takes time, especially if you want to go unnoticed. Let's go." She slipped on Lith's finger, using a partial mind fusion to share her findings with him. Solus could now rest for a bit while Lith opened a dimensional door. "Why of all places in a city hall did you pick a broom closet?" Tista asked via a mind link. The room was barely spacious enough for 2, and the pungent smell of cleaning products made her eyes water. "Because while checking the floor I met clerks, guards, city officials, and nobles, but no regular citizens. This means that either all unnecessary staff is forbidden entry until the crisis has been resolved, or that the cleaning happens after office hours. We can stay in here for as long as we want without the risk of being discovered." "Fair point, where is the first node?" Tista said. Solus passed the eyes of Menadian to her. The artifact contained a detailed map of the floor, the real-time position of the guards, and the locations of the key points of the array system. The good news is that there is only a handful of Forgotten inside, and they spend most of the time in the mayor's office, so, until the operation starts, the probability of meeting one of them is low. The bad news is that there is a node on each floor for a total of 4. Once we start disabling them, the Forgotten are bound to come to check what's happening. Also, there's no way you can escape being discovered the moment a patrol spots you. Each person inside the city hall has a badge containing a sample of their life force. This way, when the guards check it, they can recognize the original from a shapeshifted awakened. Simple but effective. Once again, Lith cursed Thrud's ingenuity as a mage. Don't worry, I have a way around it, just give me a few minutes. He took a deep breath, and suddenly the broom closet went dark. Neither the eyes nor life vision could see anything, and even the light filtering from the doorframe was swallowed the moment it crossed the threshold. Call of the Void, so much for going stealth, Tista said. No, that would be stupid. It's just this place being damn small, Lith replied. One after the other, the demons of the darkness left the room in the form of two-dimensional shadows that moved from one piece of furniture to another until they found their prey. The demons would enter the shadow of one guard each, crawling under the folds of their armor and clothes, ready to strike at any given moment. They slowly infested the whole city hall, detaching from their targets solely when they approached one of the fallen and went back stalking their prey as soon as the coast was clear. As more and more demons left the broom closet, the light returned to the room. I can now hijack the security the moment they spot you, turning the guards into our unwilling accomplices, Lith said. Brilliant move, but isn't it dangerous? Tista asked. I mean, what if a Forgot makes a sweep with life vision? Even from the mayor's office, with so many demons on the prowl, they are bound to notice that something is off. No, it's not. I gave them barely the energy to manifest. Unless someone watches directly at them with life vision from up close, they are nigh invisible, Lith replied. The problem is that I can't move from here until we are done. Controlling so many demons and watching through their eyes at the same time takes a lot of focus. On top of that, to empower the demons at the right moment, I'll need invigoration. I can't check on you and my surrounding while also using a breathing technique. Chapter 2097 Twin Flames, Part 1. Chapter 2097 Twin Flames, Part 1. Don't worry, we can do it on our own, Tista said, soulless. I'm already back at my full strength. The stone ring switched hands and the eyes split into two monocles. Are you sure you don't need help? My golems are too big, but I can still send Locrias and Vergrave with you. They are the strongest of my demons, Lith asked. No need. Besides, if you give them enough power to be stronger than me or powerful equipment, they'll become visible from a distance by anyone with life vision. Tista checked the corridor and left the room, looking for the final piece of the puzzle. She tracked down a female clerk and sucker-punched her from behind. Then, Tista bound and gagged the unconscious civil servant before shoving her in the broom closet with Lith. If she wakes up, just knock her down again. Just make sure to not kill her, Tista said while stripping the woman of her uniform and badge, putting them inside the Scalewalker armor that turned into a perfect copy of the clothes down to the smallest detail. At the same time, Tista used invigoration to study the clerk's life force, and gradually altered her own until she became an identical twin of the woman. This way, even if she has a communication amulet, her rune will remain. Also, I can now move freely between the floors without having to hide whenever I meet someone. You get rid of the guards before they can check my badge, and this suit of flesh will do the rest. I like your idea, but taking a prisoner is overkill. What are the odds of a civil servant having a communication amulet? Solus asked. During peace times, none, yet this is war and Thrud has proven to be a sly opponent. In her shoes, I would give an amulet to all the people with clearance to access key facilities, even janitors. It's a small price to pay for making sure that no one has killed them and found a way to tamper with the badges, she replied. Lith nodded in approval and gave the demons new orders. In his book, there was no such thing as too paranoid. Change of plans. On my command, instead of killing the guards and possessing their bodies, just suck their vitality with abomination touch until they faint. Manipulate them like puppets and keep them alive until it's strictly necessary. The demons grumbled in annoyance. The scarce energy they possessed made them hungry for warmth and life, but they resisted it. Lith had promised them a feast and a fight that would sate their needs. Meanwhile, Tista moved along the corridors of the third floor of the city hall and reached the first node of runes. Elemental magic is sealed, and using spirit magic would light a beacon that will alert the Forgotten, Solus pondered. I can guide you step by step on how to disable the node with first magic, but it will take a long time and... Don't worry, there's a reason why the royals requested my presence. While you and Lith were on honeymoon, I worked my ass off with the phoenixes. Also, I've been working with Floria's awakened core ever since our family got the clearance to return to the kingdom. Tista cut her short. I was not on honeymoon. You know what? I don't want to talk about it. Let's focus on our mission. Tista could feel Solus's emotions turning into a chaotic mess through the mind link. "The baby messed you up that bad?" she asked. "Worse, but now it's not the time. Eyes on the prize." Solus pointed at a couple of guards standing right in front of the node. One of them was using a device the size of a remote to scan a male clerk, while the other guard kept her communication amulet in hand, ready to call for reinforcements. A focused beam of green light hit the badge, quickly spreading to the rest of the clerk's body in search of anomalies. A single red dot appeared on his shoulder, where a fly was resting its wings and rubbing its legs. The guard emitted a small pulse of darkness magic that made the red dot disappear, even stomping on the fly to make sure it was really dead. "You get back to work. You line up for inspection," the guard said with a tone far from intimidating. The man was bored out of his skull, forced to make the same rounds day after day just because the Queen was a paranoid mess. He and his partner scanned the same people every day dozens of times, and the worst they had ever discovered was a bad case of head lice. Tista swallowed in anxiety, hoping that Lith knew what he was doing. Instead of leaving, the male clerk had just moved a few steps back and taken out a civilian communication amulet. He hoped that for once something exciting would happen, and that he would be the first to catch it on camera. "Shit, that clerk is carrying documents," Tista thought. Even if Lith's demon knocks him out before the clerk manages to sound the alarm, Lith has no idea where to deliver them. It will be only a matter of minutes before. The eyes of the guard holding the scanner rolled up for a fraction of a second, his knees going weak with a shudder as the demon hidden in his shadow sucked his vitality. The other guard was so bored that she never lifted her eyes from the communicator that she was using to read the news instead of working. As for the male clerk, he was too focused on Tista to notice anything. The moment the green beam of light hit her badge without changing color, he groaned and walked away briskly to make up for the lost time. Another day, another copper coin down the gutter. The voice and the intonation were right, but the mouth didn't move since the demon used air magic to mimic the phrase she had heard every time. A round of scans proved to be just a waste of time. "Let's move on. I ate too much for lunch, and if I stand still I start to get drowsy," the second guard said. "Get out of our way or we'll be forced to take another scan," the demon ordered Tista with a deadpan voice while walking past her. "Anything new on the interlink?" "The usual crap. Loads of pictures of the royal baby, reports from the battlefront, and of course, the umpteenth propaganda about the final weapon the Queen is on the verge of completing." The female guard sighed. "I was so happy when it was announced for the first time, but almost 2 months have passed and still nothing. At this point, I think it's just a ruse to keep the morale high." Tista's eyes went wide at the images of the infant Bahamut in all of his forms. "Oh gods, he's adorable. Look how cute he is while puffing smoke from his nose and those fluffy wings. Do you think Lith's baby will look like that?" she asked. "I hope I mean who cares about that?" Solus had a hard time holding her inner turmoil at bay. Since when did Thrud have a baby, and what weapon are those guys talking about? Chapter 2098 Twin Flames, Part 2. Chapter 2098 Twin Flames, Part 2. Respectively, I don't know, and probably Mage Towers, since the date of the first announcement dates back to Meln's capture. Tista inwardly shrugged. "If you are that curious, ask Lith to read the news from one of the amulets. By the way, I had no idea that you guys had learned how to activate magical items imprinted by others." "Because we never did. That was just a hologram. The demon witnessed the successful scans and just had to mimic one. Lith can't activate an amulet without killing its owner, but since you were right about every member of the staff having one, that's out of the question." Solus grumbled, hoping that the female guard would read the news, but instead she went checking her messages. Tista kept walking until the guards turned around the corner, and then returned to the node before shape-shifting into her red demon form. "Weave your spells," she said to Solus. "It shouldn't be necessary, but better safe than sorry. Use water and lightning only since if a Forgotten dies, their body will move back to the Golden Griffin, and Thrud will know exactly where we are." Tista took a deep breath, guiding half of the world energy towards her lungs and the other half to her heart. Her blue and red eyes lit up together as she breathed a focused stream of true flames the size of a blow torch. The cursed flames ate at the bundle of runes and dispelled the power they held. The array's node fell apart, weakening the whole structure without compromising its integral stability. At the same time, the red scales covering Tista's body and the feathers on her wings became of a bright blue, and were quickly covered in ice as the zero produced along with the cinder coursed through them. Much to Solus' surprise, the cursed element was stored in the red demon's body in a stable form that inflicted upon Tista no harm. Quite the contrary, her aura had grown in power and her physique in size, giving her the appearance of a majestic ice elemental. Thrude's Forgotten received a notification of the sudden imbalance in the main array and sent a two-man unit to check the situation. Mobilizing more Awakened would have left the city hall unprotected, while sending just one might force them to walk into a trap. The now blue demon saw the two warp steps opening at the same time, and apart enough to ensure that at least one of them would have had the time to sound the alarm in case something was wrong. Tista unleashed one blast of frozen flames from her mouth and another from her wings, hitting both the Forgotten who turned into blocks of ice the moment they stepped through their respective dimensional door. Tista had used just enough zero to bring them to a status of suspended animation without killing them. The protective barriers of their armor had blocked the physical damage, but not the cold that had seeped inside their bodies. "Oh shit," she said as half of her body burst into flames while the other half turned into a mass of ice spikes. Tista brought her hands together, reuniting the twin elements that had been split apart and reverting them back to their natural state. Regular magic couldn't hurt its caster, so she needed but a thought to dispel them. "What was that?" Solus asked. "The fruits of my labor," Tista replied while pushing the Forgotten into an empty room nearby and hoping that their comrades would wait for at least a couple of minutes before looking for them. "I've been working hard on my flaming form with the help of the members of the nest, but I still can't control that bloodline ability without external help. If someone doesn't stop me, I keep burning until I pass out from exhaustion. F. On the plus side, all that training helped me find a way to control the cursed flames and keep them from hurting me. Once I conjure them in pairs, I can now safely store cursed flames inside my body by using their conflicting nature to my advantage. Whenever Cinder is about to go wild, I give it a bit of zero to neutralize the surge and vice versa." "Interesting," Solus said. "It sounds like an application of void magic." "Because it is," Tista inwardly nodded. "I can't turn a cursed element into its opposite, but I can still use domination to keep them under control and their symbiotic relationship to keep them stable. The process isn't perfect, though. I can use this method only for the elements I have the corresponding eyes, and I can never use more than 2 kinds of flames at a time. As long as I'm focused on containing the cursed flames, I can't breathe more or even use origin flames. On top of that, the slightest imbalance compromises this technique. The reason my scales froze over after disabling the node is that I consumed a part of the cinder, tipping the scales enough for the zero to start taking over. Once I neutralized the 2 Forgotten instead, I consumed so much frozen flames to neutralize the Forgotten and their equipment that the balance was lost." "I see." Solus pondered Tista's new power to incorporate it into her strategies. "Basically, now you can store your flames and release them in controlled amounts, yet unless you consume them at the same rate, at some point they go awry and go to waste." "Not really. I could have released what remained of the true and frozen flames into energy blasts, but this is a cover mission." Tista took her communication amulet and called her allies for help. "Lith Floria, the first node is gone. I got rid of 2 of Thrude's Awakened, and my cover is still intact. I can sabotage the second and maybe even the third node if I don't meet too many patrols on the way, but as the arrays become weaker, someone is bound to notice that something is wrong. I need a diversion." "Copy that," both replied. "I'll start charging Reaver right away. Even though the elemental sealing arrays of the city block most of my spells, I can still use them to conjure my blade tier spell," Floria said while giving her troops the signal to prepare for battle. At the same time, she activated the mouth of Menadian, using it to cast spells at double the regular speed like only a Violet Cord Awakened could. "Commence the attack as soon as you can, but call the army before you do," Tista said. "We can fight Thrude's troops off on our own, but we can't take control of the city with such a few people. Lith, you remain on standby. I want the Forgot to focus on Floria and stay out of my way as long as possible. Have your demons step in only once my position is compromised, so that while the enemy is busy dealing with your armies, I can continue my mission with minimal resistance." "I can do that." Lith took deep breaths, conjuring huge amounts of darkness and spirit magic that would allow his demons of the darkness to turn into demons of the fallen at a moment's notice. Chapter 2099 Plans Coming Together, Part 1. Chapter 2099 Plans Coming Together, Part 1. Lith summoned and spread out all the souls he could handle without the help of his golems, having the new demons monitor the strategic points of the city hall. Then, he looked through their eyes to study each corridor, room, and the number and position of the enemy troops. Tista reached the second node of runes, and neutralized it with true flames as well. She also managed to dispose of the Forgotten who came to check on the disturbance without getting caught, but then the nature of the concentric arrays took its course. With 2 nodes out of 4 down, the strength of the main array plummeted, making it evident for those with high mana perception that someone was tampering with it. To make matters worse, the phenomenon quickly spread throughout the magical formations covering the city, weakening them as well and alerting even the Forgotten stationed on the city walls. "That's our cue," Floria said. "Attack now." The corps that the council had put under her command amounted to a few hundred of relatively young awakened. None of them had reached the Violet Corps nor had been chosen as their respective master's heir. Individually, they were considered expendable pawns. Yet after being trained together and under the guidance of a capable leader, they had become a force to be reckoned with. Floria split her troops into 3 groups. One group would surround the city and form an offensive spirit array that would hammer at the city defenses, draining them of their power and reducing the advantage that the city guards still had after Tista's sabotage. The second group was comprised of Emperor Beasts and represented the main attack force. They had been tasked with combining spirit spells and their superior mass to occupy the city walls and destroy the defensive turrets. On the surface, their goal seemed to be opening gates to let the human army in, but it was just a diversion. Their role was to draw as much attention as possible and keep Thrud's soldiers away from the city hall. The last and smaller group was comprised of both humans and Fae. They used the cover of the Emperor Beasts to spirit blink inside Zainma and advance toward the warp gate. This way, they would give the impression that the kingdom was following its usual strategy and blocking the reinforcements the moment they stepped out of the dimensional portal. Faes were smaller and lighter than Emperor Beasts, but they all had bloodline abilities that weren't hindered by the defensive arrays. Floria had formed specialized groups for each task that would have an advantage over the units of Forgot, who instead were jacks of all trades but masters of none. She was in charge of the first group, leading the assault in the flashiest way she could. The air, earth, and fire elements were sealed, but water and darkness were still available. Water magic was needed in the everyday life to drink and put out fires, while without darkness magic healers couldn't do their job. Floria had charged Reaver solely with spells that used those 2 elements to not waste a single iota of her mana. Her Estoc was the second piece of the war series that her father Orion had forged. The blade worked akin to a spell-holding ring, allowing its wielder to store inside the pseudo-core spells. Yet while regular artifacts would hold a single spell for an unlimited time, Reaver could hold an unlimited number of spells for 2 minutes. It was a weapon that demonstrated its full prowess whenever there was enough time to charge it up, like during an ambush or a siege. The Estoc not only relieved Floria from the mental burden of keeping many spells at the ready, but it also allowed her to unleash them at will and coordinate them with surgical precision. As long as Reaver was charged, facing her or an entire platoon of mages was the same thing. Floria weaved the tip of her blade in the air like an orchestra conductor with a baton, conjuring a hail of black ice that rained on the soldiers patrolling the walls. At the same time, the water in the moat surrounding the castle froze and rose to the ground level, making it possible for the kingdom's foot soldiers to approach the walls. Wave after wave of ice covered the windows that the guards stationed inside the walls used to fire their wands at the enemy, until the cold started to spread inside the room. Water magic alone would have been just an annoyance since Floria couldn't keep focused on everything at the same time, and a spell without willpower would quickly turn into a natural element that anyone could control. The darkness infused in her spells, however, was a different story. It drained life just like the cold drained the heat, making anyone who stood close to the ice for too long faint. On top of that, the darkness element ate at anything, even mana, keeping external spells from affecting the ice. A single Tier 5 spell was nothing against the enchanted stone and the arrays that protected the city, but Floria was unleashing dozens of them at the same time. The Forgotten guarding the walls were worried by the intruder in the city hall weakening the arrays, but there was nothing they could do about it. The Emperor Beasts were slowly gaining the upper hand, thanks to Tista's tampering and to the human awakened soldiers blasting with spirit magic anyone that moved. The regular troops stationed inside the city outnumbered the Council Corps 100 to 1, but they were mostly humans and a few fake mages. Only an awakened army could defeat another. It was the reason Thrude had been successful in her military campaign, and she had prioritized the conquest of cities with a warp gate. She had only a limited number of reserve troops always available at the Golden Griffin, but she could move them around at a moment's notice, thanks to the dimensional network. Yet the Council's simultaneous attack forced her to split them on multiple fronts, and the few that she dispatched to Zainma found a bunch of Fays waiting for them, turning the warp gate from an advantage into a bottleneck where numbers meant nothing. The Forgotten, already inside the city instead, stopped patrolling the sky and converged on the city walls to stop the invasion. They believed that whoever had damaged the arrays was already gone, and that the key to the battle would be the gate. The Forgotten were loyal and fearless, but not brilliant. Without a personality or someone giving them instructions, they would just follow the orders they had already received. "Stop, damn it!" Zula the Fenrir said to the few awakened still in the city hall who were about to abandon their position and join either the battle for the walls or that for the warp gate. There was urgency and worry in her voice, but they merely turned toward her with their usual blank stare. "There's something wrong here. The arrays are still on and the control panel is still intact." The moment the power had gone down, she had rushed to the core of the city hall to stop the saboteur, finding the room empty and everything in perfect condition. Chapter 2100 Plans Coming Together, Part 2. Chapter 2100 Plans Coming Together, Part 2. This means that someone has attacked at least one of the main nodes. To understand the nature of the Queen's working and find the keystones, the enemy must have infiltrated the city and studied the arrays for days. Zula said mostly to herself, since the others had no concept of time or strategy. No one would have invested so much time just to run away after a few minutes. The enemy must still be inside. Zula had no idea that the eyes of Menadian existed, nor that they could unravel the complex array system from a distance, and in a few hours at that. Our security must have been compromised. Investigate everyone with invigoration and don't trust the scanners. The enemy must have found a way around them or we wouldn't be in this mess. The Forgotten nodded and bolted away, flying at high speed to comb search the city hall in minutes. "What do I do?" Zula racked her brain in doubt. "If the enemy really is here and I go to the warp gate, the arrays will go down and the enemy will swarm the city. Yet if I'm wrong and I remain here chasing ghosts, the gate will fall and the result will be the same." To make her conundrum even worse, she kept receiving reports from the city walls where the siege was quickly taking a turn for the worse. The spirit array that the Council had devised formed a barrier around the members of Floria's army and healed their wounds. "Damn the royals, a three-pronged attack." The Fenrir cursed her bad luck and called Linnea. "I need at least 2 more divine beasts, or the city of Zainma will fall." "We don't have them." The headmistress pinched her nose in frustration. Those that Gentor had killed had yet to regenerate. 10 had to be stationed in Belias at all times to keep the Magic Empress from taking over the city, and the rest had been deployed just a few minutes earlier. Ragu's plan had forced Thrude to spread her forces thin, and taking away a single divine beast meant to lose a city. "What about the Queen, the King Consort, Protheus? Heck, I'd settle even for that Meln fucker," Zula said in outrage. "Her Majesty is personally defending the capital of Nestrar. The damn king refuses to leave the baby's side, and Protheus is still getting accustomed to his new powers. As for Meln, not only revealing that the dead king is still alive would greatly backfire, but we have no way to control him," Linnea replied. "Then Zainma is lost. I can't do everything by myself." The Fenrir shook her head. "Histar, is there anything you can do?" Linnea asked. "Yes." The true headmaster of the Golden Griffin pushed her through an emergency spirit gate after locking on the coordinates of Zula's amulet. "Time to prove your worth on the field, dear colleague. Fight to your heart content knowing you can't die. Glory to Arthun." Like the Golden Griffin was a perversion of the 6 great academies, its motto was a perversion of Valorin's battle cry. The first king had valued his people above all, whereas, even in death, the mad king only cared about himself. "I'll go take care of the walls and the gate. You search this place. Be very careful when you order these morons around. The Forgotten take everything to the letter." The Fenrir turned into an anthropomorphic wolf and bolted through a window before Linnea could even reply. "Even though Thrude awakened and rejuvenated me, I'm still old, damn it," she thought. "I've been sitting behind a desk for over 40 years. A few months of training aren't enough." Tista had just taken down the 3rd node, having the power of all the city arrays and making elemental spells available again. Their power and range would still be limited, but it was enough to put fake mages back to use. After the foot soldiers, now the army mages and those of the association could join Floria's attack force, further tipping the scale of the battle. The only good news for Linnea was that, due to the patrols making Tista waste time with their scans, by the time she had reached the third node, the Forgotten she had previously frozen had been found and thawed. Caution to the wind, then. The red demon thought when following the collapse of the magical focus, 6 spirit steps opened at the same time instead of the usual 2. She released the full power of the frozen and the true flames, respectively through her mouth and wings, sending 2 Forgotten straight back to the Golden Griffin with their equipment broken beyond repair. It would take time and precious mana crystals to forge-master them back. At the same time, Solus calculated the dimensional coordinates of the 4th node and warped Tista there before the rest of the Forgotten could surround her. Solus also took care of leaving behind several Tier 5 light mastery spells that detonated in unison. They weren't enough to kill a fully equipped Violet Cord awakened with a spirit barrier on, but they still blasted them off their feet. The heat and the shockwaves released from the explosions turned the emerald barriers into pinballs that bounced on the walls, the ceiling, and between them until all the kinetic energy was dispersed. If not for their single-minded nature, the Forgotten would have fainted from a brain concussion. They managed to remain conscious, but the trauma left them blind, deaf, and dizzy. "Is everything all right? Do you need help?" a guard who had arrived on the scene asked while the Forgotten puked their guts out. The voice and the life force matched that of the City Hall personnel, so the Awakened put down their weapons and focused on recovering control over their bodies again. "We are fine. We just need a few breaths to recover." His voice was cut short by an enchanted spear infused to the brim with darkness magic that had just pierced through his lung. "We can't have that." The human soldier had suddenly been swallowed by the demon hidden in her shadow. The creature had taken over her body, her mana core, and was now channeling the power that Lith sent to his demons to further empower their weapons. The Forgotten blasted the enemy away with a spell from one of his rings just for 3 more demons to take her place. After Tista had given him the signal, Lith had spread his demons throughout the City Hall, keeping them ready to possess even the clerks. Now that Tista's presence had been exposed, he had activated his shadows that were now flooding the hallways of the City Hall and backstabbing Thrudes, forces the moment they turned their heads. Linnea reached the 4th node just a second before the red demon did. Zula had shared everything she knew with the headmistress, so Linnea knew where the saboteur would be next. What she couldn't predict was that her arrival would have been welcomed by savage attacks at the hand of the very people she had been sent there to protect. The demons turned into weapons everything they could find by infusing them with spirit magic.